I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know Delilah. You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse. The rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing the earth to rising, realizing global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on, yeah. Flexing on, lean. Flexing on, yeah. Flexing on, lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZ's don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes are stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys. And both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime. Thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline. And I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime. But I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
It's the second day of the group stages, and we've seen the teams, the first set of teams play yesterday. It definitely set the tone for what we have in store for the rest of the week of the group stages. But day 2 of the group stages, we're seeing knockouts caliber teams fighting it out to make their way into the winners bracket or chances of being in the eliminations as the day progresses. Without further ado, I welcome you all, the Challengers APAC Day 2 group stages.
This could be absolutely brutal. Flaring allowed from everybody. Derion on the edge. What a dodge!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the group stages here at the Asia Pacific Challengers. My name is Nomad. Alongside with me is Black and Blue and Raph. How are you guys doing today?
Super good, man. As we ended the panel yesterday, I told you one thing. I'm so excited for today because of the amount of high quality teams, high caliber teams we're going to be seeing on these matchups.
This is going to be a bit of a preview of what we expect at the zenith, at the peak, and especially it being on our first match. Oh boy, guys. Oh boy, oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed. But before we go into the matches that we have for today, let's have a look at the matches that we had yesterday, where it was really, it went to the 3-game series. We started off the series with the Made in Thailand versus Cerberus, which ended in a 2-1 fashion.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's about darn time we finally got, best of 3, considering how during the play-ins we were pretty much 2-0 all the way, not a single 3-map series, but you were getting a lot of that yesterday, aside from the final one. Made in Thailand versus Cerberus, that was a matchup that we kind of expected to be very 50-50. We saw them start off Made in Thailand, on Bind, very well, very dominating map, and then Cerberus turned it around for Haven. Close map by Made in Thailand, all things considered, but we get this split, and then kind of was thrown the other way. Definitely could have been going Cerberus' way if maybe some waters kind of flowed in their direction, but it just never panned out that way.
Enemy remaining.
I'm glad that we had Myth versus Cerberus as our first match because it really set the tone. As you mentioned, it's been an incredibly competitive day all throughout. Barring our last match, so it was super close. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Again, we talked about Myth trying to really sustain the fact that they are the old guard. They're one of the oldest organizations here, and they want to keep that golden shine on them despite the years upon years of piling through it, and as well as the experience that comes with it.
And then we are seeing right now on your screen is Naus Esports and Bleed Esports, the debut of the Swedes going into the Southeast Asian scene, and honestly it gave them that significant boost against Naus Esports.
Yeah, that first game too as well was looking so convincing for the side of Naus Esports on Haven. It is the best map of Naus in my opinion, and they're really good at defending that B site, and we saw the full effect of that. But it came on to map number 2, map number 3, and that adjustment period really came on true for the side of Bleed Esports. And actually the series right before that, Bonkers versus Persija, was kind of the same, where Bonkers, they come out map number 1 and Persija make the adjustments for 2 and 3. Same thing happened, as I said, for that Bleed versus Naus matchup.
Spot left.
It was as close as we thought it would be. We talked about how the first map was going to be a bit of a litmus test for Bleed, but yeah, now we move forward between Velocity and Oblivion Force, which was an absolute brawl, to say the least. Again, there was a lot of things we had to consider. It was getting super late in the day, but that competitive fire, that vigor to keep them going was still very much present.
Yeah, and it ended in a 2-0 fashion for Velocity Gaming, but it was as close as it can get. Now, for today's matches, it's going to be as hard as as hard hitting as the matches we've had yesterday, albeit be times 10 on the pucker factor there. But for those of you guys that are tuning in right now and you have no idea how the format is going for the Asia Pacific Challengers, let's go ahead and watch this video to give you guys a refresh.
Something like this though, it's all about that duel. But I told you, dude. Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of 2 spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
First of Paper X now down, and bad guy comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool. APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 playing teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
There you go, double elimination all the way, and already we're seeing teams at the cusp of elimination in the lower bracket, namely Cerberus Esports, Bonkers, Naus Esports, and Oblivion Force. We'll find out who their opponent is going to be in the eliminations as we have a look at the group standings in case you missed everything. First off, we got Group A. We saw Made in Thailand Cerberus Esports about go at it, and Made in Thailand is going to be moving forward into the winners bracket, waiting for their opponents if it's either going to be Boom Esports and or No Namers. Now, moving on over towards the next group of the day, we got Group B. We saw Bonkers and Persija. And Persija is going to be waiting for Paper Rex and or Fancy United Esports in the upper bracket, and Bonkers is on the lower bracket. Over at Group C, that is where we can see Nous Esports and Bleed Esports. If we can have a look at the next group of the day, Xerxia and ONIG, they're wanting to go up against Bleed Esports here. It's Nous Esports hoping that they can finally warm up into this competition and move further in our brackets. And our last group of the day, as we move on to the next group, is Group D, Velocity Game and Oblivion Force. A 2-0 fashion, but as close as he can get. But their opponents, South-Built Esports or Full Sense, might just be a big factor going into this. And Oblivion Force, I might say the same, whoever their opponent is going to be. And with all that being said, the matches that we have for the day, just like what we mentioned yesterday, is going to be a banger. Boom Esports and No Namers is going to be coming up first, followed by Paper Rex and Fancy United, followed by Xerxia and ONIG. Last series of the day is South-Built Esports and Full Sense.
Man, this is we were looking at the schedule last night right before breaking, or rather ending the whole stream, and we immediately just pointed out how many top caliber teams there are going to be playing today. Like, you have like probably the top 5 teams in this tournament playing all their series today here, and you're pretty much going to see potentially a preview of what the knockouts, the playoffs might bring.
It's crazy because you close your eyes, you pick any of these, and they have grand finals potential. Again, I expect most of today to be incredibly neck and neck. Yesterday has already been fairly competitive. This time around, we're going to turn it up to 11, and we start off with Boom Esports. Again, we cannot champion this team enough, and with that being said, I'd love to hear the rest of your thoughts, boys.
I mean, I don't even know where we begin. We're going to go through this one by one, right, as the day progresses. You already see, as I said, some of the best teams that we got here in APAC as a whole playing today. We had some great teams play yesterday, mind you, Persija, Bleed, all that, but let's be frank here, there are some favorites in this tournament, and we're going to see them finally today in the group stages.
Yeah, one of the favorites of the tournament definitely is going to be in the first series, Boom Esports and No Namers. And we've been touting Boom Esports as, well, you guys specifically have been touting Boom Esports as one of the best teams that we have in the entirety of the Asia Pacific region, the best team that Indonesia has to offer. And let's go ahead and introduce the players from Indonesia. We got Boom Esports. This is Indonesia's finest, Boom Esports, not a stranger in international competition, wanting to get into Masters once and for all. We got Flips, Jitter, Frostmind, Berserks, Blaze King, and Tebatol.
Let me correct you there, Nomad. From a while ago, you said they are maybe one of the best teams in APAC.
I knew it.
I'm going to go the other way. These guys are the best team in APAC, bar none, period. Yes, we got many great teams here. We got like Team Secret, we got Xerxia, teams that made it to, the champions last year. But I think this is their year. I think these guys are number one, and they're going to prove it in this stage. They're going to prove it in this year. You have amazing talent, an all-star studded lineup that we got for this Boom Esports. Players coming in from the old Alter Ego roster, players coming in from other teams from the old Boom roster as well. All kind of in the mix and match. You got Flipjet or Frostmind, Berserks, Blaze King, Tebatol. If you've been watching APAC in the past year at all, or Southeast Asia for that matter, in the past maybe half a decade, for FPS, you will know some of these names, and you know these guys mean business. I'm telling you, they 2-0'd ONIG. They pretty much swept every single opponent in potentially the most difficult top-end heavy region that we got here in APAC as a whole, and they are just looking like a complete monster. I cannot understate how amazing these guys are, and I think they really have the best chance out of any team to win this entire tournament and be the champions.
I knew it. The moment you said Asia Pacific, I was like, oh, yep, he's going to go for it. He's gunning for it. He is not going to let this slide. But again, everything has been said. What is to say about Boom Esports strategically, mechanically? If we had to put it in numbers, again, I can't describe it in words, but to put it in numbers, 10 over 10, very, very heavy favorites in the entire region. And we're still looking for that team to truly stack up to them.
Well, it may just be the next scene that we have. They took Malaysia and Singapore VCT by storm. They're here to make a name for themselves. Up next is No Namers. They blaze through the play-ins in the upper bracket, and they want, again, to make a name for themselves. Fresh from Singapore, we got No Namers, we got DXN, Sean, the Sky, SG, Temps, and Vera on the field.
So many great things I can talk about. Such a wonderful and flourishing team. We see their innate talent and their ability to create so many plays on the fly. But man, oh my goodness, they might be poking at the bear here. I am honestly so excited to see what they bring to the table now, because clearly they are the heavy underdogs. When you're playing against Boom, you are always going to be the underdog. I'm just gonna make that clear, just to address the elephant in the room. But talking about this team, they've had so many upsets after upset. At the very beginning of their journey, we thought that Fancy was gonna convincingly take the series, but no Namers. They showed that they have what it takes to be here. But right now, they're kind of knocking at heaven's door.
Yeah, I mean, they did show to be the team to kind of make it out of that Group B when you came to the play-ins. They looked like the best team from that Group B. And, you know, there might be no namers. They might not have jerseys. Well, actually, do they? They're all in black shirts now. Who knows? Maybe they color
I think they do,
that, but
yeah.
like, they definitely have game, is what I'm trying to say. And they proved that in their in their play-in stages. And the matches that they did play looked very convincing that they are by far the best product out of that. And so I'm looking to see if they can at least, you know, get a map, weather the storm here to stay.
Well, we've got some of the best products of Indonesia. Well, the best product that Indonesia has. And we got some of the best products here that Singapore has to offer. But we have to have a look at the head-to-head to find the best of the teams themselves. We're gonna have to have a look at the two duelists of the teams as we go into the head-to-head. It's Berserks and Vera, the two Jets. Vera, he's already made his mark in the play-ins. And Berserks, you already know who this guy is.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about these two players who have done so much in the time that they're given. Obviously, you know, with No Namers and Vera, that small amount of time that they've been playing this stage one, he has proven so much that he is such a valuable asset to this team. But when we go on the other side of things, Berserks, he's been longer, and he's also, in that long time, proved why he deserves to be in this roster. Formerly coming from Alter Ego, the team that made it very deep in the LCQ last year for APAC against teams from Japan, from Korea, and the rest of Southeast Asia. And they proved it that they are really one of those teams to look out for, always making it to the C Challengers. And now in APAC, they've kind of grouped up together, made a super team, and I think they are really a super, I guess, performing team as well in terms of what they can accomplish and what their potential is.
One thing that we have to take note about Boom, despite, you know, having so many star-studded members on their roster, they still play like a team. And for No Namers, I feel like that could be one of their greatest takeaways. This could be one of their more inspired performances, because once again, they are punching hella up. This is gonna be the greatest, how would I say, benchmark for them. Again, we expect everybody to perform. This is still the very, very top level, but we cannot emphasize enough how crazy this matchup is gonna be.
Yeah, and this actually begs to ask the question. We've seen how no-namers performed in the play-ins, going up against some of the teams that we have in group stages. No-namers lost to Bleed Esports and Paper Rex in a 2-0 fashion. Do you guys think that they can put up a fight against Boom Esports, at least take a map away from this Indonesian powerhouse?
Is it possible? Yes. Is it probable? Highly unlikely. I really do think that, I mean, you're not even asking my predictions, but I don't think they're going to take a single map against this Boom Esports roster. I know they play really well, but, I mean, they can't even take a map off of Paper Rex and Bleed in their own local qualifiers. That's not a knock on them, but that's just many props to how Boom they can sweep even the top level guys in the entirety of Asia.
Again, there's just so many points that I want to disagree on with Black and Blue just to spice up the panel, but I just really can't. I would love to see no-namers. I think everybody would love to see no-namers take a map, prove that gods can bleed, and I think it's still very much a possibility, but that's kind of relying on the fact on Boom maybe playing on hubris, like, oh, we're Boom, we're top level guys. They know that. They're very aware of that. We saw the player interviews. They were asked if you were going to make a super team, who would be your handpicked players? Like, oh, easy, Boom Esports, right? But yeah, no-namers, this is where they really, really have to turn it up to 15 to make a dent in Boom Esports.
And if you are the guys from No Namers, what map specifically do you want to go up against Boom Esports to get that chance to get that one map away from them?
I mean, the only map that has been looking a bit wayward from Boom lately has been on Bind. They played it versus ONIG, Kingsman, and Bigatron recently, in the past, quarter of the year, and that's the only map where they've kind of looked mortal in. So if there was anything for me, I think the pick here should be for Bind, but knowing that, Boom, okay, they don't ban Bind, so they leave it on the table, so there is that small chance for no-namers to try and take that map, because it's the only map that they don't have a necessarily positive plus-minus on in terms of, their statistics and their win rate as well.
I feel like this could go two ways. If no-namers play this by the stats, they can honestly take the best maps away from Boom, but on the other hand, they should focus on getting the maps they are comfy to play it despite the numbers, because sometimes there are teams like that. Yes, their win rate might not be the best, but the comfort and the adjustability is just so present when we look at it with the eye test. But Boom, they do have the first pick. Honestly, I have no idea how this first one is gonna go, but ideally they might want to get that Ascent going.
I mean, if it isn't Ascent, probably Split, but the Split was already banned, so they actually go with Haven, which is quite curious. We did see them play that against ONIG and Persige and even Bigatron, so lots of big name teams that they did play this map on, and they were able to beat Persige on this map, albeit it was pretty close, 13-10 the last time we did see them play it on. But they're a pretty good Haven team in general, and that is even maybe some of the DNA from the old Alter Ego squad, which is also pretty good on Haven. So now that we have Bind left on the table, I'm going to expect your no-namers. The automatic pick should be Bind, although it's not a great map for no-namers. It is a good map for Boom, though, and they're going to go Ascent. So I think, Raph, they're kind of harping to what you said, where they should focus on their strengths more than the opponent's weakness.
Absolutely. Sometimes that's how it is, especially if you're a competitor. You think about how am I supposed to play against these guys? What's the mechanics of the matchup? And then you kind of forget to highlight your own strength. Again, these are all veteran teams. Boom more so than no-namers, but this isn't a stepping stone for no-namers, no matter how this outcome goes, because once again, it's pretty much a challenge against the gods. Now, we are going to see our third veto here. Boom, they have quite a bit of a selection left on the table. I would expect it to be Breeze or okay, they actually get rid of Bind. Well, bit of a target ban if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, it is a decent map for the side here of no-namers. Not a great map, honestly. They're 50-50 on it. And it is a bad map, more importantly, for Boom. So, and that's saying something, because that's the only map that they're kind of wayward on. They take Icebox out. I'm curious if they go for Fracture, because Fracture right now is a hard 50-50 for some of the teams. It's a big risk, and I would have thought that no-namers would want to take that risk when they're in such a underdog situation as Boom, rather compared to Boom. I'm not sure if they see themselves that way, though, considering how we're going to Breeze, which has also proven to be a very, very reliable map for the Boom Esports squad.
It is, and look, they pick the weak side first, so maybe this is one of those maps where they still pick and prod and somewhat, investigate the approach by no-namers. But this could honestly devolve into a brawl. No matter which team is playing Breeze, that's just the nature of the beast when it comes to that map.
That's going to be a struggle. I don't think that this should devolve into a brawl. I know it is Breeze, but to be frank, no-namers, they are pretty good. Mechanically and all, they've got what it takes. I just don't think they're going to be able to do that style against Boom and succeed. So if they're going to be playing against Boom, they have to take a more cerebral approach. They have to use their strengths and really capitalize on whatever small weaknesses they might find in Boom's game. They're not going to out-aim them, but they got to out-brain them.
We've talked about how creative they can be on the fly, and maybe we could see, sparks of that, maybe even full swing of that as the day progresses, or at least in this series. But again, all of us, every no-namers fan, every no-namers player, every supporter that they have, they're all hopeful. Everybody needs that hope.
Yeah, I mean, you got truth, justice, and a tiny bit of hope there in the end. You're going to have to, I guess, pull out all the superpowers against such a big super team, and I'm pretty sure that no-namers, they're geared up for this game. They're ready for this, albeit we did only have like 2-3 days of a break between their last match until we see them now, so it wasn't much preparation time, but I'm sure that they came in prepared at least in terms of themselves as compared to this specific matchup. So these guys, they know what to bring, and I'm sure they're gonna at least deliver today the best they can.
Fix your hair, King.
Go for it, King. Go ahead and repair those locks. But for no-namers, this is Olympus for them to climb, and it's not an easy climb up there up against Boom Esports. But we have to ask a difficult question, or if it is a difficult question to begin with, who do you guys think is going to come out on top of this best of 3 series? I'll start with you, Raph.
Have you guys been paying attention to the panel chat? I'm kidding. Again, we talked about how strong Boom is. We are really, really hoping for no-namers to take at least one map. That is honestly one of the best outcomes, because if they upset this, that's going to be insane. That's going to be a very, very heavy blow into the morale of quite a lot of people, actually. But yeah, I'm going to say Boom 2-0.
I do think it's very important for them to take a map, although we're not in like a point system format, so it won't ultimately matter. You have to win the series bar none. There's no other result that will really help you. But with that, I do think even if they take a map here, at least in the lower bracket, they're going to have some momentum moving forward. And all that said, I'm really just trying to, I guess, fluff this up. But really what I'm getting towards is Boom 2-0.
Well, I will agree with you guys there. It's a tough task for no-namers. It's a hard mountain to climb, but ultimately, Boom Esports will come out on top of this series. But without further ado, hopefully, no-namers will find their haven in this best of 3 series, because we're hopping into Haven. May the odds be forever on the side of no-namers as they go up against Boom Esports in the group stages, day 2, first game of the series.
Another one of Indonesia's strongest up against an upcomer from MYSG. It's no-namers versus Boom Esports. My name is Asarai. Pleasant day to you all. And of course, joining with me now is Ostrado, rocking that denim jacket. What's up, man?
Why did you say it like with a French accent? Like, I was saying, jacket. Very nice. It's designer. That's why. But again, thank you for joining us, everybody, here today. You're joining me, Illustrato, and of course, Aster. We're going to be your casters in the first series. I'm so excited for this. The panel obviously touched on it. I know that the odds are not really in the favor of no-namers. They're pretty much the heavy underdog in this series. But personally, I'm just so excited to actually get to see Boom play again. This is the roster that we've been waiting for. One of my personal favorites, I think, to make it out of this entire thing. And I think a team that could even potentially defeat Paper X and maybe go through. So I'm very much thrilled to see what they've got to bring to the table. So Asarai, one thing in particular that definitely strikes me with Boom is that we haven't really seen them perform outside of their region that much up until this point. This is going to be really one of their true tests. And after the changing of the roster, after the reformation of their squad, after they melded with Alter Ego and went full Super Saiyan, in the Super Saiyan,
Yeah.
What do you call it? The
Fusion.
Yeah,
There you
after
go.
they went full fusion with with Alter Ego, now they have a chance to show everybody what they've got on APAC, and my God, I'm just so excited for that.
Yeah, very true. It seems like Boom is a team that was designed to win, especially in the APAC Challengers. It's like they were preparing for a bigger tournament, and lo and behold, here exactly they are. What I kind of fear about what's going to happen against their opponents, at least my fears for no-namers coming into this game, is what we saw in the plains was they're very slow team. They're very adaptive, which is I think one of their biggest strengths, but up against an Indonesian team that we've seen, from their own circuit coming into this one, very fast, very aggressive, quick to adapt. How well can no-namers match that pace? I think that's one of the biggest things that we will be seeing in this best of three series moving forward.
Absolutely. Well, we're getting into the game very shortly. Just a little bit of time here for the teams before they actually dive into the server. Any chance here, no namers. You're not nomad. I'm just, I was thinking of no namers and then man, and it just sort of melded into nomad.
Yeah,
Maybe
nomad's
that's
a
how it
no-man.
is. Exactly. He no man. It's very early in the morning, guys. Please forgive us. So what do you see? Do you see any outs? Do you see any win conditions here for no namers? So they have to just, the panel talked about it being just a straight up brawl that maybe they can win. I have to agree with that. I say, okay, maybe it will be a straight up brawl, and that's how no namers can win. But other than that, the options for no namers very, very few and far in between.
Yeah, it really relies. I think since No Namers is still that up-and-coming team, a lot of their power output would be put into two specific players. That would be Temps and Vera. So that's what we saw during the head-to-head versus Berserk's up against Vera, is to how well this Jet duelist can actually entry onto the sides. That's what we saw yesterday with I forgot the match that we saw yesterday when I was casting with, I think that was Tash. Made in Thailand versus Cerberus. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, so I think it really just relies on to how well the Jet can do right now. For Boom Esports, they're really, really scary team to go up against. It's Berserk that we're talking about initially, but they also have Flipshooter as well as Dabatol, who are amazing fraggers.
Honestly, they're all kind of amazing fraggers. I mean, we harken back to a year ago when Blades King was one of the top duelists in the region. And Frostmind was, the young new kid on the block. So it's a very, very star-studded lineup that we have here. We talk about the dream team for Indonesia. This is pretty much it. I don't think you can find a better lineup without making sacrifices for roles within the Indonesian scene. A couple of people that I'd be interested in seeing on the squad, of course, like Elmi Moore, and there's just a couple of other options as well. But I think that this is the dream team. This is this Indonesian super team that we wanted to see. And this is something that I've said about Indonesia, and not just Indonesia, Southeast Asia for the longest of time. If you want to see success in any of these teams, a lot of it is having to put right players in the right teams with the right, other players. Okay, let's make that sound a little bit more codable. It's a lot about putting the right player in the right place. There we go. And I think that Boom Esports managed to somehow do that today, but what is it doing? That's a very different story.
I think to kind of add to what you're describing as terms of analogy, it's like building a watch. Even though I've never built a watch for myself, you got to have the proper gears to make everything turning perfectly as it tries to tell you the time. Well, this is the time to tell that Boom Esports, this iteration, this roster is looking hella cracked, Gilu. So again, not to sound biased or anything, but we definitely know that Boom Esports have a definite one up here. If No Namers had like an interview or something that maybe we'll point out later, I think one of the teams that they're going to be shaking in their boots to go up against is Boom. That being said, when the play-in started, were very unapologetically against No Namers if they were actually going to get out of the play-ins. but slowly but surely they turn into a sweetheart. As you mentioned, the underdogs. And this underdog team can definitely surprise us. And coming into Haven, it's a definite map that they have shown that they got the capacity to actually make work. And it's a map that I feel like they can make work if they don't have that slow start that we saw initially during the play-ins.
Absolutely. You talk about biases and favorite. It's not possible that there is no favorite in this matchup.
There definitely is.
David and Goliath at the very least here boomed. Currently, the Indonesian super team towering over no-namers. So just literally no-namers came out of the woodwork. A lot of people have no idea who they are. They're here to prove that they do have a chance and that they do deserve to be here. Round number 1 as we get into it, and if you're just joining us, this is the APAC Challengers. We're going to be your casters here, Lestrado and Acer, to deliver to you the action as we get into a short. Quick push already coming through. The Boom members, no hesitation. Great entry, leaving Temps all alone. Still 3 more players to find. Vera gets 1, Tailwind on through. Isolated from the rest of his team, but Vera somehow manages to find 1 before he gets another. It's going to be Tempotal. Sean actually with a big 3K. Absolutely out of nowhere is able to pick up a 3rd, secure the pistol round for no-namers.
All those smokes really blotting out the vision of Berserks, and as you mentioned, it's Shun just finding the opportune moment to strike fast and strike hard. Now let's see it's Vera's POV as he tries to just bunker down at the back of the site, get that anchor in, and yeah, all of those smokes giving Shun the right amount of chance, the right amount of time just to sneak up and get that nice little 3-piece to get things started for the no-namers squad. You were talking about how Boom, very explosive, but no-namers come up to play in the defense.
I thought that was all there for Boom. They had the perfect entry.
Oh, yeah.
I just don't think that they expected such a heavy stack on towards that A site. This is already starting to smell like anti-strat to me. This is already starting to smell like no-namers have been watching the VODs and predicted to some degree of, well, a lot of degree of success rather, that Boom would go A. Now they're gonna try to go B. Maybe just get the spike down. People do this on the eco round. It's just like, let's get the spike down. That's pretty much it. If we can do that, it's plus 300. Doesn't even look like they're gonna do that. Oh, they do get 2 kills though, so it is expensive. No spike plant, so no bonus money. But they deny at least a better bonus round from the side of no-namers.
Yeah, and that's given Temps. I'm pretty sure Temps already has his ultimate coming into this 3rd round. He's gotten 3 kills, a couple of deaths in his pocket, but that double swing between him and Vera, talking about how these two will be pivotal points for how well I feel like no-namers will perform throughout the rest of this series, and they immediately come up to play with that nice set of 3 pieces. Actually, even Shun because of that pistol, but now here comes the real challenge. Buy round for Boom, inevitable, and here it is.
Well, they get the gun round now. Not exactly the best of bonus rounds. As we said, we did lose a couple of players, so Shun will be forced to be relegated onto that Ghost, and Vera will be happy to play on that Marshall. Should be able to make things a little bit expensive. Look at the setup here by no-namers. They have committed 3 players, and I like this aggressive 3-player setup here because of the fact that they do need to take that chance. However, it's looking like the rest of the members of Boom, they're just going to go towards C here. Should be a fairly easier site to take, and they should be greeted by an absolutely free site.
Oh yeah, there's nothing left into this. I thought maybe even just chamber traps will be placed there, but it's just garage and mid. Yeah, you mentioned it already. They're just going to use numbers to retake onto the site. This is going to be perfect as the rest of the no-namers squad will be just charging in through garage here. Boom have an inkling about this, and they've set up a couple of crossfires. Nice molly, but Flipster are actually still tucked away in the corner of this one. They might not know about this. The recon dart, though, forces them out, and that's a good start here for no-namers. They line up beautifully as they take them down 1 by 1.
No way. They've actually managed to turn this bonus round into a very good chance, especially after that. But Tempotal here to level things out. 1v1, they get it to half. So danger territory. It's pretty much safe right here. He's going to try to stick it. He almost turns his back and hopes to God that Tempotal can't see him. If I can't see you, you can't see me. But it's a 4K from Tempotal. And now he's 8-2 at the 3rd round. Okay, well, yeah.
You can't fake a CSGO veteran. It don't work that way. It just don't. he sees the spike right in front of him.
Yeah. I think Sean actually should have just taken the fight, tapped it a little bit longer. Obviously, it's a very difficult situation since they don't have any smokes or whatever. But I think he would have had time to take a fight and then defuse, since he did get it to half anyway. But it's a good chance. It's a good try. You turned your back away. Hopefully, it's like kind of when you cover your eyes and be like, you can't see me.
Is that a John Cena reference?
No. But it could be.
It could be. Well, to be fair, he was hiding as well in the corner. He thought that maybe Tebatol would, what's the word here, bite the bait, that he's actually off the tap on the spike and he's waiting for him. But yeah, you mentioned it. Tebatol had like vision on everything, nothing left to the imagination. So it was very easy for him to just read the situation out and act accordingly.
Yeah. And also he had vision of the spike sort of getting diffused anyway.
Exactly that.
Good read here from No Namer, so they've already stacked A. They have 4 players on this. Boo Esports looking fairly readable at this point, but with the crossfire pull, doesn't look like it. 3 players get mowed down. They'll have Temps up in this corner, and they check him. So it's a great defensive read. It's a great defensive stack. But it doesn't matter when Boomer just hitting all the shots.
I think it was because Temps also flashed. So Boom was like, yo, where's the last sky here? And he was like, okay, probably it has to be short. Somewhere on sewer. The timing, Vera misses, whips the shot. Tebatol trying to bait him out, even forcing him to use even more bullets. Once again, he's down to 2. Vera still has a dash to get out of this one. But now, he is getting hunted like the dog that he is. Good shot for the first. Able to dash away, can pick up the Vandal if he wants to. But again, this is a very difficult game of cat and mouse. Tag, I see you, but Vera still gets out! Oh, 5 more seconds! He has a nice little corner. Vera, good on the save with the operator. Smooth.
Yeah, that certainly felt like a gauntlet to run. Excuse me, my mic kind of almost fell off the hook there. But yeah, it's kind of a gauntlet to run just to save that operator. But I do have to give massive props to the side of no namers. They once again show that they're ready for the reads. They know how to actually stack the correct sites. And the crossfire, however, just got dismantled here by Boom Esports. A lot of big props to the entry. Great opening on Berserks, who manages to just simply walk into the site and decapitate the members at an end. On the other side, however, no namers. I wouldn't say they're completely out of it just yet. The fact that they do save that operator means that they have a chance, a sliver of hope in this round. If they can land the early shots, they're going to need to bring it back early, though. So they're going to need to start off with maybe 1 pick or 2 if they want to potentially win.
Ooh, timing from Blaze King. That gives them the information that the operator is there. Do they know the 4-stack is going to be on the C side? I like the setup here for No Namers as they put all the traps just on B to alert the rest while they just try to stack up. But Boom Esports, cautious, knows about this one. Oh, Sky inside the smoke himself, a criminal, but Boom Esports read the situation. Berserks has to trade his life off, but it's a clean round nonetheless, as Vera once again forced back to save this sniper.
They do. And once again, Veras is going to be sort of waiting, hoping that he's going to survive this time. Eldron should spot him.
Oh, no.
He misses the Eldron. That's so bad for him because now he's getting... There's a lot of seconds that he's going to be pinged up for a lot of information on where he is. He's no way he survives this. I just don't see a world where he does. If he manages to make this escape, I'm going to start calling him Houdini.
Not this time.
Okay. Nope.
There it is. Yeah. With his death, a red tree appears. Blood has been spilled this morning.
Oh dear.
Lord of the Rings reference, but
yeah, you're old. That's why I was just like, damn.
You can never
I
stop
respect. I didn't want to acknowledge it because I didn't want to show that I got it and like very easily knew the reference, but I guess we're out and now we know. Now people know we're old.
It's okay. We're in that sweet spot where we're old, but not old enough that we're uncool.
Well, I don't know about that because I talk to my cousins a lot who are like the young kids, the Gen Zs, and they're like, dude, you are lame. Like, I show them like a Pokemon tattoo I have, and they're like, people still like Pokemon? It's lame, bro. And then I just judge them.
Oh man, I think that's a cool tattoo.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They also us boomers got to stick together.
Yeah. Well, that's why we're seeing Boom Esports stick together as well, you know, as a
Boomer
super
Esports.
team.
You think that's what they'll
Boomer
change their
Esports.
name into, like, after being together for a long, long time?
Yeah, they probably will, you know, somewhere down the road.
Down you go.
Oh, great
Ooh,
shot
what a
from
tap.
Sky. And he even has the orbital strike now, so if they tap that spike, be sure that he will tap the iPad. Vera, oh, cheeky little boy. We'll see if this judge will find its execution. Nah. Boom. Back away smartly enough. They're going to go for a default on the A site, but no namers, they can hear everything. And 30 seconds on the clock. This is going to be the full commit, and Sky now using everything he has just to delay them. That recon dart from his teammate, making it even better for him to become the smoke criminal. Temps alongside, getting all the kills. And now the flank from Vera comes through. He does get shut down, though. 16 seconds. Not enough time to plant the spike, but maybe enough time to actually make this an expensive endeavor as Blaze King comes in. Fury and all. And he can actually make this work. 8 seconds. Now peeked out. Maybe the wall bang. No time to plant.
No time.
at all.
He missed it. He missed it by like a fraction of a second.
He hurt him.
Doesn't matter. Oh my god. Well played from Shun. Just a little bit unfortunate, Tebatol, though. I do have to point out, once again, standout performance. Now he's in 11-2.
That's a good spot.
That ain't right. It's been it's definitely a great performance from him. And if you talk about Boom Esports and the individual members of who can just step up here, literally anybody could. But we do have to go back. Shun, I can't believe he just stayed alive for that. And I can't believe he won that off the back of a patience play. Because sometimes all you need is patience. That's right.
Yeah, definitely it is, right? You know, you just gotta wait for the right moment to strike.
Does this apply to other facets of your life as well?
I hate you. I hate you so much. I know what you're actually talking about. It is an inside joke, and I don't want to let chat in on this. But
oh yeah, no, we're
I know
not
what
doing
you're talking.
that.
Yeah, we're
This
definitely
is
not
for
doing that. Okay, but I really do like how you pointed out the patience there from Shun. Though on the flip side for Boom, Blaze King, Spider Sense's tingling just clear out all the, I'd say, the common spots to check for defenders. That was a nice crossfire that that no namers had, but Boom just dismantled it, and it was very close for Comfort, to be honest.
Oh, Frostmine on the lurk is able to deny too. Fantastic job of cutting down the numbers of no namers. 3v5 here, and they're gonna take so much longer on this retake. Just because of that one play and because of their economy being broken, I dare say, at this point in the round, maybe call for a save.
That could be what Doctor will order, because they've already lost so much economy.
Yeah,
and there's
it's the right call.
They haven't even found anything yet, and this would be actually not impossible if they didn't even find Frostmine, who got 2 kills already in mid. So they would be afraid of like a backstab if they try to just swing out all their way through defender's spawn. So they just have to check their backs and everything. There's not enough time. It's just very much pain in the behind. Yeah, exactly.
You can say butt.
Yeah, I like behind.
Yeah,
it's much.
Okay,
It sounds.
behind is,
I don't know,
behind
more
is good.
sophisticated.
Gluteus Maximus.
Headshot. Yes, the thickest of Gluteus Maximuses.
Oh God! All right, well.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna get called out.
It's actually a specific muscle, by the way.
It is. It is.
Yeah. 11-2. I am thoroughly enjoying the thrashing, the trashing that Tebatol is just dishing out onto everybody. Yeah. Because we talk about Boom Esports, he's not exactly the first player to come to mind. When you're talking about Boom Esports, I mean, yeah, Tebatol's an amazing player, but when you talk about Boom Esports, Flips Jadder, who was basically one of the best Indonesian players ever since starting from last year. You talk about him, you talk about Berserks, who was just this phenomenal entry, shifting on over from Alter Ego. And then, yeah, basically those two really come to mind first. And then, of course, Blaze King. Tebatol is not the first or even second or even third player I'd mention on the Boom Esports roster first. But it just goes to show you how robust that roster is. And we know how important, you know, robustness is to you, Farewell.
Yeah, that aside,
I'm gonna take a low five for that one.
Yeah, you get a pass for that one. That was unexpected. Yeah, but I do understand the premise about that. Tebatol has been, you know, when Alter Ego was having a lot of issues, Tebatol actually stepped up as, I believe, the duelist raise for them. So he really has shown his range and adaptability to the team. Because again, that's what we always want to see, right? Is how well you can adjust for the team. And he's really come into his own with all of that adjustment going in from duelist to the controller role. And as you mentioned, he hasn't been very explosive, but it really shows how much aggression he can actually make because he does have that duelist tendency. He's not really afraid to just get map control by himself, and it allows Boom to do just this. He sneaks up on C and allows the rest of Boom to follow through right after.
Yeah, absolutely. What's another great fake here for the side of Boom? They managed to force a rotation. Everybody was on it, but that also means that there's so many members alive here for no-namers. There's a lot of utility left for Boom to stall this out. Nano Swarm has come through. Cloud Burst, they can't even get it to half. The Hunter's Fury as well to secure the round. Don't think that, yeah, this is pretty much done and dusted here. Boom Esports, no way, absolutely no chance in hell that they do not win this round. Time ticks away, though. Oh my god, DXN getting the his first kill of the game. Ending up in a triple, still not enough for them to get this round, and they still managed to make it, I'd say, rather competitive, even though they were out of position, even though they were at lesser weaponry. They get a 3-5, and almost get the defuse on, but obviously close but no cigar.
Yeah, something that I didn't see from yesterday's matches is the micro tendencies for some teams to just hold some angles and whatnot. Frostmind, if you saw him, he was trapped on Cubby on C long, but he didn't start peeking out when he was tagged by that recon dart. He waited for his teammate to go and get that 2 kills, and then he tried to make something happen. This is what you see when a team just has really locked and loaded their synchronicity, their synergy, and it works so well that no-namers should win some of these fights. But because of, again, just how Boom approaches these micro engagements, it just works so well for the Boom roster.
Oh, dash in already.
There it is.
Okay, orbital strike. Yeah, you mentioned this earlier. Comes down to timing, and it was timed very well. Unfortunately, not able to net them a kill. Still a 4v5. Hunter's Fury, though. So much utility being used here. Will it get them a kill? No, it's not. It's going to bring someone down low. Sky's happy to pick it up. Berserk's getting the adjustment. That's the trade here. A little bit too early, a little bit too eager for the most part, as Frostmind does go for that flank. He will send somebody on the long flank. That's Vera. He goes all the way towards the back here, hoping to catch somebody off, but he does get spotted off. That's going to be the lockdown to buy them even more time. Boom Esports are staggering their utility fantastically round after round.
Does he know? Oh, I love the proactiveness here for Boom. They just don't like stay within the ultimate, and they actually try to get more active map control. And look at how much they've gotten actually around. Frostmind, who was on the B side, has already wrapped all the way through Garage. There's one holding Blaze King on the window, and this is just going to pinch them down. Shundo, good on the reactionary, but again, they don't know that Frostmind is coming in from the backside. They can't take down Blaze King, but here comes Frostmind, and that shock dart! He doesn't even need the killjoy here for Boom, and they take the round regardless.
That's insane. Blaze King knows that he was about to die. That's so insane. Blaze King knows he was about to go down. He was about to get rushed. Pulls out the shock dart anyway, knowing that it should be enough to get the spike. Or at least I'm hoping that was the play, because he lifted that bow and arrow up and hoped for the best. Said a prayer to the Valorant gods, and they answered back. Even though he sacrificed his life for it. My life for the round. And he won it.
Well, sometimes you just gotta trade your life for the horde.
For the horde.
It's the best line I've ever heard when I was young for some reason. Oh, it's super cool. Yeah. Oh, DXN. He's waiting. Man, everybody just jumps out of Garage, like thinking that somebody would have pushed out. And every single time that Boom have done this, they were actually correct. Because that one was DXN. I think a few rounds ago, that was Sky. So we really do see Boom Esports just don't know, for lack of a better term, just experience.
Rendezvous out. As it's, again, another great read from Boom Esports to find an open site. How many times have they found open sites? And I don't even think it's because NN are happy to play for retake. It doesn't seem like they're comfortable on playing the retake. But still, they're getting the kills. Great flash as well onto Blaze King. Now this is the best chance that No Namers has had it in a while, but can't Batal do anything about it. Oh, he does get tagged, but okay, the tour de force able to take him down, flashing through. Good tap from Flips Jadder, fully blind in the second one. Nice adjustment, 1v1 right now. They know where DXN is. And Flips Jadder wins it with a big triple kill, getting him a Vera Esports clutch. I thought that was going to go to No Namers for sure, but boom, they deny.
Oh man, Flips Jadder, before that, told you, Vera and Temps are the key to success here for No Namers. They create so much tension wherever they go, but Flips Jadder is just a whole different level. Oh, he actually spotted his opponent coming in through there and finds a cheeky little off angle to spot out DXN, who, at least for now, hasn't really found value with this operator. I think the one big factor for DXN, why he's missing a lot of these shots, is just his reaction time is just a tad bit slower than the rest of all these fraggers from Boom. It's as simple as that. But because of it, he hasn't really found any luck with his tour de force, which relies a lot on his reactionary.
I also think it has a lot to do with the positioning here, especially on that last shot. DXN has information on where the opponent is. It doesn't feel like he's 100% comfortable. He slow peeks into that angle. Just a little bit of... Okay, they're so ready for it. No Namers. They stacked 4 players outside Garage. So saving grace in this round, there's a lot of time for this retake, and they already have Temps in the back. But the Cosmic Divide making things interesting here as Seekers do come through. You're gonna have to be forced back with Blaze King yet again. He's able to keep things going for his team. 2v4. Frost Mind, nice adjustment onto 1. Can't find any more than that. Blaze King, will he have the utility? They see him. They know he's done here. But this is a great round for No Namers. They hang on for one more and they get a 7-4. So regardless of what happens to the next one, it's going to be a respectable halftime score.
Oh yeah, I gotta say, No Namers, even though they're playing at the back end of things, and we mentioned how we are just hardly favoring Boom Esports too, basically win this. I told you, their adjustment is incredible. Even against these much more dominant teams, they just knew that since Boom Esports love to go for that aggressive map control bit by bit, and they like to spread out, they just wait a little bit, and it works out for them. How long or how many times they can keep doing this against Boom is only a matter of how much Boom figures it out themselves. But for now, No Namers really getting some sneaky and well-taken rounds.
Well, the rounds have been very, very close, like you mentioned. And I do think a lot of it, No Namers is starting to warm up.
Get out of my way!
To be a little bit cold at the very start of this game. Now, I feel like they're settling into their skin a little bit more than this. But Boom Esports, they're starting off hot. The fact that No Namers are actually keeping this map very competitive and quite close is already a sigh of relief for me. It's a good sign. And at least there might be a couple of upsets in this group stage. But Temps, great read. Is able to get the kill close onto Berserks. Unfortunately, Shan was a little bit too far for the refrags, and so B-side is going to completely be open.
You don't have any flashes. It's all about the dry peek, but Vera sneaks one in perfectly there. We do have Blaze King delaying them even further, which does allow his teammates to start working their magic onto the C side. Shun is already here, does have Shock Dart, maybe can use it to delay the plant on the spike, or just try to creep one in. Smoke, not yet there, and they might not even know that he's here, but, well, now he gets his vision blotted. Leaves us into the 3 versus 3. Blaze King, though, very delayed on the lurk, but DXN is actually looking right behind. The timing is going to be crucial. You need that camera for Blaze King for sure.
Yeah, they see the lurk coming in through. So Blaze King right now, he's just buying time. They're going to send one player to deal with him, but they haven't found Blaze King, and it doesn't matter because Tepet's holding the front, most of the rest down. And it's another perfect hold on that post plan for Boom Esports. No name again, if I'm going to summarize this game up, is that No Namers, they've done their homework, they know what to do to play against Boom, but Boom are winning anyway. It's so difficult to play against them regardless if you know how to anti-strat. Actually, a lot of the rounds are being anti-stratted by no-namers, very handily so. They're making the right calls, they're making the right early reads, but Boom still wins.
Yeah, angles for Boom and everything just works fantastically well for them. It feels like no-namers, they're ready for the first part, you know, the first movie, but they're not ready for the butt clencher that is the second movie, the sequel, exactly. They think that, oh, there's like two on this, there's probably all of them on the C site. We can start working our magic. They're starting to take a breath before they charge right in, and then immediately Base King comes out from the back, throws out a recon, and then they're stressed already. What are we going to do? Can you win this? There's not enough time, DX, and you got to move forward. And again, Boom are finding targets, isolating fights against members of no-namers that for some reason haven't won a lot of these 1v1 battles. And again, biggest example, DXN versus any member of Boom.
Oh, it's now 8-4, and like I said, decent halftime score, regardless of the outcome. But I do think it could have been a much better outcome for no-namers. We, harken back to the rounds that we saw previously. I think three rounds, maybe even 4, could have actually went the way of no-namers by a very tiny margin. So this could have actually been an 8-4 the other way. It's a very good thing for not just, no-namers, but for the entire SG Malaysia scene that they're like, you know what? Even if we're not Paper Rex, we can actually still keep up with Boom Esports.
Hey, man. Southeast Asia has a lot of regions that are very, very good. Yeah, even though we have a smaller player base, compared to the rest of the world, there is a hell of a lot of talent here. Even South Asia, since we haven't really casted the local scene at all, it's the other talents from South Asia scene, excuse me. They do a really heck of a good job just showing up how strong these other less, televised regions are. But Riot's done a good job at just making sure that we know that they're actually really good regions themselves.
Well, to be fair, I think the VCC South Asia did have the highest viewership of all the regional sub-regional leagues.
Oh yeah, South Asia region is crazy with
that's. Oh dear. Well,
yeah.
Sometimes it just happens, Temps.
Happens that Vera? Ooh. Okay. He doesn't have a dash anymore. 9 bullets in the chamber. Berserk, though, is actually pretty low. The timing is going to be so damn crucial. They've doubled up. That was a really, really good fight from Boom. And no-namers, interestingly enough, haven't really pinched through on A-Long here. They're a little bit more afraid about what could have happened if they start pushing on A-Long, but they might need to actually take the risks on this one. Now they're starting to push through.
30 seconds.
There's the stim beacon. Sky coming into the corner here very fast, and they can't really do too much. Blaze just about to create a bit of embers here and there, but Sky showing how well their pistols can really work out, and Tabitov can't transfer onto the last target, and that's going to be another beautiful pistol for no-namers.
Yeah, no-namers definitely taking the pistol round is a big, big chance for them to come back into the series. Well, not entirely come back, but make a better argument for the second half. Should be seeing an 8-6, and with only a 2-round deficit, anything is really possible at this point. I do want to see how no-namers feels on the attacking side, whether they're more comfortable, whether they're just that much more structured, or whether they just want to play a little bit gung-ho. Because if you talk about maps like Haven, like these bigger style maps, it really can be quite an expository experience where you see a lot of the faults in a team in their positioning, in their zoning from one another.
Yeah.
Let's see if no-namers, they've got that. So they're pushing towards B. Flips, Jadur is ready to deny one, but the counter push is so immediate. Crossmine's able to respond with one, and the Classics are actually doing the trick. I think a little bit haphazardly, a little bit headlong, with no-namers approach this round, and so they're kind of wait or hold passively because they've already brought it down to a 2v3.
At least the spike is planted for open, so they can make it still work.
Oh no.
Oh, he's charging right in. Timing is going to be crucial, but Blaziken actually even finds a Spectre and 1 HP, single digit. And even just, again, that one touch, that one hair, enough to break his bones down in this round, but he still clutches up. Is that a shock dart? No, it's not.
No, like I said, man, they're like the singlest of digits, the asteroid of numbers.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, lovely.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. I feel you, man. I know. I know
There,
where this is coming from.
I'm just, yeah. I just had to bring that out there.
Yeah.
5-9, and it was that was a great thrifty steal from No Namer. Sorry, excuse me, from Boom. And I do have to attribute it to the great positioning that they had. Although I do think Astra, they kind of rushed the push on towards B, right? They didn't have enough bodies to hold the site and support them, and everybody just died to classics.
They really did. It felt like, again, because they rushed in, the efficacy of classics just went straight up. Because if you had information, it would be much easier to just, anticipate where opponents will just try to right-click you. And because you try to rush into B and there's already players there, it's so much more dangerous to actually go against classics, because on the hands of a right person, it actually does have, again, what's the word here? Total lethality. So that was just weird from No Namers.
Yeah, a little bit strange.
Yeah.
And I think after that, they're happy to use this round as like a timeout, on the ego, just to talk amongst each other and figure out their approach for the rest of the game. It's kind of like a pseudo timeout that we're seeing. It's like, they're going to burn down the clock. Instead of calling an actual timeout, they're just going to use this time.
30 seconds left.
This isn't an actual timeout. Just saying.
Yeah,
but they have their knives out, so they are definitely...
Maybe it is? No, I'm not sure.
Huh? Do they call a timeout?
Maybe
Wait,
like
12 seconds left. Oh, okay, there's something up there. I take that back. There's obviously something happening here.
Yeah. All right, they're just looking at each other.
All right. Actually, no. This is the next level strat. This is the this is the big brain strat that's gonna get Southeast Asia to win champions.
Just to knives out,
No, you befriend the opponent. You go
in
up
game
to them,
and out of game.
in game and out of them, and then you diffuse the spike.
Oh no!
And you win through the power of friendship and peace.
Man. We kind of waste time on just talking about how this is so smart. They're just taking their time a little bit, making use of this round. It's what other players have done, like CS:GO from time to time, just to kind of recuperate.
Nope.
They don't want to use their
they're
time
just hanging out.
So we look like total donkeys in terms of what we just talked about. Donkey!
Donkey! This is what happens when it's this is what happens when the call time is before noon. Okay, so get off my mountain, get off my swamp.
Oh no!
I love Shrek. Shrek is life.
Oh no! Yeah, it definitely is. Oh, there you go. Yes, the police baton,
and it's green because Shrek.
A security guard on the Philippines. So for Westerners who don't know what that means, we have security guards here at every establishment that have this. I don't know what they call it. I just call it like a police baton, but it's not the correct term.
It is a police. It's just a baton.
Yeah, so it's supposedly supposed to scan if there's something dangerous inside your.
Right.
Your
what? Yeah.
belongings.
What is that?
Yeah. It's
like
because a police baton is like this thing that you whack, so it's more of like a melee weapon. But
yeah, it's like a bing. Then a whack.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. What do they call that?
Police scanner? No, that's
that's what Spider-Man uses to find the rest of the crimes in New York City.
Oh yeah, I actually just had enough time to watch No Way Home recently. It's pretty good. All of the surprises are actually really, really good. If you're a fan of all the Spider-Man movies you've ever watched, it's a delight. Set things up for Multiverse of Madness, where one of my favorite actors, Benedict Cumberbatch, is going to be just doing good for him. I love them since Sherlock.
I love Sherlock too.
Hell yeah.
Something is definitely going on here. So we're taking a little bit of a technical pause. Kind of just hang out with us for a second here as we get back into the game. I think we're going to go back to our faces in a few.
Yeah.
So just hang in there.
Yeah. We just chilling for a little bit, guys. Apologies for that, if ever. So it do be like that sometimes. But we chilling. It's a whole day of Valorant action. So, you know, if we're in for a ride, so just hope you can buckle up. If you guys are watching, secret tactic, you can put the browser on like your secondary monitor, press F11, and it actually like full screens everything. I know like Twitch has that own full screen button, which is F, but I use like this extension that allows me to control the volume much easier. And F11 just kind of bypasses that and makes everything full screen, so it's pretty cool. Oh, can we actually mention that now? What the tech issue was?
Yeah, sorry, we are actually getting back, and I was just getting a message. Apparently, we do have to roll back around, so we do have to go back a little bit just to check out what's happening. Not entirely sure as to why. I think we're getting pinged right now, so the particular details. Not okay. We'll find out in a second, but we do have to go back around, rewind time, run it back, if you will. For and that's something I haven't heard in a while. Maybe somebody will pick Phoenix again.
Yeah,
someday.
All right, so there was a tech issue where one of the players was experiencing some connectivity spiels and whatnot. So we're just gonna fix that. As Illustrator mentioned, we're gonna go maybe roll back one round. And what was it or anything? It was like 10-5 or 10-4. Roger, copy that. But yeah. So for now, we're just waiting.
Yeah, we're just hanging out here. So hang out with us on Twitter or just in general. You know, come over the Philippines.
Oh yeah. With all of that being said, you know, while we are still just waiting, we'll probably might as well just talk about again the newest patch, because there literally isn't anything else to talk about while we're chilling like villains here. That's a song also from the Philippines. What do you think about, again, Astra as an agent, or maybe a possibility of a Yoru coming into play?
A possibility of a Yoru? Did you say Yoru? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, I did.
So yeah, you know what? I think Yoru is actually much more viable now. You know, you and I have been playing a lot over the off stream, and it's so annoying because like the fake Yoru, it really does mess with your head. Like I have shot at the Yoru so many times already. Personally, I think it's a lot of great changes. I do think the approaches to it are very good.
Yeah,
I do think that the Astra should be coming into play yet again. They may or may not have over-nerfed her. But if I'm being honest, I do still think there's a lot of value in that Astra. A lot of value in having, just those stars to be placed anywhere on the map. So I still think it's going to be a very useful thing. As to whether people have figured out how to use them or not so much. But what I am liking for 100% certain is that Omen is back. And the fact that Omen is back means that we're seeing a lot more teams that, historically have tended to play more aggressive on the controllers.
Yeah.
Start to come back and play that aggressive controller yet again. Which is good for a lot of the teams that, rely on that heavy aggression. We talk about teams, maybe like Paper Rex, or even harken back to Team Secret, who used to run that Omen back on Borkum way in the day. And they would sort of leave Borkum on the lurk with Omen, and he was really amazing at it. So maybe you'll get to see glimpses of that yet again.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. I personally actually was an Omen main myself before the hard nerfs came in. It was really difficult to enjoy him, when there was again, the Astra just being a better agent. Actually, I stayed away from the controller for the most part, just because I wasn't really a big fan of using the Astra. I would pick her up from time to time, but what I'm just pointing out here is I really like the versatility and the options that you do have once again with all of these controllers up and running. If you're not really a big fan of Brimstone, you want a little bit more dueling potential, but you can't pick up a Jet Raze because somebody insta-locked it. Omen is a really, really strong agent right about now, especially that he can actually set things up for himself and the rest of his team quite nicely, since they actually also fixed his paranoia issues, similar to how Breach was before with his fault line. Before, if he actually charges it right in front of him, whoever was his teammate that's directly right in front would actually get hit. It was very awkward, but now with the paranoia also having that change, it really has given Omen a lot of options with or without teammates. And again, if you're not really the big fan of the Breach, not the Breach, but the Brim Steam Beacon, Omen does give you a lot of things that you can do, and it's hella fun, to be honest.
I'm just checking on the messages that we get right here just to see what's going on. It's taking a little bit of time for and exactly wondering what's happening. We do have words. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna have changes here. Not entirely sure what's gonna be going on for now, so just hang out with us. Yeah, Asurai, I hope you've had your breakfast.
Oh yeah,
it's gonna be one of those days.
Yeah, I'm a thankfully I'm a morning person, so I woke up pretty early. Got all of my things in order, so I got you can just see your pain. But I'm actually really good. So I got like all that breakfast, got in a bit of workout, and started practicing on other things that are with like 4 wheels that is making me trip up.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm still not good with balancing on it, so yeah. 4 wheels.
Wondering how. Ooh. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Roll 8. Okay, well, I think we might be going to a short break in just a second because we have no idea how long this technical pause will be going on through. So, we'll just see how that plays out. But a big shout out to everybody who's still hanging out and waiting with us. While we sort these things out. We do have quite a little bit of time to burn, so if you haven't gotten your lunches yet, if you haven't gotten all the snacks that you've prepared for the rest of the day, not time to get them, because I have this feeling, Asurai, not a feeling, I know in my bones, I know it in my marrow that we're going to be seeing a very long game.
Yeah, true enough. And again, we did see how there is that adjustment from no-namers with how well they can adapt to the situation, right? We mentioned how it really was kind of, what's the word here? How difficult it would be in terms of the speed. And we did see that for a few moments. But again, you really have to commend how well no-namers try to understand their opponents, whether it's from VOD reviews or anything, or actually even in-game. It really has shown that this team is a team that you actually would love because they're very endearing in terms of how they just approach these fights. And Temps and Vera have really stepped up to create tempo for their team. So with all that being said, guys, we're just going to go for a break and take a bit of a breather here. Hopefully when we come back, the issues have been dealt with and we can get back into this first game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a short while. We are back. Just a quick little break there for you guys. And again, we are about to resume the first game in this best of 3 between No Namers and Boom Esports. With all that being said, we did mention how there will be a possibility, I think. We still have to confirm if we will be rolling back one of the rounds. So from, I believe, a 10-5, it will be 10-4 once again because one of the players had some technical issues on their end.
Yeah, it's really just a matter of time before, we get to see what actually happens. So bear with us. Trust us, none of us like this whole waiting game too. It's really just the best thing that we can hope for. So we genuinely hope that you do stay with us for, this entire technical break. We'll go straight into the game, however. So I think we are about ready to dive back into it.
Yeah, we are. Oh, so it wasn't a 10-4 or 10-5. It was 9-5. Apologies on my end. Anyways, here it is once again. The quick charge out and flip shooter
as
well as Berserks. They really were. And Sky anticipating maybe another flash to come through or at the tail end of the first flash. Regardless of what is going to happen, Temps is already pretty out of it and maybe a stab.
Well, you weren't wrong with the 10-5, I think.
Yeah.
Now going back to it, it should be the case right now as we go into the next. It's really a matter of a quick round here. I don't think that the scoreline updated. I think we have to get that checked a little bit.
Yeah. So, regardless if whichever, we still just have to wait a bit, but Boom have already picked up the round regardless, and it is looking quite fantastic for them. Seems like we are going to be starting this one right now. Hold on for the HUD or the UI and everything, guys, but yeah, it's still not set properly, but regardless, there is going to be the buy round now for No Namers. Pretty spread out. Flipsitter as well as Berserks have actually tripped their way in using Tebatol's smoke to actually start sneaking their way through. They've already tagged a couple. Spot out Vera, who's just running for dear life, and DXN can't really help out his comrade. Seeker's pushing him even further back onto the spawn as the Trailblazer gets all the information, spots out 2, and Berserks holding the angle, seeing if No Namers will bite the bullet just to get this peek. And yeah, there's a takedown onto DXN. The flash to push away the rest, but Boom Esports, they've already gotten all the good positions, as well as the double takedown there. Flipsitter as well as teammate, now just getting pick after pick. And No Namers, they've really just given up on this round as they lost Vera and DXN very earlier on.
Great setup there towards Ilong. The quick 1-2 punch from the side of Boom Esports from Flipsitter and Berserks. One thing that's quite clear to see from the Boom Esports roster, Tebatol, Blaze King, they're stepping. I'm surprised by how much Blaze King has climbed up that rank, that scoreboard. You talk about Tebatol, who was virtually uncontested by anybody in the server for a good number of rounds, and now Blaze King is right above him. Berserks, a lot of the time he's at the top of the top of the scoreboard, but this time he doesn't have to do all that heavy lifting for his team. There's the rest of his team who is certainly picking up the pieces. This goes to show how well-rounded this Boom roster can be.
Speaking of well-rounded, they've used a 3-man push onto C Long. They've actually started to get aggressive, as the smoke from Sky did force them to just be a little bit antsy. He only used the 1. There's still 2 more, but the Nanoswarm was not detected by Vera. Delays the rest of No Namers even further. And you can see already the 3-man crossfire. If they start pushing in, Flipsitter would have free range just to throw out a flash here, but Temps finds him really quickly. They can pick up this Vandal now, and they start working their magic onto the C side. Frostbine's been stunned. He can't really get out, and it's all left into the hands of Tebatol, who just gets painted by Vera with a beautiful dash from this player. And now, a Thrifty possibility for No Namers.
Well, Thrifty is definitely in the books. And if there's any one thing, I think, aside from maybe an ace clutch, that can truly emblazon a team and send them forward, skyrocketing, it's got to be a Thrifty round. This can build up their confidence. Basically, fire catching fire. Just throwing a little bit of utility out just to make sure, but they've gotten this round already. There's a save call on the other side. But yeah, it's a very well-earned round from No Namers here. And if there's anything that they need, it's rounds like these.
He misses. Oh, tagged him too.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. You can see Vera's like just one hair away from dying.
I know, he was low
Blaze King
before
is on the corner. Oh, okay. Let's see. Dance of Death. Nope. Nope.
Well, at least they save it. They save the Operator and the Vandal, so it's going to be quite the healthy economy for no-namers because obviously they went thrifty. What was that shot? Did he see his foot or was that a random guess?
He saw his outline, but I actually didn't expect it to be a headshot, to be honest. It looked like it was
Looked like a stray bullet, right? Because
yeah.
I don't think that the accuracy of the Sheriff was fully reset just yet.
Yeah. But you know what? He got the reaction. He still got the headshot. That was amazing.
Yeah.
No namers still have to deal with the Operator defense of Berserks.
Sometimes you need a little bit of luck. I could use a little bit of luck.
Yeah. But you know, even if you're lucky, or if you know you're 100% lucky, then that's not luck at all. That's skill, bruh. I don't know where I'm going.
No, I'm just gonna agree. I'm just gonna nod and agree with you, man.
Smile and wave, boys.
Smile and wave. Wait, who says that again? I can't remember.
Skipper.
Skipper?
Yeah. From POM. You know what POM is?
No.
Penguins of Madagascar.
Right.
All right, good shot from Berserk.
Oh my god. Okay, well played then. But they go towards that A side here. Crossfire. Yet again, it holds true.
Oh,
and they are
my goodness.
desperately trying to find Berserk, so not the support system around him. So instead, mowed down here. Match point now for Boom Esports. They were looking to make this a quick game.
Lovely stuff. And you mentioned it perfectly. They just were so aggressive and hungry just to get the kill onto Berserks that Blaze King just had all this free space to just keep peeking in and out. Nobody actually even pinching from short there, as no namers just committed to the fight through a long. That being said, it's not a bad idea, but the big problem is they just were again so thirsty to get the pick off as they just round right through the side, unfortunately.
Another buy around here, another chance for no namers, but they start with a loss onto one. Hunter's Fury ringing true. Does get a tag. Doesn't get a kill. His attempts is gonna go for 1-for-1. It's a 3v4 right now. Trailblazer towards that B side, not gonna get information, but the rest of the members of No Namers, they're gonna be gathering here towards the garage. That flash didn't spot anybody, so it might give a false sense of security to Boom Esports.
Drone also not going to give any information at all. Berserks hasn't really found anything on long, and now they've... Oh, what? Tebatel still wins that long engagement? He might even hit a headshot here. Doesn't, but still does the damage onto Shun. Flipshooter will not have his flash for at least a few more seconds, but that's about that. Shun is just creeping into the site, not knowing that Logs is going to smack him right in the face. Flipshooter finds the final kill, and first game will be had by Boom Esports.
Oh, Boom Esports deservedly taking that victory pretty much handily. So as we get back into the series, currently 1-0, Boom Esports very successful on that take, 13-6. And what a great run here for the side of Boom Esports, showing this is kind of exactly what we expected to see in, even in the panel. So nothing a little bit too crazy right there. There were a lot of hopeful rounds, and I do think it could have been much closer than it actually was had a few of those moments went towards the side of No Namers.
I think No Namers still did a fantastic job in this one, even though the score says 13-6. They did about everything right. I think the problem now lies that there were just some players that got caught way too early and just didn't know what their reactionary was. You saw there was aggressive smokes by Boom Esports to get much aggressive control onto A main. DXN as well as Vera didn't really contest that too much. They didn't recall Temps or Shun to maybe use a smoke or a recon dart maybe a few seconds after the smoke was there to check it out, because that was what Berserks and Flipshooter just waiting at the corner just to flash an op. It was again, some of these like minute differences that I felt like no-namers just needed to experience and know to kind of just move forward and deal with it. But regardless, they still did a fine enough job. 13-6 is not bad, and again, it is that best of 3 series.
Yeah. Well, best of 3 indeed. As we get onto the second game of the series very soon. We're just taking a little bit of a look at the stats. We're going to show you the highlights, and also in second, a little bit of a replay. A lot of great rounds, a lot of very close one, but unfortunately, the numbers speak for themselves.
Just a quick recap of all the highlights that we've spotted. You really do see some of these amazing rounds from no-namers, but the more that we started playing this one, the more that it was pretty prevalent that Boom Esports, as I mentioned, just really had those micro engagements down and dusted. And this is why the Indonesian scene is so scary, because they have just this much explosiveness and understanding of how just to interact with all of these other opponents that they've come across. And if you've seen, I think the last like circuit run of Boom Esports, they actually have yet to drop in their own region any matches. They won against Boy With Love, now Persevere Esports, and even ONIG G for the most recent game that they played against. And those are two of the best teams that we have right now in the APAC Challengers.
Absolutely. Well, there you it's basically, I wouldn't even call it steamroll. I do think it was a thorough and well-executed victory here up against no-namers, but I wouldn't call it a thrashing. I wouldn't call it a stomp by any means. It just goes to show that the rest of this game, the rest of this series should definitely be, I'd say, more interesting. So we're hoping to see that. Unfortunately, though, we do have to go into a little bit of a timeout, a little bit of breather. The teams did get their own now. We do have to call ours. So when we do get back from this short break, we're going to be getting back into the series. Illustrator and Asterai, your casters. We'll be back in just a second with APAC Challengers.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction, fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from me. Gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
First game has already ended. Haven was a Boom Esports domination nation, and now we're looking at Ascent to be the next map in this one. Guys, we're back at it once again. My name is Asteroid. With me is Illustrata. We're your casters, and we'll see how this goes. And for a moment, I thought Elu was a picture frame there, because
I was actually for a moment it turned into the statue of David and became reincarnated into real life. But you're joining us. I'm just kidding, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just kidding. We all going back to the game number 2. Boom Esports, they take that game handily. It wasn't a stomp, like I said a little bit previously, but it definitely was an outplay to some degree. Now, going into game number 2, there are a couple of things I'd like to see change from the side of no-namers here. Let's be honest, a lot of these things I don't think can be fixed within the game itself, within just this game. They made the right reads. All of the reasonable things that you can ask for from, I'd say, a team like no-namers. A lot of it was already there. They made the right reads at the right times. A lot of the times they fell apart because, they failed to deal with the right players. They failed to deal with, I'd say, the pushes, and just simply lost a lot of those aim duels. I hate going back to it. And trust me when I say this, Asteroid, I hate going back to a point where it comes down to aim duels. It seems very reductionist. It seems very lazy analysis to go back to it. But at the end of the day, a lot of those rounds came to Tebatol's straight up ruffle stomping a lot of these players on the other side.
Yeah, and I guess I'll add to that as well. I think one of the big reasons why it felt like Boom Esports just incredibly dominant is because they were. And a statistic that actually helps that is in that first game that we had on Haven, about 4 players, actually 3 players of Boom Esports were getting about 3 to 4 first kills on each of those rounds, or in all of the rounds. So that means that there is about a 9 rounds in that game where first kills were in favor of Boom. That is a huge margin if you think about it, because it allows them for much better control, because no-namers really do rely on a better map control, especially when they were on the defending side. You saw how easily they were crumbled once they lost that one player. They weren't really able to adjust. The positionings was there, but they really needed more manpower to handle the sites. And retakes weren't really an option for no-namers for a lot of those rounds, because they were just getting caught so many intervals when the rounds themselves began.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on there with that point, Asterai. It came down to the finer points of that round, but we do have a little bit more time to think about that when we get into Agent Select, so let's go straight and dive into it. Now, let's take a look at the rosters, the players that have been, the agents that have been picked by the players.
Well, I would be excited to see Flipshooter on something other than... Yeah, there we go. Perfect. We're going to see him on a KO. I love this.
And Temps on the KO as well, so... mirror matchup, actually, with the exception of this, the controller, Astra versus Omen.
Tebatol has not dropped the Astra hype train, and I love it because he's shown how efficient he is on Haven. That being said, Haven isn't the map that relies on smokers the most. I will say that. Like, maybe you'll contradict me if it was ranked, but in pro play, I think initiators are much more important on Haven, but on Ascent, it is going to really stretch out the mastery of Tebatol on this specific character. With all that being said, his counterpart Sky will be playing on the Omen, which again we talked about before the break. We were just discussing during the tech pause, which is a really, really strong agent right now. Very flexible, duelist-like in its speed at which he does encounters, and this would be really fun to watch with no-namers now using it.
Yeah, no-namers. Can they turn things around here on Ascent? I'm gonna look. I'm gonna lay all the cards on the table for you and just say it straight up. Ascent is a map where you have to be so fundamentally strong if you want to win. There's just zero room for error. It's not as aimey as Haven. It's not like those big maps where a lot of it can come down to those individual aim duels. But if we talk about straight up fundamentals and less about the mechanics, Boom have that in spades. Not only do they have the experience, but they have the coordination between one another. How many amazing crossfires did we see? I'm straight up gonna have to give this to Boom Esports. I don't think there's any world where Boom Esports take this loss rather. No-namers, they're going to have to go above and beyond to take on win against Boom on Ascent.
Yeah, there's no shadow of a doubt that I totally agree with that, but I will have to answer back that I feel like No Namers is a team that can always adapt. They're the ones that can make things work. And they've done it before in the play-ins. It was, I'd say, a little less challenging than what they're going to be facing off against Boom. Actually, more challenging, though, because they're facing Boom. But they are that team that adapts, so we'll see how well they can rise to the occasion. A double stack out here for Boom, as Berserk now tries to go for the peak. Just runs back. He's allowed Frostbite to actually hunker down on the Cubby here. They know what's up. These guys are going to be able to go in there, and this is No Namers just charging in, using the dash, and they've already counted out a couple, but Berserk still gets 2, even with 40 HP on his body.
Spike planted.
It's a great start for the side of No Namers. They have to still deal with a couple more players. Debatol and Flipster. That's a very scary couple of names to go after. And already Flipster has found one. Jiggle peeking, can't get the third. Can't get the next kill onto Vera, rather, who finds a third. Now Debatol, 1v2. Spots one, gets his way onto site. Can he isolate from here? Sees the tip of the head peeking out, but Sean is ready for it. 33 HP on Vera, and he's on Sean, rather. Pretty much identical with his teammate. And No Namers is going to get the pistol. A big sigh of relief. They're going to want this buffer.
You're thinking why Debatol was just running around, right? But honestly, it makes a lot of sense. You know, Frenzy is a weapon that is very versatile and actually works exceedingly well. You can start just charging up and just charging through. And because he knows that his opponents were like very low HP, maybe he could have gotten a really good transition. Problem there was Shun. He's done it once before. He'll do it again. He's just a monster in those, how do you mention this? Tracking aim duels.
Well, again, I don't want to go back to the aim duels point, but I think a lot of it is kind of where it ends up. Unfortunately, it's the reality of the game. I do want to bring attention to this quick flank here brought in by Boom Esports. Look at how far Blaze has gotten. If No Namers stall out a little too long, fortunately they won't. They've already sent out Vera. He's going to get a good entry. It's looking like a solid round already. And the flank is going to be identified very soon. Debatol, however, gets a nice right click. Temps cleans it up. And they know that the flank's already coming. Yeah, the alarm bot does the trick. Triple for Temps, and this is probably the round.
Yeah, clean enough. That's why you want the Omen. Paranoia is so incredibly strong. It's if you haven't played Omen that much, you know, it feels like Seekers because of the nearsightedness of the Paranoia. Makes it very difficult for Boom Esports here to play angles where they can just jiggle through because they see absolutely nothing unless their opponent's just like right up in their face, and it just doesn't work. Berserk's there. He had the right angle here. He had the right everything, but the recoil on the Sheriff was just not playing friendly in that round.
A full gun round here for Boom Esports as they now start to make their way towards the site, and they have a little bit more. Sorry, No Namers try to make their way towards mid, and a little more control has been.
Okay. Is back away for the moment here. No Namers now just backing away. Flipster has already used his Molly to force them back. Debatol still holding the Lurk, but now that smoke both cloud their vision. Nobody holding on to A main. Sky was actually thinking of going right in, but Vera might have bit off more than he can chew, as there is again this crossfire from the tandem of Boom Esports. Sky still picks up the second, Temps follows up third, and now Blaze King and Frostmine gonna have to hold the fort. But Sky, he wanted to plan on dice and actually gets caught by Blaze King in transition. The suppress stops him from using any utility whatsoever, but still a strong 2 versus 2 scenario for Boom here. The recon dart comes in. They'll find the last one already, and DXN, he hasn't had a clutch moment in the last game. Can he do it now? He only has a Spectre in hand. They know this, and they're trying to isolate him. Good headshot damage, and Frostmine not even shuddering, not even thinking about, just aiming him down. That's going to be the first round for Boom here. Also, seems like I've been left to dry out for the moment, ladies and gentlemen. So while Elo is also experiencing a bit of hiccups here and there, I will be the one with hopefully no hiccups that will just manage this one for the moment. That was a really good crossfire, but Sky, he held his own. They've gotten the site, they've gotten the plant on the spike as well, so that gives No Namers a bit more breathing space. Looking quickly into Boom. What they have purchased up. That's not bad. Tepital will be holding that Spectre in hand. I like this because he can always just play inside the smokes, and the strength of that Spectre will just be as good
ahead
as maybe a rifle. Of course, one shot, one kill in the head. But you know what it is. Flipsider, though, now seeking his way through onto short. But these smokes from Sky just blocked out his vision. I really do love how Boom just like to go for these crossfire angles, leaving a certain site with just one utility, and it's good enough because they still have an angle, or they still have a player that holds that angle just in case someone tries to sneak through, and that's Tepital. As you can see him on short. And the rest of the squad now looking to just charge in here. Temps could set up a blade and actually catch one, but they're going to play the surer game and have the Sova drone right then and there. The crossfire is already here. Flipsider, not really much that he can do. And that's going to be the quick charge from No Namers onto the site. Loving how they just cut the noise, overwhelm the angle, and they immediately win the fight. This is going to force the rest of the squad from Boom Esports to retake it once more. Does Frostbite actually have his ultimate? Not really. Berserk's only able to manage the one singular kill. Frostmine looking to just charge through onto door here. The problem now lies that he is blocked off by the smoke. Sky holding the angle as well. And if he just wants to tap to the smoke here, he can actually get Frostmine. Smoke's about to go in about 4 seconds, 5 seconds maybe. Frostbite timing it perfectly. There's a trade-off. And now Blaze King in 2 versus 1, but that's not going to happen at all, as both No Namers players were looking dead him, straight dead in his eyes on the top site on Heaven. Boom Esports, they're creating a mass here in terms of their ult economy, but in terms of how they manage these angles, not as good. They've been I like the play that they've been just really close on the encounter, but Sky's paranoia usage has really been a key tool for No Namers here, just to slap face, make it all work.
Get out of my way! Here.
I believe I will have a trade up in casters. So someone's going to help me here. Vera doesn't need any help, though, as he hits the head. Spots him away in the open. And interestingly enough, he botches the round. There was like 2 prime targets there out in the open, and it still does not work. And this quick charge out from No Namers, with them having the better buy, supposedly, just not working out in the end. We'll see. Sky can try to make this work. Seeks through the smoke, but Flipsider also had the same inkling, the same understanding. And that smoke was purely for Sky there, just to get slightly closer into the side. Let's see how this managed, how this worked out. The timings were just beautiful. The crossfire, immediate. And Boom Esports showing that even though paranoias can be quite daunting to manage, quite daunting to try to fight against, there's nothing that they can't do if they just set up these crossfires. Kind of nasty if you think about it.
It is quite a lot to think about. Hello, Xerxia. Pardon me for jumping right in. Oh yeah, it is me at Illustrato, you know, with the very classy remarks, the very fancy-looking jacket, the fancy-looking hair. But now we are going to jump right into it. Once again, folks, it's been a little bit of a tricky situation for NN. They've recovered beautifully from their L from the previous map. But it does look like Boom Esports are looking to do Boom Esports things.
And the problem for, like, No Namers here is Boom just sets the pace so disgustingly that if they win these kind of thrifty rounds, which they have done on Haven, that really destroys the mental from what it looks like from No Namers. They start, like, after the round after they lose, they start being more cautious, more passive. But here on Ascent, at least, you can see them be very more aggressive, using still the numbers in their hands to create that space, create that tempo. That being said, I don't think they were able to save the weapon. You saw Flipsider actually just throw it out in their own side of the spawn. Vera is still very damn deadly with the Sheriff. Actually finds a couple of kills. Berserk's now holding his own onto A main, as his teammate will have to hold the cross onto Tree. Berserk second on an island, but he's actually performing here, Raph. Makes it work out.
Performing indeed. And making it work out has been the theme from Boom Esports here. They were down on a bit of a deficit, but it does look like they're turning things around. Although I have to say, those 2 frags on the side of NN were happy bonuses for them. All they really wanted to do was damage that economy. And once again, we're probably going to hit another reset point. One thing that Boom, we have to take into consideration, they're so good at that. They're so good at resetting despite the external factors, despite whatever round lead or whatever round deficit they're experiencing.
They really have that experience, and I even love that kill from Flipsitter. He just like doesn't even, he just felt it happen, you know. But to be fair, Boom, they don't really leave anything left to the imagination, right? They don't overcommit onto sites. Their angle control is actually really damn efficient. If you saw, if you heard what I was mentioning when I was solo casting, that even though they did leave A main unguarded, they still have at least one player that can see if somebody actually dashes through that, which was Tebatal, while he was doubling up with Flipster on the A short. So I really do love the efficiency at how Boom Esports can get map control, and the timing on their utility usage at least makes it so that they can just get all of this information out in the open. This Hunter's Fury, how well can Blaze King?
Spike down.
Well enough.
Well enough. And hey man, that was my talking point on my panel, okay? But it's okay, I'm gonna say it again. Again, it's just something that I have to completely agree with you. They ran a very standard default here with a 1-3-1. So far, no resistance towards mid on the side of Boom Esports. No-namers, though, they're trying to crawl up as quickly as they can. They might be falling into a bit of a trap here because that KO is already on that pinch. Blaze King very aware of this. Flipsider, or Flipsider, doesn't need to find the Omen, but will find Temps. And then very quick to find opposing members on their side, but still a 3v3, a very doable situation. Xerxia does have that operator, so making those close quarter fights a little more challenging. This might just have to be a save call here. But nope, the blades are out, the fangs are out, as well as the turret to deny him that coveted position that he wants to. But nope, it does look like he's still going for this Asterai.
Yeah, he's not going to shy away from the challenge of this 1 versus 3 now that he has the blades and actually every utility that he would want to manage. You can see Sky just hovering around his own smoke there. Berserk looks for somebody, spots the head out, goes for the dash, or goes for the updraft, but will get immediately refragged as he was just caught out in the open by both the remaining players of No-Namers. That being said, Raph, gotta say, did you spot Sky do the From the Shadows cancel?
I did, actually, but your sharp eyes, you know, I've spent a good week with Asterai, and he's one of the sharpest people I know. A little too sharp at times. He did mention not leaving anything to the imagination, and my goodness, Asterai has a very vivid imagination. He's been spot on all day. He's been spot on up to this point. And, you know, I have to say, this is a little off topic, but hey, welcome to our first cast together in VCT.
You should run.
It actually is, right? Since you were paneling, actually your dedicated panel, so this is a fun change. We should sabotage Illustrato's setup more.
Oh no! No, of course not.
I'm kidding, obviously.
But yeah, again, talking about Boom Esports right here, they're a very fluid team. I'm just gonna bring up my talking points from the panel again. This is just a bit of a preview, right? But one thing that we have to point out for No-Namers is that despite the way they lost the first map, their off-server behavior is something that people have to really take into account. The anti-stratting was there. But one thing that Boom Esports really shows, like, guys, we are hyper-adaptive. You have the anti-strats, but we can mold and change at any given moment. But Shun might have a little bit of an issue here. He does tag up Berserks, prompting him to go back. And the backup's already coming as well with the KO and the Sova, strengthening that mid position.
They back away as they try to use this Sova to bait out the rotation from
30
Boom,
seconds
but
left.
Since Berserk hasn't heard any rotations and nobody's on B main, you can already see Boom is like unfazed by it. There is the setup already, but the counter to deter everything still not going to work into favor. Tebatal does have the crossfire with his teammate, and Flipsitter just goes damn wild off the entry, on the contact, and now we're left with Shun. He's somewhere lurking on the short, but doesn't find anything as he just straddles right into the site. That's going to be the shutdown, and Boom Esports, relatively clean round. As No-Namers, I like the adjustment, I like everything, but since Berserk again still held that B main, No-Namers didn't really have any bait tactics set up for them.
Yeah, again, the natural creativity that they've displayed in their previous matches, I would say is incredibly stifled against Boom. Because once again, Boom is just, they've seen this. They've done this. They don't want to do this to you. They are absolutely merciless, though. The rounds don't really indicate the dominance of Boom right now, but you can slowly see that the adjustments are creeping towards the favor of Boom. And they'll have to suffer a little bit of an eco buy here.
And because, again, they have a very prolific, aggressive fragger like Berserks, Boom can make this work because they can leave Berserks with full confidence. And look at how they just double up and get more control around the map, because they know that if Berserks can get this certain location, they know that no-namers can't really get fast enough into the site. So if no-namers don't get B main, that means that they're more set up for mid or a short control, or actually basically all the other angles that you can actually approach here on the attacking side on Ascent. So if Berserk still holds this B-long angle for the whole round, well, first Boom will just know. Oh, that's a big whiff.
Oh my lord. The moment you saw those hands cross and that KO is still surviving, it is already Heartbreak City. But once again, if they just got that for this bonus, or rather this eco, it's gonna be the big bonus, but Tebatal, he capitalizes on that flash, finding one even behind the smoke. But Sky with that classic, and as Asrai loves to say, that's a free gun. But this round is everything but. Shun trying to put up a fight, but no, Frostmind, ice cold, taking him down and taking the round lead for Boom Esports.
Yeah, that charge up onto Heaven wasn't part of the plan. That was more of like, oh no, we can't really push up onto the site. Tebatal has had it locked and loaded. You said it already. The flash to follow through. There was just too much heat in that portion of the map that they tried to circumvent it, but the problem therein lies because they were a bit slower on the rotate. It just didn't matter. Even if they took down Flipsitter, they made so much noise that the rest of Boom were already akin to the party. They shut it down. They're party poopers. And no-namers, they've lost the round lead. And the question now lies, now they still have money to buy. They still have good utilities to use. Maybe this could be something that they can work out with. Ooh, Berserks. Threading the needle, but clean. He got stabbed.
Indeed, he did. Threading the needle is difficult, but when the needle gets a gun, you better raise your hands here. They do create the space with the dash, but where's the backup? Flipsitter was all alone. Doesn't matter. Tebatal gets the trade. He gets two. But the XN, he continues his rampage, fighting three for himself. Frostmind, we know how sharp he is. But against three members, this could be looking dire, especially when all three of them are looking at the same angle. And that retake from CT is just not going to happen, Asrai.
Not gonna happen at all. Again, it was up to for Berserks to hold on to the B site, but since he died so early, I don't think Boom was actually expecting this. No-namers felt that as well and just went for the risk. And it worked amazingly for them. Yeah, there it is.
So one thing that I've noticed with Boom is that despite giving up mid, they always have somebody in proximity just for that information and just to kind of prep the retake. But I feel like NN, they caught wind to this. They're playing at a different speed now. They're a little more, I would say, aggressive towards these 5-man takes. They use the null command to perfection, trying to break it to the side, but Tebatal has been an absolute rock for Boom Esports, not allowing anything, creating so much space so that Frostmind can get that quick dub. But Flipsitter, with that Bulldog, has a bit of a bite towards Shun, and now the tables have been turned. DXN was left alive, but not for too long, as Boom Esports takes yet another round on the board for themselves.
A kid-friendly way to say this is holy guacamole. Raph, did you see that flick from Frostmind? I'm pretty sure there's a replay coming in. We definitely need to see this one.
You are an oracle.
Here we go. All right, the second one after this one. Oh, that's just absolutely nasty. Frostmind is an anchor.
Spike down A.
Really? I thought he was a Valorant pro. That's crazy, right? Anchors don't normally have hands or feet, but again, the wonders of technology and what it can do in this day and age is that 0 points gonna land a little shallow. It's not even gonna disable the bot. I'm sorry, Astra. I feel like I made you joke there on a tiny bit. I took a play from your book.
It's all good. It's all good, man. Well, you know what? It's not the technology. It's because it's magic. You know, it's a talking anchor.
Impeccable kill.
Oh,
okay,
nasty.
you got me on that one.
All right. Temps now alone to make some plays here outside of A. There's a nice little tidbit of crossfire from Flipsitter as well as Frostmind, so he can't really push through this. Again, no-namers back to square one in this round, as they've lost all map control. They're going to have to try to regain this. But the good play would be to just try to get this mid control, smoke out from Sky. I think they're waiting for a secondary smoke from Sky to happen, so they'll probably deep smoke this, then go through a short, and try to pinch with Temps, who's already actually prepared there, who still has a flash and a blade. If they can disable the utility of Frostmine, this is actually going to be huge. If they can get both, the Killjoy as well as the KO, this would be even better. But the Nanoswarm does just that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Nothing they can really do.
I think you had the plan laid out there. All they really had to do was kind of wait for the 0 point. They had an extra 10 seconds to work with anyway. And with that extra 10 seconds, it could have baited Boom to over-rotate, maybe leave another person to try and take mid-control and just have that extra bit of information on their side. Once again, the butterfly effect continues to go in the favor of Boom. Because, like you mentioned, if that 0 point caught on to every trap here, including one of these players, it could have been a different story. But it is what it is sometimes. Boom Esports, they're now 2 rounds up. One thing that we have to take into account too, Boom isn't the type of team that really rides the momentum. They kind of reset, they make a 3-4 round cushion, and then they just say, no, this is ours now. No.
Were you able to see if Temps actually got the blade out?
He got the blade out, but he couldn't left click in time, unfortunately. I think he was traded out quickly, so it really is one of those things.
It actually didn't tag anybody. That was awkward. Again, there was like an issue with
Cerberus.
Cerberus yesterday, where the timing was just very much off from their duelist charging into the side with the rest of the team trying to follow up. And we're kind of seeing that happen for no-namers, at least in some of these rounds. But these are crucial rounds they could definitely have a fighting chance on. It's just Boom Esports are so disruptive that the minute mistakes or the minute missteps that they do is actually enough that Boom Esports capitalizes on it quite well.
This is exactly why Boom is honestly the favorite of this entire thing. The smallest crack in the armor is something that they can absolutely invade and expose. We've seen that so many times. The closest team was ONIG. ONIG has been, or rather has proven to be, the absolute strongest team in that play-ins, by the way, for those who, didn't catch up as well as they could have. ONIG, they kind of steamrolled everybody. Boom, they kind of steamrolled ONIG. So, you do the math, you do the numbers. But we're going to get into the half here. This is going to be a bit of a reset point. We've seen NN be very effective with those pistols, though. The biggest question is, has this affected their mentality? Because, like I said, that morale of knowing that Boom is so good at retaining that lead is always in arm's reach, but never really there for NN.
I don't know how they're going to be able to work this magic out, though, because I was wondering how well Temps can make things work, but right now his KO hasn't been as proficient, I would say, than his Sky. That being said, the last game stats for Temps weren't as pretty as well. Double Nanoswarm actually softens up a lot of the players of Boom Esports here. This is pretty damn manageable. Oh, that turret even delaying them even further. Sky can't really find the first pick first as the rest of Boom Esports trying to cross right A. Typical. No way. He might even get 2. He does alongside Flipsitter. Spike will get planted, but no namers. How did they work this magic through? 4 players remain on the Boom Esports side, and there's 3 stacking on Hell.
Once again, they created that tiny gap that they used to traverse, creating a bit of a guessing game for Sky there, and Berserks even finds Temps, but Pharaoh finds Berserks. Remember, you're in C. There's no situation where players are not going to stack up on the same angle like that. It was so obvious during Bleed. It's still so apparent now. We're like, wait a minute. I killed one of them there. It's impossible, right, that they stack that, and lo and behold, big presence towards Hell.
They probably still knew that one was there, possibly Frostmine that was super low, so I don't know.
It's one of those mix-ups, really.
Yeah, they didn't know Flipsitter was like probably stacked, but no, he threw out a blade. Although they didn't know where the blade was, they just saw the pulse and it found them. So regardless, we could try to overread the situation. It'll just mess our minds up, but it was, as you mentioned, a really good overstacking from Boom Esports.
very calculated, very calm in their execution. Once again, one of the things that make them so incredibly dangerous, but what a beautiful 0 point, denying them of that owl drone information. Now they are going to try and play up close, where the classics really shine, as well as the Sheriff. Blaze King will trade them out, but Shun, he has something to say about it. Tebatal, who's been an absolute beast, has to find everybody on his lonesome. Bear has been absolutely lethal with the Sheriff, and he proves it yet again with a third frag on the round. NN, they stay alive, they stay afloat.
Yeah, that was kind of awkward, just trying to push through on Market Stairs and not even check out B Stairs itself. Like, look at this. Flipsitter wasn't even paying attention to it. Like, not even just trying to clear it, and DXN created that wall, that line, where the rest of no-namers can just play together, work things out, and since their opponents were just going to come through fast lane, they could isolate a lot of angles to fight on and just kept separating picks on Boom Esports bit by bit, and it worked out. So a thrifty round and with the help of DXN, but also a pretty lapsed judgment there from Flipsitter.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. As we mentioned, sometimes you just kind of have to put it out there that, hey, there is a little bit of mortality even at the Pantheon, right? Now, Boom, they have a pretty different approach this time around. They have a lurking Sova. That's pretty a la pro there from SBA. But once again, they do try to play the mind games here, have a little bit of lurk presence. But so far, a lot of utility has been pulled towards B already. Boom Esports, they know that they don't want to mess with that, especially with a pretty empty buy here. All they have are classics. Their real main goal here is just try and steal a gun away, maybe. Just commit a little bit of eco damage, Asarai, and have a fine old time then in the rounds moving forward.
Fine old time.
You would know about a fine old time, you know what I mean? Asarai is one of the smoothest sailors, you know. When you're in that boat, you are gonna...
Cover going on.
What a lovely experience.
In Valorant.
I ain't saying nothing, man.
Oh, this recon dart, though, given away the position of Vero and teammates, but they're good enough to manage this through, and Temps sneaks his way through doorway there and flips the switch. Not just the door switch here, but also the switch to just get kills left, right, and center. And that's going to be no-namers closing the distance. That mishap that Boom Esports have done have created this tidal wave, this current that no-namers is riding through smooth as can be to equalize and maybe even get the round advantage.
I have to say, though, that NN, they've really defied expectations. I think everybody was hopeful that they would do something like this because, once again, it's a testament to their growth. We only saw, what, them once the other day, I believe, and to have a lot of research and to really commit to anti-strat and Boom is just commendable alone in itself. But now, Boom, they have a few rifles in their hand. Do they expect the aggression? Yes, they do. In fact, they punish most of the members. But and then they get two of their own. I'm not entirely sure why Temps did that, but he found a little bit of a clinic on how to duel as a Clay on the side of Flipsitter. Now it is a 1v3 looking awfully perilous for Shun.
This plan? Perfect. All right. They can see through A main. Shun is not an agent that can blot out vision, so he's going to have to go into this a little bit raw, but Blaze King already on the case if he wide swings this one. Yeah, it's only a matter of time. Also, that was the standard Korean jet dash through mid link. Rather than using a breach, it was the KO. But since it's been done so many times, a lot of teams just kind of wait a little bit, you know, and you can actually punish it and you won't get flash at all.
Absolutely, and I feel like the biggest question mark there was actually Temps kind of trying to peek out bit. I guess the idea was, okay, maybe they're going to push up after the space that my jet created, but since Vera was just there for half a second, there was no real reason to commit there. He could have ran back market, but once again, guys, it is how the cards kind of fell on each other here. And now Vera going for a pretty standard peek towards short. Beautiful patience by Boom to not overcommit to anything at the moment. It seems like NN is kind of almost overheating at this point. They're a little overextending, if I'd have to say.
Yeah, well, they were feeling the tempo, as it were, so they wanted to see if they can maybe push further. And it makes sense because, you know, Vera feels like a player that would actually do just that. This suppressor doesn't really do much to dissuade Boom Esports from just peeking in through. Flipsitter is just left by himself, so he's going to be a kind of turret. He gets so much information, though, because he spotted out Temps as well as Vera, and this allows the rest of Boom just to corral through onto B. Yes, they've lost their teammate, but they've actually picked up a better way to now manage the site and play for post-plant.
I love how they even use a fallen teammate to be a resource. They used all that space and time, and as you mentioned, the information gathered by that fallen KO to give themselves enough time to put themselves on the site. But now since they're running off 5v... Oh, okay, guys. I'm sorry. It's a 4v4, Berserks. Pardon me.
Yeah, just brings back the number, right? It makes sure that your math sucks, Raph. Just sucks indeed. Oh, he heard so many things, and he was like, where am I supposed to look at here? Temps, now the last bastion. Crossfire set up, knows it wasn't on the logs, and they double peek it, double swing it immediately. And unless Temps had the cracked aim, it was not going to happen. The timing from Boom just pristine in that encounter.
That would have been incredibly scary. If Tebatal was half a second late, he could have been dead, and that could have been a clip for Temps. But still, it's very, very close, and then they have to reset themselves. Like you mentioned, the tempo has been on the way up here, but the moment they walked into the site, the crossfire was perfect. They got shredded to bits, reduced to sawdust. Like I mentioned, if Temps, or rather Tebatal, was a half a second late, that could have been a different story.
Yeah, he's 12 kills already. By 12 kills, I mean Temps, so he's not like underperforming at all, but well, he's left in the situations that he can't really digest as well. Boom Esports, you know, kind of just shoving food in his face and not really good. Because you want to get it, you want to eat it, you want to, you know, savor it, but he can't even do that.
So now Boom has provided so much pressure on either sides of the map, really clogging up the lanes towards B and A. They freed themselves of any pressure towards A short, so now we have Flipzitter there on tree, and we have a free avenue towards Market. Xerxia, though, he might have a little bit of resistance, but Tebatal makes sure that cruise is going to be as smooth as possible. They try to pull as much attention. They reposition. What a read by Boom Esports. And Sky and the rest of NN, they're left to guess. They're like, wait a minute, weren't they supposed to hit B? And this retake, and we know how retakes are with pistols. They're just incredibly difficult. There's not even a rifle on the ground for them to somewhat acquire. Blaze King making sure of that, but one bullet is all it takes. Will take a little bit of damage from that molly. Doesn't matter. Vera swings, Vera falls. The 0 point will give them as much info, but if you're Temps with 1 HP and DXN with a Phantom, I don't think it's the wisest thing to go up against the full stack Boom Esports.
They might have to try to manage through, but the smoke just dissipates in time for Flipzitter to get one more kill. Now it's Temps against the world. 5 HP in a dream. Shock darts being thrown in his general direction, and all he can really do is just throw out some shots to the wind, hope it can connect, and make it just a slight bit of an expense on the side of Boom. Raph, I gotta ask, did you see that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I hate you. I've already said this to Illustrator, and now I'm saying I hate you so much. No, I'm kidding. Temps and Sky, was it? Were actually running through A main, but since they were right beside, who was it? I think Flipzitter that was actually hunkered down on A short. He heard all that running, and as you mentioned, no-namers were like, where is the rest of Boom that we're supposed to be pushing through B? But Boom have actually given them so many options, and since Flipzitter heard that set of feet running through A main, he was like, nobody should be on the site right now. We can start pushing in. I'll be basically going to be holding the lurk, and he got into the site with basically no resistance at all from no-namers. So all of these tiny bits that no-namers is trying to do to get map control is being used exceedingly well against them by Boom.
Oh yeah, and talking about no-namers, right? They had another choice too. They could have backtracked towards A main, but then again, they'd have to deal with a frontal assault. So either way, it was a pick your poison kind of situation. Retake with pistols, hope that Boom overextends, or rather tries to punish and hunt for the kills for that ult farm. But no, Boom didn't do that at all. They played as a cohesive unit as we've expected them to be, and really, once again, calculated all those minute details in the game. Now, we are going to look at a KO and a jet stack towards A. I think and they're planning to do this as aggressively as they can. They don't get any information on that 0 point, however, as NN, once again, they look to play a little more condensed this time around. Boom Esports, they look like they have a bit of a read too. They are just somewhat holding here. They saw the aggression in the previous rounds, and they're just waiting and waiting to punish that.
Yeah, they're hearing a lot of utility actually used up in this one.
You should run.
Turret spotted out onto B main. Killjoy ultimate is being used. But is this going to be the full committance? They know that no-namers love to go for that lurk. And look at this 2-on-2 coming in through A main. This is going to be huge. Pera not even noticing it in temps. He's throwing everything he can just to delay, but it might not be enough. Has to back away first as he throws out the molly. But this still gives options for Boom Esports. Now that they've taken down Vera, they can go themselves back onto the B side where, mind you, DXN has already used both his nano swarms. This is going to be crucial that this mid-hold from No Namers actually worked out, but it's not.
See, the thing about NN is they have the ideas, right? But it's the execution that they're a step behind it, because I thought that would have been a perfect read. There was no mid-presence by Flipsitter whatsoever. So them occupying bottom grass like that towards tiles was, again, something of a big brain moment, but Blaze King just kind of swung on them, and you know, the rest is history. Again, in the words of Illustrato, sometimes, like, honestly, as an analyst, we kind of don't want to reduce it to the point where, oh, they just got out-aimed, because this is just such a layered game that's being honestly displayed by Boom Esports right now with their double swing and using, once again, all those fundamentals in their arsenal to the fullest.
Yeah, everything that they try to do turns into pure gold, at least for this round. This is the craziness that Indonesia region gives.
Yeah, basically the 24K magic is in the air, you know, so to speak. I knew you would get that. I knew you would get that immediately.
Yeah, of course I will.
As silky as it has been, it's been a pretty smooth ride for Boom. We did talk about it. We talked about how they can hold on to a lead and just say no. No.
Yeah. I gotta say though, that aggression from No Namers, the double swing out of A main, it's not by any chance a bad call.
Oh, not at all.
Yeah, it's really good. It gives them map control. If they got the 2 tags on Berserk and Tebatol, they were actually the ones that were holding the spike, if I'm not mistaken. So that would have been a really huge round booster for No Namers. The problem therein lies, again, they just I would just go back to, like, Illustrato here mentioning again the aim duel was his favorite Boom Esports. Yeah, we miss you,
come back. The idea was there, right? But Vera, he's upset. But Berserks proves that experience and timing will trump most, if not all, obstacles in the path. Now we have a sneaky Sentinel, or rather Omen here in Sky, making it very, very close for discomfort, but he guesses wrong. He might get shot from behind, and Blaze King sets him on fire. Now a 1v1. This could be the diff maker. And Shun, he keeps his team alive.
Good delay tactics there from Sky. Even though he lost the fight against Blaze King, he bought enough time so that his teammate in that 1v1 would have been able to manage it. I actually thought that Shun was going to lose that fight because he missed the shock dart, thought that Blaze King would have enough time to get the plant, whip out the weapon, and shut it down, but it was the other way around. So that being said, No Namers still managed to hold on through, but you really do see the pinch power that Boom brings into the table. And all of these encounters, they're getting shut down bit by bit, but still they manage. And they will have to still go bite tooth and nail against the rest of Boom that have money to buy for days.
This might be a different speed for Boom now because I think they see the jugular and they want to bleed NN out. But no, the patience is still there. Again, incredibly commendable. That 0 point is actually gonna tag up Sky, and that's gonna remove his paranoia just for a tiny bit. Tem still has that null command in his pocket, so I'm not entirely sure what they're planning to do with this. They had all that A control earlier for the orb take, but it seems that the follow-through hasn't been all that present, Asarai.
Oh, but now they actually don't need follow-through if they can actually start something, initiate something with Sky holding the initial point of entry with a judge. Really strong stuff. Now, they've pushed back the numbers of Boom from 5 to 3. Quick mats right there for the rest of you. Flipsitter cannot push through as Teps did activate his null command, but they're still going to commit to this B side. But there's like a 3-man line holding on to spawn here. If they try to start moving in, and because I don't think Tepital has any more smokes, this is all going to be on that dry peak, on this aggressive contact. But Shun, recon dart, flash away.
Oh no!
Tepital though, making the most out of the bad situation, actually fights for spawn here, where Shun cannot react, and they're taking down bit by bit. Oh, this is bad. They know that Sky's going to be holding the back of the side with a judge, and they've circumvented the defense, and now Boom Esports have spun around.
So my question is, they pop the null command, they get those 2 picks, but we still see the Killjoy hanging back towards A. You can honestly play the maximum proxy and push that Jet just a little bit closer to have that trade potential as immediate as possible, but instead it was Boom to push into CT and take those duels, and I really just hated to see that happen because I was hoping and I was praying to the heavens above that please don't let this happen. But boom, they saw that timing, they bid on it, and once again, their teeth were straight into the throats of NN.
Yeah, for sure they didn't know that there was that 3-stack that No Namers had on their spawn, but the general idea there was to just not fight on the B site where they knew that at least an Omen with the Judge would prove to be incredibly difficult to fight because it's close encounter and Judge is very easy and manageable in those type of tight corners. That being said, Boom just got more, or just got what they wanted and then some actually. And that settles 13-8. This is very similar to what we saw in Haven. Like, No Namers would get some fantastic rounds, but the same spell, to be honest, was again that 13-6 in Haven.
It has been a similar story, right? But once again, we have to give credit where credit is due. Big congratulations for Boom to staying up in the upper bracket. And honestly, even though the numbers don't say it, dominating the cerebral cortex of the opponent here. And though, we have to give them, once again, credit. They've proven to have a wonderful system behind them. They're very young, but they're relying on science with a good mix of soul and feel to it that I just can't help but be excited for how this team or how this core is going to turn up in the future.
Yeah, they're making a great case to be a team that gets into the playoffs without a shadow of a doubt in our minds.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right? Look at this, a dominant overall team scoreline for them. Headshot percentage is 31.4%. In a game where they had so many encounters, so many fights. That is quite the ridiculous statistic if you think about it. Now, highlights just for a quick little gander at what happened again on this second game. Gotta say, even though No Namers did still lose this, they made I would say a damn good enough case that they're still a team that is learning, but also know what they're doing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we just talked about how they're innately talented. It did show. But Boom is kind of like that boss that you're not supposed to be running into when you're in your early levels of the game. Like, oh yeah, I could probably... No. But
spoken like an Elden Ring player.
I don't have it yet, okay? I have not yet met the Tree Sentinel. I'm gonna get there. Illustrado and Black and Blue have been egging me on to do it, as Boom Esports have been egging on the competition to be aware that this is the power level that you are going to be up against. As you mentioned, 30% is already a crazy stat line enough for the headshots. But 34, that's like 30 plus 4. And that's like 4 times, not really 4 times, but you know, you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I do get what you're saying. There were some rounds as well where Boom Esports definitely dropped the bomb, and that did jettison a couple more rounds for No Namers here. But the problem therein lies that if Boom Esports are having clean rounds, you know, they play to what they want to do, No Namers have a very difficult time at just kind of answering back. And it's as easy as that, or it's as simple as that, but the counter to it is not as simple, because again, it does force No Namers to try to go above and beyond. And one of the biggest things earlier on as well that I did notice was Berserk's got way too much leeway when he was playing on that operator. He would just play at B main, and that allowed for so much information to be had there by Boom. That being said, Boom, they get themselves a 2-0. So we'll come back from a break, guys. When we do, it's the panel to break things down even further. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a flash.
Well, all things considered, even though Boom Esports sweep that 2-0, it was still as close as you can get for no namers. They really put out a fight there against what what Black and Blue said, the best in the Asia Pacific region. I'm Nomad. Welcome back to the panel. I'm with Black and Blue and Raph on this one. That was still a commendable performance from no namers, man.
Definitely, especially in like the opening halves of each map. But as when we were looking on the back end of things, it really did feel like, Boom, they take it slow, but it's more of an adjustment period for them. They try and read, okay, how does this no-namer squad that you have no information on play their game? And once they've kind of dissolved that, rather derived from what they got on the opening half, they continue that in the second, and they just start to run away with it. So Boom really using that veteran experience and knowledge of theirs to, I guess, basically play this game out and seal the deal 2-0.
We talked about methodology, we talked about the science of the game, and we saw a very refined application in the form of Boom Esports. Once again, Nico hit it right on the money there. Rather, Mr. Black and Blue, sorry for exposing your first name. But again, the veteran experience and just how calm they were, no matter who their opponent was, no matter what the situation was. The ability to just hit that reset button and say, okay guys, we have to take a step back, let's assess what's happening, and let's pull out whatever we have in our bag to fit the situation.
That was pretty much on it, right? Like, Raph, you get a bit of a taste of the cast there near the on the second match, and it feels good. But it also is nice to be, in those front lines and you see exactly how things are turning out, calling that action, and the action was definitely going in the way of Boom once it came to the second half of either map. We talked about that already, but there are some great performances from no namers, and that's kind of what I want to touch on here in that matchup. Vera had an okay performance on both maps, all things considered. He was a top fragger, although he's a duelist, so you kind of expect that, but he really was helping them get that space that they needed, especially on the second map on Ascent, but this, I guess, never really turned out that way. The big point here, though, is, Raph, we might have predicted Boom to go 2-0, but I think we both would have been very happy to be proven wrong.
Yeah, like you said, looking at this in the front lines, casting again, I mean, the social media handle is RafCast, of course. Really just gives me a different perspective on this as well. Once again, you did touch on the fact that there's a lot of space. Not in the way of Vera, but actually Berserk's to really move a lot. And once again, even though he does have that space for himself, it's also translating so well into the team. This last round was a bit of a question mark on the side of NN. We've talked about how good their development is. We've talked about how smart they are in the approach of the anti-strat, but I feel like the moment they popped that KO null command, that Jet should have moved forward. Vera should have been a bit closer for the trade and just kind of make that Killjoy play proxy on the retake. But then again, it is what it is, boys.
Yeah, it is what it is for these guys, for no namers. But, all things considered, they still have a second chance in the lower bracket. They'll be facing off against Cerberus Esports as the day progresses. And Made in Thailand will finally meet Boom Esports to finally figure out who is the best in that region in Southeast Asia, in that specific geographical area. But we're going to have to move forward here because the team that bested no namers in MYSG, the team that MYSG has to offer here is Paper Rex, and they'll be going up against Fancy United Esports, the Vietnamese team that made it all the way from the play-ins, a clean sweep from themselves as well. And we have to start it off with an introduction to the first team that we have on the table. It's Paper Rex. and Paper Rex, they are not strangers to the road to Masters. They have already been in Masters Berlin last year, and they want to make an appearance in Reykjavik. We got Benkai, Davai, Forsaken, Jing, and Mindfreak.
This team is a team that has perennially been that top dog of the MYSG qualifying scene. They have, especially ever since added Jing, even increased their capabilities and their firepower. We did see them during Masters Berlin, this third Masters of the year last year, but this is a whole kind of reshuffled roster in terms of what agents they're playing, what compositions they bring, and who is on what. There would be moments last year we would see, them testing things out quite a bit, like Forsaken trying to go on the Sova, even though we know he's a Jet, really them trying to flex about. But I think now they finally found their groove, they found their DNA, and they pretty much ran away with the entire MYSG qualifier. And if I was kind of touting Boom a while ago to be the number one, I think these guys are potentially the number two.
I'm trying to formulate if there's anything I have to disagree on with that, but again, there was just so many things that we saw during their local qualifiers that once again put another bit of fuel to that evolution drive that PRX have been so happy about. Again, there's a bit of a story, right, that in their own local qualifiers, that was their big lab. They experimented quite a bit, but now I feel like the shoes are still as big as they can be when it comes to expectations. And Fancy United, again, just on the opposition, we're going to talk about them just in a little bit, but they cannot underestimate Fancy United is what I'm trying to say, and just trying to put that out there.
Yeah, we can never underestimate them. They lost to No Namers in the play-ins, but they made a comeback in the lower bracket run for their group. Let's introduce Fancy United Esports. Nothing too fancy on Fancy United Esports, but they want to make the drip here in their groups. They want to go into Masters, and we've got Acerola, BMVZ, Killers, Heisey, and Yes I Can to go there.
That they do, and Fancy United, I've talked about this team quite a bit already in the previous days, and I'm going to do it again. They're honestly a fundamentally sound team. They have the basics down, but the question is the refinement going to be enough to scratch the surface of PRX? Because we know that these VN teams, they're incredible starters, superior starters. They win that pistol, and that swing, that first 2 to 4 round swing is almost guaranteed to be theirs. The real question is, how can Fancy somewhat contain that heat and spread it out all throughout the series? Again, it might be a little bit of a tall order here, but Fancy, they believe they could do it, and I'm sure their fan base does too. But this is more than just belief alone. This is where their R&D has to come into play. This is where the studiousness of these players really have to be put into application.
And Raph, touched about it too, where this team and the Vietnamese scene as a whole, it seems like they accelerate really fast. They start off the game faster than the other regions might be able to get into their own groove, but then they reach their top speed a bit early and they just can't get past it. They can't break that barrier in front of them. So as Raph likes to put a lot of times, they kind of lose the heat. They're not able to retain that moving forward, and that's part of the biggest reason why the Vietnamese scene as a whole does struggle when it comes to see an APAC, and this is going to be another underdog story, much like No Namers a while ago going up against Boom. These guys are punching up, but as I like to say every time, when you're the underdogs, you're lower, you're punching up, you gotta hit the chin every time, and this is what they gotta do here versus the indomitable
hit the body rock. Hit the body rock, open up that head.
get those openings, something that Fancy United has been familiar with, as they went against Global Esports in the lower bracket of their groups, and it wasn't an easy feat, so to speak, for themselves, but they still managed to come out on top when we were favoring Global Esports to get that victory, get that dubs. And it's interesting that you guys pointed it out that mostly, for the most part, Vietnamese teams, it's only the pistol rounds and a couple more rounds after that, and afterwards it's not as hot as they want it to be. But we'll get back into that train of thought later on. But we have to talk about the head-to-head that we have here. We're going to be focusing once again on the duelists. It's Forsaken and Killers.
You know, you're looking at two players here. We'll start with Killers first off, because he has been someone who has proven himself, a young player for himself, and really, I guess, kind of making a name for himself, which is very similar to how Forsaken started in this scene. Lots of people knew him. Okay, he's the younger, one of the younger brothers of Xerxia. He came from basically being a child prodigy, but he was trying to make a name for himself and trying to prove that he can lead his own team to win, barring all of the, I guess, kind of weight on his shoulders, all that baggage that did follow him around his big name that he did bring in coming into Valorant. And he's been proving that, and he is potentially the most mechanically gifted player we have in the entirety of APAC. That includes Korea and Japan as well. I will say that, because he has proven that he can pretty much show anybody up. But the thing is, has that discipline finally seeped into his game? To be fair, they're going up against Fancy, so they got that bit of an edge, but you can't count either of these two players out. Whenever the going gets tough, they get tougher.
And I'm glad you pointed that out, because I was just looking at the stats. 300 ACS, I think that's the first of our circuit. But discipline is definitely something that can be, it escapes the minds of super cracked players, because once you have that heavy blade that you can just take everybody on with one big swing, why would you even bother stopping, right? You just kind of go with that cleave. But the added intelligence, and as you mentioned, the discipline, it makes that weapon even more lethal. So once again, it is a tale of growth and just quite a bit of excitement from all of us, really.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just swing wildly. You have to be precise as well. That's why sometimes Falchion is better than a broadsword. But yeah, going back into the conversation that we've had earlier on, the Vietnamese teams, they just have the early momentum in the pistol round going into the first gun round, and then they lose it. Why is it that the case?
I think, the Vietnamese team, they have always been very mechanically gifted, no matter what FPS you kind of look at, no matter what esport you kind of look at, but maybe the infrastructure just isn't there to really support that. There are big orgs like Cerberus, like Fancy that we know, but barring that, the rest of their competition locally might not be as tough as maybe like the Thailand scene, or like the Indonesian scene, or the Philippine scene is when it comes to the Southeast Asia as a whole. We also have to remember that Vietnam was one of the latter additions to the VCT circuit when it came in, but they only really started in the VCT come stage 2 when everybody else was able to start in the VCT come stage 1. So there is that kind of small lack of time. It's not an excuse, but it definitely is a factor that we have to consider when talking about Vietnam compared to the other regions. But we're going to the map vetoes right now. Breeze taken out by Paper Rex, Fancy, which I think is a great idea, considering how Paper Rex honestly run away with everything when it comes to Breeze, and that's kind of what they did in their own local qualifiers. By the way, the indomitable Paper Rex didn't drop a single map throughout their entire qualifier run during the MYSG scene. Like, they destroyed everybody and nothing stood in their way. We're going to Haven to start things off here.
I honestly thought they'd open with Icebox, but on that point where R&D and infrastructure really help develop a scene, it's kind of just like working out. You need those compounds to build strength, but you need a lot of ISOs and a lot of everything else to build that range. And so it's really the range of motion that we're hoping to see more from Fancy. Obviously, PRX, they've done that so many times. I'm still wondering what their map is going to be. They select Icebox, which is, once again, one of their stronger maps. Again, back to the point where they didn't drop anything. This is also still a very, relative to Fancy, a very strong map for them as well. So this might be an interesting game too.
Well, we're looking at Haven and Fancy to start that series. We're definitely going to be playing those. Fancy, this is actually statistically one of their best maps aside from Split. So For Paper Rex to pick that, it could be kind of like, okay, we'll take you on your own grounds and let's see how we do. Now, if you look at the numbers from Paper Rex, it doesn't really mean much because they pretty much won every single map. So that's something that we shouldn't really necessarily rely on. But if you look back to, previous stages, stage 3 and everything there, they do have some kind of good performances on Icebox. It's a great map for them. Not the best, but it's something that I'm pretty sure they're well willing to play against Fancy, even though it is one of Fancy's best maps.
Oh yeah, and so far we've only seen default bans really here. Maybe PRX is gonna get rid of Split. Well, actually no, maybe not Split. Sorry, pardon me. Ascent is also on the menu of getting banned in the second ban, but now Bind is gone. Decider, Split. Okay, maybe I had a little bit of a jumble there. I thought Split could have been something that probably didn't want to play. But hey, who knows what PRX has been cooking. It's kind of hard to judge when they're winning all the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh.
It's one of those things.
I mean, even if you go back like past the stage into stage 3, they haven't dropped a Split map since like, what was it? October last year or something like that. So it's really just a big case in point that these guys, actually even before October, like September was the last time they lost a Split map, I think, or even August. So it's been a really long time coming for them to continue that streak. They banned Ascent, which has been the only map that they've looked mortal in since the past entire year, basically these past 12 months. That's the only map that they've kind of looked mortal in. So for them to get that off the board, there really isn't much room to give here for the Fancy United squad.
Yeah, pardon me. I meant for Fancy to get rid of Split. Sorry, not PRX. Thank you for, again, once again, organizing my thoughts. Black and Blue always has my back. Nomad's always giving me that, invisible support. He's staring at me. He's like, you can do it, bro. But predictions time, I think.
Yep.
I mean,
definitely.
Start with you, Nomad, because you've been starting with us. I'm gonna hit you with a curveball.
Now we ask the host
no,
the question.
hit me with the no you. What was that out of nowhere, like the RKO? Well,
I wish I had an Uno card here, reverse activated.
the reverse Uno card on the host. Wow, man, I can't believe you just done that. But I feel like it has to be Paper Rex coming out on top of here. The stats don't lie. The map pool that they're playing on is significantly a lot better than Fancy United. The Esports, they have been on a roll since their qualifiers, and I feel like Bankai will just put on his bathrobe once again and just brush his teeth after this game. I feel like it's going to be a 2-0 for Paper Rex. What about you guys? What do you guys think?
Speaking of, there was a montage, by the way, with best Valorant intros during the LANs, and Bankai's wasn't there, and I feel appalled by that because I think it was one of the best intros I've ever seen in any esport. But speaking of toothbrush buff, maybe, perhaps. I do think Paper Rex are the indomitable squad here. They have to be careful not to get sent back to the Tyrannosaurus age and maybe extinct afterwards, but this comment coming from Fancy has to hit hard, hit deep, and really shock them and rock them. I don't think it's going to happen this time yet, though. And Paper Rex, once again, I'm going to go 2-0 for the favored, I guess, kind of overdog team.
Overdog, interesting word there. But again, they don't want to be sent back to the Cretaceous era because this team don't know Pangea. Paper Rex, he gets it. Paper Rex, honest to God, I think they might take this 2-0. But the same theme with NN, I really do hope Fancy takes a map because the development they've made within the short amount of time that they've been competing within our circuit has been incredible, and we'd love to see more of that. But still, Paper X 2-1.
All right, there you go. All Paper X here across the board. No more no use, no more Uno reverse cards here because we have to push forward into the first series of the day. First game of this series. We're going to Haven. We're going to watch Paper Rex and Fancy United Esports in the best of 3.
An uphill battle for some as well. There are matches here that might feel a little weighted, but let's see right now if the weight was worth it. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the APAC Challengers. Sometimes you say the first thought rather than the second, and this time we're gonna say I am Dax here with Asrai. We're gonna be getting quite a match though here, Asrai. Paper Rex versus Fancy United. On one hand, Paper Rex, an absolute juggernaut in the APAC scene, has to be one of the tournament favorites moving forward in the group stage. And in the meantime, on the other side, Fancy United, a welcome surprise and truly a testament of their efforts in the play-ins from Vietnam.
Yeah, I felt like at least at surface level, Fancy United might be at a certain deficit here, similar to what we saw last game with Boom Esports versus No Namers. This is the same thing, because Fancy United alongside No Namers were teams that we were touting coming out of the group of life from the play-in. So they really have a lot to prove as of the moment. No Namers have yet to really got that that start they wanted in the group stage. They still have that second go in the lower brackets. But Fancy United, they have, I feel like, an even harder time, especially up against such a dominant force like Paper Rex.
Yeah, and that's the thing about today. Let's first look at how the brackets really formed their match schedule. If you notice, it's first seed of a certain scene for a certain region versus a play-in team. So it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle, really, for many of the matches here. I'd say, though, for the third and fourth match, it's going to be a lot closer with ONIG and Full Sense awaiting later on. But at the same time, for this kind of matchup, there's going to be a lot of proof and a lot of efforts that has to come from Fancy United if they want to eke out this victory. And first things first, I already noticed quite a change from the play-ins. We've known Acerola to be quite a player who plays an aggressive Omen. He can play a controller like a duelist, but this time he moves over to the chamber instead, and they're only sticking with a single Astra here.
Astra can work out. We saw, again, Tebatol use that to full extension. And again, Haven is a map that does allow Astra to still shine, but you do need something to kind of supplement that. And that's why we're seeing the chamber just to help out the defenses just in case. That being said, it's going to be more about the aggressive takes because they went for that double initiator. It's all about the encounters here for Fancy United. And with good intention, especially against Paper Rex that is so damn incredibly strong, who still equipped Jing on a secondary duelist like the Reyna, they definitely need anything that they can use just to blot out the vision of these two extreme fraggers, again, in the form of Forsaken and Jing.
And I'll be honest, it's a little risky from Paper Rex because we know that the Reyna has been lately outclassed by agents like Sky, like KO, like Chamber, but it's a bit more old school here from Paper Rex, and I really feel like right now they're going to be testing the waters just a little bit more. If you saw their run back in MYSG, didn't drop a single map at all, and at the same time, they're able to avoid Bleed Esports because Bleed Esports fell off really quickly in the upper bracket to the lower bracket until the grand final. So in all honesty, there was a bit of that concern that Paper Rex, they might be hiding some strats right now. They're playing a more old school kind of playbook just because they want to surprise the more renowned competition that they have here. And really, I think it's a small gamble right now that PRX is going to be bringing Jing back out on that Reyna. But the thing is, the skill is there. Forsaken and Jing together, again, double duelists in that kind of composition. They can just overrun you with the amount of, I'd say, raw strength that they have, the raw firepower that this roster has in the first place.
And what's kind of good to point out as well is, I'm pretty sure a lot of people in Southeast Asia know this already, like, Jing and Forsaken are actually very active streamers in their own regards, and you'd probably see them always duo queue in competitive. And why I point this out, Dak, is because of the fact that you know that they're trying to build synergy as much as they can, and you do see it with how much communication as well as just dominance they've actually shown in rank. I won't normally point this out, but since it is Jing and Forsaken, it's a really nice just way to kind of gauge how much they've been trying to create that that bond with each other. And we'll probably will be seeing that now as they fight their way through this best of 3 against Fancy U.
Yeah, and I think that's the one problem they had back in LCQ. They had to change Shiba pretty much after their Masters run. They got Jing, incredible player, but they did flex on over to a few strategies that might not have really worked out as well. Forsaken can play a mean initiator, but his Jet is just so damn different compared to, any other agent that he plays. And they have been running him back on the Jet. Jing is the one who does flex on over now as much as possible for the squad. And Paper Rex, we'll see how hot they can really be in their first series in the group stage. There's a lot of hype and a lot of expectation towards Paper Rex. Fancy United, let's see how they're gonna fight on back. But Jing already, quick takedown onto Killer S, and it seems like it's Paper Rex already sieging on through and playing the aggro, covering fire though, courtesy of the Jet here as Jing gets a second.
This dog is gonna bite hard, but Jing's already out. The flasher come through. They do get a couple of tags here. BMV actually gets another. Forsaken just dips right in as Jing spots out the spike already. It's been dropped down. Heisey. Okay, finally he at least controls the situation, but is left into the 2 versus 1. Now backing away. He's already taken a bit of damage here. They read that he's going to go through C. But, well, what's good about this A is if they try to go for this 2 versus 1 retake, you can at least tell that Benkai will have that camera to use delayed to spot out where he will hide after he plants the spike.
And we haven't talked about the Paper Rex comp besides the Reyna. That is the most old school thing I've seen in forever. Double intel with the Cypher with the Sova. You have the Omen, and you have double duelist. It's a blast from the past from when Reyna first came on out, but the camera work again, just to be a big bother. Heisey already spotted, tapped by the intel. He moves over to the right-hand side. Might have the angle here, but Forsaken. Quick shot there to get the takedown, and Paper Rex smooth to win out the round. A little scrappy though, but they're happy to just go for the brawl there and get that Reyna quickly to that Empress.
Yeah, very smart from Benkai, as I mentioned, just to kind of delay the use on that camera, and maybe the reason also why they didn't want to double down on A, or even because they already had that crucial amount of utility there, so they wanted to make sure it was C, so they were already there. But yeah, for the moment, really just good retake. And again, you did see that aggressive mid control, that just the crackness. It's just the best word I could probably just find here, or just the dominance of both Jing and Forsaken do have. Well, we are seeing the purchases. No, just pistol purchase for. Oh no, okay, it's a UI thing. They bought better weapons.
Yeah.
Hello back.
Hello, Asarai. You know they're not supposed to hear that, right?
Oh,
yes.
I didn't know. That's too good here.
Oh, but Paper Rex, you can see them coming. Doesn't really matter. Jing already with the takedown on Killer. As you mentioned, better guns equals better wins, and Forsaken also making that count. But you can always rely on Fancy United to be willing to scrap it out. Good headshots do come here.
Got the spike.
In a 2v3, and Fancy United still having the spike towards that spawn side. A little difficult right now to basically pick their poison since Paper Rex is already transitioning, moving on the round. Perfect timing though for FCY to move towards C.
FCY, they picked themselves, as you mentioned, a couple of good weaponry here. No utility whatsoever to spot that they're actually on the C site, and they've created a bit of space. If they plant this out for open, this would be great for them. But if it's on default, their post plant is going to be a tad bit awkward. There's a plan on the spike. Acerola taking the advantage, or taking the first step to actually getting very aggressive onto the spawn. Forsaken is one tap away, so the Spectre will actually be lethal at that range. But no, he hears the footsteps. Oh no, something's up. Wait, no! Acerola, what's up? He botches that one. BMV does get the kill, but the refrag is soon to come through. I was surprised. Acerola just kind of turned his back on there.
He's like, okay, he's not coming from here from the spawn. But the reality, I think it's because Paper Rex did make that noise toward that B site already. There were expectations there for Fancy United that they had to double up onto that C link. And just because of that, well, it's a backstab there to get the cleanup nicely. And I really feel like, you know, FCY, they can't double think their strategies right now. If they're going to be going for the push, might as well commit on it. Because that could have been a good timing here for Acerola. But as soon as that happens, right, as soon as the Omen makes that kind of noise, it's Benkai with the backstab. And from that point on, Paper Rex, again, able to just brawl it out. And I think that's the beauty of Paper Rex as a team. They're so mechanically inclined that they can just scrap it out against the best in SEA, as well as the rest of APAC. But at the same time, there's a deep playbook waiting to be unleashed here from PRX. And we'll see when that will be brought on out. Guns, though, are available here for Fancy United. And they're putting a lot of pressure towards that A side right now. But you notice this, Asarai, they really haven't felt like they want to commit on a single side as of yet. They keep leaving the spike behind. And they're looking for the pickoffs just to help them out here.
I guess they're also trying to circumvent where both
vision.
Jing and Forsaken are, right? That's why you see them just go all the way around to C, because they have that leeway being attacker sided, or at least the rotations is in their favor. But look at how quickly they actually get through. Killers only able to just get the one frag here, and Benkai's starting to heat up a little bit. Forsaken just gets away as he updrafts, but BMV already on the case, not allowing this trade to be abundant on the favor of Paper Rex. That being said, they guess it correctly. They back away. Benkai and Davai now will be left to go for the clutch. Davai does have his recon darts. If he can spot all of them at C long here, this would give them a bit of a fighting chance. And since some of the attackers did die on the side itself, they can pick up the fallen rifles, which would give them fighting chance even more so.
They use the recon though on site, and now FCY not falling for the tap. Benkai, will he go for the defuse here? Guiding like the call to get the intel, and BMVZ and High Z clean up nicely there at the end. Fancy United get on the board, and at first when they saw the round, I was like, okay, Paper Rex is still given space here actually to go for the shots, and we saw it there with the taps from the Sheriff. And I was waiting for something like the fault line, but BMVZ very well timed for the garage take instead. Not only was it a fault line to set themselves up for that push towards the window, but also it was a potential peek from players like Yes I Can. So it really feels like here for Fancy United, they've been amping up their utility usage. They know where to put that kind of pressure on Paper Rex if they do get that site control. And it really goes to show for Fancy United. I think that was the one thing we were asking about it. You play utility comp, and then you just go for the shots anyway. But now no shot against Forsaken, as he has brought out the operator. Fault line avoided. Good scan there.
Ooh.
And that could have been a catch onto BMVZ. Luckily though for Fancy United, they can get the hell out of there and stay away again from that jet.
It's only 1-for-1 trade though, or actually no, 1-for-2 trade. So it actually favors Paper Rex in that regard, because they hampered down on the lethality in this initiator setup. Again, both initiators as well as killers need to be alive to make this a better endeavor as they try to force their way onto the side. Benkai now just holding, getting that visual confirmation of where his opponents will be. I like the tripwire here. It will allow Forsaken just to kind of swing out a little bit more aggressive, and if they try to wide swing onto the right, they will be caught by it. And there it is. Spots out one, dashes through. Let's get caught by BMV, but damage be taken, damage be done. Heizy might get pushed out here by Benkai, but Paper Rex taking the slower path as they group up as the rest of the squad comes in. There's the peek out. BMV does get the kill, but it's still a 2 versus 1 as the round continues, and Benkai's already on the spike. Actually, in the 1 versus 1, and he is hard committing onto this. BMV doesn't even know!
He made it!
He got it!
He made it! He made it! So unfortunate for Fancy United, because they already had the right call to control one of the links with the Rolling Thunder. But BMVZ taking half a second, not even just half a second, a quarter of a second too late to peek that out. The hesitation costing them. This is what I'm talking about. Paper X, this is a squad that is absolutely confident on what they do. 110%. They're gonna be strutting their stuff coming into APAC and looking to take names. And Fancy United, this has been a great run here from BMVZ so far. He has been making so many plays for himself and for his team. But there is that hesitation. There is a little bit of that, I'd say, anxiety right now for Fancy United. And it will cost them against a Paper X squad that will try to get away with everything and anything. It's so unfortunate, because that was already such a good take by them towards that B site.
Well, at least they make it hella expensive for Paper X. Like, look at Forsaken. He's just going to be on the blades. That's a understatement. He's pretty deadly with the Blade Storm, but at least he doesn't have that operator anymore in his hands. That was such a huge commitment from Paper Rex just to make that round work for them. But at least for Fancy U, they are looking much better in terms of the buys as well as almost ultimates. Nice use on utility there from Yes I Can. The buy just kind of peeking left and right here as he here spots out a couple, immediately just backs away, but he does have Forsaken alongside him. They do have a setup. The thing that will happen here is Forsaken on the close, the buy with the recon dart, and how well can he manage or even convert? Not really going to be as good, and the buy sucked and blinded. Unfortunately.
Yeah, just no way to see what was going on. As soon as he hit the ground, well, that's when his eyes lit up for the final time. Fancy United, very good punish there on the initial peaks of Paper X. And you mentioned it has been costly for Paper X. Fancy United able to take advantage. And you can't count out Fancy United in those scrappy situations. Killer S, once he gets hot, he is quite the duelist to basically consider. And in the meantime, Yes I Can and Heizy, these players can come in clutch, especially what we've seen from Heizy. The later the game goes, the better he really gets. There's a lot of responsibility though here for Fancy United's Astra, because compared to before when they'd run that double controller, it's only him now setting up the smoke, so he's gonna be lagging behind just a little bit more. Everything will be relying on him, and we know the nerfs on the Astra, it just might not be the most potent thing in the universe. But we'll see. Fancy United can keep that one up, get that round again, and move on to tie up the scoreline.
Yeah, I guess you just have to be a bit more intentional with your Astra utility than before. Because because you can keep refunding your stars and it gets up in like a quarter of a minute, it is very easy for Astra players to commit certain utility. Because you had that extra one more star compared to now, you can't save that one star to actually be part of your main plan, and the rest is just to kind of control the rest of the map, right? So, but that being said, I think you're absolutely right. Heizy has done a good enough job at the start to create that pressure for Fancy U without losing too much, even more so. Paper X still do have a couple of buyers here. I think Forsaken was dropped a rifle. The buy still holds the pistol for the moment.
Yeah, well, he has the Hunter's Fury anyway, so he just needs to play the game of keep away and go for the takedown. Fancy United now, a quick commitment with the Cosmic Vibe, but Jing is just ready for the first one. Not the second though, as inspiration comes from Yes I Can. Nice start though from Heizy. Catches out Forsaken as well. Opening perhaps Spike though left in the middle towards that B site. Fancy United now can be committing towards that area, but Benkai saves bye-bye. So Acerola real quick gets an upgrade from the corpse. And this is now the Cosmic Vibe dissipating, so they might have the sound cues here for both sides. And you can see how Fancy United has adjusted. Since the wall is gone, they're ready to play on the outskirts instead. Blind comes Paranoia, perhaps. And then we also have the dark cover in the way as well. For Paper X, though, someone needs to siege in front. And his name is Benkai. Yes, I can. On the right-hand side, and BMVC seen. Trying to set things up. Flash does come, though, to get the blind on. Mind Freak finds the two from afar! And you think he's the one on defuse duty? No! He's the one on protection detail instead. 4-2! And Mind Freak again blowing minds there at the end.
Loving the use of Mind Freak to actually smoke the window rather than what's in front on the entrance on B main, because if you think about it, it actually makes a lot of sense. If it's B main, it actually is going to be used by the attackers against you because you can't see anything, and it also hinders them from wanting to push out and take down the rest of Fancy U, who was taking a much more calm approach, because Fancy U was relying on the ping on the spike before they actually start throwing out utility, where Paper X were already one step ahead. That being said, it was an almost close loss for Paper X, but you mentioned it, Mind Freak just went above and beyond and saved the team and got the round. And, well, yeah, 4-2.
I mean, it was like a do-or-die situation there for Paper X, honestly. Because you would either get hit by the breach setup or the sky setup. As Benkai inside the smoke finds the turnaround to get the takedown on Killer S. Heizy there fell. The Cypher, actually. But really, it was a damn if you do, damn if you don't. But Mind Freak really setting that one up well. Paper X need a bit more of that kind of situations. Acerola in the face of Jing. Yes, I can. And Acerola cleaning up nicely. They just push on forward. Oh, left though. To Forsaken. And time now to see if he can actually make this one work. Dash on through. Stabs into the wall just to fake things out. Heizy will get spotted, but Yes, I can. It's a layer of alert there, courtesy of Fancy United. Nice off angle by the Sky, and it's 4-3 as FCY gets another one here. They're really keeping up with Paper X right now here, Asarai. And not only that, have you noticed the wins for Paper X? They're all defuses, so Fancy United has been getting these sites anyway, no matter the round, and they're allowed to put more pressure on the Paper X defense.
Yeah, they've really stepped it up a different gear here, which has allowed them to survive for longer. And because they do have more players to well utilize, you have been seeing Fancy U kind of just leave one player, maybe it's Yes I Can or even Heisey, just at these awkward off angles that actually get them value in terms of kills, because they do get Paper Rex, who is just rotating through. That has happened to Forsaken, I think, twice as he was coming out through garage window, and a couple of rounds back on sewer, if I'm not mistaken. So that being said, Paper Rex, they're really getting caught off guard here by the speed that FancyU wants to keep fighting them in, but it might change, although this is a weaker buy for Paper Rex, at least in this round.
Yeah, Paper Rex, they've been scrapping around money. Well, Fancy United has actually kept the economic advantage for quite a while here. Yes, I Can now. Acerola on the board yet again, and these guys heating on up. It's a bad sign here for Paper Rex right now. As well, the Vi Shock Dart does fly, but that's way too close for comfort. And one push can actually get the secure, and Killer S is the one who will push that limit. And suddenly, everyone lines up for Killer S. It's one line towards the link, and one more point here for Fancy United, but Killer S, the opportunity was right in front of him, and he seized it.
Yeah, he just kept on picking up what was being thrown in his general direction. Loving the aggression right now from FancyU. And lots of questions, but they're answering every single one that we throw at them. Yes, I Can, BMV, and Killer S always at the point. This double initiator really blinding the bejesus out of Paper Rex, and it works. You were mentioning again how this double duelist might get hampered a little bit, and it is starting to be like that as FancyU adjusts.
Yeah, and Paper Rex has whipped out things like the Chamber, the Sky, the Sage 4 on their local scene, so it's another configuration that Paper Rex is willing to bring. But you can see immediately that this puzzle is solved so quickly by the shots of Paper Rex. As soon as FCY comes on in, Paper Rex will slam the door on them towards A site, and Mid Guy has been absolutely on it today.
That was a 3-stack on A, by the way. I mean, the buy was just slightly far off. He was just playing A Link just to throw out maybe a recon dart. This does give them a lot more options to get information in mid without actually over-peaking. But I think Paper Rex just kind of understood what FancyU was trying to do, and we mentioned it just a minute ago, that FancyU wanted to go for as fast of a take aside as quickly as they can, so that they'll have more numbers to stop the rotations of Paper Rex. But Paper Rex, they're a team that's very much veteran status already. They know what they got to do. But FancyU want to switch it up and just charge in with the Rolling Thunder. And Killer's not wasting the opportunity.
I love that. He just used his utility to stay away from his own team's Rolling Thunder, and he rode the wave to just be able to run over Jinx. Spike's planted, and it's towards the B side, actually. Paper Rex now using C for their staging ground, and there comes Paper Rex yet again. My Freak will get to the Vi, gets on the board. BMVC trying to hold, and he does get the Cypher, but it's the Vi right now with a quick trade. Forsaken in the middle, looking around for another target all the way in the middle. It's Heisey hiding by the crate, but that is just Forsaken with a quick shot anyway. Finds the pixel, makes it perfect. Here we go again. Paper Rex showing their domination.
Yeah, quick to adjust on what was happening. And FancyU really love that setup when they do have the Rolling Thunder up and running, just to quickly stun onto Garage. It gives them, again, options here. They can go for that pinch onto B, and if there's just too much heat on the B site, they can even work their magic onto C, because that Rolling Thunder does hit a good chunk of that C site, especially the points where defenders would most primarily be at, that being Log as well as the back of the big box. But yeah, for now, maybe a quick little pause here, Dax, as some of the players might have a bit of a hiccup. But yeah, we're good. Just chilling.
No, we're just chilling. We have this, like, we do the prod stuff, right? And we do it like we're casting the game. So for a while there, I refreshed the thing, Master Rai. And then I was like, why is my face on the minimap? For like a good 10 seconds. It's like, why is it there? And then I guess, oh yeah, wait, the camera preview shows up again. So just a little was like, what's going on? I think for the round where they went for that A site, I was seeing mostly my face, and then action happening there on the minimap for A. It's like, oh, okay, I think I'm part of the action now, but no problem there. So quick little tech pause though. Well, seems like we're gonna be getting the action as soon as everyone is ready. So yeah, tech pause is true. Really goes to show that the Paper Rex, as soon as they decide to hit that win button, they just take these rounds by storm. It's honestly a bastion of hope here for APAC in general, for SEA especially. The Paper Rex is a squad that feels more I'd only say mentally reset, because comparing it to their LCQ performance, where they really just dropped the ball in some of their matches, this is a squad now that has played for a few more months. You mentioned it in streams, Jing and Forsaken making that chemistry happen, and you still have that core anyway that absolutely trusts each other. This is a squad that is seen by many to basically make it to the end of this road to be one of the potential representatives for APAC and Masters. And the fact of the matter is, Paper Rex, they're just here to dominate and try not to disappoint. Forsaken though with a shot, doesn't get the kill, but it's Jing instead with a takedown onto BMVZ. FCY is witnessing their power firsthand.
I'm surprised that Acerola had like 40 HP left. It was legged out to be like 20 HP. Oh man, Killers wanted to be cheeky, but Jing was already on the case. They finally separated each other there. One on A main, one on C. And this bit of a breather for Paper Rex has given them more time to kind of set things up. Jing on the close contact. The smoke's about to go. He's waiting patiently, but doesn't want to get wide swung by the remaining members of Fancy. That being said, it's only like 2 players, so there's not really much left to the imagination. But yes, I can. Still good on the fight. Has to back away as he is stunned by the paranoia. Can't see the buy and Forsaken coming through on mid. So wherever he goes, it's going to be Paper Rex just slap his hand away. So there's nothing that he can have done in that situation.
So wherever he goes, whatever he does, Paper Rex is right there waiting for him.
Yeah.
Am I that old if you don't know the song?
Sing it for me, maybe I'll know.
No, it's okay. Once we go karaoke. But Fancy United, they're going to go for a timeout. And I like this a lot because they have to realize now that they're, again, the utility usage needs more value here for Fancy United. They can't just be going for those peaks. They can't just be immediately peeking out first and then setting up their utilities, because Paper Rex has really brought the aggression towards Fancy United. They're the ones willing to go for those kind of drive peaks instead. They have the double duelist anyway. And the thing is, Jing has 9 kills but 10 deaths. It just goes to show how risky in a way Paper Rex is playing right now, and Fancy United can't get caught up in that initial conflict, since we've seen this time and time again that for Fancy United, they have this very utility-based composition, and when they're given that time to set up, they use it well. But when they also find the brawls, they kind of get strung along with it, and I think it's a bit of a problem for FCY's discipline as a whole.
This is a nice spot.
You do kind of mention that, but the recent matches that Jing has actually played, aside from maybe him playing a role other than duelist, he's actually played KO before. He's actually had a very positive KD ratio, where he'd probably get 10 more kills average above his deaths. So we'll probably see that maybe later, but Fancy have done a really good job at just kind of making that not really the case for Jing here. Forsaken is left on an island, has to work his magic, but they actually lost where he is. Finally swatted him out in the air, but the rest of the squad has now come into play here at Defender's spawn. Mind Freak and Benkai splashing at the back of the site. Benkai snuck himself already at the crosshair. If somebody peeks out, he will find the kill. They already know that they're actually trapped right there, but good stuff from Acerola to keep the fight in their hands. Mind Freak tries to go in. Manages 2 versus 1, not going to work out as he gets caught. And that's going to be the finalizing round there for Fancy U, 7-5 in the first half.
Yeah, I like it a lot better from Fancy United, using those utilities to clear out the site. You saw Forsaken, and then he was suddenly gone. Thing is, Paper Rex, the rotation, very quick. Killer S thought, you don't have time here. Set up on top of the crate, get the angle, and get the shots towards the ceiling. But Paper Rex was already there. But for FCY, once they get that kind of space on site, they look a lot more primed and ready, thinking and anticipating some more certain angles rather than just the whole map. So narrowing down the choices, it does help out FCY to get to that point in the first place. They set things up well with their initiators, and those are the rounds that they can really win out versus Paper Rex. But now the tides will turn and the roles will shift here. That's right. Paper Rex on the attacking side, FCY on the defense. And I really feel like this is where the anticipation has to be on point for Fancy United. Not only from someone like the Chamber getting that intel with the trademarks, but in all honesty, I'm looking forward to what BMVZ and Heisey can do here to slow things down. Because Paper Rex, they have that double duelist, and it's just very clear-cut what they can really do here. Leers in, darts out, get that intel, smokes there, and then it's a classic push that has been standardized time and time again in Valorant.
They do have situational flashes as well, with Jing and Mindfreak having the Leer and Paranoia compared to Yes I Can and BMV on the Fantasy U that have much more straightforward and can be utilized throughout the rest of the round. If Jing and Mindfreak use their utilities, it's going to be at the very start where they need to start taking in aggression. It depends on how well they can follow through, but Paper X is good for that. But all that being said, definitely true. It's going to be a challenge here for Fantasy U to match against this aggression. We saw how very much far forward and far-reaching Paper X can be once these pistols actually come back into play. And they were scary on the defending side. I wonder what's going to happen now that they're going to be the ones reaching into the site.
Yeah, just trying to get into that cookie jar. In Fantasy United, it's either they swat them away or have to make a new batch for themselves because, well, it's Paper X getting ready again for the second half of this game. You guys are tuning on in, second series. And we'll see more later on as the matches get even hotter and hotter. But fault lines now set up, and for Paper X, they will have to avoid just a little bit more of those initial concusses courtesy of the breach. They did go for the Cyber Cage towards A long just to blockade any kind of push, any kind of vision. But the thing is, Paper X are still not committing towards that A site. They're thinking about B. Forsaken is there, just watching out for more utilities. As soon as they scout that out, that might be the rally call to go here as PRX will be stacking now towards A site.
Made a lot of noise though. Yes I Can does have the flash. Actually double flash with the help of Killer, so if they can find at least a vision here, they will be able to fight. Jing has already been knocked off, but they were very reciprocative of what was going to happen, but this still is BMV. They didn't expect him to actually be there, but Benkai is actually just crept away all through short. And even though I would say that was a very, very good setup for Fantasy U, it got quickly dismantled.
Spike planted.
That's going to leave us into a 3 versus 2 with Mindfreak going all through spawn and helping us rotate. Now it's going to be a weird crossfire fight with Fantasy U at the disadvantage.
Yeah, Paper X here. He got the punish onto someone like Killer S, and Benkai down in hell. Ace Rolla though swinging just to the high frenzy and hat, and Davai so quick on the shots even to clean that up one well. Paper X getting the pistol win, and for Fantasy United, sometimes the over-eagerness, it can bite you in the butt, and Killer S there, he already got that first frag, but since he re-peeked, it was such a quick punish there, courtesy of Paper X. They were prepared. Good stuff though from BMVZ again, stunning the Jet who tries to push on forward. By that point, the momentum was in favor of Paper X, and you can see how quick the momentum will shift when you're playing against PRX. These guys are just lethal with any kind of gunplay, whether pistols, whether rifles, and any mistake that you will make, they're there to punish it.
Speaking of mistake, I think Paper X just knew that a flash was imminent. Probably not a double flasher, but at least one flash, right? Because that's usually how the setup works. Yes, I Can. Sneaky little Sky gets the kill as Jing was just prepping to force himself onto the site and actually gets another one. Lee Short is getting a lot of value. So much value here, Dax. Mindfreak's like, oh, hell nah. I'm going to start working my magic now before it becomes too late. Killer's already going all the way through A long here. Davai spots him out and actually wins the fight even through the Spectre in the hands of the opposing Jet. That being said, Paper X still clean up the round. 9-5, Fantasy U with the first gun round by.
Shorty squad, assemble. Look at that. Just Yes I Can gets away with it. And
that's freaking ridiculous.
Here we go. Ace Rolla is like, also you have a shorty? Really? Okay. But the Spectre there to, save the day. And Paper X, they just came in blind. This time they got a few casualties because of it, but you can see what they did in that first round. You mentioned it, anticipating that flash because they got that Trailblazer intel that it came towards that A site. But now we're coming into the buy round, and Forsaken has saved enough money to buy an operator on a not so rainy day. Paranoia thrown on over, double stack towards Garage, peeks after the flash, and it's Jinto who takes care of business to get to divide the only casualty here for PRX right now. And suddenly again, it's the force of Paper X pushing towards Fantasy United. And they not only win that bonus, but they just dominate, and that operator investment plus the free rifle upgrades, Paper X will take that and more.
Again, the micro adjustments that I mentioned about Boom Esports a while ago in their previous series being shown to us by Paper X here. You see this one right there, where they actually use the buy as the one punch, pause, second punch for Jing because they knew that there was a possibility that someone was going to frag right in. So they basically used the Vi as a sniffing dog, and Jing was to be the one to get the refrags in, and boy, did he get those refrags. 2-piece, I believe, was what he got there. Oh,
Whoa.
killers.
No, it's Jing and Forsaken doing it again. And you mentioned it, Asura. You're like, I know he's going to get a positive KD soon. And it does seem like he is getting the kills now. Mind Freak, though, so quick on the push as there was attention called towards that A-Long. And Paper Rex again is deciding to be the Apex Predators of Haven now. Spike, oh, he's like, okay, here you go, I already have ultimate. They have everything to juggle on around. Flawlessly executed here by Paper Rex.
Flawless execution. And again, that Cloudburst was a definite go signal that, oh, Killers is going to try to pick up the charge so he can get his blades up. And then they sort of... Not at all.
Like, no shots. Paper Rex, man. Just a squad like this that feels so acclimated. Fancy United, they've done their homework. They've done the efforts really to try and keep one up. But it really feels like Paper Rex here is playing at a completely different speed. And case in point there, Jing with the takedown onto Killer S to start things off. Again, it's really that momentum shift going more and more in favor of Paper Rex one more time.
Gonna hit this site very aggressively. Already getting some information onto the side there. Nothing really... Oh, maybe Yes I Can find the frags here. Benkai has already kind of lost the angle there, but Forsaken is still holding the one right here. Jing, Empress, and the Smiths for a lot more control, a lot more dip back into the site style of options for him, which he does. Acerola and Heisey going to be coming in through the flank now. And this is going to maybe mix up Paper Rex. That being said... Forsaken has no more dash, so maybe if they can catch him, that's going to be something, but Defy just charges out and gets a pick. That's huge. Jing. Oh, he gets taken down, but he tried to full control, but again, Paper Rex is so good at just checking all these corners. Really nothing left of the imagination.
Yeah, Trickle Discipline just to start the chain of kills, but Paper Rex eyes like a hawk, and their eyes are set on the prize here of map number 1. They're on map point immediately. I do like the fact though that FCY did adjust their second positions rather than just being out in the open or more in a aggressive stance. After using their utilities, they're playing for these deeper corners, giving them a chance in the duels. But then again, Paper Rex still has that advantage pushing forward, and from that point on, it's just a snowball effect gone crazy. Paper Rex has not dropped a single round here on the attacking side. And this is the last hurrah here for Fancy United. Acerola already whipping out the tour de force. There's the push and a plant from Forsaken, but he doesn't stick it. It's just a distraction because they know now the Seekers are coming from behind. This can be a push from Fancy United to get the pinch on. And Paper Rex adjusting towards that C-side instead here, Asurai.
He might actually get caught. Heisey's actually pushed himself out. Benkai into the corner, but they didn't check his location because of the Cypher Cage. This is just too damn much for Fancy to manage. The flash will come through. Benkai does not get blinded at all. Even has the neural theft to add insult to injury. BMB's down. Benkai with the 4K. And this is Paper Rex's game.
You can just say this is Paper Rex. And you can hear them roar and show up here. Commanding presence on the second half. That garage hold was just absolutely crazy, and not just one but two. And Benkai just says bye-bye to anyone who walks into his sightlines in the first place. PRX, man, it really feels like that they can keep just those kind of core compositions, and it's effective enough anyway to go for the takedowns. Not only that, though, for Fancy United, they utilize those utilities bit by bit more and more, but it still couldn't keep up with the Paper Rex onslaught, whether on the attack and some rounds on the defense.
Yeah, and Paper Rex just have so much understanding of the punish game that Fancy are employing. You know, they have a couple of flashes here, but they very much know what is about to come. Especially that one with Benkai where he hides himself inside the smoke, baits out his teammate, and actually gets a couple of kills here and there. That being said, I believe the highlights are going to be popping out in just a moment here. There you
nice
go.
Lobby.
Nice lobby.
Nice lobby. But there you go. Paper Rex. The highlights clear at the start. They wanted to play that aggression. And in all honesty, Fancy United, they really did a good job using those initiate their utilities to go for the punish. I love the plays there from Yes I Can, DMVZ, and it's really interesting that Fancy United, they weren't that baited on out to use their utilities that quickly for the start of the game. They knew that Paper Rex was gonna push. They were confident enough in their raw brawl anyway. And many times towards like the C side, towards that B side, they're able to hold on to some utils, especially from the breach, to help them out immensely. But after Paper Rex kind of figured that one out and put more and more pressure, it was just PRX starting to snowball from there, Asarai.
Yeah, and they were very much unstoppable. Again, just nothing really for them to be unaware of. Like, everything they try to do is to make sure that they get all information, all contact onto the site. And now, let's look at the stats real quick. 13-5. This is looking similar to what we saw with Boom Esports and No Namers. Fancy You, they got one more chance left in the chamber, at least for this first series against Paper Rex. Can they get that second game? I don't know.
Yeah, it's just so difficult sometimes. Some of the configurations Paper Rex has is just that trade value in the first place. As soon as you get one, you're already dead, and then your teammate is dead on the other side, getting pushed by Paper Rex. Benkai and Divide after the biggest examples of that. Many a time, Forsaken Jing, they push, they make that space happen, but who's the one who utilizes that to the best degree? It's that Cypher and the Sova. And case in point, that last round, where, okay, sure, Divide's dead, that guy shouldn't be here. He's nowhere close. The Cyber Cage is a distraction. And suddenly, he's just there. He's ready, and he mows them down. Many times we see it from Paper Rex. It's the multi-kills that really swing the game in their favor.
And that's like the Paper Rex style always, right? With Jing just loving to play as this duelist. I wonder when we're going to see Paper Rex actually put him other than. But for now, you mentioned how Paper Rex might want to save a couple of their strategies here. For sure, I mean, everybody would know that it's not just going to be the double duelist up until like the finals or something. Maybe if they're that uber dominant, but once they get up against maybe like ONIG or Boom Esports, it's definitely going to change. But for now, guys, that's it for game number 1. We'll see if Fancy You have what it takes to maybe push us to game number 3. Same question that I had for No Namers, but now it's Paper Rex as the Titan opponent. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking to placement. Thought since I Rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Seems like the first two series of the day is ripe full of top dog versus underdog stories, and it still continues. Game number 2 is going to go in a short bit as Paper Rex take first game in their match against Fancy United Esports. There you go. I could not abbreviate that because there's some letters that would just, yeah.
It's FCY. You remove the A, you remove the N. You don't use the United part because you will get fired. There you go.
But, absolutely will.
I mean, you've done it before. I'm not just kidding. But the thing is, whoa. That's a different broadcast. That was a different aspect. Thing is though, play in pond, one thing. The C of the group stage, completely different. And thing is, for Fancy United, they made that adjustment at the start. They've done their homework and they look more prepared versus Paper Rex at the start of the game. And then Paper Rex adjusted and decided to start winning from that point on. And you made a really good point there, Asteroid, because these are the squads who are at the top of really the more renowned scenes. So we know a lot about it from the SCA runs from last year. The names themselves, the teams that have always been some of the kings of their respective region. And Paper Rex is a squad that did make it all the way to Masters anyway. So it really goes to show that is an absolute powerhouse. But Fancy United, I feel like there's still some fight in them. Problem is though, we're going to the second map. And it's Icebox, where Paper Rex has really had that frozen crown of SCA for a while there already.
Yeah, it's their best map, even before Jing joined in on the team. And I felt like they just got better and better here. We already saw how dangerous Paper Rex was on Haven, and that can actually be amplified on Icebox, even with the double duelist that they do like to employ. We talk about how, or you mentioned how, again, they might not want to give away some strats here, and that's really not a bad thing because even with their default of the double duelist, they have a lot of options for Paper X, especially with how aggressive both Jing and Forsaken like to get that map control. Whether it's defense or off defending or attacking for Paper X here, you will be sure that they will be taking so much control in certain positions here to get as much advantage for Paper X in each and every round.
And speaking of strats though, I'm really excited to see what Fancy United will bring here, because last time we saw them on Icebox against Global Esports, it was that no duelist composition. The KO comes in, the Chamber comes in, and well, they had that double controller also to run. And it's really intriguing, right? To have that double control, to have that double initiator, just to have that Chamber. And I really feel like the KO is going to be a big part of a lot of these games for the next few weeks. I think really KO is becoming more and more meta, even more so. It does bother the Chamber a lot when if you get the suppress on him, he can't even use his guns basically. And at the same time, we're getting more and more flash drive value from many of these players. Some teams, like we saw from yesterday, like Naos, they love to run it. I believe in that last series between Oblivion Force and Velocity Gaming, there's a lot of KO as well. And I wouldn't be surprised because Fancy United, they're trying to pioneer a new system yet again, but it's still all about that refinement and all about them getting more and more value with the utilities and actually hitting Paper Rex where it hurts with it.
Yeah, and you really do see all of that kind of come into full swing here. We'll see how Fancy United tend to adjust with all of it, as you mentioned. Paper Rex, I really feel, do have the leading hand in this one, and we could be seeing again the first half of these days matches be done and dusted with how Boom was so dominant again with no namers. It is looking to be again the group of life from the play-ins, outcomers such as No Namers and Fancy United really to prove what they got. But really would have to say that Fancy U as well have done not a bad job at fighting. You really see the effort to try to get aggressive map control. The only problem is I think Paper Rex are very much aware of it, and it has been a deterrent for Fancy U to get things started compared to the No Namers that were able to get a couple of rounds and snowball that into maybe 2 to 3. Fancy U can't even stitch together 1 to 2 rounds when they were fighting against Paper Rex in the first map.
And as we get into the ages, like, let's not forget also Fancy United, a squad that loves that initial momentum. Losing that pistol kind of hurt them, but they still found their bearings. The adjustments, though, later on into the game has been more of their Achilles heel, and we'll see Fancy United now and put some armor on that. And case in point, we get back to the double control, double initiator, no duelist composition from Fancy United. Keep an eye again on Killer S on that KO. Acerola, he's basically the duelist. This Omen is really the duelist, just in a different coat of paint, in all honesty. And some of the plays here for Fancy United, it's still pretty much more standardized, but they know how to not only even out the playing field, but also watch out for many an angle here so far. But on the flip side, Paper Rex is gonna have that chamber as well. And since Fancy United has that KO, if they can really get the suppress onto the chamber of Paper Rex, they can shut down so many potential aspects of the agent. We saw a little bit about that yesterday between Velocity Gaming and Blue. Of course, in my humble opinion, it was the flashes that had more of an impact, in all honesty. But many point out also that, okay, this is a chamber on one side, you suppress him, what you gonna do now? Can't use the Headhunter, can't use the Tour de Force, trademarks really don't do anything. And if Fancy United can just keep hammering on a potential weak point on the PRX composition right now, it might be a chance for them to win out a few more rounds here on Icebox.
That's a good way to point out as well, because compared to every other map out there, I think the reach, as well as the ease of use of throwing out the KO blade on Icebox is much better compared to maybe, let's say, Ascent, right? Because you can throw it from a safe distance and actually reach a far enough part of each site that it can or should hit the chamber, which would allow for much easier site take because you disable the trademark, you disable the, as you mentioned, all of this aggressive abilities he has. And not only him, but also the Viper, which is going to be on Mind Freak. That being said, we'll see how this goes because there is still that fight power that is very much prevalent, of course, from the Paper Rex roster.
And Paper Rex also running that Sage here. This is actually a composition that they ran before compared to the one we saw on Haven. This is what the comp they used, I believe, against no namers in the upper bracket final of their local stage. So the flashbacks there, perhaps Bedkai. Just so quick, out of nowhere, coming in from the belt to get to FCY. They went for the push, wanted to go for the punish, but Paper Rex was already awaiting them. But the shots come from Yes I Can, as Forsaken ascends to the heavens. Divide, though, with a trade, and High Z is there to get the catch. Everything now left to Jing, but there you have the shot. Goes for the self-heal, and the ding on the High Z to win it out anyway. A clutch moment for Paper Rex. A Vera Esports clutch moment for Jing.
Feels like a very Esports team bag moment. Tactical bag moment there, too. I'm sorry, I love you, Vera.
I mean, you're the one who can put that sticker on anything, aren't you? Like, with there or something?
Yeah. I partner with Vera for community tournaments as well, so they're fine. We're chill.
I want a Vera Esports sticker. Give me one.
I don't even have one, dude.
Okay. If Vera Esports is watching right now, give Asrai stickers so you can give them away on stream and give one to me.
Yeah. And I can put them on my longboard too.
Oh wow, it was what a skater boy. Guys, we went out and touched grass and he was skating.
I touched pavement. What do you mean?
I was just taking a video of him the whole time. And he's like, are you too tired from running around? I was like, no, I can actually, I can keep up with your board, man. Easy. But let's see now, as Paper Rex can keep up the pressure. Fancy United, they did go for a bit of aggression a while ago, but there's only one shorty this time. That's right. There's only one shorty.
I don't think it's going to happen anymore on Ace.
It's not even the right side.
Yeah. Well, yeah, these blades are being thrown in the other direction. No utilities other than just the weapons will be their saving grace. And yes, I can gets charged right in. Mindfreak picks up a nice little 4-piece. And does he have enough now to actually get his ultimate in the third round? I don't think he does.
Like
5.
He needs 2
charges
or something.
He needs more, yeah, 2 more.
Yeah. He should get it if he just gets like a kill and then 1 more for show. I remember correctly, yeah. So the thing is, there's an indicator here for Fancy United of what can lead to success. You saw that push, right? Paper X, they're willing to go full steam ahead since they have that gun advantage. But Killer S, he timed that 0 point right. And we've seen here for Paper X, yes, they can go for the dry peaks, they're very potent at it, but they still love to be assisted by the utilities anyway. So keep an eye out perhaps on when they're able to use the lies that KO played. They throw it out so far though for the intel. The Vi here with the Headhunter now searching for a target. Fancy United is so aggressive toward this A hold, and compared to the B side where they're hanging on back, playing into the orange crates instead, and the Vi does get caught out here by Acerola.
Yeah, doesn't have any weapons to actually be picked up by Acerola, so this is just gonna be at least an indicator. Ooh, did it actually hit? Oh no, I think he broke something else, or maybe just hit the wall. That being said though, yes I can. Ready to actually fight against Forsaken here. Jing caught to just stay inside his own wall for the moment while Benkai is giving him that assistance. Delayed lurk to come through on Mindfreak. Benkai's already been dealt with. And Mindfreak making some waves here as also Jing trying to fight the angles. And he is working magic with this Spectre. Now holds inside itself. Spike starting to get planted down, but Jing denies. My goodness, Fancy U, they don't know what to do on this one, as they just have to keep tapping the Spike and dying to the Jiggle Peaks of Paper Rex.
That's the ultimate bonus round. Not only do they win it, they get that third round, they get the gun upgrades, but you see that they're able to build some big ultimates now, coming into the fourth after the efforts here of Mindfreak and Jing. And Jing is just such a master of this B site right now. He's able to bait in the opposition close, and he's also the one who breaks his own wall. He knows where he puts that spike down. If I built it, I can destroy it. And Jing has just been destroying the hopes and dreams here of Fancy United many a time. It was a good effort from Fancy United. They went for the flank. They tried to go for multiple angles. But Paper X was waiting, and you said his name, and his aim is true. Hold it with the shots. That's a good one there from Fancy U, but Paper X comes in strong back, and the Vi Benkai on the board. Rez is there, and PRX now pushing as a full unit.
Jing kind of going too crazy, even just blocking out the vision of the Vi as he was just pinning down Acerola there.
Did you see his movement? It's like he just hopped all the way from belt towards rafters in one swift motion. This guy knows how to B-hop like crazy, and he used the ropes. I'm more impressed by his movement. It's like I'm watching like something like Dying Light or something else rather than Valorant, because he went zoom towards that rafters.
Well, I mean, Jing and Forsaken are dubbed as ranked demons. Paper X got 2 good ranked demons, to be honest. Like, really good players there. And if you've watched some of their streams, they actually just move like this, like crazy. I think both of them actually have like really high sense of their wrist aimer, so they do have that that option to be incredibly mobile and what's the word? Antsy in a good way.
I mean, kind of erratic, honestly, how they move.
Erratic,
right?
there you go.
Yeah, and they're just so quick on the reactions. So speaking of reacting, well, Jing, not just 1, not just 2, that's 4 people right in front of you. Mindfreak still gets 1. That's big intel, though, for Paper X, that the sights are clear. And they have to watch the flag instead from the garage. The Vi is waiting. If no one checks this is perfect for Paper X. And there's the shot, and it's clean again. Absolutely aim heavy with the chamber, avoiding the suppresses even. Yes, I can, though, with the duel, yes. But that's all they will get here from Fancy United. The gamble doesn't pay off. The all-in will be busted. And sure, they're going to have the Viper Spit for the next round. But this is now looking so detrimental to FCY as Paper X will get up to 5 here.
He's going to want to maybe fight for something, but...
No fighting.
Nope.
Not allowed.
No fighting. Yeah. Denied. Just Benkai doing Benkai things.
Bando.
And, the Vi there on the lurk, man. They just did not expect this. I like the play that, you know, not yes I can, but the rest of Fancy U just charged up on mid, using the numbers to utter advantage. But this did leave them very vulnerable for that 1-2 prong from either A main or B main. And they probably expected, again, Paper X to have just rushed right into the A site, because that's technically what you would think as well if you're in the defending in that situation. but Paper Rex take it one step further with, again, the Vi just hunkering down and making, that lurk happen.
Do you notice also that Paper Rex is so eager for these long-range engagements that they only have Vandals? I don't think it's something that you can talk about too much, but Paper Rex are not buying Phantoms at all. And you expect that for your edgy players, for those closer quarters, but just tap heavy. And in some of the angles here on Icebox, it's just perfect from that distance if you're that sure of your aim anyway. Still though, now that Fancy United has hung on back and is actually playing towards the Maze and 410 area instead, this might be Paper Rex in a small disadvantage in terms of the rifles themselves. But overall, of course, they have the better guns. There's one Spectre, there's two Sheriffs, but Killer Ass will get the clean shot. BMVZ on the board. Here comes now the 0 point. It's a big suppress onto 2. KO might be able to put on the impact even more so as yes, I can't get another one. Fancy United now finally hunkering down to hold off Paper Rex.
Still, you can't get that sigh of relief as Forsaken, full on HP, still has a dash. Very deadly on the case. With the help of Benkai, he can still make things work out in the open.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. Still has room to breathe. If he wants to, he can try to pick up maybe the orb, but he only needs 1 kill to activate the blades if he wants to go Super Saiyan, if at all ever. Already spots out one, trying to isolate the fight now. BMB at the back of the site. He's going to get a step closer into it. Oh, one's in top, one's in front. He actually makes it work enough. 3 HP in a dream, but again, too many angles for Forsaken to manage, and Fancy U finally get themselves a point on the board.
Yeah, nice pinch there from Fancy United. Not over-eager to get that kill. They knew just in case they could play for that time, and a bit of that low ground vantage point from BMVZ to be a bother. And this is a good adjustment here for Fancy United. They realize, okay, our aggro plays towards A site, it's just not working. Our pushes towards the middle, it's just wasting our arsenal because these guys are anticipating more of these long-range duels and hanging on around instead, waiting for Paper Rex to come, and as soon as they get that first contact, that's when they unleash things like that 0 point. It's a more, I'd say, responsible outlook here from Fancy United. They're understanding what Paper Rex wants to do, but the thing is, as soon as PRX gives a round Asteroid, they'll change it up. And it's not just one, technically, but 2 operators in the field right now, because the Vi has the Tour de Force and Forsaken has his own op.
Wait, does BMV actually understand what the Mind Freak is going to do? He does.
He does.
And reacts just in the nick of things and denies the lurk coming in from Mind Freak. So basically, Mind Freak just wanted to blot out the vision, so the trademark doesn't activate as it tries to cross, but it's too noisy. So BMV just figured it out.
Yeah, thanks, Professor.
Here.
I love the lesson. You're so smart, that's right. This is why you flex your rank in normal conversation.
No!
When you're
taken out of context.
I still have the screen cap to prove it, but you make a really good point. Honestly, that's what you want to do to blockade that vision. But through the gates, it's Paper Rex now pushing on forward. Jingdo knife out this time. Hyzy is there, ready to go for the trade, but Forsaken has swooped on in, and this hero finds 2 immediately, dashing on to the back, through to the middle. Paper Rex already making the impact, and oh yes I can. What you doing there? Misses shots down the flames. Yes I can from afar. Okay, I love that shot, but the Vi this time will do what Forsaken was unable to do. So 6-1, and PRX again on the board here.
Man, Forsaken's game sense is just top notch. He just felt like, oh, it's always gonna be on mid here or on top our spawn, and he does. He missed a shot though, but yeah, he was very fast on the uptake there.
He noticed him so quickly. He's like, "Hey, what you doing there? That's our spawn. That's where we're coming from."
Yeah.
Are you trying to go on the ship and just leave? He's like, "See ya."
He's a sus. He's a sussy.
Just suddenly spawns with you. I think that I've ever seen that. It's like, whoa, what happened here? Why are you here now? But Paper Rex, I think that was also, we have a point to some of our backside stories. And the thing is, Forsaken just able to get the infiltration. This is one thing we noticed from Paper Rex. They're going to try a few prods against whatever your defensive setup is and see what works and what doesn't. It was a two-way system, actually. Not only did we see Mind Freak try to go for the kitchen, we also saw Forsaken basically stroll on in towards that A site. And the weaknesses there need to be covered by Fancy United. PRX, though, slowing the pace down, and notice this, Asteroid, the ops are gone. It's just the rifles here instead.
Yeah, well, they do have BMV with the Tour de Force, so he does have somehow an operator in hand as well. Now, Fancy, I don't think they were faked at all because of that aggressive map control that Acerola did give on A main. So they do have an inkling that Paper X should have majority, if not all, of their forces here on the B side. They did hear BMV use the tour de force. That's why you're seeing Paper X take a much slower pace here. Trying to maybe also get as much value off the walls of Mindframe, but they don't need it. They're just using Forsaken as a sword to pierce into the B site. They're overcommitting to this one, but with good intention because Forsaken has to open things up. Spike will get planted actually. Damage be done onto Mindframe, but he still gets the value. Killers, hopeful, actually forces Forsaken to back away, dash on out, but the problem therein lies he was alone. Devi was there to back up Forsaken, and once again, Paper Rex just reading everything right in Forsaken. What a shot.
What a gamble though overall. Putting the wall this far off, planting this far in. It's you vying for that control for the orange trade for the whole site anyway. And the problem there for Fancy United, the stack towards Snowman, it's gonna cost them since they just get walled on the way. If someone was there on the high ground instead, could have been the best angle. And the Hunter's Fury was also a sign that the Paper is like, okay, these guys aren't pushing as far as they want to. Maybe someone's holding right behind back of sight, but that's pretty much it. Just that kind of in-round decision-making from Paper X, the willingness to risk it all in these kind of scenarios. That's what separates them, honestly, from the rest of the field right now. You can see that the scoreline, it's quite commanding. FCY, though, guns are in hand here, Asarai.
And they even got BMV, who had arguably the best weapon, supposedly, to be used by Fancy U there. Wow.
Yeah, this doesn't work.
What a fake out. Not really a fake out, but what a read from Paper Rex to kind of just slow the pace on Belt, and then Mindfree peeks it out. Now Forsaken is in the fight against BMV. Who's the better of the jugglers? Well, Forsaken just jiggles better.
Yeah, no bonus points for getting both sides. You don't need to get both. You only need one, you know? And Paper Rex, they're just like, okay, sure, we'll take it here. But this is just not gonna work. FCY has already been read that they love to play the push towards this A site time and time again from the start of the game. And Paper X, they stacked nicely on top of the Belt. They had one onto the main angle just to go for the push. And at the same time, Forsaken decides to just be the ranked demon himself and unleash some fury towards that B. That's really it. FCY can't go for that kind of repetition because Paper X is immediately prepared for it in any kind of scenario. Now it's a big gamble again. It is pistols though only, so can't really hurt to try. That's a rollout. Does he find out? Why would he even bother knifing him?
No, he didn't know. I'm pretty sure he didn't know the buy was inside that. That's why he was just like running, knifing. Just because he was just moving to actually rotate back onto A. What?
I felt like the buy was. I felt like the buy was like offended there. He's like, "Fucking knife me, bro."
Did you see his face cap? I didn't see his face cap.
He just looked at him. The chamber just looked at him. He's like, "Why are you knifing me?" And he's the one in the gun, right? But at least they got a few picks. And at least we were thoroughly entertained. BMVZ though, he does have a rifle, so a chance here for Fancy United. Forsaken, close to the crates. Oh, might not see him. Decides to use the rope instead to just fade them out. He's able to get away in time. Never mind. BMVZ with the chase instead. Might freak though with the trade. Yes, I can play parkour. Get away though. Good movement and finds the headshot onto Benkai, but that's it. Mind Freak shows up. 9-1 and Paper X again with a win.
Feels like Yes I Can is the... Oh, okay. Yeah, again, it feels like Yes I Can is the only one that can match the ferocity of Paper Rex in a way. He's winning a lot of these aim duels, right? But it's not really enough.
The Vi didn't even flinch because we had the replay in the cam. He just didn't flinch. He's like, he moved his eyes to like, what? And then just went back to shooting.
Yeah,
what a guy.
I thought you said he was offended.
No. I mean, the chamber, the model's like... Because we didn't have his POV, right? He's like, we didn't look at the chamber. He's like, yes? Hello? The French fan was angry. Oh, Hunter's Fury, let's go. Benkai gets a tag, gets a second tag, and finally secures the kill onto Yes I Can. No more smokes for you here, Fancy United. And VMVZ, he has an op in hand, but not really the right position right now, holding towards green instead.
That was actually weird, because Acerola was the one that got tagged, but it was Yes I Can that died. So Acerola actually brought the ultimate to his teammate. It's the worst thing you could ever do to a teammate when you actually get tagged by a Sova. So
Really? I thought the worst thing you could do is just like you friendly fire them to death while they're trying to defuse the spike.
That's with good intention. This one wasn't.
Okay. Gotcha. I'm learning here, but Fancy United, they're learning that there's so many lessons that you can learn from Paper Rex right now. Nice flick though over to Davai. He's able to adjust it accordingly. At least to get that takedown. But now they know, Paper Rex, will they hunt BMVZ down? The flank is real from Mind Freak. The pinch is getting ready, and it's all about timing. He even goes around the yellow crate right now just to be a big bother. And BMVZ, oh, the barrel, it's too big. Sometimes size does matter, but not in the right way here. Mind Freak gets a catch, and this is just absolutely commanding from Paper Rex, 10-1.
That new bundle is out, by the way.
Which one?
The new bundle. I forgot what the name is. The one with the duelist skin. The duelist face on
the one with the agents on them?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna wait for controllers to be the next one before I actually buy. Cause I want an Omen one.
Don't lie to me. Just gonna buy them all anyway.
Yeah, I spent too much money on this game. Too much money on this game.
Too much money, too much time. But we just enjoy the ride, and let's see if Paper Rex can just ride it one more time with that momentum. It's just a scrappy buy here from FCY. Whatever they can afford. Bulldogs, Spectres, rifles, a little bit of armor along the way. But overall, Paper Rex is just absolutely in tune with one another from what we've seen. The chemistry has been basically built so far all throughout their runs prior to this year in general. And the perfection looking to still be a guarantee so far here for Paper Rex. But Fancy United not done. Maybe a second half rally. Gonna be the Cinderella story we're waiting here from our Vietnamese team. Divide though moving on the round, so it's amazing. I like this again, FCY. They get more success when they're holding off their own aggression and instead waiting, but Forsaken still gets the pick anyway. Quick on the reaction, Nacer Roller goes down.
He's making a lot of noise, and they know that it's Forsaken, so that's why they want to just double up as an entire group. But Spike is already halfway, if not there, on the B. Mind Freak on the timing. He's gonna get pinched here. And yes, I can once again able to lurk and open up opportunities as is actually Forsaken that got picked off. Mind Freak is still here. I thought he was the one that got picked off. And maybe, just maybe, he can get the kills, the value. Yes, he does. Use the Viper ultimate already. Forces him right in. The flasher from Killers does absolutely nothing. And BMV is just one bullet away. And Mind Freak picks up the 4K. Insanity as they bypass actually each other. And Mind Freak gets the better of the encounter.
Yeah, he just sees all. I can't blame Fancy United for actually pushing into the Viper's pit like that. The flash was being primed. And in all honesty, if you're dealing with the Viper, right, you're not going to have that much visibility. So it's actually a closer angle that you might be able to contend. But Mind Freak is just unable, is basically able to hold off anyone and everyone. FCY has to freak out seeing the Viper staring at them inside the smoke. And overall, it's just a big shutdown here by Paper Rex onto FCY. You can see that they've really adjusted more of their playstyle. Killer S, not too much on the frags, in all honesty. A little unfortunate because he was a big factor of many of the runs in the play-ins and especially in that first map. But he has gotten some 0-point value. So it does seem like that FCY has decided to hammer on some of the weaknesses they showed from the play-ins. Paper Rex is just a completely different beast here, Asarai, and it's just an overwhelming show of force right now from PRX, telling everyone that they are here and they're looking to win it all here in APAC.
It's a very good statement piece that they have for this first series up against Fancy United. And just looking quickly into the stats from last game, it was only really Killers that got a lot of those initial first kills. He was up like 5 on the Haven map.
Yeah.
But that didn't really stop Paper Rex, I think, even though the metric was good for Fancy, because the adjustment from Paper Rex was actually pretty dang insane. That being said, now we are off our halftime break. As we push forward, Paper Rex, I think they're looking at like the best standings that we could have for like round wins. We don't have a 13-0 yet. Did we have it already? I'm not sure. But
no, not in group stage.
APAC Challenge for group stage,
yeah. Not in the play-ins either. I don't think so. I think it was some of the. Was it the G games? Kind of was on the low side. I can't remember, but that point still stands. This is This is unprecedented. Like, a while ago, it was Boom Esports able to outclash No Namers, yes, but No Namers did put up such a fight and such an adjustment. And yesterday was a lot of close games. 3 of them went to map number 3. Again, I think this is the same thing to say. Paper X, completely different piece, and Fancy United, it'll be a miracle for them to win this game. A miracle they themselves have to make.
It's a miracle.
Here.
I don't think that's how you say that with that accent.
Oh, okay.
We're not in NA, good sir.
Oh, okay. Oh, they know the Forsaken's already here. Oh, that Sova drone, did it actually spot Jing as well in the corner? Might not have actually, but regardless of what is, they felt something was a bit off. Forsaken was a bit too adamant about fighting for the angle there. And Fancy just don't want to touch that hot potato. They want to touch a cold potato. You know, they want no French fries. They're just going to go for the A side.
Why would you want the cold potato over French fries? And also, I think it was suppressed. Like, Jing might have gotten caught out by the 0 points, so they did have an inkling that he was there in the first place. But Forsaken shows up to clash immediately. And Heisey goes down to rest with the trade, yes, but Jing will get one more. So trade for trade right now. Bad guy now deciding to just push on forward. And are we gonna still go for the 1-for-1s? Yes, we do. Now it's a 1v1 between BMVC and Mindfreak. 15 seconds left of Fancy United. BMVC is forced to push, but the whiff for once from Paper X. Guts can actually bleed here, and Fancy United happy to scrap it out for the pistol win.
Great movement there from BMV. Like, Mindfreak already got, I got this in the back. I saw his barrel already, and then he just kind of botched that one.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, but all of these fights that Paper X were willing to take, excuse me. Yeah, but in the end, just really good. I want to see the POV here from BMV.
No, you don't get to see it. We're done. Move on.
We don't get to see that secret sauce.
Yeah, that's a secret strat that FCY will bring out later on. Not only that, though, the thing is, it's great for Fancy United that they can just keep calm enough to go for the picks. The fact that they're able to make those trades was essential for their control anyway. And, oh, they're going to be investing a little heavier than usual as a Phantom here brought out already by Yes I Can. 4 Spectres into play, but still FCY not even feeling that confident to push. Instead, they're playing for the picks and trying to see who else from PRX will step up to the stage.
It can always be... I was about to say Benkai, but, well, he's out.
No, he's gone.
Maybe Jing, he's still alive as well, with a Sheriff as too. Now that they know, he's back away.
The suppress is really good here from Killer S towards that B side. That's the second time that he's able to actually catch out the Cubby hold from Paper X, and might be an angle later on that they can utilize. But this time, going for that A side here, and the Vi, he's watching all these mice crawl around him, under him, try to swarm, but no escape. Your corpse is the one teleporting away.
They were so noisy. The bike can actually figure out what target he wanted to take in that particular endeavor. Now, Mindfreak and Jing are the last Mindfreak is now the last bastion of hope. Yeah, I had to adjust that like mid-sentence just because he died. I know.
It's like an epitaph. Okay. It's like an epitaph where you suddenly have to scrub off something because someone else died. You're like a schedule, be like, oh, he's not available. Oops, okay. Never mind there. But sure, Mindfreak. 1v3. Redemption time? If he gets the clutch here, everyone will forget about his flip a while ago. Okay. Yeah, no time. Not really gonna happen. That's United. The thing is, they really want to save Yes I Can's rifle. If they lose that, it will be big for Paper Rex just to stifle the economy, and Mindfreak even picking up the Spectre, running on in just to die. And Heisey actually gets caught out with the distracting bullets. And not really the best scenario here for Fancy United. But we'll take the round anyway.
I mean, it's good enough, right? He still gets value. He doesn't get the kill, but he does get the spike death. And, you know, he brought one to play. So, yeah.
3 pickoffs. That's 3 guns thrown to the grinder for Fancy United. And now Paper Rex should be the ones with the better buy here coming into the 3rd round. You can see already that there's that confidence. A triple stack towards the middle, meaning 2 of them should be pushing. And case in point, who else but the dynamic duo of Paper Rex, Jing, as well as Forsaken. They're like a pack of velociraptors waiting to strike at the right moment. Clever, perhaps, for their movements. For Fancy United, they're priming things. They also have the flank covered with the trademarks here just in case. Dart comes, Fragment there, and Mind Freak is caught out. Yes, I can with the burn and the takedown.
That was like 4 people just, what's the word here? Focusing to get the assist just to get the kill on Mind Freak there. Divide joins in onto the fray. The last person standing, he'll not stand for long as he gets tripped up by killers. So Fancy U, quick on the pull and the trigger, using all of their utility to face forward, march right in, actually not even march, sprint right into the site, and use everything that they can to figure out the corners, and it worked.
Just suffering. Mind Freak just suffered there in that round. He was in the corner, he was spotted, and they threw everything at him. And, you know, in all honesty, for Fancy United, it's worth it to get those kind of pickoffs to make sure Paper Rex can't play in the nooks and crannies that they want to. And like I mentioned a while ago, towards that green side, Cubby always controlled by Fancy United after the 0 point and just saying, you know, Jing, there's no point you staying there. And over to the right-hand side of A site, Mind Freak suffering the same fate, albeit even worse, because he was just getting burned by fragments, by the snake bite, everything they can throw at them. So a timeout here for Paper Rex. I think this is where they are going to decide whether they're willing now to just go for full combat right in front of Fancy United, play that aggressive defense, or try and stay away for the initial push of FCY instead, because it's a twofold system. FCY will try to get that intel, and if they feel like someone's there, that's when they're gonna unleash their utilities. But if Paper Rex can time it right or go for the retake instead, that's another stance that they can do here just to wrap up the game.
And they have been able to, at least for Fancy U's side, just make that a damn good possibility, actually. I wonder how Paper Rex, as you mentioned, will try to adapt to this, but they always are a team that can make it work. They just need a few rounds, and they immediately figure out what they need to do. That being said, this is a weaker purchase for them, but they want to take as much of a forward aggression as they can. But Fancy U, always ready on the fight. The Vi finally finds the one pickoff against Heisey. But this doesn't stop the lethality that Fancy U brings to the table as of the moment. Killers making sure that nothing is way too close to him. He can even pick up the rifle if he wants to, but he's betting on the fact that somebody will hold and delay even further just to try to pick up this practical weapon here. That's the buy. He's now just slowly running away back, but here's the rest of the squad from Fancy U.
No, he's gonna go again. Take 2. He's going into the garage, and oh, Killer S, he's prepared anyway. Read it like a book, and well played. The Fancy United confident duels right now. They only lost Heisey anyway, and this should be a B-take relatively clean because Viper only has a Bucky, and he's not anywhere close whatsoever. Should be a respectable round, honestly, for Fancy United, and Paper Rex again gonna be giving this up, basically.
Yeah, they might have to. Mind Freak can try to get closer. No, he just backs away. I think he just wants to double up right now with Benkai, who does have the technically longer range weapon here so that he can maybe get in closer, but he doesn't have his utility set in up there. Shock dart to be thrown. Nothing really on the close corner. There's the recon dart for a bit of the information, but BMV has already found himself a nice little piece of flank coming in through orange. And he finds Mind Freak. Fancy U, they're battling, and they're actually starting to get these round wins.
Yeah, we don't talk about the dart, and we talk about Fancy United now, wherein they are actually using the waves of utilities they have here. So great timing. They're willing to play the waiting game to not only see if Paper Rex is going to push them, but also to refresh things like the recon dart, refresh that 0 point just for the long run. But I think right now this is going to be the big test for them. Paper Rex should have the guns this time. Fancy United, can they hold?
Starting to move together here. 4-man stack on B long as BMVZ will be holding the lurk. This is good. They're using one of their stronger lurkers to start making a bit of positive control for Fancy on that mid end. They're going to wait for the utility to kind of extinguish first from Mind Freak before they start making anything anymore. And again, even if Mind Freak does save this, it's a good chunk of seconds where Fancy can start moving in. But I think they want to bring out the time But Forsaken is already here as well with an operator, so Fancy You might need to approach this with a bit of difference. Here we go.
Time for the push, perhaps? It's already stopped in its tracks to start things off. The rail there as Xerxia. He will fall to the hand of Jing. Wait for Rex. They're playing the hang-back game, but they're still finding a few prods along the way through the smoke. That one way not too helpful. Jing will find the takedown onto Yes I Can anyway. The suppress is there, but they still know that FCU is right here. Jing already gonna get 3. Make that a 4K for the Sage. We already know. Healing in one hand, gun in the other. Paper Rex putting the barrel to the temple of FCY and saying this is our match point.
There was a certain point there where Fancy You actually had absolute control in the site, but I think Yes I Can overreached and tried to chase down Forsaken. The one-way smoke from Acerola was good, but again, there was a point where it was a detriment from Yes I Can because he was only tunnel visioning to chasing down Forsaken that he forgot that there was still players actually at the middle of the site that wasn't at default, that was just holding on back and actually got the kill bit by bit. And that's where Paper Rex started moving a lot more aggressive. Forsaken, I love this wall boost, but the flash is even better here just to kind of keep them contained. But even as I say this, Fancy You are starting to make waves. Forsaken's picked up the rifle now, and he has to wait for a bit of response for his team because now he's alone, but he's been picked off.
Yeah, they're at the cusp of this victory, but it's going to be difficult for them if they play too greedily. You can see so quickly Fancy United just able to find the punishes anyway. Flash perfect, Tour de Force is there. Xerxia now. He goes over to the Raptors. It's 5v2 and make that 5v1 as Benkai is the only one left. Clean round here so far from Fancy United. Benkai will at least make sure there's a casualty on the other side. But case in point, for Fancy United, their attack is still looking pretty stellar when they get that right setup. Good punish onto the wall, forcing Forsaken to back on the way. And not only that, they notice that, okay, this might be Paper Rex willing to go for that aggro first. So we're gonna need to lob a few utilities from the safe area of the belt towards the main chunk of A site instead. And from that point on, they use that as a signal to push. That's the thing. Fancy United is a squad that loves to set things up for themselves and actually capitalize on it. Other teams, they're kind of more like risk adverse from time to time. Not too much for FCY. But the Viper Spit here, they get the blockade on. The Vi right behind still sees Heisey anyway. That's a great shot here from the Vi to start things off.
They do not have a Sage, so this will be a 4 versus 5 for the rest of the round. Device also dropped up the spike. That would have given information here for Paper Rex. And man, these guys are just playing with like pixel angles. Fancy You has to even fight just to get that information in. To Forsaken, he really loves to go for this fight, especially when he does have that dash right in. And it's giving away his presence as he tries to get all the information back on this B main. Spotted one already. Now he's given all the necessary tools here for Paper Rex to act accordingly as the players of Fancy You are getting actually funneled in to go through mid. I think Paper Rex actually want this to happen.
Yeah, they want to let just Jing go for the brawl. And thing is, Paper Rex, no, actually they're going to be going on to the outside here. And I wonder what the plan is right now. Mid to be pushed, can actually set up on the high ground. But Forsaken with the takedown of the BFBs to start things off. Benkai pushing, Jing is there, 2 for 2 trade right now. And FCY planting right on top here. So it's 2 versus 3 though. It's dangerous waters here for Fancy United. They have put themselves in the corridor of doom and demise. The only way to get out with a hall pass has to be them getting the shots on, but this is the power of the Viper to counteract this. Mind Freak with a takedown on the Ace of Rolla. Here comes Forsaken pushing on forward. Gladfist there, taps it. Yes, I can though. Still fighting on back. Mind Freak with 1 HP. Spray is real. And it's all left to the Vi right now. Tour de Force is at the big barrel scene. And yes, I can is the rally call again of Fancy United. Inspirational clutch for FCY.
I get that Forsaken tapped the spike to figure out where Yes I Can was, but the second tap on the spike from Mind Freak was pretty damn questionable. They were already very low because they had to stay so long in the Viper Split just so that they can travel all the way through the spike. And Yes I Can just brutally dealt with the 2. The Vi with an operator would have either hit a no-scope or something, but again, Yes I Can just showing his aggression, his lethality, as well as the fact that he just makes sure that if you make a mistake, he will capitalize on it.
I feel like for Paper Rex, they didn't love enough of the utilities. Not too sure if Jinx still had slow orbs there, but it's just perfect to slow the pace down to a crawl immediately if you see that kitchen take and that heavy stack. And you already saw it, the snake bite was primed ready by someone like Mindfreak, but he's already gone here as Isarola and Yes I Can to get those takedowns. So immediately we get heavy control here from Fancy United. The Paper Rex, they're actually seeing the opposition get back closer and closer to them. Spikes planted. Fancy United, we said they're the ones who need to make miracles. Does seem like it's a saintly effort right now. 5v2, Sheriffs only, and FCY putting themselves in contention still of this game.
That's why wherever they try to attack, they just get value time and time again. Flank from Killers. Forsaken actually still gets away, but only for a fraction of the time there, as Nancy Yu came barreling all over around. The Paper Rex, they're kind of put into a bit of a limbo here, Dax. They get a buy round. They almost get the round. It botches. There's always that one clutcherist from Fancy U, and it happened as about, what, 2 to 3 times now? Maybe 4?
There's still someone ready for the squad all the time. And the thing is, these guys are capitalizing on a lot of that KO intel. Not necessarily the suppress in itself. It does help out immensely. You can see that the Killer S, he has taken more of a supporting role right now. It's been absolutely helpful for FCY, but that's not going to help whatsoever. The aggressive controller, the Omen, down to the hand of Forsaken to start things off. 4-10 now to play. Press is detected, but not exactly where he is, and suddenly the surprise is real, as it does become a 2-for-2 trade as we move towards that A site. Benkai though, lobbing the dart, trying to throw it towards the defaults. It seems like Heisey wanting to avoid it. A bit of chip damage though. Anyway, PRX stopping the initial plant, and there's the peak, but BMVC will just be driving it home to get to all left after the buy, and he has not died here yet. 1v1 right here, right now, between the Chamber and the Sova. And Heisey, he feels the pressure in itself, but he has been clutch for FCY in moments of perils, especially in second halves. But the Vi, he might have the angle. No, Heisey's able to get away in time here. 35 seconds still, though. I love the fact that Fancy United is not rushing. They have the time to get that intel, left to go for a brawl. Maybe tap it here, fake things out. The Vi, though, all the way on the outside. So this gives time for Heisey to actually plant it here, Asarai. It's a game of cat and mouse. Let's see who can actually get the catch on Heisey, though, towards his left end. Fancy United again survive. A fanciful way to win this game, perhaps. We'll see this run keep on going.
Man, as I mentioned, there's always that one player from Fancy that clutches the round and keeps the dream alive. Paper Rex, they're running out of steam here. I thought the Vi would have been able to have done that, because, I mean, he had all the necessary tools. He had more HP. Basically that.
Is that the one tool, the biggest tool of all? More HP equals more wins. But the thing is, I feel like, though, for the side of Paper Rex, it was already a good start there for Forsaken, staying up 4-10. There was that presence, but it's not that raw intel, and that could have been their leeway, basically, to go for the post plant instead. But some over-eagerness right now from PRX, feeling like, oh, you guys, we might have this game already in the bag. And Fancy United, this is a team that scrapped their way through the play-in. So we know that this squad will never give on up. We know that some of the players also, they can heat up the longer this game goes, and it's their one way of recovery. It's not just the initial momentum that you'll see from them that they love to rely on. Again, players like Heisey, he can just step it up when he needs to this late into the game. Speaking of this game, though, not the best buys whatsoever for PRX. Guardian, Vandal, and a few pistols, as Forsaken is forced to retreat immediately thanks to the peak there from FCY.
Yeah, there's an amazing amount of stamina here for FCY up against a crushing first half from Paper Rex. They, as you mentioned, rally back. Everybody just knows how to go into overtime, and that's what they're leading towards here and now. The Vi just a bit too overeager to get that punish, but he was being flushed out slowly but surely. Not fast enough to get the pick off in the end. Left to Bankai and Mindfreak here. They are coming through. Actually, also Forsaken. He had such tiny HP that I couldn't really tell he was alive. But Now it is going to be that 3 versus 4, but weapons not really favoring the Paper Rex roster, as these long-range encounters will be where FCY are king. And look at that, Heisey starts it off with an explosive headshot onto Forsaken.
Yeah, he's heating up. Spike defuse though is upon us. Benkai able to get half.
No
Benkai? What?
Defenders win.
No.
Yes.
No.
It just happened.
It's not as anticlimactic as that. Dax, no. Look at, yeah, they knew. If I could say words, I would say words right now. That was.
Speechless.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, that happened, guys.
That was unforgivable for FCY. Like they had a rising lead, and they just forgot that we're attackers, guys.
If you're gonna plant there, you better watch out for it, right?
Benkai did it. Yeah, Benkai did it before in Haven, and he's done it again on Icebox. The ninja defuse.
No, the one in Haven was just like a quarter second too late. You know, that was.
Yeah.
This was a completely different thing.
Yeah, but still, Benkai did it. So
yeah, he just. Okay,
that's a metric we'll probably just try to write on in our notes. Benkai, you sneaky dude.
No, ninja diffuser, Benkai. Okay, note that.
Yeah, he doesn't just brush his teeth and go into stage with bathrobes. He also ninja diffuses, if you know what I mean.
No, mate. If they get to Masters, the intro will be Benkai just showing up out of nowhere like smoke cloud. I'm already booking it. I'm booking it for Paper Rex.
Just because we're Asian doesn't mean we're all ninjas, bro.
No. It's not because of that. Don't take it that way, man.
No, I'm kidding. Obviously, I'm kidding.
Whoa. Look at that, though. Look at this. 12 frag wins, 1 objective win, and the 1 objective wins the defuse. Why?
Oh, such a great metric.
This is the first time we're actually like really care about this screen for once. You know, just like that's the one.
Actually,
it's the most memorable one that you will never forget. So we're gonna get the highlights soon. I do have to give it to FCY's rally. It feels so hard to talk about the rally after how it just all ended, but give credit where credit's due. They were able to bounce back after a crushing first half there from Paper Rex, just winning the duels, just getting the side takes. I love how confident Jing was in a lot of the control towards the mid side, especially here towards the orange trade. Mind Freak also an amazing effort, but players like Yes I Can, like BMZ, BZ, High Z, they really got the takedowns for FCY along the way. And one more thing to watch out for was just how they were able to understand more and more what the role of Killer S was along the way, and also how they could really effectively use the suppress, because it seemed like at the start they were trying too eager to get that intel. Later on, when they hung back for the defenses, they would time it right for the Paper Rex push, and on the attacking side, perfect way to just flush out the site there.
Yes, I can. Yeah, definitely was able to be the linchpin here for the Fancy United roster. And I gotta say, Fancy U, they make a damn good case about, again, being one of the teams to come out from the group of life that we keep mentioning from the play-ins alongside no-namers. It feels like these two teams are just like one step just behind of being enough to beat down the more veteran teams that we have here, but they really are showing some incredible promise. It's just these tiny bits lapse of judgment. That being said, though, as you mentioned, they were so close on the comeback, and they were surviving these arduous and very daunting rounds.
This is a big mistake. It's so painful because they pinged it, and it could have been High Z with the angle. But as soon as it settles, it's like Paper's like, oh, we're done. We won that way. Okay. Yeah.
I still can't believe it, man.
Like it's a whimper at the end. It was a big roar from Fancy United, and it just ends there with a muzzle out of nowhere. But guys, we need to kind of digest what just happened there. But Paper Rex gets that 2-0 victory over Fancy United. That's where we're going to go in the break, and when we return, the panel will break it down for us because we can't here at the APAC Challengers.
Test me. Test me.
Yeah, guess I know better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the slide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse.
Well, that was as heartbreaking as it can be. The Fancy United Esports, they almost had the comeback coming, but that ninja defuse off of that bad plan was the downfall for them. A 2-0 victory for Paper Rex, and they move forward in the upper bracket. I'm Nomad. Also having me here in the panel is Ilustrado and Raf. How are you guys doing?
You know, I'm doing fine, man. I'm just a little bit still in shell shock after what we just saw in the previous game. It was an absolute ruffle stomp, if we're being honest. I do want to go back to something that you did point out earlier. I think that last round from Paper Rex really just encapsulated what we saw in the entirety of that game, when it was just Paper Rex is completely outplaying everybody to a very much a fine extent here. Time and time again, whether it was mechanically, whether it was tactically, it was just sheer outplay from the Paper Rex side.
I'm pretty sure you're not the only one that got artillery, shell shock, because Paper Rex, they brought the artillery, they brought the heavy guns, and like we mentioned, we were looking at the first map. We honestly thought, oh, they're running a pretty vintage lineup. They're gonna try and measure up how Fancy is going to pretty much adapt to how they're gonna play, right? But the investments paid off way too quickly with a quick 2-0.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. if we take a little bit of a closer look here, I think on every single front, PaperX were more ready in general. There were a lot of lingering questions in our minds during this, match that we saw. Number one, why are you gonna try to play PaperX on Icebox? We all know how that ends up. Not good most of the time, and lo and behold, got a little bit more of the same after map number 1. So, do you think that the strat there should have been to ban it out? I think you really want to avoid, just the classic PaperX map, because they have achieved this level of mastery over it that it's so difficult to play against. No matter if you anti-strat them or not, you know what they're gonna bring. PaperX are always gonna surprise you.
I'm glad you brought that up because we talked about it the map veto too. I was a little surprised that Fancy let this map through. You did mention that the strengths of PaperX are pretty much undeniable and incredibly apparent when this map comes. And the way they had all smiles after that map, despite losing the momentum for what we thought was going to be a massive comeback, they're just like, that was really funny.
Yeah, they were having a
Some
moment
dirt in your eye.
there, son. They were kind of just like, having fun. And I think that's also one of the moments when PaperX is just the most scary in general, is when they're so comfortable that they can afford to make mistakes, to be a little bit more creative, and just show what they're truly made of. Case in point, nice box.
That you see the smiles on their face, and do you think this is indicative of how they're gonna go, or rather move forward with the circuit? We talked about how strong they are, even in comparison to honestly your top favorites, Boom, and we're still gonna see a little bit of Xerxia later on. So what do you think, Ila? How do you think they kind of stack up despite what happened, I think, a year ago or a few months ago?
I think they're gonna keep all these smiles up and up until the playoffs. Their group stage, I'd say it's a fairly forgiving group. It's a little bit of a mixed bag. It's not a group of life. It's not a group of death. It's something in between. But this is definitely. I look at the groups. I look at the brackets, and I say this is something that is definitely purgatory for PaperX, and they should be able to get out of it.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. They'll be going up against Persija Esports in the next couple of days, and I feel like it should be another cakewalk for PaperX moving into the knockouts. And they successfully knocked down Fancy United Esports. They will be going up against Bonkers as the days progress, but we have to move forward into the third series of the day that we have. It's Xerxia Esports and ONIG G, former X10 roster, with the addition of Surf, who is a fresh spawn here for this roster. How do you guys think these guys are going to be faring up against ONIG G?
Okay, look, X10 are going to be good no matter what. We talked about this fairly recently, how it doesn't really matter which duelist you put in there. Could be Poo One Tap, could be Patifan, it could be Surf. It's really going to be well adapted to the playstyle. They haven't really changed very much. And X10, or now known as Xerxia, obviously, they can just basically replace that duelist. Not saying that the duelist is replaceable. We obviously love Patifan, but having that new duelist still falls into that playstyle of theirs. And the question is, right now, I think lingering in everybody's mind, can Surf live up to Patifan? Can he live up to the previous big shoes that he has to fill? I think the answer is going to be yes. I think that Xerxia is a team that's really good at knowing how to set up their duelists for success, and we're going to be seeing that here in the upcoming games.
Now that you mention it, it's kind of like a super master-crafted spear, right? Although the tip might break, it may be replaced to something of, a multi-purpose blade, perhaps. The base is going to be there, the swing is going to be the same, and hopefully the thrust moving forward is going to be as powerful.
All right, well, with that being said, let's introduce the former XN roster with an added twist. Here is Xerxia Esports. Xerxia Esports, Thailand, one of Thailand's best teams that they have right now, looking to get back into Masters. We got Crows, Fox, Scary, Surf, and Sushi Boy.
Well, you all know these guys here. These guys have been playing in the scene since the inception, and we've seen them ever since year one. There's really not much difference, I think, in terms of the play style. Obviously, the ability is still there. I think really they're still going to be fine. And I'm going to say this up until I'm proven wrong. They're going to be fine no matter who their duelist is up until they get to the world stage. Because the current assumption is they're probably going to make it. Probably going to be making out of this tournament. They're probably going to be getting into Masters. But the question is, will they actually have a fairly deeper run into the tournament without Patifan being there? Because we all know Patifan being the eternal prodigy that he is, Surf has a lot of big shoes to fill. But from the VODs that we have been seeing, it seems like he's been doing just fine.
Yeah, again, although we did see PaperX kind of stiff-arm their competition, go in really hard, this is something that Asterai has a little bit of expertise in. He's been, I would say, he's been standing up straight with all his predictions. He's been, like I said, rock solid. And this team, they look to do the same. But against ONIG, right? ONIG, one of the most tactically sound teams, incredibly flexible. I don't think they're going to be broken through and their defenses penetrated as easily.
Yeah, with that being said, we're gonna have to introduce ONIG G, who made it their way from the play-ins, and now they're in their rightful spot in the group stages. Let's have a look at the Indonesian squad. Smooth sailing from the upper bracket in Group A of the play-ins. We got ONIG G, who wants to move further into the knockouts. We got Elmi Moore, Monyet, NC Slasher, Severine, and Shiro.
I'm honestly so surprised, or not really surprised, but I'm so incredibly glad that the way that these players have glued on ONIG have been so excellent, for the lack of a better word. We've talked about NC Slasher being arguably one of the best players in his region, but you never really seem to see any of these players be very individual. They're always behind each other. They're always super tactical. I think Severine has really climbed up the ranks on my personal ladder of who's one of my favorite players, because, like I said, it's those micro decisions and just reading each other's body language in game. It's been so top tier.
It's going to be tough, man. I'm looking at the ONIG roster and just how they played in a couple of days. I don't think I've seen much cleaner, much more I'd say rehearsed, well-placed tactical side, regardless of whether you're on the offense or the defense. So many of their rounds coming down to the mid-round calls, to the late-round calls, and they always make those right decisions, almost always. And this is so difficult for a lot of those teams who rely on teams making mistakes early, who rely on executes up against teams like them. Because what happens is you have teams like ONIG who are so good at holding on to utility, who are so good at giving and denying information and map control. You just don't have really the way to stack up against that. We saw that up against a team like Action PH versus Full Sense. It's pretty much going to be the same thing here today. Very different playstyles from from X10, Xerxia, and of course from ONIG as well.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about the tactics and the strats that Xerxia and ONIG G has for the most part, but what are your tactics if your entry duelists can't even perform well? We're gonna have a look at the head-to-head between ONIG G and Xerxia Esports, and it's a battle of the duelists here. We got Surf and Monyet.
I mean, we talked about how Xerxia has a system that really sets up their duelist, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's pivotal on how they perform when it comes to just raw numbers, despite how impressive they are, right? Meanwhile, on the other side, Monyet, kind of true to his name, very, very calculated yet unpredictable playstyle that's been benefiting ONIG's super well-oiled approach to the game. If you ask me, how do they get so many contrasts to work together? Well, I don't know. They're kind of like these abstract artists, you know what I mean? It becomes very vague,
I like
but it all makes
Picasso.
sense. Yes, thank you. Cultured gentleman, thank you.
I do want to point out, Raf, though, the one thing I love about Monyet is that he doesn't necessarily have his team completely set up for him. He just pops off on his own, individually. He's holding a standard angle that nobody flashes him for. He's, just entering on the site normally, like a normal duelist would, and he still pops off. It's not like they're doing anything crazy. They're not like throwing a million pieces of utility to support him. He's just that good. And I think that's really one philosophical core difference from both of these teams. Xerxia, they love to set up individual players and find a lot of success off of it. Monyet and the rest, obviously, of ONIG, they have this approach which is a lot more compact, which relies on team dynamics and individual and decision making, rather, as a team that lets the individual shine. And Monyet just runs away with that. Once he has that sense of place within his team, then he starts to thrive.
It's kind of like minimalism versus expressionism. Since you brought Picasso into the picture, again, very, very contrasting, still very respectable, and they have their own strengths, right? But we'll just see how the paints mix when we get to that matchup, Nomad.
Yeah, definitely. It's a palette of different play styles here for Xerxia and ONIG G, 100% on that. And we gotta paint the picture a little clear here, though. The past ONIG G that we've seen them in Southeast Asia Challengers in the LCQ, they were good, but looking into them right now, like they, in their respective region, they did finish third, and it wasn't really the cleanest of finishes as well. They lost to Boom Esports 2-0. They lost to Boy With Love 2-0 as well. And they only managed to bounce back against Full Sense and Action PH. Do you guys think that the ONIG G roster that they have right now can go up against Xerxia Esports?
Absolutely. I think a lot of it is going to depend on these map picks. These are going to be absolutely crucial to me. And I think the benefit here for ONIG is that there's just been a lot more tape on how Xerxia plays. There's just been a lot more for them to look at. Meanwhile, ONIG, their playstyle is so refined. It's so frustrating to go up against a team like that. Because ONIG, they have this playstyle where they're amazing at shutting down individual players. We've seen it happen in Full Sense where they shut down John Olsen. And that's not a very easy thing to do. And when you're shutting down some of the best duelists across Southeast Asia and across the world, it's going to be a little bit more of the same. I think that Surf is going to have a hard time playing against this very well-structured style of ONIG.
Now that you mentioned that, it is somewhat of a hero versus a phalanx, you know what I mean? No matter how hard you shine, there are no clear weaknesses. ONIG picking Breeze is, I feel like it's somewhat peculiar to me because we did mention about them shutting down individual impact. I feel like Breeze is one of those maps where if you're gonna pop off as a player, if you're a Reyna player, if you're a Chamber player as of recent, this is where you kind of explode. And ONIG picking that, I'm not entirely sure what they have in the bag.
I'm going to agree with you completely. I just didn't see this. This seemed to me more like a Xerxia kind of map here. And sure, ONIG are comfortable with Breeze, but after their amazing performances on Bind, I'm surprised they didn't go ahead and pick that. Because they were phenomenal on it. Sure, it was very, very close. But at the same time, there we go. We see the Icebox from Xerxia. This is another map that they're super duper comfortable on. Right now, I'm really not favoring ONIG's chances.
Again, it's still one of those games where we look at the map, Vito, and it doesn't make too much sense up until we see them play whatever they have brewing on either side. It might just be, the final nail in that master construction is going to be on this Vito for ONIG, because as we mentioned, this seems like a more of a Xerxia pick. Icebox as well really complements to that playstyle. I'm still waiting for this last pick to marinate because we already have Fracture, we have Split out of the way. Maybe they'll get Bind out of the way, maybe even Haven. But as the timer ticks down, okay, there we go, it's Haven. I'm a little confused, Illustrato, I'll be honest.
Yeah, well, let's be real here. I do not like these odds. Sure, Split was banned, and that's obviously the best map of ONIG. And you take away Haven as well, which is something that they're very, very much comfortable on as well. But you still had Bind. I really was hoping to see it. And sure, okay, there we go. No, they even bind that. See, this is all going for Xerxia. This is something that they wanted to avoid completely, and now we're gonna end up in Ascent. Okay, fine. They're both good at it, but Xerxia's really good at it too. I mean, Onyx good at it, but Xerxia's good too. They can play Ascent. I'm very worried right now. I think Onyx will have to steal at least maybe Breeze away. They need to have at least Breeze. I don't see them win Icebox, but I think they have a solid chance at Ascent.
I'm glad you talked about the mechanics of the matchup too, because again, individual performance could be one of those things where Xerxia could have as an X factor, no pun intended. But Ascent, we know how Jet players can pop off on that. B lobby has been one of the farming spots, even putting a little bit of mid presence once you have that operator, and just really the lanes in general can truly benefit Xerxia's style here. But ONIG, they're a clever team. I would have to say they're an incredibly clever team. If praised how tactically sound they are, they must have something. Otherwise, this could be an effort in vain.
Yeah, well, with all that being said, the canvas is already set. The paint is already ready for the brushes that you guys, the panel, will have to start painting with. Who do you guys think is going to come out on top here? Are we going to see a game 3, or is it a 2-0 sweep? What do you guys think?
For me, it's going to go to 3 games. I do think ONIG can hold on. I think there's a lot in their arsenal that ONIG can surprise Xerxia with. However, I'm not liking the map picks. Having said that, I'm still going to stick to my gut. I think ONIG are going to be able to shut down Xerxia time and time again, especially if we get to Ascent. It's going to be a 2-1 ONIG for me.
So here's what I think, right? ONIG, as we mentioned, they're a hyper-adaptive team who rely on whatever they have in the book, whatever experience they've jotted down. They adapt super well, but what if Xerxia throws them the curveball of, as we mentioned, that system that sets up the duelist in turn, sets up that set play? What if Xerxia hits that perfect timing? What if ONIG just do not have enough rounds to throw out there? That being said, I'm just sorry to disagree with you on your pick, Ilu, but I think I might have to go Xerxia 2-1 for this.
All kind of mixed results there, but I personally might just have to go with Xerxia there, just because of the familiarity that they have with the maps that they have already selected and have vetoed on. And without further ado, Ars Longa, Vita Brevis, Art is Eternal. These artists will try to paint the canvas in blood as they go into game 1 in this best of 3 series between Xerxia and ONIG G.
Hello and welcome here to a Clash of Titans. 2 great teams coming up against each other. 2 teams that could potentially take this entire tournament by storm and win that championship for the crown of APAC. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Dax here. And Dax, I think it is kind of fair to say we're all excited for this matchup looking into it.
Yeah, fancy meeting you here, Black and Blue. I thought you were banished to the panel duty for quite a while. But thing is, quite a heavy matchup. For this one and the next one, I feel like the second half of our game's gonna be even spicier if you've been tuning on in from the start. You got Xerxia on one side, you got ONIG on the other. And for players maybe unfamiliar with the Xerxia roster, it's basically that X10 squad that went all the way to champions minus Patipan plus Surf instead. And in all honesty, it's a big loss to lose Patipan. He moves over to, honestly, a dream that he's had ever since. Just wasn't ready for it, wasn't eligible. But this time, the thing about this Xerxia roster is they've always worked with just having any kind of duelist. They just need that one duelist player to play that entry to support, ready to pop off at the moment's notice. We saw that all the way back then with One Tap Lane. We saw it with Patipan, obviously. And now, what we've witnessed from their local scene is Surf able to do the same thing for the squad as we get into Breeze, and first things first, it's already KOs into the battlefield.
Yeah, nothing too far off from what we've normally seen when it comes to Breeze. This is the compositions that we do expect from both of these teams. But you touched on Surf, and I think he's kind of fit in like a well-tailored glove, like a well-tailored suit, if anything. Like, it's, you know, when you had Patifan step in for Puwanta, people were like, will he do as good? But he did great. And now Surf, he's coming in and people are like, will he do as good as Patifan? Well, jury's still out on that, but I think so far, from my assessment, he's been doing great. They've been the top, and they are the top #1 seed of Thailand, largely because of him. Maybe firepower-wise, not the same discipline that Patafon might have, but he definitely gets him that space that Xerxia do need. But we're going up here against, as I said, the Clash of Titans, and the opening pistol, well, it's Xerxia looking to go on the B side to start things off.
Yeah, so far so good basically for Xerxia in their local run, and the support system is just one of the best you can get in APAC. The crew's already with a takedown on the Monyet, and they're going for that B side, even just going along the back of site. The rooks, the castle walls, they're getting shattered here by Xerxia, and it's immediately 5v2. Catcher, perhaps the Foxes
My camera is
too caught out there by NC Slasher for now, as Xerxia here hasn't even put that spike down yet. They're trying to gauge where ONIG is. Severing right now. Gonna get severed there by Sushi Boys. But with NC Slasher now, the only one left might be a chance, and there you have it. Xerxia, a commanding pistol win to start things off.
Very nicely done, and that's all considering the fact that ONIG were actually prepared to kind of repel a B-side defense. The wall was already placed down, and they knew that, you know, they can kind of up that at a moment's notice and play it for the retake potentially, but they stick within the site and they just can't hold on to it. We're not too, I guess, adverse from seeing ONIG kind of start a bit slower and then ramp up as the match continues on, as the series gets longer. But against a team like Xerxia, former X10 that we know went to Champions, to Masters multiple times, that might not be the best way to fly.
I mean, they were the perennial top seed of SCA for the first half of the year for quite a while, and Xerxia roster looking to reclaim that ground into next year under a new banner. But ONIG, they've been, as you were talking about it, like cerebral. This is a squad that has shown that they're very, very smart at what they can do, and just to amplify the talents that they have in the first place. But can they withstand, of course, Xerxia onslaught? They have always ran basically a one duelist for utility setup. They are very effective at gauging how effective their push can be, and making sure that whether it's the space that Surf can make to lead for takedowns for himself, or for the rest of the squad cleaning up nicely and setting up for the post plant. They go for the drone first, as ONIG has just gambled for a full stack onto A side. So it's gonna be a 5v5 retake. Xerxia here realizing the situation, and well, it's time to see them mow them down, as Surf is already trying to keep an eye out on the tunnel.
Well, the gambit doesn't really pay off. It seems like they're the ones being picked off here. Looking to play for the exits, all they got is classics, full save, because they know that, you know, if you kind of just buy some Spectres, you're not really going to be able to force much. As Fox, as sly as he is, takes it face front, closes up the round 2-0. So good start here by Xerxia, for the most part flawless. Only a single player has gone down on that Xerxia side throughout these past 2 rounds, which will help them build some economy moving forward. But it does keep them on these lesser buys. On the Marshals, on the Spectres, going to be now finally on those rifles. A round they have to convert, especially on their defensive side.
Yeah, and I'd love to see the ONIG setup right now. The fact that the KOs are in the battlefield means that Elmimore might have to play a little bit further than he would like. You're expecting perhaps a peek with the rendezvous, and then a quick little TP on out if ever. If he gets hit by that suppress, or just the whole factor of that KO being there in the first place, it's gonna be difficult for the Chamber to really do what he wants to do in the first place. But he's already retreated and gotten the hell out of there. Again, the retake is the call here for ONIG. But the thing is, it's still a heavy stack from the Arches. A bit of a gamble, perhaps, because Xerxia is set up yet again the way they want to.
But you can see that, you know, ONIG realizing they got the rifles, they don't want to take this brunt force, you know, from the Xerxia push. They pull back, play for the retake. They know that the range is going to be their best asset. And Monyet, he wins that fight versus Surf. Not going to let him continue to skeet that way. Take control of the backside, and Zams is certainly going to turn down by Monyet. Just as a monkey that he is, gets every single kill coming his way. All the bananas are put in the pocket. And Cruz, he's got Bulldog, but it's not going to do nothing against Monyet. He's looking his way already. Good round to convert here for ONIG. You do get 2 down on their side, but all things considered, it's a round that they really wanted, and they get it finally.
Yeah, if they have a local conversion of Planet of the Apes, this is basically sight of the Monyet by this point. He just timed it so right. And you mentioned that range advantage, able to just get the mow down as the double peak came, and that extra pressure being applied by the firepower of ONIG, allowing them to go for the retake. So they are right now willing to cede the sites anyway. Just try to bait out a few ways to garner intel here for the side of Xerxia. And the thing is, Xerxia's playstyle, they're willing to actually take a site that looks free to them. They will love to just go for the setup instead. Surf though with a dash on in. And again, get Elmi more, timing his rendezvous out to get the hell out of there. But it's all about gauging things now. Xerxia will go for the plant still, but they changed something up. Lurk here, courtesy of Sushi Boys. He's watching in the middle, and as I say that, Cruz now unleashing the null command here, I believe. There we have just the pulses online, and Xerxia here for now, suppressing the push. Sushi Boys even making the lurk count for the takedown.
Finds him quite raw there, catching him off guard, but ONIG, Elmi, more, give him even so more. Sir finds one to bring down to a 3v3, and so does Severine to try and equalize things up. They do get that man advantage though in the ONIG side, but off the flank here, all the way deep for the post plant. Sushi Boys is going to be trying to hold things down. No post plant utility, he lands a shot, but Shira will do the same. Probably would have wanted perhaps Foxes to be playing that for, hell, even Cruz, or rather Scary on that Viper for the post plant lineup, but just don't get their way. 2 seconds left, and it's more than enough for him to work with. So very nicely done for ONIG to convert that round, and that's, we've had 4 B-site attacks in 4 rounds basically, and this is something I've been noticing quite common in C and APAC recently. Paper Rex like doing this a lot on Breeze too, where B site seems to be the main site that teams go for.
Yeah, because A side is just more, I'd say, default heavy. People know how to play it a bit more, and if you can actually just keep on hammering towards B site and your opponent is ill prepared for it, then it will just be an easier staging ground, especially when you have just a double initiator. 1 dart, 1 0 points, you're all good to go. But we see the change here as Xerxia now moving towards that A side. And just going back to that last round, you know, if your Sushi Boys is on the lurk, he's the one who will come in late anyway. So I don't really fault the fact that Xerxia did just go for the hold instead. It was a bit of a gamble because they got the suppress onto Elmibor thanks to the null command. There was no real way out of him, but he just clutched out for the squad. And when a Chamber is just willing to sacrifice his life for the cause and still get the kills anyway, then you're going to expect great things to come out from Elmibor yet again, just like what we saw from the play-ins.
I mean, that's the beauty of having a KO, right? A Chamber typically is the type of player, type of agent that would commit to those angles that are just so committed. But Sushi Boys finds Monyet. Monyet, the shoulder, giving himself away. You're closer to the angle. You're going to get spotted first. Geometry, folks. They're going for the B-side attack once again. They kind of faked the A attack. The wall was placed for that retake, and so ONIG don't have much to try and retake this aside from their own personal guns and skills. The Cruz is going to really show them the way on out. A clean round looking here for Xerxia, who just retake the lead once more. I love the patience. ONIG getting a bit too antsy because of the lack of presence towards B, forced Monyet forward. That was basically what led to his demise.
Enjoying the front-to-back action also. You see the crate hold. Basically, they're using the newer aspects of Breeze to their advantage. And as soon as they go through the wall, there's the bit of a distraction there. I'd say a little late, perhaps, on the side of the cage, but it doesn't really matter because they timed it well for the initial shots from Cruz anyway, just to bother that vision. And they did want to get that confirmation first and foremost anyway, as soon as they came on out. So, Xerxia here, it's still that utility advantage that they love to run on that post plant. Hasn't changed for a year. It's just gotten even better. It's just like aging like a fine wine, getting refined. But Severine up close, free gun, getting 2. Now Cruz bringing out his own classic, chipping away at the HP. 8 HP left, really, for Severine. And come on, what are the odds, man? What are the odds of that happening?
That was so big brain by NC Slasher as well. Realizing he's not going to be able to destroy the Sova drone in time, he uses the null command, rather, the 0-point knife of KO, his E basically, just to deny that drone from continuing on forward a split second later, and it would have spied Severine out in that corner. And because it was denied, they had to face check it twice, and they lost twice as well.
It's not the intel that they wanted, and Xerxia here just wanted to stroll towards that A site, check out the pyramids, take some pictures. But right now, it's ONIG having that man advantage. Thing is though, they have back on the way towards that B site. This can be helpful here for Xerxia because they can assert their presence towards A instead. And that's going to be the plan of action. No more cheeking angles here for Severine. Cruz will still check it just in case. They're a little traumatized after what happened. But the flash now to check things out. Plant is here and should be a rotate now, courtesy of ONIG.
Well, they do have the man advantage. They've got this as well, the Tour de Force, but not really connecting much, at least to get a kill. They do get damage on Cruz, good damage, which the pistols could definitely confirm. But Sushi's going to get that opening kill on Severine for the post-plant retake defense. Sushi and Cruz both tagged up quite a bit, and Monyet's blades are going to have to be crucial here. He's got one more left in the pocket. lets one loose and doesn't connect. It's all down to Scary here. He can be terrifying in these situations, and he does get the kill, but very low is Elmi Moore. Can he get the kill with the Headhunter? He knows he's close, and Elmi Moore is going to go down. As Scary, as I said, ferocious, tenacious, and terrifying in these situations. Great clutch in the end of things, but expensive round, all things considered, for Xerxia.
Yeah, nice jiggles there for Scary in a very Esports clutch moment. You can see for Xerxia, though, that it got really dicey as soon as ONIG came on in. Cruz, I like that he actually went for the push. They still understand they are going to have that gun advantage with the rifles. The op shots from the Tour de Force, it can be a bother, sure, but they're asserting more and more of that sight control, and it just wasn't one line for ONIG to deal with. From that point on, it was just the moments where they found the 1v1s, better arsenal, better rifle, and a better chance there for Xerxia overall. So 4-2, we finally get an A-take that actually pans on out here for the game. And look at this, we have an operator now in the hands of Monyet, but we still keep on hammering on towards that B side. And I really like the fact that Xerxia loves to play more of this in the default. If they catch that chamber with the suppress, it should be an easier push over anything else. Thing is, though, the null command again from Cruz, so quick, but Elmi Moore, gotta love the distance he's played, finds two even, Shiro with a shutdown, and the push immediately from Xerxia got to the wayside. We have the Hunter's Fury to try and keep parity, but ONIG has slain the opposition bit by bit, more so than usual. Foxy the only one left here.
Wow, great hold there by ONIG, making it expensive though. Xerxia is fighting back though. Fox is sly as he is. Monyet's finally going to confirm him. Great swing here coming from ONIG to bring some momentum back their way, especially early on in that round. We did see, Elmi Moore playing that committed position as he normally would expect from a chamber. They'd play more committed positions because they can back off with a rendezvous, but as soon as he was suppressed and couldn't use that, he was like, well, if I'm going to go down, I'm going to take you guys with me, and I'm going to go positive on that, finding at least 2 kills before he goes down. So Elmi Moore, the anchor that he is, really keeping things afloat here for ONIG.
Yeah, and that's a great point to bring out. The anchor is real, and he always is looking for that KO on the other side. As soon as he noticed that the null command was pulsing from the middle, that's exactly where he was looking. Maybe Xerxia could have actually used a different angle there with someone just to get the catch onto Elmi Moore early on. Good try though for Foxy. You saw the shock darts, you saw the Hunter's Fury, and it was still costly for ONIG. So even though they're trying to keep parity right now, they have a chance still for Xerxia. Because if they steal this round away, then the guns aren't going to be that available on the defensive side. Quick lineup though towards the hole, courtesy of Xerxia though. It does seem like the vibe for mid control is on, but Monyet, he's waiting right in the tunnel. And if Cruz peeks this blindly, well, it might just be his demise here.
Has to be careful. Monyet, he has a range advantage. Oh, almost connects. He almost landed a shot in either of them as well, but they get through safely at the very least. Make it towards that A side, but Severine's ready to repel them. That will drop the ultimate though as he goes down. His NC Slasher answers back as well. 4v3 in the favor of ONIG. They do have a Spectre in hands of Shiro, but they can make work with that as Monyet gets a kill. They bring it down to the 4v2. Elmi Moore, say no more as Foxes is once again the last one left alive. He has to go aggressive. He finds a double and they almost line up in another universe, in another timeline, Dax. We would have had an amazing clutch.
Another situation where Foxy is left behind and still fights till the end, but well played there by ONIG, basically. Monyet doesn't even need to secure the shot. It's enough to get that in there until that they're coming from the double doors. And at the same time, still Elmi Moore shows up. What kind of angle is that, right? The chamber just stays right on top of those awnings. But really, Severine peeking at the right time. A little too ambitious perhaps for Surf to go for the shorty there as soon as he went for the push. And it scared off Xerxia enough to repel them from that A site. And ONIG able to take advantage of that fact. But we go again. Walls are set. It does seem like here that ONIG is anticipating an A take. You can see an early Viper wall here, courtesy of Severine moving towards Cave. Snake right now thrown on out, and he's actually able to poison 2 to this pill. Not the best buy, sure, by Xerxia, but at the same time, you're just running in just to die. Viper Spit right now forced out here from Scary as well. A little too ambitious perhaps for my liking. Severine gonna get the 3rd kill already. Everyone stacked up on the suicide corner, and 4 in a row for the Viper. A flawless round for ONIG.
Great round for ONIG to build that economy on the force of Xerxia and then do it flawlessly as well. Perfect, Dax. Plus, they burned the ultimate here. Scary Viper's Pit was dropped. Well, he got popped at the end of things. 4 for Severine. And importantly, not just economically does that help Severine get up there, especially in the scoreboard, but more importantly, his ultimate orbs do rather, you kind of farm them basically, and that gives him so much more leeway to use that ultimate once again and still have maybe a shot to build it up. So he just popped ultimate last round, and now he potentially could get it in a round or two. So very nicely done for ONIG is all I'm going to say. As Severine, he's found his way like the serpent. He is in the grass, almost messes it up. Does get the kill, and so does Munyet.
Yeah, at least he is able to cancel that spike plan, and NC Slasher takes advantage of the duel there as Cruz was caught unaware. Foxy though with the trade. It's 3v2 now as the spike has been planted, but Xerxia has taken some tough losses. They're gonna need to shoot their way out of this one. Munyet though with trade, and here comes Surf, finds the answer. Second one from Surf, and the tide turns in favor of Xerxia. Tied up now, 5-5. Pure Esports clutch moment here for Surf.
Great job done by Surf, weathering the waves, and he makes it through. Xerxia barely scraping by sometimes, but hey, they get the job done. And Surf, he is a pioneer of all of that. The newest addition to the Xerxia roster, and they love him being on this team, which has, you know, faced so much flack. Lassie Challengers not making it to Masters, faced so much attention for making it to Berlin, and now this is where they really try and improve themselves. They get that new young player on their team, and he, as I said, has been such a great fit for them. He's really one of the biggest reasons why Xerxia still remain as dominant as they were.
Hey, I have a self-burn for us, Black and Blue.
What's
you ready
up?
for it? This is a top 8 squad that actually made it to APAC.
That's
that just hurts our own Kokoros.
That's Filipino fans everywhere. Kokoro hearts.
Kokoro heart breaks. But hey, Xerxia, that was a good recovery. I really love what Severin did in that round. He was able to navigate on towards the cave. And if he just maybe got one more kill, right, like you mentioned, a little bit of the whiff later on could have been the deciding factor there for ONIG to take the round. And we've seen the intellect of ONIG really come to fruition in the play-ins. It's been a factor right now in the group stage as well, but there's still that overwhelming presence of Xerxia, the talent, the pop-up potential, not only from Surf, but the rest of the crew. And speaking of the crew, Cruz, Foxy, these guys have been stellar shots even. I really love what the Silva has done in tense moments. But as time ticks on away, Xerxia now, they might be forced to go for the standard execute. And the thing is, the chamber isn't there. It's Jet instead of Munyet. Low already on the HP. Here comes 0 Point dash on in. Surf still gonna get suppressed. And he's searching for Munyet. Can he find him here on land? And Munyet! He wins the duel anyway. I'll be more there to help on that 5v3 here.
A single bullet would have done him on in, but Cruz is able to find the double to open up the site. Shiro gets a pick. Still waiting there. Munyet very sly. He finds a double. Shiro, great job to hold down the line. And Munyet gets the job done too. What a performance coming from ONIG on that defensive round. It looked like Xerxia could have taken the site by storm. They get the ping on where Munyet was on the back of the site. They barely get Surf in after the 0 Point comes through.
10 seconds left.
They still win the fight. They win the round. Munyet, they knew he was somewhere there, but they had to take the gamble, had to take the risk. Very low time, and that is the gambit you run, the risk that it will be dealt. When you go for a late round push with 30 seconds remaining, you have very little chance to mess up.
And Munyet hiding in the trees, or in this case, hiding by the castle walls, able to avoid Surf. And a bit of the too much power is used in the round to clutch it out a while ago. Kind of cooling on down there for Xerxia instead. And this is perfect for ONIG. This is a chance for them to not only take the lead, but also build it up, as they have the gun advantage for the last round of the first half. Slower pace though here for Xerxia. Fine for a bit of map control as they're gauging the whole interest, because we haven't actually seen a whole contest much here in this game. But Shiro, he's anticipating that. Xerxia right now though, trying to see if they can actually get to that doorway, potentially pinch on through toward its A site, and separate the defenders into two with that wall as well.
Round they have to convert, but it's not going to come easy. The final one of the half, and they'd love to end it 6-6, but Let's see if they can do exactly that. They take Hall's control. The only time we've seen them do that in Scary. Puts that soul rifle to work. NC Slasher won't let it continue on, though. Hunter's Fury won't connect, and he's able to find a double on the round. A triple for him to lock things down. All in the Foxes once more, who can't even find a pick here. The only kill going Scary's way, and that was certainly a terrifying way to end a half. 7-5. ONIG doing good on the arguably lesser favored defensive side.
Yeah, it's not a bad plan from Xerxia. They just don't have that firepower, and as soon as ONIG was repaired on site, repelling the initial push, knowing that the Hunter's Fury is coming from the cave, they just reinforced the backhand side of it, caught out things like the Blade Storm, and allowed themselves to get that victory. So both sides able to at least bring something out against one another. We're seeing here from ONIG again, just their adjustment on that position with that chamber, or just the willingness from Elmimor to fight as much as possible in the face of suppression. Monyet, he is just able to stay on alive, and I feel like the longer Monyet stays in the round, the more potent he really becomes. Better on, I'd say, some of the clutch moments rather than just that hard entry. But ONIG now will have to prove that they can play the entries this time with this setup. I think the only difference we're going to see here now, Black and Blue, is Elmimor might be more either akin to the Lurk, or he's just going to be running in with Monyet because his utility is not that useful compared to the defending side, the Rendezvous, though, to be cheeky with the pickoffs. But beyond that, and if he has that hot hand anyway, then Monyet would love to have him alongside him in the bush.
Well, it was a good plan at the end of things there, Dax. As you said, the firepower just wasn't there to really make it work. But, you got pistols, you got sheriffs. You kind of want to close that gap and make sure you're not fighting super long range. If they just went for like a blunt A main kind of push, maybe, the numbers would be there, but who knows if they're going to actually be able to find proper engagement. So to try and go for that flank, take Hall's control in the final round, I think, right plan, good plan, just not able to work out in the end. Sometimes it isn't about the strategy or the tactic you try and put into the round, but more of just how the fights go and how the timings work out. And those are kind of like things you can't necessarily always factor in when you're going for those practice sessions, when you're going for those dry runs and when you're strategizing for the game. But as apt, we're in APAC, we're in C, we're spread far apart. We're here in a technical pause on Breeze. And if you want to talk about Breeze and Filipinos, Dax, the last time we saw Xerxia on Breeze, there was some beef.
No. We don't talk about that. we just,
if we're gonna meme, that's it. That's all we're gonna say.
Past is past.
Yeah. Move on. It's 2022.
They have a new name. The thing is look, the Cypher's still there.
The Cypher,
he's on B site this time, so we're good.
We're safe.
We're all okay. We're all chill. I kind of want to see though how Sushi Boys is also gonna adjust in a way. It's not the biggest, it's not the ultimate hard counter perhaps when you have the KO, but it's such a big bother. It really messes up your setups. If he gets to suppress on your utilities, they do get knocked out even if you're not there. And Sushi Boys, he knows as soon as he's set up on site, it has to be stable. I think moving forward, though, that we're going to see perhaps a more spread out setup here by Sushi Boys with this Cypher, trying to figure out how he can avoid just the maximum value there, courtesy of NC Slasher's own suppresses. But now, Technical Pause is gone. Game is upon us, and really, what has happened? Why is Breeze A site no longer that popular? Because we're going for B yet again, and here comes ONIG now with the push.
Well, they're going for the push here, as you said. Sir finding that opening pick to try and fend off the B site. They kind of stack it, but Monyet, the double jet, gets one pick of his own. Flurry of frags going either way. It's left standing 2v3 in the favor of Xerxia. Severine does equalize the odds, though, finding the opposing Viper. Snake against Snake, which is the real King Cobra here. 7-5. This could easily be a round that Xerxia win and then turn this lead into a tied game, but they have to find their way first in to maybe cut this rotation off guard. Foxes very close, and he does find Elmimor, who is unaware of his position. He brings it to a 1v2, and Severine all alone. Oh, he gets a dink.
Taps.
But it works out in Fox's favor.
He's just tapping away at those targets, and the catch is real here from Xerxia. I love the fact that ONIG there did go for the rotation. They got a lot of map control even with Severin being such a bother. But beyond that, Unfoxy is just put in such a penultimate peril basically. That's it for ONIG to take, for Xerxia rather, to take advantage of. He's just been so calm this game, very collected. And he's been the survivor for some of the rounds where it looks to be lopsided, and then he's the one himself who actually gets the kills to make parity happen. 12 takedowns right now for the Sova. Xerxia here proving again that their playstyle doesn't just revolve around who's playing that Jet or that Duelist in the first place, because those utility users, they are very, very potent as well, and sometimes even better than what gets brought in the front line.
That front line has been something that Xerxia have been super successful in continuously making work. As you talked about that, it doesn't matter who's the Jet, it matters how you incorporate him into the composition. And Cruz, a 4K spray now with the Spectre, all really tagged up because of the decay within it and the ace to cap it off. It was an anti-eco ace, but what a highlight that would be, and how flashy. Kind of look down, hold mouse one, get the job done.
What do you mean? He didn't hold it, he just put tape on it.
Oh, my button's stuck. It's shooting. Oh, okay.
It's just shooting. Look, he ran out of bullets. He just held it down the whole time, and even reload swings and headshots. LB Moore. I love it. I love what we saw there. And that's the thing. The Initiator's really stepping on up right now for Xerxia. Many of the fame for Xerxia Declan for back in X10, of course, was Batipan, but people were looking at players like Sushi Boys, and they know the leadership capabilities and the clutch potential of Cruz and Foxy, but we're seeing it here, back in APAC, a really, I'd say redeemed, but more refined Xerxia gameplay right now. And that's big props, honestly, to ONIG also, a squad that made the play-ins, a squad that took their time to build and rebuild their roster, and the plans of actions to keep parity. Guns, though, now are available. Xerxia will be on the back foot. And there's a chance here for ONIG to keep the state. But Cruz will still get a cheeky pick there on the sheer bow, as Severin will catch out Scary in response, and not much smokes now to work with here for Xerxia.
I mean, let's be honest, both of these teams are in the top 5 of APAC, at least in my book, and so not too sure how many would disagree, but I like to think that it's mostly true for everybody. So you're basically getting some of the best that APAC has to offer, Southeast Asia especially has to offer, and you're never going to kind of regret that, or kind of suggest that these guys don't got what it takes to really devolve and really try and evolve, rather, when it goes to it. You clear up the site, some clean kills coming from ONIG here and there. He gets a martial kill. It's all left on the Cruz, though. So Xerxia, I mean, it was their bonus. Tried to convert it. They get 2 kills. If he gets a 3rd, this is a good bonus. But okay, good dismiss on out. Cruz, no utility to really play with aside from the Vandal in hand. He doesn't connect on the Monyet, who almost went down. He actually almost got 2 kills there. Could have been a 1v1 as they were all low. But in the end, it's ONIG who will go up.
Yeah, a little scrap there from Xerxia, but ONIG is able to stay away and keep that lead. Moving over that B side was the right call, seeing that cheeky push towards A instead. And Monyet there just playing basically monkey in the middle, play a keep away, honestly. And it's just perfect right now that how many times have we seen Monyet just be able to aside or on defense, stay on the site and just be the sudden off angle that Xerxia doesn't expect. We've seen it on his B holds, we see it on his B takes. It does feel like here, the Hedgehogs right now of ONIG looking to just sting Xerxia at a moment's notice. But we're still back then all. We'll see what ONIG, what else they can do. Because there's a bit of a vie for mid control. Problem is though, Surf does have the operator. Luckily for Elmi Moore, he's not watching the middle. Instead, it's the elbow where the Jet is at. And if ONIG peeks that without anticipating what may come, well, that can be a free pick off here for Surf, who's creeping on closer. This might be dangerous here for ONIG in the straight line.
Okay, well, he's got the up. He lands a shot, backs off. Good discipline not to try and double dip. As you know from your local vendors, never double dip into sauce. It's communal. Xerxia, realizing this, don't overheat, don't overeat. Foxes, they push him up forward, taking control. Now, normally, when you have the man advantage, you don't have to go for those risky plays, but they want to do it anyway. Surf, good adjustment to go there towards that mid position. He finds a 2nd kill onto 2 of the very important players on the ONIG side, honestly. So this is looking like a pretty clean round, a flawless potentially. Sushi Boys, he's going to get the kill. And as I said, as advertised, Xerxia tied up perfectly to go 8-8.
For promos, DTI sponsorship number. I don't know the whole stick. But then there you just have discipline here from Xerxia, and
down, attacker
Surf has really fit in well with the Xerxia system. All you gotta do is be a great duelist who can shoot people, and you are in if you can listen to how the setup works, how the play works, and be clutch when need to be. As soon as he just exposed his hand there towards B side, it was ONIG funneled towards the double doors basically, and who's already there? It's the likes of Cruz, the likes of Sushi Boys, and it's easy tidings there for Xerxia to get picked off. Now that the operator is in the field, ONIG will have to go for that timeout because we're going to be seeing a bit more of a reliance right now on some of the plays here, courtesy perhaps of Severine. They can't just be going in dry peak systems anymore, and thing is, they know that Xerxia does have the upper hand now, and if this keeps on up, this is the perfect opportunity for Xerxia to start running away with this game.
Well, Xerxia, that momentum is something they can definitely move forward with, Dax, and really overtake this. But good timeout by ONIG to try and, set things down, simmer down a bit. Getting too hot in here, even with the cool winds, the breeze. Realizing that, Xerxia are a team that are definitely worthy of being feared, because they're so formidable. And you would think that, Cruz being on that KO, opposing side, with Elmi Moore being on, I guess the chamber. As we talked about, it is kind of a natural, as well, he gets picked, and that's such a waste of his ultimate. It is kind of a natural counter because, the chamber will be normally playing more commit positions as opposed to any other agent. So it really hits him hard when his utility is removed because he doesn't have that escape tool anymore, that back out key. Foxes gets another kill. Very clean round, all things considered here for Xerxia. They lose a pistol on it, but that's one they're willing to give up. Maybe wanting to make things more expensive, but hey, now's the real round that they've got to play.
Yeah, still though, shows of restraint here. Again, smart peaks for the smart takedowns. Triple-double already for Cruz. You have 11 assists to his 19 frags, and there's just so much potential control right now that we're getting here from Xerxia. I know for ONIG that this is something they practice, but it does feel like we're getting more value here from the Xerxia angles right now here on Breeze. We've noticed that many a time players like Cruz, like Foxy, they are just prepared rather to mow down wherever ONIG is funneled. And it's not even just about the utility uses just anymore. They're getting the good intel, and they're getting some great spots here for Xerxia. Not only that, though, just trying to stay away from the suppressors. Cruz, though, on the inside, and he's a beacon of hope here for Xerxia. Everyone looking at him, now he's on the ground, but Surf is happy to use that as a distraction. And the martyr, that is Cruz, has gotten 4 overall for the squad. Of course, Surf getting some pickoffs there, but what a gamble here from Xerxia. What a play. And you don't see that too often. It's a lighthouse here in the dark. And ONIG, they were running Attic to their demise.
8-10. Xerxia just completely have taken over this game as soon as the sides have switched. They just don't seem like there's any signs of them slowing down. Complete control of that A main position. They go very aggressive. But then again, it was also supported by the operator here of Surf. Very, very swift 1-2 punch, a very successful one as well, that they are fully capable of realizing to the highest potential it can be, and they are very good at converting those type of rounds where they go for a play, operator support, just super proficient wingman, point man system they got going.
This time though, let's see if you can dribble that ball to the court B side of Xerxia now. Watching over with the operator yet again. They know the dash is there. They still have to play in close quarters, but Foxy there dashes out one yet instead. NC Slasher with the trade. Surf now falls as NC Slasher is just in the face of adversity. There's a chance here for ONIG. Not only set up on the site with the spike, but Viper Spit is there as well for Foxy again. Even finds Severine Cruz on the board. It's now 2v2. As it's time for the Aldron to be looking for a victim. Gets a good tag onto one, but do they know there's one more here? NC Slasher with the operator, 1-for-1 trade already. All left now to Scary, and can he bring the fright versus Shiro? Shiro, though, is looking for the step up on the kills and the wraparound. Yet again, the plan here, ONIG. They need to stop the bleeding. The hemorrhage is looking too much to handle. Scary though with a halfway defuse, taking it. Bro's not fake, but this time you should have let it go there, Scary. A thrifty victory by ONIG. They got the rush on, they got the range to basically be closer. Now, one away from tying it up again.
Very, very fortunate that that force buy worked out for them, but to their credit, they did it perfectly as well. Use the smokes, use any bit of concealment to close that gap, as you said, Dax. And in some way, the Spectre is actually maybe the best tool for that weapon, barring like a Phantom. Go up close, hold that mouse one, really just, you know, use your movement and abuse it. Really make things so much more difficult for long-range weapons like a Vandal or a Operator to fend them off. So great job by ONIG, almost crumbling there. They didn't use the Viper's Pit, but in the end, they get the job done. One they really needed. So good clutch moment for ONIG as a whole, as a team. But they have to continue that up because there's still some economy here for Xerxia to continue their buy.
Yeah, there's still a big chance here for Xerxia, especially if they win this round. It's ONIG who's gonna be struggling, but I see what you see there, good sir. It will be a null command push courtesy of ONIG, but at the same time, Xerxia's like, okay, sure, go at it. Waste your pulses as we play the flank instead. My eyes are on Severin right now. If he doesn't turn around, he's dead.
Yeah,
this Viper.
completely.
Oh, he's seen. Oh, finally, a small duel, perhaps?
Does he? Oh, he catches him off guard, and that was huge. The fact that he's still alive means that they have super great post-plant potential. The fact is he's going to try and hunt him, and that he does. He sniffs him out and finds the snake fighting him in the grass. Great pick here by Surf, but he's all alone. This has to be a safe call, and that is going to be it exactly. Great round here for ONIG, Dax, but that was maybe closer than they realized to going, I guess, wayward.
Yeah, they realize also, it's like, where is the pressure from the archers? Where is the pressure from full force from the utilities? And as soon as that happened, Severin just went into cover just to play it safe. And it's just, I have to say that this is where you understand that these guys know exactly what we're doing. When they don't get the utilities from one side, they're gonna wonder, why isn't it coming on out? Is this a heavy lurk? Is this a heavy rotation? And ONIG there, able to save themselves from a very, very bad ending. That was so close. I really thought that it was already Cruz with the sightlines on the minimap, but since Severin got in cover in time, was able to hide close enough, the angle just wasn't there. And you see it here, Xerxia with the timeout, their gamble doesn't pay off, and they're the ones feeling the pressure now of a potential ONIG run.
Ooh, the tables have turned, and the card has been reversed.
The tables have been turning around and around and around, good sir. It's done like it's done like a 360, a 720, 1080 degree turn, because this is such a close game, and it really proves to us that ONIG is here to prove themselves even more. So you mentioned that they've been looking like a top team. I really agree with you, but against some of the standouts we've seen from VCT in history so far, they're doing such a great job. Remember who they beat all the way back in the play-ins. It was Full Sense, right? That's a squad that made distance, that went to champions. Now they're facing off another team right now that has represented SEA and APAC as a whole. It's Xerxia, and they're keeping parity, and they have a chance here to take the lead away from them.
Well, Dax, remember like last year, stage 2-3, where we were looking at ONIG, and I think it was stage 3, yeah. We were looking at ONIG and we were thinking, you know, these guys, they kind of splashed on the scene a bit later than maybe some of their Indonesian counterparts, like, you know, the Biggitron Astro team, the X10 team, now Xerxia, obviously we're seeing right rather, on the Indonesian side, like Boom and all, Alter Ego, but we were like, in enough time, these guys could be the top dogs, and they were looking so scary during the off-season as well in other community tournaments that this is almost, in a way, expectedly unexpected. So, really good job by them. They find the opening pick here on NC Slasher, which is huge, but Monyet answers back. It gives them control of the B side, but no, scratch that. Fox is still waiting.
That's a bullets, unfortunately. Fox is there, now playing behind, just wants to drone things up. That's the thing, they're just the security I feel here for Xerxia, but Severin silently breaking the chains that bind them and will push ONIG to freedom and into the lead. 11-10, and it does feel like for Xerxia, it's the usual. Foxes is going to be scouting on the round, playing danger closure, but he's safe because this team is there. But ONIG took it one step ahead, and Severin there is stepping in front of the opposition, deciding to get the action while Xerxia was busy garnering that kind of intel. Jason points, now they're the ones in the lead, and I feel like for Xerxia, their arsenal isn't going to be as heavy as they would like here.
Yeah, they're kind of isolated there. A few, you know, kind of basically gunfights and duels that just went in ONIG's way. And it really does help them when Xerxia do that, because Xerxia, they're a more cerebral team than anything. They're great mechanically, yes, but ONIG, they want those fights. And if Xerxia playing to that hand, they're going to find out that, well, ONIG, well, they can be very, very difficult to beat in that kind of game. So the final buy left here for Xerxia, really. After that, all they got to really, I guess, hold on to are some Deagle, rather some Sheriffs, and the Blades. But yeah, this is a round that's looking pretty scary for the Xerxia squad. So the first lead switch we've had this entire game here in round 22 is when it happens. ONIG, man, a round more. This could be them taking map number 1 against one of the best maps of the Xerxia squad historically.
And we did get a swap here on the lead for the half, but it was, if I remember correctly, ONIG leading in the first place. With all that panel time, making you remember your past are black and blue, but we're in the present now. Impressively scary up that staircase. The push, though, is pure here from ONIG, and they get control of the full A site experience from top to bottom. Spike's now planted. Fox is here. Bit of a lurk, perhaps a rotation through the shop, and NC Slasher, he's not ready. He will fall separate though with the takedown. Tries to hide under the bridge. But downtown, the Sushi Boys with his number. Monietto with the takedown. Fox is now caught out here by Shiro, and it's 3v1. All left though. 2 Sushi Boys who will decide to bail on out of here. ONIG G. What a push towards that A site, man. And not only that, the fact of the matter is this is going to be them on that map point. Luckily for Xerxia, though, they're able to scrounge an operator here for Sushi Boys to try and use for picks later on.
A great recovery there by ONIG. You can see Sushi Boy's face. He's totally like, what the hell just happened? You can see Scary like, oh, he doesn't even get to save the operator. Elmi Moore gets more and more. You saw, you know, as you saw a while ago, like Scary trying to hide underneath there, the bridge. But, well, tried to be a troll. He's going to be forced to pay the toll. Rather, Severine here. They do at least get those kills going their way. Maybe some economy to force up like a Guardian or a Bulldog for the next few rounds. But them not being able to save the operator was huge. They could have potentially had like a Guardian, an Operator, and Blades for this round, for the potential final round at match point. But now they're going to be really scrapped dry. They do get like 2-3 Vandals at the very least, yes. But will that be enough? They have to make it happen here, Dax.
You know, the fact that they got the push towards the further back of the site, it allowed them to contest halls, it allowed them to trade towards bridge, allowed them to try and reinforce the spawn take, and really goes to show for ONIG that map control has been such a big factor of their success. They're 1 round win away from succeeding here against Xerxia. This map pick, though, I do believe is their pick. Maybe perfect way to end it on a high note that can wrap it up already. Utilities do come online. Sushi Boys and Cruz, not afflicted by the suppress, they're able to play the game of keep away instead. And Fox is here, unleashing the Hunter's Fury. So a lot of bait out already, courtesy of Xerxia. The utilities did come online. ONIG as a whole gonna be rotating, except the lurk of Elmimore. Gonna be a big duel. Viper Spit is there. Fox is now with a catch up to Elmimore, and ONIG, they're gonna have to take another segment of A side. Viper Spit versus Viper Spit, as the rest of Xerxia are here to try and reinforce.
4v5. Xerxia, can they convert? They have to. This Viper Pit is going to make things a bit more complicated and tricky than they otherwise would have liked. They do have the Blades on Surf, who's great at taking that space, but with both Viper's Pit popped, well, they're going to have to try and fight fire with fire, or in this case, poison with some poison. Surf, great kill with the Spectre, and Cruz is able to clean up house here. Xerxia making it happen. It's all on the Moniette. He finds one. He can find a second. He does do it. He dashes into his own demise, though, not realizing how ready they were trying to intercept that push. That gives Xerxia a fighting chance. Round 24, the final round of regulation, is where things shall be decided. Do we go OT, or do we end 1-0?
I mean, we'll find out, because Xerxia there, they just cut the site in half. They put the Viper Spit, preventing the safer angle there for ONIG to hold. And while Moniette does a good job from the double doors, he was just nowhere there to put an impact when it really mattered. The firing squad prepared. Xerxia making it happen. And big kudos to Surf. As soon as I saw that Viper's pit deflate from the side of ONIG, I knew also it was Xerxia's to run with. And really, many say, you know, the hype still is there. They're going to be missing Patipan. But Surf is doing an admirable job in such big footsteps and is fitting in well with the team still. Now then, ONIG moving forward towards that A site. Last little take this time though in between the pyramids. And Scary with the spray. Can he actually get the takedown? Has to deal with 3 people. But will retreat in time to stay alive. But yet though, with the opening versus Foxes. And Xerxia hugging close. Rotate comes from Sushi Boys and it's danger close from both sides. LB more though with the fine surface there though. ONIG right now trying to just hug the pyramids as much as they can. Natural landmarks here for them. As Xerxia is coming on through to try and make the retake happen. It's Surf with a pickup. Blades do come though. Dash on out. Sushi Boys hunting that jet down. But yet though with the find out the cruise. And in the middle here will come Severin kills one yet because he was so low on the HP. He down the touch is real. But the Vipers, utilities, plus the Soma's Hunter's Fury should seal this for ONIG. 13-11. The forces of nature of ONIG will take map number 1.
Oh man. Oh man, what a way to go down, stepping into the to his own snake bite. That he does get bit at the end of things by his own teammate. Obviously the post plant is just way too difficult to try and dismantle in that situation. They got the Hunter's Fury and he let loose every piece of anger he had pent up in that match. Great job here by ONIG to take map number 1 and map that Xerxia, sorry, past history is past, are really good at, and they finally get the job done. You were talking about the final round before regulation, round number 23, when that Viper's pit came down, it was crucial. But this time around, the fact that, Xerxia were not able to push out a bit more forward, maybe take control of maybe closer towards the yellow-orange box, that really made things so much more difficult on the defensive side for that retake. It really took a lot for them to even get within reaching distance of getting that defuse off, and by the time they got there, the setup was already in place. The trap was put into position, and all they had to do was spring it with a bit of help from the opposition.
And the thing is, okay, it looked to be a big moment in the heat of action that, oh no, it's a team kill, this is gonna be big. But the thing is, ONIG is just like, okay, we throw the snake bites now, we throw the Hunter's Fury here also, and we just secured the round. The icing on the cake were the takedowns. They had enough of a stall for basically that post-plant scenario, and the fact of the matter is, they were just prepared for it anyway to play from afar. And I think that's one vast difference here that we've seen between ONIG and Xerxia. Xerxia, as soon as they like to take the site, they love to control it as much as possible. And the post-plant shenanigans that can happen with utilities wasn't really there from Xerxia. And I think you mentioned that in the first half. And in the end, it actually, this difference, it bites them there because ONIG just playing the game of keep away. Xerxia expecting that they can just come in like a tidal force from 1 or 2 sides of the site. But that third side, the flank really, and the distance there where ONIG was able to play from, that was what got him the victory. But this was quite a match. And all these ONIG games, man, they're grand finals worthy. They're so close. The matchup against Full Sense in this first game already versus Xerxia, we're getting titans of SEA here in APAC to battle.
I think for them to play the post-plant like that was a bit more of a direct choice and a very, I guess, calculated choice for them to do it versus his matchup versus X10, because normally, as you said, X10, they like to fight within the site when they get the post-plant, not super playing post-plant. That's kind of how ONIG typically play as well in their post-plants for most maps, albeit that. But in this matchup specifically, realizing, hey, we can play with the time, we know the lineups are the usual standard ones anyways, and we have Hunter's Fury, more importantly, let's play back, let's pull back. They're going to want to close the gap. They are in a kind of a rough economic position, and as long as they can get close, they can make this game close as well. So great heads up here coming from ONIG to be able to make that adjustment, to be able to make that specific decision to secure the game.
And there you have it, guys. First game is done, and it's ONIG G with a 1-0 lead. We'll see, though, who's going to take the second map. That's here with Black and Blue, and we'll be right back in just a bit for more the APAC Challengers.
Reverb from inside out, outside in, we control the frequency. The heart of the world beats to me, it beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed, gift in our gift. This right. Proof we exist, mind state is gravity. Whatever, either way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. Some other lands, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the melon, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused.
Fun fact, when the hedgehog is threatened, it will curl up into a tight spiky bowl and sting you. And we've seen it here, just the spines of ONIG able to sting Xerxia there and grab that victory in map number 1. Welcome back, guys, to another series here at the group stage. My name's Dax here with Black and Blue, and you're tuning on in to the APAC Challengers. And honestly, these ONIG games, they've been exciting since the play-ins, exciting here right now. Game number 1, an absolute banger already, and I can't wait to see what game number 2 will bring us. But a few things to highlight, there's some cheeky plays there from Xerxia, Surf proving himself with things like the Operator, things like the Blades, but on the flip side, I love what we saw there from ONIG, the post-plant scenarios with the utilities, Elmi Moore, and his Anchor. Just so many shining spots here from both sides right now, trying to out-edge the other.
You know, I was quite unsure really if that's what hedgehogs did, because from what I thought when growing up, they just ran really fast and collected rings whenever they got kind of nervous with things. But I'm starting to believe you, because looking at how that match went, first of all, it wasn't fast, and second of all, they really knew how to lock things down and how to, I guess, play a very pokey kind of defense, right? Well, we'll pick, we'll prod, we'll see what we can find. If it doesn't work, then we'll try and turtle back down, and that really was what ONIG were really so good at. They poke, they prod, it doesn't work. Let's pull back. We realize discipline is going to be the way. There is no better way for them to win against a team as experienced, as cerebral as Xerxia. But then Xerxia, I'm not sure if maybe just lack of, I guess, realizing what the situation was, the forest for the trees. They took the gunfights to ONIG, and that is where ONIG are so deadly. They're one of the deadliest teams when it comes to direct gunfights, and that is what Xerxia gave them. So really playing into their hand, especially in a map like Breeze, which helps enable that kind of play style. I really think Xerxia kind of maybe bit off more than they can chew and didn't really play to the game plan that they should have in terms of against this specific matchup versus the Hedgehogs that ONIG are.
It's so close. So it's such a close game, and it really could have gone overtime. Clutch moments from both sides, but at the very end, it was ONIG to take that victory. Now then, we move over to game number 2, and as we're gonna be checking out the ages, I do believe our next map is Icebox. Now, this is the thing about this map. It's a little interesting for Xerxia. This is their map pick, and historically, way back when in X10, it used to be one of their best map picks, if not the best map pick. But lately, problem has been on this map. They've lost 3 times in the 4 times they played it in their local VCT stage, and it might be some growing pains there integrating a newer player to the roster. In the meantime, ONIG has had great success on Icebox throughout their career, and we'll see now if they can wrap up the series with a 2-0 scoreline. But looking at the agents here, black and blue, first thing I noticed, Severin here for Chamber.
Ooh, okay. Severin, we did see some good stuff from him on that Viper a while ago, and he's trying to change things up right now. Chamber is a pick that is really, I guess, enabled to do a lot of what works for him on these type of maps, large maps, long sightlines. We've been seeing an uptick in his presence when it comes to both Breeze and Icebox, so I don't think it's too far-fetched to play Chamber here. If anything, I think it's kind of like the meta right now to play Chamber on Icebox and Breeze. If anything, if you're not especially running like a KO on the former, and here on Icebox, if you're not running like a hard Sentinel, as maybe you might have like a Cypher or a Killjoy or something. So Icebox, really good map for X10, as we talked about a while ago. The earlier half of the year, they really proved that they're one of the best teams on Icebox in the world here, Xerxia, but they're gonna have to do it against ONIG.
Okay, this is a other point I kind of want to make here, because ONIG, they swap out who's playing Viper and Chamber. Basically, historically, they also run Elmimore on the Viper, and he did already an incredible job on the Chamber a while ago. It's a little interesting, but again, it's something that they've done before in their local stages. It's the configuration that they practice, and we'll see how it's gonna pan on that. But look at this Xerxia, a quick siege towards B side, and Surf, the delivery person to bring it up top. Unfortunately for him, he gets no tip. He gets tripped instead. Shots do come on, yet already with the defuse. What happened to the nano swarms there for Sushi Boys? The stick is real, and ONIG, they will just get it already. Pros don't fake this time. Another moment, the defuse right in the face of adversity just today, and it's 1-0. I still think though that ONIG did just such a good job to clear it out, because when we saw the plant there from Xerxia, Sushi Boys throwing those nano swarms, but as soon as ONIG came on in and Shiro got that 4K along the way, they were just not ready at all for it.
Yeah, as soon as they put up that barrier orb, they were instantly like, okay, let's front this. Let's basically be the firing squad to hold down the line. And he's like, la 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 la. Monyet, man, he just loves that monkey business. And in case y'all aren't aware why we keep on saying monkeys, because Monyet literally means monkey in Bahasa, in Indonesian. So that's where that comes from. But okay, early information gathered on Fox. We're talking about how they switch out basically their controller, the Viper, into the Sentinel, which is something I've noticed happen often in C. Not super often, but it does happen. Like on Full Sense's side, they do that with Chalala and The Love, who switch between Sentinel and controller depending on the map. And in some ways, Southfield kind of do that as well. With Papichulo, sometimes being the Viper, depending on the map as well. Yeah, but only for Bind. But then again, they don't really play a Sentinel on Bind. Okay. Well,
good to know. Good to know about a team you know very much about. I can't believe
I said Full Sense first. I talked about Full Sense first.
I can't believe you actually set it up for yourself. I was waiting for one moment there. Okay, but back to the game. Xerxia actually going to be going for the Force Buy, and this is a classic composition for them on Icebox. They played it, honestly, time and time again, even on the world stage. The interesting part, though, is sometimes they actually are willing to bring Sushi Boys over to a Jet and play something like a double duelist, but not this time. More of the standard roles instead here in APAC. And yet, though, finds Cruz to start things off, and ONIG here with a good punish, but finally the firepower comes online. Courtesy of Xerxia, scary there with the takedown. This A Stage though taking a bit of time, and this is gonna be quite a clash that can define it as LB Moore will finally fall. So an opening made by Xerxia. It's 3v3, and it's Spectre versus Spectre as we get the plant on.
You get that plant down. You got Spectres all around.
Out of
which one? Which Silent Assassin will connect and find the win here? This could be a 1-1, but Xerxia quite low as well. Good peek on NC Slasher. Battle Sage bringing it like a very hard and toughened mage. They go around the new box, but they don't realize Sushi Boys is there to slice them up quite raw, but oh, they're both low. A single bullet would do either of them on in, but the height advantage, he's got the high ground. He has watched many a Skywalker use their advantage that way. And they finally get the round here too, as ONIG 2-0 pretty much stifle the force by Xerxia.
It's over, Sushi Boys. I have the high ground. There you go. That's the line. There you have it. The thing is, I really feel like for ONIG that would have gone so badly. Luckily for them, Sheer here stepping on up. That's 5 HP anyway. One bullet, as you mentioned, would have led to that takedown. And they just forgot to clear out the newer box there on the right-hand side of the site. Besides that, though, it's really unfortunate for Xerxia because they went for the force buy. Now they're going to be crippled on the economy. They did make it costly, but ONIG's like, okay, sure. You guys bought, we guys bought, we're going to buy again. And now the Bulldogs into play. It's just another kind of arsenal that ONIG will take advantage of. First fire, though, he has to get the hell out of there. And finally, he does escape with his life. Pressure applied towards the front of B. But ONIG, they already got that first pickoff, and Severin can just get a band-aid for his boo-boo there. If he gets to it, oh, he doesn't even make it. He was so close to the red cross of NC Slasher. A good pickoff there in response by Xerxia.
Xerxia trying to assert themselves in the round. Oh, but this tag is huge! He gets 2 of them with the opener. Does confirm the kill on Foxes at the very least. Down to a 3v3 Xerxia. All they have to really do is try and make this expensive on this round. They did force up the last, so it's expected kind of relegate to just using these pistols. But oh my, Cruz is really looking like a trooper here. They do make the round expensive, and that's the very least you could hope for. So that's kind of a silver lining here for the X10 side, rather Xerxia side. XQs and me moving on forward later in the game. It should pan out their way.
Yeah, as again, some casualties though inflicted, so it's not as clean as ONIG would like. There is a tipping point being readied here by Xerxia. They just need to win one round, and they might be able to basically start getting the advantage because you can see the investment again from ONIG. Stinger, Judge, not the best on the economy, and the rifles finally online here for the attacking side. But Shiro has stepped on up immensely in this game. 10 takedowns of 4K in the last one. No deaths whatsoever. And that Hunter's Fury just primed and ready with a perfect line, able to pierce through many of the Xerxia faithful. But this time, this B-side siege might be more forceful than ever before. Monyet, this is a big gamble, and we've seen him play sneaky judges in maps like Bind. Barrel on Icebox, but it might work out here as a rendezvous, and goodbye to you, Monyet.
X10, good opening pick here coming from him, and for them to get that, you know, Monyet down. No more swinging around. Oh, but he's uplifted up top. They don't even realize they led to their own demise. Severin was in the right place, the right opportunity to punish that. He does equalize things out for the Bulldog. They should be able to get the plant here. No denial happening in that way, but the post plant could work out for them if they get this pick. But Surf is going to keep them before reaching the shores.
Lockdown now for the space. ONIG trying to go for the retake, and NC Slasher has a good angle through a broken segment of the wall. This is space created, and more foundation for Xerxia to build with. Shockbolts now fly to the other side. Shira pushing on forward, still gets a kill. Immortal right now, hasn't died as of yet. The now Swarms being a bother, might be able to get the touch there on the side. Shira now with a tap. Finally, the Silver will fall, but ONIG push on forward again, and they wipe out Sushi Boys in the end. A wave of momentum here for ONIG. The sacrifice of the Sova, and they should have enough time to still keep it perfect. That was the real bonus round here after everything is said and done. And ONIG is just swimming in the cash and in the guns right now.
Wow, what a retake from ONIG. With them pressed on time, they pushed forward with a stinger, mind you. He had a darn stinger on Icebox, and he made it work out. These Bulldogs, all these eco weapons, just somehow for them to close that gap. Tapping forces a peek, and Fox is baited into it. They didn't even know that Elmi Moore was on the door, knocking at the side entrance, and they get the job done. 4-0, and Xerxia, it doesn't even work out. They had to use a lockdown for that as well, and now they're pressed for money. But they do have economy in terms of ultimates to use up here. Every single ultimate, the Res, the Blades, the Hunter's Fury, and that Pit is what they're gonna have to rely on if they want to keep this within distance. And Surf, that's a great opening pick. Xerxia really needed.
I'll train you after this round, okay? That's what we're doing after this round.
Xerxia.
Thing is, Xerxia, you can practice quietly while
Xerxia.
talk about it. I mean, it is an X on top, so I can't fully blame you. Thing is, though, Xerxia, if they get this thrifty, it's a great way to balance out the economy. ONIG has finally gotten the Vandals, the Phantoms, and they're getting the takedowns. Still a chance, though, if Surf can just be that surgical. And there hasn't really been a clean round yet here for ONIG. It's been very dicey, very close. A few clutches there from Shiro to give them the points. So they haven't been able to build the bank that they would like, for the wall for safety and for the resurrection. NC Slash now from afar, bringing out his duelist pedigree even on the stage, and is able to outshoot Surf from that distance. 3 already from NC Slasher, just slicing and dicing the opposition. Elmi Moore should get the defuse here, and with Scary, his plan of action, maybe get one more takedown. One more time, NC Slasher just does not lose those 5s. It's 5-0 right now. And again, have you practiced? Are you ready to say their team name?
I've said it multiple times in my head.
Okay, so what's the attacking side's team name, huh?
Your duty is not over.
Okay, good job. Okay, now you can actually do right analysis in that round.
Xerxia. Okay, we got it. Let's do it.
Okay.
All right. Well, timeout. I was about to suggest as well, timeout, dude, and they finally do call a timeout here. I mean, 5-0, you're not starting on the bad side here, that you have that excuse like, we're on the defense. No, they're on the attack, which is normally the side teams want to maybe either close out the game or start the game with, as long as it's a better side in general. So for them to kind of struggle here, it's a really bad sign, especially when this is a map that they are normally known for here, Xerxia. And in this matchup specifically, Breeze, it being picked by, the ONIG side, and then now them picking Icebox and still looking actually even worse than they looked on Breeze. It's not a good look for Xerxia right now. And look how I put Xerxia in there, right? I almost said next 10 for a second. But yeah, they do it. And Surf, he has been just completely on the turf, on the edge of breaking through there multiple times for that Xerxia squad, but they're going to need a bit more all-around help to really, secure at least a round here.
And this is what I'm talking about. This year, under the Xerxia banner, they have been absolutely struggling on a legacy map, and maybe just the changes also hampering them. Of course, new face, new duelist, and the thing is, some of their old school double duelist flex compositions are not going to be as effective in this day and age compared to before. And it really feels like here for Xerxia, they just can't get that X10 magic back on Icebox as of yet. And it's really showing right now. The clutch genes from players like NC Slasher, from Shiro, just to give them the points, the more control that ONIG is able to get also with the chamber in so. And it really feels like right now, ONIG is happy to start on this defense, able to just get the holds on many a time with some of the angles. Not as ambitious when you play, a duelist-based composition. It's more of the hold anyway. But Sushi boys, that's the reprieve that Xerxia needs. Good pick up onto Elmi Moore. Back on the way, not too greedy. And it will regroup instead to try and set up for this A siege. Lurk though from Surf, who will see who first here.
Oh, they just barely walked by the other. Wall's not up, so he doesn't have that concealment. He does get himself within the B site, and he's now on orange. They have no idea. His flank, his lurk here is going to have to come in huge, but he doesn't even realize that coming in from behind him, Severine is there. But on the fast rotate, he hears Severine running there in the spawn, the defender side spawn. They get the plant down with the Viper's Pit. They try and commit that, and Surf, he has to go huge here. Hold his gun, hold that trigger, and make sure that he springs it at the right time. He has to really creep in close, but he might be too late because they're already running over the site. What a fail of a lurk as they all go down on a single one. Stumbles on the ONIG side. Ironic and a chronic disease they're putting on Xerxia, because Xerxia have yet to be able to get a breath in. 6-0, and ONIG go, go, go.
Yeah, Affliction is real, and ONIG is just able to swoop on in for that retake. Since the lurk didn't catch anyone in the first place, then it was ONIG feeling it was a false sense of security, really, but at the same time, they were just so sure to get through that site, and as soon as it happens, the retake from above, Xerxia was waiting for that go signal, waiting for Surf to be in position to play that pinch, and they were ill-prepared to react in time when ONIG decided to go instead. The hot hands of ONIG G right now, they're looking nigh unbeatable, and while the first map itself was just absolutely quite a close game from the get-go, this one is looking more and more lopsided as Xerxia desperately needs a round, and they need to make it happen, you know, in this full buy.
Can't even get that velocity or inertia going in for Xerxia. They do got the buy here off of the plant from the previous round, but they lose this one, they're gonna have to go and a potential another kind of light buy just to make sure they've got all the utility for the next round. Scary finds one. Elmi Moore answering back, and so does Cruz. Great res here to keep them within the fight and keep that man advantage. This could be the opening round, the first round of Xerxia's half rather. The Scary finds another. This is looking even more so like a round that ONIG are going to concede. So you do burn the res, you burn some utility. And all things considered, I'm sure it's ONIG. All they're really looking to do is
he kicked it.
Kills. He actually kicked it like a ball.
Yeah, it's like, here you go, pass back to you. It still gets in the way though. And Xerxia finally getting the first one. You know, it is a game of football. Right. Oh, just bring out the accent out of nowhere. But yes, it is a goal towards the snowman anyway. But at the same time, Scary just having the right angle there. Not only did he get that 4K, but that's a big wipeout on the ONIG defenses. Their backside hold could have actually counteracted the more aggressive wall play that Xerxia wanted to do. Sure, it can wall out Snowman, but ONIG was more prepared on the backhand side. But suddenly, someone like Scary getting those takedowns, coming in closer there to the more eastern quadrants of B site. It gave Xerxia that staging ground just to win the round. So finally, we get Xerxia on the board, and honestly, ONIG's like, okay, they got the point. Now we go for the timeout because they will realize here that this is where Xerxia can heat on up, and I think the adjustment might be more on how they're gonna be anticipating some of the other cheekier plays. Maybe put Severine in the different kind of setup with those trademarks. I'm still looking forward though to Shiro and NC Slasher pop off here. Beyond that, this ONIG defense has been just absolutely incredible so far.
I like the timeout here coming from ONIG. They lose one round, but they don't want to give up any ground, anything more at the very least, and don't let this, you know, basically come back 6-6 potentially. They know that Xerxia, once they finally find that formula, and it's something that they're gonna have kind of a difficult time dissimulating. So ONIG here right now, realizing that they have to play to their strengths, can't get too over aggressive. They've got the TP, they got the rendezvous rather. Back on off there and make sure they can get out safely. So Monyet, good kill, falls back to safety. The wall has been placed. We're not putting it up just yet, realizing that, hey, potentially, probably going to be committing to this B side, knowing how the Viper's Pit is already locked down A.
Yeah, and I think that's an operator given to him, if I am not mistaken. Selmimore is low on the money. He does go for the judge there just to scare off Xerxia all the way from that A side, and it's ONIG right now proving the powers of their duelists as Monyet is able to get to so far. So there's a lot of fate right now on Monyet to deliver, and he does not disappoint. 3 immediately in this round. Scary though does find Shiro along the way, able to spot out Sushi Boys there with a jump peek, pinging it just for the rest of the squad, but it'll be reinforcements now arriving, and the wall is there as well for the retake. And LB Moore though find a different gun Or will he just push with the judge instead? But Monyet, not done. 4 already. Sushi Boys does get 2, but in behind. Here comes Monyet. Here in the icy ways of Icebox. Will we get Monyet to get the ace? Sushi Boys, though, still calm and collected even. Almost got to take down Autumn Monyet. And the ace does come online here for ONIG. They relied on him, and they thrive with him. 7-1, a commanding scoreline for ONIG.
Pick after pick, taking the ticks off their back and really shredding them apart. Great round for Monyet and ONIG as a whole to answer back, and that's a hallmark of a great team who can come back after a loss, call a timeout, and then win that round subsequently after. It did come down to the wire, though. It did come from some mighty heroics from Monyet, but the aggro and for them to be able to enable him to do all that was really the huge selling point. And of course, Monyet, you get him in the door, he's gonna knock and he's gonna bust right through. 7-1, and he picks up the operator once again.
I mean, to be fair, it was the plan to rely on Monyet. Not that far, you know, not get the ace. And finally, we get Surf with a trade. Seems like that's with a pick rather. It seems like that's a thing. Someone clutches for a round in this series, and then the next round they die early. It's like, okay, you need a rest, you need a quick little bench, break time, courtesy with the other team. But that's a great answer here from Surf, because he has shown that he can be strong also with the operator. Thing is though, it's a split up here from Xerxia, leaving the spike in behind, all the way near the spawn. And LB Moore now proving what the control here is on A sites until Cruz will surprise him, sticking on the right-hand side and getting that takedown. Someone now has to ferry that spike. But Xerxia, will they actually kill the opposition instead before anything else? Zero, though, anticipating a plant to come, and don't even need the spike, you just need a takedown. Since Xerxia, with finally the second round on the board, able to counteract a few of the cheeky plays that Elmi Moore wanted to do on that A side.
Very nicely done here from Xerxia. A round that they really needed, taking things a bit slower there. More tactical, although when they hit them really hard, and they're very fast about that, and very concise as well. So round kind of showing what Xerxia need more to bring in this series. A bit more of that is, I think, what will really help them get back into the game. It is only a 5-round difference, but that could continue to pile on if they're not careful. And if Monyet decides to go ham like this, Severine as well, the ultimates, finding everything here on the eco buy. By the way, it's looking like a flawless one.
Oh man, Sushi Boy is the only one left alone again. The turret does put a stop, but Monyet, it's just a beast unleashed here in this game. Shot comes. Luckily for Sushi Boys, he's able to get on out. It just might be a trap set, and Monyet! Wow. Again, the 4K from the Jets, the blades at the starts, the off at the end, and he's like, thanks for giving me back my gun.
The blades, the headhunter as well, and then the operator to cap it all off. Here's my gun, and you guys are done. As you say, Dax, these guys are so efficient at doing these kind of things, and you know, it's smart of them to be like, okay, we have very little economy for the round, we're gonna use our ults basically, and so what do we do when you are in the disadvantage? That is when you should be able to you know, kind of be comfortable with taking those risks. That they did, they go for the play, and I'm pretty sure that that is gonna really help their way of maybe potentially sealing this half.
Monyet's just looking nigh unstoppable, basically. The round where Xerxia succeeded was then when they got that first pickup onto him. So if they can find him immediately, then that can be a big help. Rifles all around for Xerxia, though. And Severine here hiding right behind the crate. But Monyet already with the first takedown. Shira gonna get on the board for a quick trade anyway. And by the Snowman, someone is watching. Frosty hands. Hunter's Fury, though. Now the call. Scaring off Cruz from that plant. And the push is real here from Cruz, but he actually double takes and hesitates. The peek comes from Surf instead. Lockdown is there for the zone, but NC Slasher happy enough to get the kill there for free. Rezdo comes online. 4v3 right now. And while time is bought by the lockdown, the spike is ticking on away, and ONIG now need to go.
Oh, the big problem here is going to be Shiro, who has been so good at keeping that plant at bay for the most part, delaying that time. Sushi Boys is alive. He gets a triple kill. Could go for a fourth. The DP is only half stuck, but he's going to be stuck in with a knife at the end. The bullet led
straight at him, and Shiro gets the job done. There was a smart idea there by Xerxia when they realized Hunter's Fury was going to deny the plan to try and push all the way to Snowman, go to the spawn, and kill Shiro, and get that pick off, maybe equalize things up. But the problem was, the thing is, they didn't really commit to what they were doing. There wasn't that sort of urgency to commit to that push. They go for the push, they realize, oh, this is his last, shot of his ultimate. Let's kind of double back, and they were already pretty much most of the way there. So that's what you talk about. You can't second guess yourself. You go to a plan, you commit to it, and if you're gonna have to bail, do it with enough intent and enough, I guess, poise to make sure you're not just shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah, you're feeling the heartbreak though for someone like Sushi Boys, because he is so close to clutching it for the squad. But ONIG is able to snatch it away again and again. 9-2 scoreline right now. And ONIG, you want to get double digits quickly. And Shiro is the one who made quick work of Scary there. Xerxia though, we figured out where they can even just make an opening. It's only a marshal in the hands of Surf. He's gone already. Cruz with the Guardian. Things are so dicey for Xerxia right now. They kind of lost their luster here on Icebox compared to last year. And the problem is, statistically, the side they're going to be going on later on, what we're going to be seeing there, it's still not as good as is used to as well. Their defense can be problematic once we swap those sides with Foxy and Monyet now getting the trades. LB more, the patience is real. Sushi Boys making too much noise. And why does it feel like for Xerxia now, they're walking on unfamiliar territory? They just walked the streets of Icebox last year at the top of the C stage. Now instead, they're looking lost, and they're found instead by ONIG. Monyet with a headshot to recall. 10-2. What a half here by ONIG.
Wow, dominating performance, and Xerxia just look lost. Might not be so uncalled for to try and go for the tag timeout here. Something that could really help them, especially if they don't get this pistol. But I mean, man, the breath here of Xerxia, potentially their last dying breaths before they're sent to the lower bracket. It's not looking real good, Dax, right now as of the moment. Small kind of, I guess, tech break. It seems like the timer isn't going, but there just is so much that Xerxia have to try and adjust for here that I'm hoping that their defensive side is going to be a very contrasting tale.
It's not the best storyline right now for Xerxia. There is an immense disconnect on this map compared to what we saw there on Breeze. And is it just the jitters from losing at that map number 1? It feels like though it's a deeper problem right now on Icebox. And it seems like when they're not really having the high octane gameplay that they used to unleash, and maybe just some of the explosive warfare, it's becoming such a problem right now for Xerxia. And I think I mentioned this at the start of the game that, okay, Surf has been doing a really good job to fill in for the shoes of Patipan, but this is honestly the one map that I found that flaw in, that I saw is like, okay, it's not really happening on Icebox as much as it used to. It was happening more so on maps like Haven, maps like Ascent. You can really see it. It's biting them heavily against a squad that has been so, I'd say, refined right now, like ONIG. They've gotten that coaching staff from, the international stars. I think it's Exiled, who's their coach right now, and I mentioned him back in the play-ins, doing such a good job for the squad. And not only that, they brought in players like, Elmi Moore there to reinforce the roster. Monyet getting more and more experience after everyone waited on him to be eligible for the VCT stage. And really, this is an ONIG team in the making. And I think, yes, if you're in the know of the APAC scene, you know that ONIG is really a team that's won community tournament that can beat the best, even their own region. But if you're newer to the APAC scene, kind of a dark horse coming in for the play-ons.
Yeah, but I mean, as I said, looking at last year, we were already thinking like this next year, these guys are going to be big, and that's certainly what they're proving so far. Monyet opening pick, he is just nigh unstoppable. Fox's great shock dart kill, and Sushi Boys answers back to try and hold him down in the orange, and he turns them into porridge, keeping them at bay. 2v4 as of the moment. Surf is caught out here. He does have the health advantage, so Severine shall be tagged down, but not before finding a pick first. 1v3 rather, is once again it's gonna be the Soba this time for ONIG. Last left alive, Shiro, can he be the hero? He finds one, he's down 7 HP, he gets the second kill as well, but does not confirm the kill this time. Iceboxes, Sova v Sova, and he's the one who says it's all over.
Thank God there for Xerxia, they would say, because that was as close as can be again. And not the way you wanted to see the end of that round. Shiro proving why he was such a big component of the early success here of ONIG, especially in this map. Just 2 shots there, cleaning up nicely versus Sushi Boys. I think it's a little bit desperate that Xerxia actually just watched that spike. It's a little bit of something they do on the ladder that can happen, because what brought them to success early on into the round, it was the setup there for Sushi Boys. The turret getting the pot shots, him going for the kills as well. It was ONIG running into the trap that was sprung. But case in point, Xerxia now going to be pushing forward and looking to wrap up the round quickly. All left out to Monyet. Has a partial in half, even able to get a pick off on the Surf. But beyond that, well, the high octane matchup goes down in favor of Xerxia. So 10-4, quick first 2 rounds, all things considered. But this is now where we will see if ONIG can prove that they can finish up this game.
Good round there by ONIG. I mean, at least they get 2 kills, and as you said, really finding something with the pistols getting going. The Marshal, though, coming in here for Surf, switches to his second. Monyet does his own sort of funny business, and that's all they really needed. They got some rounds to give up here, but that cushion that they've got working on can be bled very thin if you're not careful. They lose a few rounds here, 2 swings of momentum, and it could easily be a Xerxia comeback map. So they really do not want to let this get to that 3rd map, if ever, because that's where Xerxia can really turn up the heat. So Icebox, these cool vibes, where ONIG really want this to be kept. Surfa, he is teetering at the edge of this. Severine backs off, realizing that there's way more presence here than it should be, and that sends a go signal for ONIG to continue on their B-side attack.
Yeah, the thing is, there's also way more firepower here on Xerxia, as they did invest on a few rifles now for this round. Scary though. Lineup, they get thrown on over, but the wall in the way finally gets shattered. The spike's planted there. Monyet! He's now here again! And yet, Monyet, the 2K is there. And as he's trying to write his own chapter in this storyline, has to dash on the way as he couldn't secure the kill on the Surf. Low HP though, already on the jet. Cruz now trying to go for the defuse. LB Moore with the push, sees the wall right in front, but LB Moore with the takedown. Monyet gonna get a 3K here, and ONIG G is just game after game, round after round in the zone. 11-4, a flawless win as soon as they got the buys.
Yeah, as soon as they got some rifles in their hands, they were like, we're not gonna sit idle anymore. Here I am. And Elmi Moore, he's got something to say about that as well. Great support from him on that Viper. But Monyet, he has been a complete turret, a complete menace every single time they see him. And Severine, he's gonna say goodbye. Let's end this. 11-4, Xerxia, they've got to buy, but this could be where they go down to the lower bracket if they can't secure this gun round. After this, they're gonna be in a very tough spot economically. Wall Street wouldn't be happy, and the operator is out in Surf's hand. Rather, a Marshal is out in Surf's hands. So this is already a scrappy buy, even after they won the pistol. Round number 4, their economy's on the floor.
Yeah, that's the thing, because they did go for some rifles a while ago. It has not been the best investment, especially ONIG. They got that flawless victory. Everyone with the rifles, no need for the rebuys. Get focused on the utilities and the armor instead. Now they're going for that mid control, respecting the poison cloud though right now, and we also have an alarm bot there nearby just in case. With a push here from Monyet. He'll scout out the kitchen as he's looking for something in the fridge, but Scary is the one with the calm hand. And the Guardian taps to the head. Make sure 2 are dead. Backstab though might be real here from Monyet. Any knifers? Any knifers? Nah, never mind. Eventually the shot does come. Has to get away though in time. Could have gotten peeked there by Surf. But as it stands, he's now against the world. This is a planet. This map here, black and blue, run by Xerxia for the time being. And with only 30 seconds left, Monyet has to play game of deathmatch against all these other targets. But I like how Xerxia has decided to back on away. Maybe he gets a kill here on the Surf. There you go, beautiful flick, yes. 20 seconds now. Has to run on in. Crossfire though is sent from both left to right. Monyet though with the updrafts and the catch from Cruz will make sure that Icarus will fall. Xerxia, maybe it can happen at least. It's 11-5, staying alive.
Flew too close to the sun, and Cruz gets a round done, and so do the rest here of the Xerxia side. Monyet, that was really the only thing they got going. His flank, his lurk, sent him all the way up the tube into the kitchen. Could have went for the knife. We did see that in the Philippine qualifiers where that exact same scenario happened. But in this case, he had a great flick, and mind you, that's not an easy flick to hit. The y-axis vertical downwards like flick. That's not easy at all. So here comes the aggression now coming from Surf, trying to equalize things up, but they don't have much space to give.
This is now Sushi Boys, though. Up close and personal. Perhaps a quick mid-take here from ONIG. They want to go for that A side, but Xerxia, they're prepared for these kind of scraps. And it's 3, it's 4 for Surf! As Cruz will get the final kill. Flawlessly done here by Xerxia. The blade's better than the guns. And it's 11-6 now. ONIG, a big gamble, honestly, to go from that mid to A push. And we've seen from ONIG G that many of their successes does rely on carving up paths on the map, getting that map control, telling and taking what territory is theirs. But in a scrappy scenario, the beauty and the powerhouse of Xerxia comes online. We've seen it many times last time. Their greatness is still there. And for many of their default holds, if you're just rushing on in, Xerxia is a squad that can keep as calm as possible. And they know what they need to unleash anyway. Double up traps even from Surf there. Get a good angle. You can see the prowess of any duelist they have on their roster. But LB Moore with a good start here, courtesy of ONIG. We've seen the Thrifty before just shatter the confidence and the economy of Xerxia in the first half. Will it happen here in the second? But we'll push. Oh, he gets the gun anyway, but it's a trap. That Sushi Boys was waiting to spring on. Severin and LB Moore both go down. ONIG right now, though, moving towards that A site as the turret is there. And Xerxia playing it safe. Want to go for the res instead. Try to build up that res. Or Cruz here as a spike will be planted. Scary now with the takedown onto Nietz. It's 5v2. And Cruz is looking for another victim. But Shiro will be the one to fight on back. All left now to Etsy Slasher. Gets a tap onto one there. But from above, Surf will come. And that's enough for Xerxia to clean it up. Was at least ONIG getting rid of the res and a few more kills, but Xerxia now getting momentum back here, Black and Blue.
And more importantly, they don't give up match point just yet. 11-7, very convenient for Xerxia to keep them within reaching distance. A few rounds left here for them to tie this game on up. Look at that scoreboard, dude. Monyet is so high up above everyone else. It was a pretty good performance here coming from ONIG, all things considered. They get a few kills, as you said. Playing for the long game by getting that res offline for the side of Xerxia. A tactical timeout, I have to assume, has been called here. For which side? ONIG, it seems to be. And, I mean, they're in pretty good position right now to still continue this, but they realize, hey, man, we can't let Xerxia start to get that inertia, start to really close this gap, because we know that Xerxia, they like playing those long games. They like playing the slow-paced style that ONIG might not be ready for. And so ONIG realizing that, let's slow things down then. You guys want to do that? Let's take a breather, reset ourselves, and finally get the game going again.
Yeah, I think they should rather go for the reset, because we're getting too much of the rush down that doesn't feel like it's the strongest ONIG style. Monyet has been popping, yes. He has been getting so many takedowns and clutches for the squad. But the ONIG that we've seen succeed is a team unit that uses the angles and the opportunities to set themselves up for success. LB Moore and Severin unable to really to get the takedowns. And while I get why you have LB Moore on that Viper right now, because he has a bunch of cheeky antics on the defending side, here at attack, it doesn't feel like it's as comfortable compared to what we've seen on Breeze. And big props, honestly, to Xerxia, because they knew coming into this tournament that this was one weakness they've had on Icebox as the Xerxia 5. They couldn't figure out how they wanted to play the defense, acclimating more and more to a composition that works for them. And it's honestly a core comp that brings a bit of a blast from the past system. Cruz has been stepping on up. He's been exemplary with some of the stage antics. Sushi Boys I love the setups here on the defense as well. And we're getting back into a Xerxia that we're more familiar with on Icebox, where if you go into these off angles, you're gonna get oppressed by many setups by some of the Sentinels here, especially the Sage and the Killjoy right now.
That kind of, holding power to anchor things down and slow the pace if ever the snowball comes their way. So Xerxia are going to have to try and rely on. That's what they do have in droves. Surf now land the opening shot. They expect the peak to come in, but he still wins the fight. Monyet caught off guard. And as you've noticed, Sax, you know, every time they get Monyet down first, it does turn out well for them. They do get the res, but Cruz is ready to try and fend them off. Here comes the second kill from Factus. So Monyet falls once more. And this could be another round where Xerxia closed the door on the ONIG attack, and they're making the comeback happen. Defender-sided map, perhaps? Who knows? Maybe the changes to the map have had some hand in that. But Elmi Moore, he's going to continue on. They've gotten the kill, and they have equalized things up. But this defensive wall is going to make things so much more difficult. They have to expect that someone's hiding behind this. And that recon, where does it pop? He's still in the hide, and he shows him out of the shop. Foxes, what a great hold from him on the site, and ONIG have been scrambled to a pause.
Yeah, he just held it there, and it's interesting that Dart, it lands on the ice wall segment, right? And then it breaks. It's still the slow thing, sure, go ahead. Physics be damned, but the thing is, you mentioned it, Foxes, the hold was just absolutely on point. The wall in the way, there was that matter of time where ONIG had to just go in, put that spike down. Fox does not relent, and he stayed away from the angle. It started though with this, a distraction by Xerxia. The operator on one side, and the lift up from the other. Cruz being so cheeky with the walls. And the fact of the matter is, Foxes didn't, you know, relent his onslaught. He started with the Hunter's Fury. He pushed on forward to reinforce that kind of wall segment, that kind of line. And as soon as ONIG tried to cross it, well, they were just absolutely dead to right. So 3 rounds now, the gap. We have, you know, at least a hero rifle here for Severine. We haven't gotten neither him nor Elmi Moore at the pop of the way that we expect. Gun not trade though too much yet. He's the one now with the rifle. The tour de force in hand for Severine instead. So the backside has to be flanked, has to be covered rather, but Scary will still make the flank work anyway. Severine wanted to play on the belt there, black and blue. Xerxia now trying to go for the take up the site. Boxes, Sushi Boys, the cleanup is true, and Sushi Boys gets a second for himself, and it's a flawless win here for Xerxia again. Now we're getting the Xerxia machine just absolutely in tune with one another.
Wow. Great moment here coming from Xerxia. And this is a technical pause. You would have expected maybe attack if they had one remaining. But, I mean, they just completely shut him down, not letting the eco do as much damage as we saw from them a while ago when it was the defensive side from Xerxia. But you just can't find some way to stop the breaching power, to stop the aggress of Xerxia, even on their defensive side. Xerxia, you know, they are playing pretty back, but when they do dip in, that's something that ONIG haven't been able to put their shields up and really repel so far. Seems like Xerxia, though, on this defensive side of there is looking a lot more proficient and a lot more comfortable than they did on the attacking side, which is a far cry from how this map is normally seen, at least during year 1 and those earlier stages of the competitive circuit. ONIG is really struggling to get much going, and Monyet, he has been on a 24 kill scoreline for a few rounds right now. And when you kind of, I guess, let everything out in the opening half, maybe he just doesn't have enough gas in the tank left for this second half. But you never count him out just yet when it's Monyet.
Well, it's tempting to say that because Monyet hasn't really gotten takedowns, but I think really Xerxia has bunkered down, realizes their mistakes on the defense, and they just have all these kind of great setups that can put the ONIG train in for a loop, basically, because Cruz have been creative with some of the barrier orbs that he places. He's just happy to get in the way of ONIG to start things off, and then allow someone like Surf to suddenly show up, or someone like Foxes. Sushi Boys, again, he's been looking for the clutch. The score line a while ago for the first half could have actually been a bit better for Xerxia if only Sushi Boys could find those final kills, and this time, his nets of oppression, his setups are just so great at anticipating any kind of off-angle ONIG wants to take. And the thing is, if it's Xerxia there who's able to impose their presence more so around the map, the ONIG style of getting that map control a little bit deeper, a little bit on the side, rather than just the usual aspects of it, they can't really do it against the Xerxia defense. And you could really see it here. They're struggling to play those entries. There also is still, I feel, a bit of that issue right now of having the Viper in the chamber. Yes, it's been played before, but it still was a better configuration from when we saw them on Breeze. But
yeah,
But guys, I think we heard something. Little black and blue. Take it away.
Oh, you give me the bad news, huh? Well,
yep.
I'm not. I guess against bringing it, but well, for the meantime, we're gonna have to go on a small technical break. We're gonna be back after the short break. So, unfortunately, it's the way it goes. It's the nature of the beast. But we will see you in a hair. So don't go anywhere, as the match will continue on after this short break.
This is a queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small pilots? My darling, you are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working it out.
Let's get the money.
Hard work, because I think we as a team work really hard in the past 2 months coming into this VCT.
One word to describe our journey is crazy, because in 1 month of preparation for this VCT, we can beat Indonesia Tier 1 team and we managed to qualify to APAC Playoff.
It's so amazing, like this is gonna be my first VCT win.
Yes, because we have our confidence to win this APAC Playoff.
I think we are a very aggressive team and also we have a good individual skills.
We put a lot of efforts in practice and scrims, because we also scrims in Saturday and maybe Sunday. So yeah, we put extra efforts to go to win the APAC Challengers Playoff.
At the beginning of our journey for this VCT, our team is orcless. Basically, we just mix team so we can play without any pressure. But now we should show what we're capable at this stage.
I think coming into this VCT, the toughest opponent for us is Xerxia because what they achieved in 2021.
I think the toughest opponent was Boom Esports.
I'm looking to play against PPGL and maybe Xerxia in the upcoming match.
I want to face Philippine teams in this tournament just because how interesting their scene.
I guess Australian team, because we've never met Australian team in VCT.
I think it will be Forsaken, Elmimore, Severin, Blaze King, and Famous.
For the super team, I like to choose Forsaken, Mind Freak, Eeyore, and the last one is Famous. Let's go into Pride.
I think the super team is my team myself right now.
Thank you to everyone that's supporting us. We will try our best to qualify to Masters 1. Go ONIG!
For all fans and supporters, please keep support Persija Esports, either we win or lose, and support all Indonesian team and player who play in APAC VCT.
Message to our fans personally by me is thank you for all the supports and all the players. Hopefully we can win the APAC Challengers Playoff. Stay hungry, hungry beast.
Well, coming back into the game, and we're doing just fine. Close matchup though, as Xerxia is looking for the rally. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Dax here with Black and Blue yet again, and we're still not done in game number 2. As Mr. Black and Blue, you want to put that mic somewhere closer or what?
I was just adjusting it just to make sure it's not blocking like half my chin, like up right here. But yeah, I mean, we had a few things we kind of had to sort out technically in the back end of things, but we're good now. We're fine. We're about to get into this game, and I'm excited to finally get to this because Dax, we are like at the cusp of breaking through for the side there of Xerxia. Are they going to actually tie this game up? Because they're like one swing away, one round win away to swing momentum in their favor in economy, that they could really bring this to overtime. Hell, even win it, because they aren't even at match point yet. So you could be looking at a potential map 3 coming from Xerxia if they can force this.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Xerxia. Their defensive holds have been, I'd say, incredible so far. My eye is really on Sushi Boys right now as he's performing. He was just trying to grasp at those clutches at that first half. Here in the second, his setups are just stifling ONIG as much as possible. And really, ONIG has to decide what their plan is moving on forward. Will they be able to try and navigate through it and force through it in a speedy way? Can they play for picks instead, find that kind of map control? Well, we'll find out as we get into the game, but it's easier said than done, and it really feels like for ONIG right now, Xerxia is just able to stop one of their biggest threats just because of how Sushi Boys and crews have been setting up many times here on this map.
Yeah, that has been one of their biggest strengths, as you talked about, and if on the other side of things, you know, Xerxia, they can shut down Monyet time and time over, then this push of theirs is going to be very difficult. They make presence there towards A main. Now, them hearing that Xerxia pushed up so far forward, they're like, okay, let's rotate all the way towards B. Wall has been placed down. They have not gone for an aggressive snowman take as of yet this entire half for the side of ONIG. They don't have much rounds to give. They're trying to go for this plant, but Scary is in a good position to try maybe deny it. No, does not use his snake bite for that. And Monyet gets a great opening killer. And Sushi Boys, for him to drop that means a lot of the retake potential is going to be a lot more difficult to pull off.
Yeah, ONIG there, off to good starts, and after a bit of a break, Xerxia, have they cooled off actually? As the Chapter now flies on by, but the lineup is real, and Slasher goes down. What a bounce there, geometric, isometric right now from Xerxia. And we're getting even more shapes into play. Make an L block here with the wall. Scary with the takedown. Sheer though with the Hunter from afar. Scary Proxys have brought in the broom, and this time, not only that, also a way to just wipe out the snow. 11 to 10, and Xerxia get back on it. They're now in double digits, but you can see just how geometric that round was for them.
Xerxia, they answer back, and there was a moment there though that ONIG still could have won that round because of the fact that the wall came up, because of the fact that the tap was there for the defuse. It forced ONIG to push far, far forward, but that is what, you know, Xerxia wanted. If they were kind of held up, still in B long, they probably would have been holding down that yellow position and maybe would have stopped the wide peak coming in from Scary, but maybe some miscommunication there. If they maybe Shiro communicated that, hey guys, I got Hunter Spirit, don't push out because I'm gonna stop the denial, the plant, or rather the defuse anyways. Don't push out, keep your cool, and we can still win this round by being calm. The thing is though, that's those type of small moments when everything is going haywire. That is when a team can fluster and break down communication. That's part of the reason why I think they lost that round. Small mistake with huge end results.
This time now, we're looking to start off this site with the lockdown. ONIG, they're forced to play into the corner. And Foxy, if you just get the intel, perfect opportunity to line up those darts yet again, just like last time. This is ONIG on the lesser fight. Hero Guardian, few sheriffs. That's pretty much it here for their arsenal. Will they actually push though? Towards the B side, Xerxia is so prepared for this one though. Not only is the Killjoy here, but we also have Scary set up with the wall. If they walk on in and Xerxia is able to separate two halves of this ONIG push, then it's not going to be too nice for the attacking side.
Be very difficult for them to try and pull it off, especially with just, you know, these sheriffs in mind. Their time is ticking as well. It's going to keep Xerxia second guessing though, but the alarm has been rung. They're going to try and go for the plant down in Monyet with the Guardian and Elmi more as well, but they go 2 for 2. That Nano Swarm is going to keep things very warm right now for Xerxia. Although Elmi more, great shot. He can find another. He doesn't even look the right way, but he's going to get caught by Surf here. Great big 2v2. Winnable by all means for ONIG, but he goes aggressive here, Shiro. Could have played the long con.
And now it's all onto NC Slasher. A single bullet will do him in. He has to play this perfectly. Maybe if he can find the right timing, the right trigger discipline to win this round, he gets the kill. He knows the swing is coming from Cruz, and he's gonna be in control every single step of the way. We talked about Cruz last year, one of the most reliable initiators you're gonna find in APAC, and now he's showing how flexible he can be as 11 to 11 Xerxia make it.
Yeah, if you make a wish for Xerxia fans, we have gotten it. You notice it though, that was so close. In all honesty, courtesy of ONIG. I like how NC Slasher just crouches on top of this thing just to avoid potentially any utilities that might come his way. The slow orb might be a big bother if he's just standing on his ground there. And he does find the angle onto the updraft of, well, Surf there. Something to also take note is, while Xerxia had the right setup and the Estes Nanos farm did get value, ONIG is able to just push and push even further. When they're on that eco state, they have nothing to lose, and Xerxia caught a little bit napping. Good thing for them though is I think they haven't dropped more than one round here on their defending side. They have all the money in the world to work with. Not only that, the op is still into play, so it's gonna be a fully kitted Xerxia for the rest of this game.
Only one round ONIG have won on the stacking side. If they can't get another one, they might just be done for this map, and we could be going to map number 3. Well, a story it would be to come back from the 10-2. Apparently even stronger than 9-3 curse would seem. Wall has been placed for the retake, and now they go for the default wall as well towards his B site. Alarm bells have been rung. They know to pull the rotation at least to help, but when they do try and ping that spike down, that is when they know the full rotate should come on in. So wall up, they know they're going for the plant. Great denial on that plant to try and delay some time, but Severine finding his moment. Sushi Boys won't let him get more than one, and here comes a plant. This could be where ONIG make things happen.
A sneaky stuff though from Severine. Asked for the wall to be on the vertical front, and he was able to slither on in to get that takedown. But it's 4v4 now, and the Viper's Pit is the way where ONIG will take advantage with. On the inside though of this play, does seem like ONIG is just trying to hold the angles. Wow. But yet though, finds two! How did he even get the collapse there? Not even see it coming! Moniette for the third kill, Foxy's there, but Zero will be able to get the final trade and puts ONIG G on match points! That was so close though, but how did Moniette do that? Might have been more of an error for Xerxia instead.
I mean, they checked him, they checked the corner, but they lined up. And you go for one, you hit the one right behind. Maybe just landing
lined up. Look at them just sprawled watching the stars while making snow angels.
A bit of skill, a bit of timing, a bit of sheer momentum and will as well. Fortune favoring the bull there, and Moniette, he is very, very valiant in that.
Oh, he wanted to go for the blades though. He wanted to get to that 30 bro, but thing is now, the Viper's Pit is in their paths. And the floor is not lava, it's poison instead. You can still see them stay up the pipes here, but Severine, he's got the confidence to push, and he'll get the takedown. Scary though, working on the outside, goes back in, and the res will come online here as well. Sheer though with a spray down, so close to get that takedown. The thing is, ONIG already disengaging. Only a cheeky effort perhaps from Severine to be a big bother. If he finds anyone from Xerxia, overclicks pushing from that A side. That's the advantage, but he still can't find them. Action instead, going towards B. Sushi Boys able to tip away against the HP. And finally, Scary to find on the Shiro. Severine all the way on the A side. Albimore finally getting Sushi Boys, who makes a crucial error right in front of him. But as Albimore gets spotted, Severine finally springing the surprise. But is it too late here in the 1v3?
It's all onto Severine.
30 seconds left.
Could he make this? One chance, one round in a dream. They really are relying on this tension building. But the kill does not go his way as Cruz cooks him in the kitchen. And we're going into overtime. I think it's only APDAX. And we're going the distance on such a heavily microscope look at matchup between ONIG and Xerxia. These two teams, they know how much this matters, how big it would be to stay in the upper bracket of their group, and none of them giving up any ground, at least not giving up just yet.
again, ONIG games do not disappoint. These have been absolutely some of the best we've seen for the past 2 weeks, and this is no exception. But finally, we get that overtime. A long time coming after seeing especially that Marie's map go that close. Could have been a chance there for Xerxia to make it happen. This time, they will not falter at the finish line. And they say, one last run, one last go, and one more for the show. Desperate though for Xerxia. If they don't win this OT, they do not win this map, and basically, they're going down to the lower bracket. And ONIG has just been on an absolute tear overall. But their second half, there's a lot left to be desired. They couldn't find ways to just answer the multiple setups there of Xerxia. We're getting, again, the blast from the past Xerxia experience, the way that they knew immensely how to play the map. And they have had those struggles lately on their own local scene, but not this time with the efforts of players like Sushi Boys, the players like Foxes, and even though Cruz is at the bottom, his walls have been the biggest bother to the ONIG pushes.
He has been very reliable on those situations, in those situations rather here, Cruz. Make sure that he puts up that momentary shield of protection, of cover. Keep Xerxia in check, keep them in store. 12-12, overtime it is. This is certainly looking like a dish worthy of every highlight available. Monyet, his presence known here at the bottom of tube, unguarded and unreally, I guess, checked nor helped here by any teammate. No drone, no recon, just goes at it dry. He's fortunate to come out of it standing.
Yeah, it's like, hey, it starts off a little, might as well just pick this off and force the cooldown there. But Xerxia now on the attack hasn't really found that success in this map so far. You're gonna need to step on up, and there you have it. LB Moore too eager with a peek. Sushi Boys now has felt more of the calm collectedness in him. We've seen him now secure those kills. Not only that, Scary Foxes winning their own duels. Open sights now. All the openings that Xerxia wants. They're right in front of them. It's all up to them now to pick and siege it.
Will they be able to break through is the question. ONIG just being picked apart piece by piece by his great Xerxia push. He gets one, he gets two, and he backs out safely as well, but not too long does he stand as here hand in hand. Xerxia finally take the lead after an 8-round difference at the end of the first half. They bring it here and take the lead in overtime. What a heartbreaker of a loss this would be if ONIG let it go.
And this is feeling so pressurized here for ONIG. They're just walking into those sidelines. They're just giving their lives away for free, basically. Shiro there with 2. And okay, I can still understand that peek towards from that A side. Could have played it pretty well there if you could just time it right in the first place. But Sushi Boys has been so hot. But what was Severin doing? He's on the chamber. You're expecting him to be able to get that pick and get the hell out of there, but he's not checking the corner. And he's seen instead by Xerxia, and the pain just continues. You can feel that the wounds are just grievous here towards ONIG, as that's a big pick off onto the first 2. Severin's gone, Monyet is dead. Couldn't get more kills now here in this overtime. And for Xerxia, they're looking to hit that X mark, go over to that third map. And Surf is the one who's steering the ship right now. 2 already with the operator. Cruz seat up top, but Shiro can't handle it. And Sushi Boys finally with a deciding kill there at the end. OT goes in favor of Xerxia, and we go to the third map.
What a run from Xerxia to come back from such a huge deficit. 10-2 curse, seemingly real, and you know they're gonna feel real good about that win. Coming back from it. From Braze to Icebox, keeping that momentum up when it seemed like ONIG were looking to run away with the match, just not able to really put their foot down, keep things locked in, and they give things up in overtime. So, Ascent is where we shall rise up to see who will be the team to move further into upper bracket. But what a match we're getting from these two teams. What a series, Dex, we're getting at these two teams. And I'm only glad we get to witness it at this stage.
And there you have it. MVP performances from Scary on Monyet. The thing is, though, Monyet just having less of an impact coming into the second half. ONIG running out of steam, but I feel like it's more of Xerxia proving that they have exercised their demons of, well, some of the Icebox struggles they've had so far. and especially on the defending side, that is where they have the right setup on. How many times have we have to say it? Sushi Boys and Crews, plus Scary, of course. Their way to just cut the bat in squads, just have these kill boxes ready for themselves. Very, very interesting barrier orbs that allowed Xerxia to manipulate Battlefield. But at the end of that, Surf's operator is something to really behold, because he was just absolutely impactful in that overtime. And the way he would just hit those shots, get on out of there was no real feel of extreme overheating. He would just be responsible with the takedowns, responsible with the peaks. And that's a more reliable style of playing that Jet operator.
Definitely so, and it speaks to, you know, the experience and the, I guess, calmness that Extend have as a team. Simon yet the player again. He's having himself a mighty fun time, but yeah, just dominating first half here from, you know, ONIG, and then when it came to Xerxia's side, they brought things back on the defense as well. Maybe perhaps, you know, those small changes, which do ultimately have huge, I guess, implications when it comes to it, really did pay dividends for the defensive side for both of these teams when it came to holding it down. You know, as you talked about during Breeze, for X10, their, I guess, system and their structure just is so good that it doesn't necessarily matter who exactly is in that Jet role, who won that Patifon, now Surf. More matters who, or rather how do they kind of apply and integrate that Jet into their roster. And they've done it 3 times now in the past year, and all 3 seem to have hit the mark.
It just works. That's the thing, the Xerxia style, it just gets better and better, but you know the foundation really relies on that utility. And the thing is, the missing piece, the gear they needed for this whole setup, it works optimally. Moments there from Surf, knowing when his teammates are going to be putting up things like walls, going for that extra bit of utility. The sync is just absolutely on point here from Xerxia. And they really stepped it up, especially on that defense. That second half proving how much veteran experience Xerxia has in spades. A squad that has made it all the way to the global scene, where there were concerns about the performance coming on in, making it to the top 8, making it here to APAC yet again in commanding fashion. And just some of the creative, I'd say, nuances that every player wants to run here for Xerxia. It also allows them to succeed. So congratulations to Xerxia. We're gonna go for a decider between ONIG and Xerxia here. 1-1 scoreline, Daxi with black and blue. And guys, we're gonna be going on a break. And when we return, it's that final map. Don't go away. Still more to come.
I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right. I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds. This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time. We going up. We headed to Mars. You know my slimes. They came on the top, taking the finest, they tryna find us, boy. I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. And no matter I do what I say now, I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it hate on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down, and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line, and I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Welcome back. We're back in the ringer here between these two teams. We got ONIG versus Xerxia this time. Two of the best teams that we got in the entirety of APAC making this matchup in the group stages, mind you. This is looking like a potential maybe playoffs kind of preview of what we're going to be expecting moving on forward in the next few weeks. Well, let me introduce myself. Sorry for my, I guess, rude manners. I am Black and Blue. With me is Dax here once again. Somehow I'm on this desk, not the panel one, but I'm glad to be here because this is one hell of a series, Dax.
What a speech right there, good sir. And you're not wrong. This series looking to be one of the best we've seen here so far. And from what we've noticed already, the first map where ONIG able to eke it out on Breeze. Second map where Xerxia steps on up in the second half and mounts that defensive comeback to win it out all the way in overtime. Third map now as we get on to it. And judging for the basis of the series, we might be here for the long haul as we get into Ascent. A classic map, really, that we've seen many times, especially from the Xerxia fold. And one thing to take note is they haven't dropped Ascent at all underneath the Xerxia banner, so things are really looking up for them so far. Great map also for ONIG G in their history, and I'm fully expecting, you know, the utilities to come out again. The players who played things like Sova, maybe that KO, will they be brought out here yet again and put in the impact that these two squads want to have here?
Yeah, and you know, you talked about the KO, and we're going over to Ascent, which in the past quarter of the year, the past 3 months, you know, it's been a decent map for the side of at least ONIG. Not the best map, but it's not been a bad map as well. But it has been a pretty good map for the side of Xerxia at the very least. And when you talk about the KO, it's actually, you know, the Thailand scene that has kind of popularized, at least here in APAC and in Southeast Asia specifically, playing that KO on the map Ascent. We saw that during LCQ a lot. We saw it last year with Full Sense and other Thai teams. So that's something that really is, I guess, chronic to them. It's part of their DNA to play that. But I mean, because of that, other teams have also kind of adopted it, and ONIG are one of those teams who have taken that book, taken a page out of that manual, and really applied it to their game. They are potentially going to play KO here, I do believe, on Ascent. We did see that from them the last time they actually played Ascent, so I don't be too surprised if the composition kind of goes that way just a bit, but they haven't really been super, I guess, rather favorable to doing that last year. But this year, it's a totally new year. They did that versus Action, and they could do it again maybe once more.
I think this is also a good point to talk about. This is where we can see that, okay, now ONIG has showed their hand in the play-ins because they needed to. It was a matchup for them to make it to the group stage, but we still don't know what Xerxia is gonna run. And historically, we've seen them in their local stage. They've been running the KO as well alongside the Cypher. Probably gonna be changing up on the controller role though. Battle of the KOs is the predicament we're looking at. And just to add on to the fact, KO basically buffed on up, looking a lot better, even compared to back then in the LCQ stage. But this time now, as the robot is mainstream, it's most likely we're gonna be seeing it here. ONIG though on the defending side, Xerxia on the attack, and first thing I already noticed is the Omen from NC Slasher versus the Astra of Scary. So basically, Xerxia doesn't mind what the patch is. They're gonna be moving forward with an Astra Cypher based composition anyway. In the meantime though, it's a Killjoy on the other side. The KO will be the big disruptor for both sides here.
Well, I mean, the controllers have definitely kind of seen a shakeup in the past 2 weeks, right before this tournament, and it's been keeping everybody on their toes, tipsy-toeing really kind of on thin ice. Like, do we continue with what we know Viper and Astra to be, or do we switch on over for maps that we don't play Viper, we normally play Astra on, to now maybe a Brim, or in this case an Omen? And there's many a reason to doing either, and picking either philosophies honestly really stands true. I don't think necessarily, like, even though Astra has faced some nerfs, that she's necessarily out of the meta, because there's certainly some maps and compositions and styles that you still would want to play at Astra. She loses the stars, yes. Her cooldowns are hella longer, yes. But the fact that she has global kind of effect and influence on what happens in the map, and the fact that she's the only agent or a controller that has what she has, the pull, the concuss, the stun, and importantly that ultimate, really still gives her so much value to a team that knows how to use her right.
Simply put, she's not 100% pick anymore. And why'd you come closer? Are you trying to tell me something that I don't know how to use Astra well?
I'm not talking to you.
Oh, I know who you're talking to now. You cheeky.
What do you mean?
Okay.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't know. I heard your mic just suddenly be closer than usual. I thought you were
that
trying
was
to say something.
For dramatic effect.
I got dramatized there. I got scared. Spooked even. But wait, I was saying something. Oh yeah, thing is, Scary on that Astra, it still makes sense. This is a map where if you can really catch out those main angles with the stars, then you can slow down the pace of the opposition to a crawl, and you're expecting maybe later on, ONIG's gonna be going for some of those KO knife executes, and then suddenly there's gravity well in the way. So really, that Astra's still effective. It's not every single map where she just reigns supreme anymore, but here on Ascent, gonna be still effective. A bit of fun fact though, before we get on started with the pistol, last time Xerxia played this in the grand finals against Myth, it was a 13-0.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
That's a hell of a number, Dax. Oh, but he still gets a kill. Okay, he was barely like cresting the top of his own cloudburst and gave him just a bit of information to spray him down through. So here comes the retake. I don't think Elmimore has any idea that he's in the bros, and that Cam's even gonna bait him furthermore. He's looking towards top mid. Fox is on the peak, and a double click from his classic will do the trick.
Xerxia now. Oh, the flash though, and suddenly Monyet comes on in from the markets to play some business and to get that takedown. Paranoid is gonna get thrown. Sushi Boys does get too scary, holding on onto the ball. Has gets two for himself, and that will be the round. Xerxia now putting themselves into the corner, yes, but they know that ONIG will be funneling anyway to try and make that retake work. And there's the first round here for Xerxia. It looked a little dicey since they lost one early, and also with Monyet's sudden siege. But Sushi Boys and Scary, these guys have just such cool collectiveness in controlling sites, and especially you have that Cypher Astra. That is some really good lockdowns, whether or not you have the utility or not.
Great support staff there coming from Xerxia to really lock things down. The back line doing lots of the work in the post plant. Foxes and Sushi Boys getting two apiece. It really helps them get this early reach in their favor. ONIG, bunch of sheriffs to use, bunch of classics, but for the most part they're going to try and want to go for cheekier fights. The longer they can delay, the better they could potentially steal the day here in the round especially, and make things go their way.
Well, shots come, and Monyet, he's the one who's ready to seize the day and get that takedown. Pressure though as Elmimore Gets in the face of adversity. Quick tag though to make him retreat, but Surf is just hunting him down like a bloodhound. And Surf finally catches Elmimore there. Xerxia able to get to that B site, juggling all around the gun. Oh, Monyet didn't really throw it as far as he would like, but he does have the Spectre in hand. Trying to go for a few wall bangs though. Towards the Speedway. Dark not thrown on that beautiful flash, but Cruz could not capitalize, unfortunately. And it's Monyet there with a takedown. Too many targets, too many choices. And sometimes that's a problem with a buffet right in front of you. Now, ONIG trying to make the retake. They have 2 Spectres in hand, so this is absolutely doable. But Prime is not on their side. Great smoke to force out Surf. Shiro with a takedown. Surf though with a 3 points. A 4th with the pistol anyway, and Foxy's there to wrap it up. The firepower of Surf though. A new prodigy perhaps from the Thai scene, while Xerxia has it in their roster.
Well, that's the story of many a Jet main, right, that we've been seeing here in the pro scene. It's like, so you got this roster, a 4-man roster kind of built up with lots of experience, and that's what Xerxia, now a former X10, have. Almost caught me on that one. And, you know, they have lots of players here who have been, you know, competing for such a while, and they add this new young talent, and they basically tell them, man, we'll keep you on a leash, but we're going to make that leash a long one, and every now and then we're gonna let you loose as well. And that is kind of what you need, that young star to just completely shred things apart when it comes down to it. So Xerxia, really good opening 2 rounds. Can they scrape by with the 3rd on the bonus?
You know, it's not just a normal leash, it's like a diamond stud one, because it's a treasure already that Xerxia would love to have. Thing is though, that was very costly still. Great round overall. We are hyping up, of course, how clutch that was from Surf, but that really went to the wayside for the side of Xerxia, especially after Cruz there couldn't capitalize on his own flash. So it's a gun advantage here, more so honestly for the side of ONIG. They don't have all the rifles they would like. Elmimore is only on the Bulldog, yes, but they're prepared right now for an upcoming push. It's up to Xerxia to find the opening. Maybe a martial shot from Surf if he finds the angle towards the Speedway. But as this happens, ONIG is also looking for more map control. They're vying for mid, and Monyet will take down Cruz to start things off. Foxy now primed to be a distraction. Paranoid being primed perhaps for NC Slash, not gonna go for it. But the commit is real towards that B side. NC Slash now off cam will get the takedown. Surf though picks up a rifle suddenly, but Elmimore is there to get the takedown. Sushi Boys with the trade. Severin also will just add another little page or sentence to this deal. And Severin will wrap the round. ONIG now getting on the board.
Alright, keeping the reels short. ONIG pull things back. 1-2, they win the anti-bonus, although Xerxia were able to get a few picks in their way, especially their Surf for the shorty. You did see as well Sushi Boys finding one with a Spectre, but still have enough economy to buy up into this one. I think Surf should be like at the cusp of his ultimate, or not actually just have it already at this point, so he could opt to go for that choice. Seems like they're going to go aggressive here, ONIG as well, towards his A main position, taking that control with a one-way. Star retrieved here from Xerxia's side. Xerxia know that, like, with that nerf, it's going to take a bit of a while for that to be really refunded, to be used once more.
Yeah, instead, though, they're going to be climbing it just a little bit with Scary. A cheeky kill, perhaps, thinking that someone's pushing here, waiting for the sound cue of that ultimate orb. But Xerxia, they've been applying a state of presence, I have to say, all throughout the map. We saw it in the last round, right? Even towards that A site, there was someone trying to be a bother. Now, Scary being the one to knock on that A door. But the spike still towards B. Wouldn't be too surprised if Xerxia still commits on this, especially if they can bait out some early utilities here from Elmimore. 0 point, though, has been lobbed, I believe, making sure that Xerxia still can't really push. The blades are out here for Surf, I believe. He's ready with that and only a shorty. The execute, it all boils down to his entry, and Elmimore gets in the way. Fragment is there. Sushi Boys will get one, but you can see that it's still Xerxia who cannot get on site.
Xerxia do bring it down to a 4v4 at least, or are brought down to it. Fox is, what the, look at this lurk. How deep is he? Being a Silva all the way past the pizza and made it to the oven. Elmimore with a Spectre up close, finding one, but not anymore. He's gonna get taken down. 2v3. That neural theft is gonna give away their positions on this retake. ONIG though,
They can get a pick here. This is certainly doable, but look, they're stacking up here on that stairs position, not even checking the logs, and he's going to be kept bogged down. NC Slasher, all he's got is a smoke to use, not a single TP, nor the paranoia. This is probably a done round, and Xerxia looking to get their third round on the board. Slasher, the slashing, the hash mashing. He just gets taken down at the end. You know where I was going with that.
You can't even finish his name. This round is over. But he was number 1, or in that case, he was the last one. Died there for the side of ONIG. 1-3 scoreline, and Xerxia proving a little bit of that veteran prowess. They didn't just run on in to die. They didn't force it out. They went for it, rotate instead. And when Foxy got the control from the middle, that was all she wrote to allow Xerxia to double up on that B side again, because they could go through the market, pile on the pressure. Elmimore, he was desperate there, coming closer and closer. He'll hide right behind the staircase, but Xerxia already had their number. And that's the beautiful thing about the Xerxia side. Their initial plan does rely on Surf making an impact, and then everyone goes on through. But they're always going to have that second smart plan that brings out maybe some great navigation, some utility usage to give you the advantage. But they are going to be committing the Cosmic Divide here, thinking that ONIG will be just going for a potential retake. That's the plan for the first 4 here. Mid control now for Sushi Boys. And oh, he hears the footsteps. He knows someone is coming, but can't react in time. And one yet there to save the day. And NC Slasher actually giving the 1-up here to ONIG after Foxy does get the takedown. No one though on the rafters here. Black and Blue Paranoia gonna get thrown, and ONIG now looking to be the attacker so far.
Like, I'm the one who feels bad for what happened to Sushi Boys. We've all experienced that at some point, but it just doesn't go his way. The misfortune going there, and okay, NC Slasher TPing in, gets denied 1v2. They still win the round at the end, especially, but it might have been a mispress, might have been a missed position of where he tried to place that. Maybe he was looking to kind of, I guess, cheekily get his way behind that box, but he did put maybe like a smoke or a cloudburst or something, TP'd into that, but it just doesn't work out that way, I guess, in the end of things. Pop flashed on in, and still could not get the job done with a rifle in hand. Very nicely done here from the side of Xerxia. They are continuing their inertia forward, 4-1, but on it, they've got to buy. Finally, they got the guns.
You know, I don't know if you're gonna completely agree or not, but I think that was kind of a bait play. So he teleports right there, and right behind it, Severin threw the flash drive. So if everyone was looking right, and then he gets the flash, maybe a chance. But yeah, I still don't agree. I'm not too sure too, but I still don't agree with that. You don't TP like that. You're unable to really put up any kind of fight in the first place. You are actually just absolute bait in that instance. You know who's a little bit baited here? It's Monyet. He tries to fight for that mid control. Gets taken on down early on. And Xerxia now already capitalizing on their push. Gets on the B side. ONIG is okay to give this up since they have the lockdown. But lacking a member and lacking a full automatic rifle arsenal, not the best situation here for ONIG right now.
Please so. They've got the Guardian. But Monyet was taken down. That just makes things even more difficult. This null command is going to make things a lot more hasty when it does come down on that retake, because they're going to have to wait this out. So Elmimore realizing that, all they got to do is, you know, hold down the line. They know it's going to be super difficult to try and go for this. And with that coming on in, perfect fragment here coming in from the side of X10. Scary confirms the kill. The lockdown Will's looking to be placed, but as soon as he popped that, he knew that, okay, we got to pull back down. NC Slasher gets a kill, but ultimately to no avail will they get this round as 5-1. Xerxia do extend their lead even more.
You know,
I'm gonna,
yeah. You know, I'm gonna do this. Every time you say X10 rather than trying to say Xerxia, you owe me $1. Yeah? hey. Don't tell the international audience what we do. Hey,
I mean, a bottle of water, dude.
Okay, yeah, see. Keep hydrated, guys. Get hydrated. But hey,
sip right now while you go in your monologue. Go.
Okay. Let me talk then as we go for a quick little pause. So Xerxia, they just got that site for free, basically. They've done a really good job of punishing any kind of immediate ingress here from the side of ONIG. ONIG, the best thing that they can really do is when they know that they can make the map claustrophobic against an opponent, that is where they absolutely shine. But Xerxia's just so prepared for it. They have someone watching out on the middle angles as much as possible, trying to anticipate Monyet. And since Monyet the one in transit, it does feel like that it's Xerxia who's able to get that one up on him. And as soon as that happens, the execute is a lot more clear. I really feel like that ONIG here, they kind of have to put more things in the way. And the only one they can really rely on to do that is Elmimor. If they're going to play a give-up game, they're going to try to play for that retake. They'd rather make sure that they're holding on to some of their other utilities, because it seemed like then, when ONIG just allowed that push to happen from Xerxia, there is no real resistance at all and no real way to get back on that site, just relying on one single ultimate to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, even if they popped the lockdown, as you said, it was kind of maybe too little too late at that point, and it could have been just a waste of an investment, honestly. So they got the lockdown still for this round. So, I mean, if they were looking to commit the lockdown in that moment, maybe the silver lining is there, at least they didn't. So in kind of a way, losing helped them, or getting picked off helped them at the very least in that moment. But they're not going to want to let that continue on forward. They got some sheriffs. They got the shorty here on Monyet, who doesn't have blades anymore because he used that the last round prior too. So really right now, all ONIG are up to are like, okay, let's sack a site. Hopefully we get lucky on this gambit we've trying to bet on. But Xerxia, well, they're taking their talents towards the B site.
And we'll see now if they can make those, not one, not two, but multiple round-winning decisions here. It's not just a big 3, it's a big 5, honestly, from Xerxia, as they are up 5-1 right now. Aldrin, though, looking for the scouts. Elmimor all the way in behind, and he's getting sprayed, but not yet traded whatsoever. Some firepower, though, in the hands of NC Slasher and Shiro. Spike is there, though, and here we go again. Xerxia impressing themselves towards that B-side. Flashlight thrown. Push comes from ONIG, but Sushi Boys already with a takedown on the Monyet. That's 2, that's 3 here for Xerxia.
Wow.
And then pretty much 3 people getting on the board. 2 for Scary, 2 for Surf, and a flawless win for Xerxia overall. They just swept through Bath. It's like the high tide, low tide receding system. And they just sprung back at them. They didn't even bother anymore to stay on site there.
Yeah, I mean, granted it was versus, you know, kind of an eco, maybe a mixed buy, if anything, on the ONIG side, but that one flash, and the reason why I reacted to it, that one flash that they threw towards that defender side spawn entrance, that CT, coming in there from Cruz, meant that it pretty much just, I guess, mucked up the timing that Xerxia, rather ONIG had on the retake. That meant that the defender-sided, you know, spawn push will be later than the market pushing out, and that allows Xerxia to isolate them on the retake and do it flawlessly. So, great pick here by Monyet, but Surf is going to try and answer back of his own. He can potentially find another kill here towards Shiro if he isn't careful on the back of the site. He's going to find him in the boathouse, and he's going to sink him as well.
Oh man, the punish is just not happening from ONIG. The desync a while ago, and right now, the blue screen of death in front of ONIG. Sure, the pulses did come, but the KO was just right there on the floor. Surf showing his prowess to flick there to start things off, and just the jiggles there, the peaks, to outmaneuver Shiro in the end. This is the Xerxia roster, the Xerxia style that has impressed many. It's also, you know, maybe a reason why they're looked to be as one of the favorites coming into this tournament. But you mentioned it, the way that they're just able to stop certain segments of ONIG right now. A while ago, getting away with a double push from Staircase. This time, keeping those pulses away from the heavy boat has take just in case. Xerxia all over the place. And something I kind of want to talk about also that hasn't really been needed by Xerxia, but they're always prepared for. Because if you notice, Foxy does back on the way. He goes somewhere like across B main to B lobby. When they go for that B take, he's ready for some lineups, maybe the ultimate as well that he has right now. And the fact that Xerxia is still winning without having everyone on site is already screaming dividends of how potent they're looking here on Ascent. Drone right now looking on the round. Judge picked up, but when you had the scene, and well, with 2 people left, it's Xerxia again, trying to secure another point here.
They picked up a Judge, but Xerxia just won't budge on this. Elmimor forced to swing wide because of that utility. Fox just cleans up house. 8-1. This is looking like a redo, or maybe where ONIG could be done, but we did see this kind of happen on Breeze, or well, rather Icebox 10-2. Well, Xerxia, I guess, get a repeat, or rather, ONIG, can they do the same thing as Xerxia did to them and come back from such a huge lead? I don't know, man. I mean, this map is sometimes, or rather can be, quite defender-sided, and so for Xerxia to be doing this on the attack, just ONIG, their barriers, their fortifications just not holding up to the siege at hand that Xerxia continuously press on them.
You know what? Just before they start, I like the fact that the cinematic cam sees the hot take. Like, Surf just goes on top of it, just in case anyone peeks. But I think to answer your question there, Black and Blue, I think it has to be, Xerxia, they're that experienced roster. They're that squad that has gone everywhere in VCT 2021, from the locals to the global stage. But does ONIG have that same kind of resilience, have that same kind of experience? They're more on the newer side. They've been really one of the prodigal sons of the APAC scene, and Shiro there mowing down Surf, who just tries to close the door. Sometimes when your aircon is running or your refrigerator is open, you must want to close that door so the cool doesn't leave. But if you try to touch that switch, it's the Odin mowing you down. 0-point throw flashes there.
Oh, no!
Oh, Shiro still gets away with it! A third for the Odin! The bullets keep spraying! And do you believe in the heart of the machine gun? Apparently Shiro does, to keep the ONIG hold alive. It's 3v1. All left to Foxes as he will put the spike down. Should be getting sight plays off the speedway. Paranoia though does get the hit, but Foxes escapes into the boathouse just to die there in the corner. Elmimore with a final kill, but Odin best gun this time, courtesy of ONIG.
Round one, courtesy of the Macho Gun here coming from Shiro, just bringing every big bicep of his to really let it rip Rambo style. Johnny would be proud, and he knew that, when they go for this push, the first thing that they're going to be trying to do, the first kind of goal checkpoint that Jet on Surf is going to try and go for, is closing that door behind him, making sure nobody gets the pincer from Market. And he knew exactly where to place his recon bolt to make sure that he has a proper, apt information to utilize the weapon at hand. He's double dipping into this Odin, and my god, the Allfather, he struck them down. And he gets another one back to start the round off.
Wait, Shiro, hello. Bro, that Odin is just unfair sometimes. You don't even expect the action to start there. Hello? Shiro, he was down on the scoreboard. Let's be real. And as soon as he got the Odin, he's back. He's back on the board. Some amazing. Zero's not done. He even gets the shock darts onto Surf, and all the pressure being applied there towards B side. It's already erased here by ONIG. Cruz finally shutting down one yet though. Getting rid of the operator. He's hit by the blind. Throws the flash dart to get the hell out there, but he has left behind the spike. So Constellation Prize here. He gets the orb, so even if he dies, he's gonna have the null command for the next round. A silver lining here for Xerxia, but yeah, the Odin's there.
Yeah, the Odin's there. It's that simple. It's not even just the fact that there's 3 people watching the same angle. One of those guys has an Odin in his hands, and that man is Shiro. Look at how he has just catapulted in the past 2 rounds from 2 kills to 7 immediately.
Player standing. Spike down A.
He was like Bob fragged, and now he's second. As soon as he picked up the Odin, he has become a changed beast, basically. Sometimes you just want to bring out a few cheeky things that you practice on the ladder. You played around, and look at that. Xerxia just did not expect it. At least this time, they're respecting. That's a real Odin on the other side. Let us stay away from those earlier angles. And in all honesty, that might actually buy space here for ONIG. And case in point, Hottest Fury now is Prime. Can he actually get the tags, though? Hits Foxy, but that's pretty much it. Xerxia instead staying away from that B site after the efforts of the Sova, but they're walking into more of the trap here, and pick your poison, Odin or Killjoy Utility. Pick one.
That's look, I think Fox's, he's got an Odin as well on attack. He's I want
this is the ultimate duel. Ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny if they both pick mid at the same time.
They both have glitch pop skins as well. There's something about the glitch pop Odin, I'm telling you, man.
It's all part of the plan. Illuminati confirmed here. And
oh my goodness.
Smoke criminals. Okay, so a stack towards the middle. Now they're spamming through the pizza. Wants to break that door quickly. And a dart perhaps to just get that intel. But Severine finds Scary to start things off. Surf right now priming the operator. But Foxy now giving Severine the fistful of the Odin there. Monette finds Silva in response. And we're gonna go to the action towards the boathouse. And Shiro is just the machine turret that is nigh unstoppable. Finally, Cruz will be able to out-angle him and take him down. 17 seconds with a sure shot from Sushi Boy still to get that takedown as the blade from above will cut him into pieces. 2 versus 1. Left. Cruz beating that fake. And he's pushing on forward and Elmimore is the victim instead. Run away, Bunyet! No. Just run on away! Cruz with the push to keep Xerxia in a commanding presence. It's 9-3. The clutch there of VCT Esports clutch moments from the KO.
Maybe a small bit of panic there setting in for Monette. Like in this position, he was like, okay, do I stay close? Do I run away? He kind of wasn't able to commit to either. And when you second guess yourself, that is when things are so deadly. Like the option there was either you stick right on the smoke and use that, shorty of yours, or you throw the smoke and run the hell away, knowing you don't got much to work with, back around the corner, and then you can maybe reset yourself. So small error at the end of things. He had a good kill, though, on Sushi Boys, finding him at the top of that cylinder of his cage, but just doesn't work out in the end. Xerxia, 9-3, but the curse, we've seen it happen 10-2. Maybe this time it's a bit more doable if ONIG is able to bring things back.
Yeah, it's ONIG the one staring at that barrel. They've had the lead for the first 2 games here so far. They finished the job off on Breeze, but it was close. And on the second one, it was Xerxia who mounted that comeback and proved again their prowess here in Valorant from the past year and more so. So the ball is really on the court of ONIG to perform above and beyond what we've seen from them so far. This has to be quite a rally. That pistol is going to be absolutely important. And maybe the Odin can help them out. But in all things considered, I really feel like for the side of ONIG, they just lack that kind of staying power that you'd expect from, well, their whole composition, especially when you have Elmimore. He was an incredible anchor for the first map there on Breeze. It's even in the face of suppressed adversity, he did not flinch. But here now on the Killjoy, he's knowing that if Cruz just throws it right beside the wall, right, any kind of setup he has in front, it's gonna get suppressed. He's not gonna be able to use it, and it's a bit of a gamble sometimes. It's so difficult when they also rely on those lockdown moments that they couldn't actually get done. So really, for ONIG, that lack of staying power really cost them the first entries or the second entries of Xerxia's push.
Yeah, and you would have thought that maybe, they got a real good sentinel when it comes to locking things down in that Killjoy. Then they have maybe the Omen to try and, do some, I guess, cheeky plays within the site itself, but it just doesn't really pan out that way. Hoping for their sake that their post plan is going to work out better. But they have to get themselves in the door first, in the room even, just to get that spike down. Luckily, they got the KO to try and make that a bit easier when trying to dissect the site. Look at Xerxia here. We're just stack up on that B site, going for the gambit, the gamble. Not too sure if it's going to work out because it seems like ONIG are looking to go the opposite way.
Yeah, 50-50.
Oh, no.
Configuration, but...
Oh.
This is, those game shows where you have to pick door A, door B, and you're holding on to door B, and then you hesitate, you feel like door A is the answer.
Some Squid Game stuff.
Yeah, true. But this time, they were at door A. Could have been perfect. They're moving towards the B site instead, where many members of Xerxia are awaiting. The Aldridge, though, scouting out that the lack of line presence, the lack of site presence itself, looking a little too sussy for their liking, but the thing is, it's pretty clear. That's the thing. We know what's gonna go on. Xerxia is prepared. Sometimes when you overthink might be a problem, but they don't know that. That's the thing. It's fair here for ONIG to go for the rotation. So instead, they're gonna go through the path of most resistance. Dash on in, and they're going for the sandwich. Ready. Xerxia is prepared. Surf and Cruz get on the board. Nice fragment to slow that push. Surf gonna be able to get the 3. He's the tidal wave here, and the Typhoon to swoop over ONIG as it's 10-3 now in favor of Xerxia. A little heartbreaking knowing what was going on the other side.
Well, When it seems too good to be true, perhaps it just is here, Drew. One kill is all that they needed maybe to try and turn it around if they spotted Surf out, which they did, to be fair. The fact that he stayed alive meant that Crossfire stayed alive as well, because without him, the last two remaining players who were holding down the line on that side, barring the market player, was one in Switch and one in the lane, so they would be looking the same way. The fact that Surf was able to stay alive for so long meant that Crossfire just kept on, I guess, going, and that really was a big point of that content there. They weren't able to try and turn around, so they get the ping. They've got this one-way going, popping a bit premature as they were able to bait that utility out. It's a good job by ONIG to force that utility out of there, but man, they can give up this round, but it's going to be really tough to come back after not winning that pistol. We could be looking at a lower bracket run, if anything. This map goes Xerxia's way.
Yeah, and Xerxia, the Crossfires are really... I mean, come on, look at their logo. It's a flower X, and if you notice, there's an X in between the X. It's pretty cool, but now Munyet tries to stay cool in front of Sushi Boys. No, use the utilities early on. He still gets through. NC Slasher gets a double kill for his own. Cruising in the meantime with the fragment. And over onto the right-hand side, Fox is again gonna be hugging this corner. Same place, different player. X. IA. Xerxia, I almost did there, Black and Blue. They're gonna be holding things off for the Aldron right now. We'll scout him out. Finally, there's the check. But LMR still falls, and Scarier Surfer there to protect their teammates. 11-3. Xerxia now up by 8. 2 more. They take the series. Honestly, this is a potential last chance here for ONIG. Should be their buys now.
Well, they actually forced that round, so 11-3. This could be, I guess, their own demise, digging their own grave. I get that, you know, you kind of have to force, at least, you know the opposing side is on kind of light buys, got maybe Marshals and Spectres, and you can maybe equalize things up that way, especially since you don't have rounds to give. You don't have a cushion to try and, you know, play for a third round, but the risk just doesn't work out once more. It's been a tale here for ONIG of taking high risks, but not really reaping much rewards.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. My mistake there, and the thing is, if they lose this, I don't think even the streak money is going to help them, because it's an absolute pittance right now for some of the players here. NC Slasher doesn't even have any money anymore. 50 for 2. And this is really do or die still for the side of ONIG. Well, NC Slasher did get a few frags a while ago. Still strong. Nice suppress there to get the catch onto the Killjoy. But this is where the Astra really shines. Scary will get the first Foxes. Finds a second over at the middle. It's 4v3, as ONIG is only able to get rid of the Astra, but the job of the controller is done. Foxes making it even more painful. And even if ONIG here is able to scrounge some guns here on the floor, it's not still the biggest factor. It's 3v2. They're pushing on now towards the B sites, where Cruz is awaiting them. And as the Aldron is now scouting, Munyet tries to play alert. Can he actually get the fight? But Cruz is seeing Shiro play with his toys, and Surf is the one who plays with the Zoo instead. 12-3, and this is it. Match points for Xerxia.
And they now have basically nothing in the bank. Nothing
he was out in the open!
Oh no.
Because he jumped!
Feels bad.
I thought because we swapped to the camera rights, okay, he's fine, he's in cover. No, because his momentum This has gone really wrong here for ONIG.
Happens to the best and the worst. Man, oh man. That is such a rough show for ONIG to be spectating. I mean, they're the stars of it, but they look like just extras at this point, because Xerxia just not slowing down at all as Cruz opens things up here. They've got some rifles to force up ONIG, but we talked about Daxao. The longer the series gets, the better Xerxia gets as well. And that's been completely true, but Elmi more okay. Buying them a lifeline, buying them a bit of a floaty to keep them, well, still alive in the series.
Yeah, float there and treading dangerous waters. Elmi Moore, big factor of the first, kind of winding on down to the second and then the third. We'll see if ONIG can actually navigate through Sushi Boy's trap. First victim is there. Second one, third one, as Scary is set up the crossfire. And this looks to be it. The Xerxia roster, they've changed their name. They've changed their duelists. But the game is as sound and even better. Representing SAA from last year. They're looking to do it this time for APAC. And while NC Slasher is desperate to fight for the life of ONIG, it does seem like they're destined for the lower bracket instead. Xerxia with a commanding map number 3, 13-3 to end the series 2-1.
They are looking like the most, or one of, at the very least, most consistent teams we have in APAC. Able to, go to the lands twice last year, and here once more, they are on that path to redemption. No matter who they put on that spearhead, the rest of the shaft behind it, the rest of the stick, and those holding it are just so good. Pummel at hand, spear out front, it doesn't matter because X10 are so good no matter the situation. And as I've said, I'm going to reiterate, the longer a series gets, the better X10 play as well. Their game is just so perfect when it goes that distance, that they know how to make those adjustments and how to really keep things in check.
You just doubled down on the extend there, didn't you?
Oh, sorry. Xerxia, I completely missed it. I owe you now, what, like $2?
Okay, thank you. They're making some financial moves here on stream, but Xerxia, they're cashing out with a commanding victory here. Scary though. Astra's still alive, and when Scary's playing it, it's a scary amount of control to work with. It's just so complementary with players like Sushi Boys, players like Cruz, and they're so effective at funneling ONIG into sites that they're prepared for. You just need a fragment, a gravity well, and maybe a cyber cage along the way, and it is an absolute recipe of success there for Xerxia. 13-3 scoreline. I think the question was, can ONIG be able to be the ones to mount that comeback? Can they actually win it out coming into a losing position? And this is where, again, the maturity and the veteran prowess of Xerxia, the accolades they got last year coming to fruition, and the standard that they have set so far for SEA in 2021 is looking to be a standard yet again for APAC here in 2022 as we watch the highlights.
Well, I may owe you a drink or two, Dax, but ONIG right now, they gotta take a sip, a bit of that hopium, a bit of the cope as well, because it just wasn't good at all when it came into map number 3. There are some entertaining moments, to say the very least, especially with Shiro coming from their side, but just looked like a completely different team. And when they get to these smaller, compact maps that don't necessarily, I guess, kind of enable, those long gunfights, those individual moments to pop off really, like Icebox and Breeze did, they struggle. And they're a very tactically sound team, a very strategic team as compared to most, but X10, that is where they made their mark, and that's why they're so good no matter who you put on that jet. They're good at picking out, to be fair, also, who will be the tip of that spear, who will be that sword for them, and not any jet could just fit into their mold, but they're really good at picking who would be the best proper, fit for that style of theirs. So really good when it comes to these type of compact maps. And ONIG, they said, not exactly one of their best to go to a third map on. Xerxia just not stepping on the brakes at all, completely W-keying their way into this win. And they really know that this one, that's got to feel good, especially after the comeback from map number 2. Sometimes those close games, they sting and hurt more than losing a stomp.
Yeah, and I feel like for ONIG, their lesson here learned is recovery. Losing out the second map, and then we got some frazzled errors there. Here in the third, a little bit more uncharacteristic from what we've seen so far from them. But the bounce back has to be real if they want to make their paths to, well, the playoffs are still a possibility. But guys, we're going on a break. Panel gonna be going for the post-game, wrapping up the action, and explaining what went on between ONIG and Xerxia. Dax here with Black and Blue. We'll see you guys for more of the APAC Challengers in just a bit.
That's the first 3-game series we've had throughout the entire day, and it kind of faltered there for ONIG G as Xerxia secured a 2-1 victory. And I feel like after the overtime in Icebox, I felt like everything just fell apart there for the Indonesian team.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Nomad. I guess you could say it's pretty much a dog-eat-dog world out there. And
oh, hi, Biscuit.
There was a lot of, I think, running out of steam for the ONIG side. You talk about ONIG, and they had a great map number 1. I didn't think they would take it as dominantly as they did. And then you go to move on number 2, and they were this close to actually steamrolling Xerxia. But the problem is, I think they kind of lost their mojo. Somewhere along the line, they get tilted, they run out of steam. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it's nerves. And then it all kind of just starts to fall apart. That just goes to show that the tenacity, and I'd say the veteranship of players like who are in Xerxia, it just makes them that much more comfortable, especially in long drawn out series like that, where you saw when it came to game number 3, man, Xerxia were ready to take over.
Definitely so. And I mean, first of all, Illustrado, he has a golden retriever puppy. I have a golden retriever dog. I think Nomad, you might be time to add a little fluff in your life, a bit of a fur
Pets
friend.
are not allowed in this condo.
Well,
I want one.
There's one very fluffy furred bit man there in Foxes who really did perform super well for them. But as you're talking about Illustrado, and as I was mentioning on the cast, the longer the series gets, the better, I guess, Xerxia kind of scaled with that too as well. And they had so many good kind of, I guess, bait setups, especially on that final map, that really did, I guess, catch ONIG off guard like a puppy. They see the ball, they immediately were like, oh, let's go for it. And that just really played into Xerxia's hand.
Well, yeah, you're absolutely right. I do think that, Monyet, a lot of it came from him. He was absolutely on fire in some of these rounds. And we talked about him just pulling up these huge numbers, ridiculous clutches. We saw it time and time again on Icebox. Then have a little bit more of a quieter game and then sort of settle down a little bit later on. And this is what I have to worry about. This is what I'm thinking for ONIG. Does it have anything to do with the fact that when one player sort of starts to taper down, when Monyet isn't hitting his ridiculous shots, does that mean the rest of the team does too? It shouldn't, because ONIG are a team that have always been historically well-structured. This might be the one thing that decides the game. Sometimes star powers it's actually what does the trick here.
I mean, they're a very flexible team, right, Ilu? But maybe one could be wondering if they're kind of bending too much. Like in all those 3 maps, there's 3 different players who play the controller and 3 different players who play the Sentinel on those 3 maps, Like Elmi Moore, he played Chamber, Viper, and Killjoy throughout that. Same with NC Slasher, controller, a Sentinel, and then a KO, and same thing for Severin. Very same exact story, same agency even almost. So it really makes me wonder, okay, it's good to be flexible, but were they just kind of bending a bit too much of their own out of their own comfort zone that it makes them kind of second guess their instincts in those moments? I'm not gonna say it's that exactly what happened, but if Xerxia played into the hand of ONIG by going too much for the fights on map number 1, the reverse of that kind of happened on map number 2, where they also played into Xerxia's hand, and Xerxia, they'll take that every time.
Well, that is going to be the case here for Xerxia. They will be moving on forward in their group, and they will be facing off against Bleed Esports. It's you wanted something fluffy. I brought my girlfriend's teddy bear. So with the bear out of the way,
I'm sure it's hers.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, but anyway, Bleed Esports, they're going to be facing off against Xerxia Esports now, and ONIG G going to drop down to the lower bracket to face off against Now's Esports. Hopefully, ONIG G would be able to finally find their groove once again after their run in the play-ins. But speaking of their run in the play-ins, another team that we have up next has a run in the play-ins wherein we all thought that they shouldn't be in the play-ins in the first place. We got full sense, and they're going up against South Built Esports, where we'll go ahead and nitpick these teams a little bit more as the time progresses. But first, we have to introduce the Philippine top 1 seed. It's South Built Esports. Philippines' #1 seed, South-built Esports, looking to finally make their mark in the international official circuit here. We got Aziz, Flippy, Ja, Papi Chulo, and Pro.
Yeah, this team, they have the pedigree. Quite literally speaking, some of the most experienced locally and regionally. So these guys have had it in spades. In Valorant, not so much. They have had a little bit of exposure outside in different circuits, not necessarily in the official VCT, but they definitely have been putting up those wins. It's going to be a very interesting one because you look at this roster and you compare them to sort of how Full Sense are, and it's kind of, there are a lot of parallelisms that we can actually draw between these two teams. A lot of experience and a lot of star power. You talk about John Olsen, Papi Chulo on the other side. You talk about leadership that John Olsen can bring, and PTC. Well, there's Pro as well as Aziz right on the other side too. So I think they're pretty much matched for Tat here. It's just a matter of how these playstyles can come into play. One thing I do want to bring out, South Built, not exactly known to start the strongest in terms of the tournament, and this being the first game for them in this current tournament, a little bit shaky.
I mean, to say that they didn't start strong during their own local qualifiers is putting it lightly. They literally were demolished in the opening week and then came back week 2 kind of okay, then went for a super good lower bracket run to kind of come back into it. But this is not the time to kind of fluster about that. They have to start strong, especially against a team that is already kind of warmed up to the tournament in Full Sense, who came from the play-ins.
Yeah, speaking of which, let's introduce the Thailand powerhouse, I would say myself, Full Sense. Full Sense not a stranger in any international outing compared to South-built Esports on the official circuit. That is, and they're already warmed up. We got Chalala, John Olsen, Lammy Snacks, PTC, and Thee.
Yeah, I mean, this team we saw during C Challengers 2 and 3 that they always kind of struggle to get past that barrier, to get themselves into the grand finals and qualify into the lands in Berlin and Iceland, but then they do it through LCQ, which is arguably even harder than the C Challengers that they were playing in, and they get the job done. And with that experience, they go to champions, and they've proven that they're very formidable, just a bit callous, a bit new, a bit callow rather, and maybe a bit green on the edges. So this team, they're one of now the more experienced teams when it comes to playing internationally, even outside of APAC as a whole. And with players like John Olsen and PTC being the forefront of that, it's going to be something that I think South-built will really struggle with in terms of play style. You got Chalala as well, who has always been so reliable. And if we're going to start talking about play style as well, they, I think, very, very much so contrast in how they approach the game. Full Sense, very direct, very forward. They play like a team that knows that their biggest strength and confidence is their mechanics and is their tenacity, just completely blitzing their way through a lot of times, both on the defense and on the attack. And South-built, a bit more slow, a bit more methodical and strategic, but sometimes, maybe the firepower just isn't there to try and take a team like this down. So the question is, who plays into whose hand? Does South-built continue to go slow, and do Full Sense continue to go fast?
One thing I do want to point out here for Full Sense is that PTC, John Olsen, we talk about them a lot, sure, and for good reason. They have been playing together since about 2018, back when they used to play for other games. And at the same time, they have been sort of at the forefront a lot of those moments. And I think when we look at the kind of composure they can bring to the table, especially if a team against a team like SBE, this is going to come into play a little bit later on. It's going to be absolutely crucial.
Well, Illustrado, we're going to have to talk a little bit more about John Olsen because he's going to be matched up against Aziz in the head-to-head that we have for this matchup. Again, focusing on the duelists for the entire day, and John Olsen really high up there in the ACS department.
Well, you know, John
Wow.
Olsen is John Olsen. We saw his matches previously, even in the first time that he played in the play-ins, just consistently putting up the numbers, steamrolling Action PH, who we said like, you know, Action PH, this is kind of how you do it. Definitely put them in their place for a minute there. And this time, the Filipino team, they want to take a little bit of revenge. Now, Aziz, he is definitely a person who you can count on to make those high impact frags. Is he always as consistent as John Olsen? Definitely not.
Well, John Olsen, we've talked about even in LCQ, he's always like the highest of highs that you can expect, but sometimes there are some lows, and that is also true for Aziz, although not to the same kind of stark contrast when it comes to that high point of his. So what he does bring to the table is that space gaining, but if you're going to talk about just complete fragging capability, there is very, very far few I guess duelists in general in the whole world that can do it like John Olsen does. If you look at APAC, maybe Forsaken can do something like that. Potifon before he moved on, but it's just very hard to find a player like John Olsen, and he is one of the biggest reasons why this team is this team. Without him, who knows how Full Sense might be.
Now, as we get into the map, Vito, I kind of want to talk about diesel engines and heat retention, because for the most part, Ilustrado made a point where South Built Esports is a team that really wants to heat up in the tournament. This is their first outing in the Asia Pacific Challengers. Now, we all know that the price of diesel is hella high right now, and the price to get into the Masters is as high as it can get for South Built Esports. Do you guys think that this series itself, or even map 1, do you think that we can finally feel South Built Esports not wanting to warm up into this, but finally become the surface of the sun in terms of heat?
No chance in hell. Sorry. South Built is a slow burn kind of team. It's just not in their playstyle. It's like, you know, they got to lose a map first before they win everything else. That's just kind of how they roll. A lot of it's going to come down to the map pick, sure, absolutely. But the way I see it, in order to wake up South Built, first, you got to poke the bear.
Yeah, it's kind of that story where, you know, they might be able to do that like locally because they're going against local competition. They dominate local competition, yes, but when you're on the international stage, you can't really go that way. And we got the opening bans here, Fracture and Icebox, but we were kind of expecting to go on for both of these teams. You know, South Built, and they almost automatically always ban Fracture, and then Full Sense. The last time they matched up, they played against each other outside of the VCT on Icebox, it was pretty favorable to the awards, the SB side. Now SB, you know, being basically the only Filipino team we haven't seen play yet here in the APAC Challengers, and looking at how the other Philippine teams kind of struggled to get something going, to get some favor of the other Philippine teams, just not really getting that further away. And now, and in action in the play-ins, they're like pretty much like one of the few last number 1 seed hopes of the powerhouse regions that haven't really gotten too much yet.
You think they expected, okay, we're looking at Ascent, and that's the first pick of South Built. I'm happy to see them play this. I do think it falls into their playstyle a lot. I'm a little bit concerned, though, because Full Sense, they're pretty insane on, you know, maps like Ascent as well. We saw what they were capable of in the previous days. If we harken back to, you know, what they brought to the table up against Action PH, and then obviously on Bind as well, this is very scary. So the reason why I like Ascent is because South Built, they can really use this opportunity to tap into their raw fundamentals, their skill, their experience, and rely less on the aim duels like what we're going to see in Breeze.
Well, the Breeze is that type of map, and I'm pretty sure they were kind of expecting it to kind of go this way, because Breeze has been looking like one of the best maps by Full Sense, period, when it comes to just playing it in general, no matter which opponent they're up against. And those large maps are the type of maps that really do help enable their playstyle, Full Sense. But you have to remember, you know, South Built as well on Breeze, that was outside of the official circuit. When they just got into, you know, playing Valorant for like 2-3 months, that's a map that they were able to beat Secret on before they were even Secret. But albeit that was Secret before they've gotten all the international experience that they have, but still, that's still something that they can fall back to. Now, Bind going to be banned here by South, but that leaves Split and Haven remaining. 2 teams I'm pretty sure Full Sense are also comfortable playing on.
I'm happy they got rid of Bind here. Just the way that Full Sense played Bind last time, it was very, very scary. I think any team should be very much afraid of how Full Sense play on Bind. Sure, ONIG beat them on Bind the last time they came around it on that map, but that was by the tiniest of margins. Now, Full Sense, they go and ban Haven. This is what I'm a little bit surprised about. I think South Built are happy with this map selection. They end up on Split. South Built can play Split, and I think Full Sense actually would have been more comfortable up on Haven. This is interesting to me. I'm not sure what you make of this, Black and Blue.
Well, both Haven and Split are pretty good maps for Full Sense. In some way, John Olsen really pops off. If it's not on Breeze, he has really good performances on Haven as well, but Haven is a map that really actually plays into the playstyle of South Built so much, albeit though Split, there was a time where Split was their best map for a few months. Lately, it's kind of fallen off due to, kind of composition changes and meta changes as well. But they're going to have to kind of harpen back to what they previously were being able to do so well on Split if they want to take this against such a great Split team in Full Sense.
Now, we've got Ascent, we've got Breeze, we've got Split. It's in terms of just the map not the probability, but the statistics, it shows that we may just go into a game 3 here. But the question remains here is if we might see an upset, question mark, because I feel like South Built Esports going into this, they are the underdogs in this matchup. And I kind of wanted to find out from you guys, who do you think is going to come out of this best of 3?
I'm actually going to blatantly disagree and say I don't think there's really much of an underdog if there is one. I could be proven totally wrong and, South Built just get destroyed. But I don't think that the skill gap is that wide. I do think South Built has a lot to offer, especially in this arena, in this international arena, where they have a lot of competency, where they have a lot of confidence. And especially, I think that the maps, that came out like this, I'm going to give them favor. I think they're going to take this 2-1. I think South Built have a very good chance at creating an upset that we so named just a couple of seconds ago. And I think South Built can run away with this game.
Well, in my opinion, I think if South Built don't take map number 1, this could potentially be a 2-0 in the favor of Full Sense because they're a very good Breeze team. But if they take that map number 1, if they actually take Ascent and then we see them go all the way the distance to that map number 3, I do believe they can close it out on Split. So barring that small kind of win condition, I'm going to go the same way with Elu here. I think the playstyles do match up. They're very good in kind of facing other teams who have similar playstyles to Full Sense, at least locally, but this is an entirely different beast. Full Sense are better in terms of their tenure, their experience, their firepower, yes, but maybe, just maybe, the last kind of number 1 seed remaining for that Philippine side, that Philippine region, is going to pull through here. So I'm going to say South Built 2-1.
Well, I am going to say the same. I might be inclined to say South Built 2-1 as well. You guys said it the best. The maps are matching them, and I feel like Full Sense, they're not going to get a full sense.
We're going to get a lot of hate over this
totally.
Filipino 3-man prediction panel. I'm just putting that out there, but it is what it is.
It is what it is, but, stats don't lie. We've already discussed the stats with you guys, the viewers at home, and it's down to Full Sense to prove us wrong, prove that they are better in the maps that South Built favors in this series. As we hop on to game number 1 in this best of 3 on Ascent, it's South Built Esports versus Full Sense.
We're back at it again here at the Caster's Station. My name is Asarai. With me now is Raph. We'll be the ones giving you all the action here with the South Built Esports versus Full Sense shenanigans, fiasco. No, it's all about that base. Actually, I have no idea where I started. I went off with that one, but yeah, we're gonna get into it pretty soon.
Now, why would you do that? Why would you say that on the first minute of our cast? I am happy to be here, Asar, if that's how you're going to say it, if that's your love language. Yeah, I'm here, homie. Yeah. We're listening to
it. I'm sorry about that, man. But I'm very, very looking forward to getting entertained with this particular series because this is... the first time that I'm going to be casting a Filipino team here at the APAC Challenge, at least for 2022. So I'm looking forward to seeing how SBE, a team that we very much know doesn't do well during group stage of any tournament that they've played on. And this has been a prevalent thing that has occurred during VCT PH up against Full Sense, that even though they kind of mixed up with their players. The addition of he has done a very fantastic job with integrating with the rest of the Full Sense team. So that being said, it just means that South Built Esports gotta have to bring their A game here, Raf.
Yeah, we did talk about them, or rather it was the panel talking about how they are a very, very slow burn team, but I really don't think they have the room to do that on APAC, basically. But one thing, again, this might be a little bit of an inside joke for some of our viewers out there, but it is nighttime, and we know South Built can be incredibly nocturnal, and they might feed off that, that nighttime breeze. But in any case, no matter what it is, it's gonna be a very entertaining matchup. Me personally, I feel like South Built needs to weather the storm of Full Sense, because we know that Full Sense is very acclimated to that very shoulder rush, very headstrong approach to the game. But like you said, the diesel engine, sometimes it just takes a little bit of a kick to get them going.
Yeah, and with all of that being said, we have seen as well, if South Built tends to slow down the beat, we do see people like, I think, Ja step up for the most part, but the rest of the team tend, as you mentioned, to follow very slowly to this roster. Looking at the other side of the spectrum here, gotta say, John Olsen and PTC have been by far my favorite players of Full Sense. Ever since we saw them from last year, I have been singing the praises of PTC, knowing that he has been one of the crucial pinning points here for Full Sense, where John Olsen is an amazing fragger, but sometimes he does tend to fall off, as is with, I think, just being a duelist in general. You do put that a lot of pressure on yourself, but it has been PTC, and I think the as well, that have been one of my favorite pillars for the Full Sense team.
Yeah, great points to touch on. Again, Full Sense, they might have had a little bit of a retooling with the addition of the, as you mentioned, and just let's put this back on John Olsen. Just being the nature of a duelist, it's really hard to find that stability when your job is to create space, no matter how that is, whether it be dying on the front lines or fragging like crazy on a very, very strong entry. In any case, this is something that I'm pretty sure Full Sense have mulled over. They've they started this group stage with quite a bit of a doozy against ONIG, so a tactical approach may have already been how would I put this? They already drilled that. They already had routines set to that, and I think we're gonna be jumping right into the agent select, Xerxia.
Yeah, we're gonna look into the inner machinations of my mind, or of the minds of Full Sense, and those aren't an enigma. I was just okay, it isn't. We're good. All right, so Ascent, the panel has talked about this. This is a pretty, I think, neutral map for either side. I don't think any of these two teams really stand tall, and you do see that with the mirrored roster that we are looking in terms of the agent selection. This is specific picks for Full Sense that we have seen time and time again, where John Olsen will be playing some form of duelist, and then PTC will be utilizing this KO. He is one of the earlier adopters of said agent. And on the side of SBE, I do like the composition as well. It's literally the same, but here's the thing. Yes. I haven't really put much of my faith on how Flippy has been playing as that initiator. I feel he kind of pales in comparison to PTC, and this is not just to kind of degrade him or anything, but this just means that he really has to step up right now as an initiator, because those KO blades are very important in the Ascent.
Yeah, the 0 point has been, true to its name, a 0 point for quite a few teams. We can honestly name already Nouse, right? They're one of the most frequent KO enjoyers, so to speak. But like you mentioned, they have very, very similar, if not a mirror matchup. This gonna be like Power Man versus Rob Zombie. Yes, they're brothers, but the approach to the way they make their music is gonna be completely different. However, since we do see Papi Chulo on this lineup on South Built, we're gonna have a little bit more of that staying power on the side of South Built. But again, it is all about weathering that Full Sense storm. And might I add, Xerxia, is Full Sense gonna run that double operator like we usually see?
That's a fair bit of question. I think that's gonna not be the case. We already know Full Sense is a team that is very good at forcing teams to duel against them, and I think SBE, if they try to go for that double op, Full Sense get a stiff of this. Their composition does allow to punish double op setups because of that, because of the utility that these compositions do allow you to do so. You know, you flash right in, you just smoke certain intervals, and then John Olsen plays for contact as he dashes right through. If you're not careful, if you're not cheeky enough, or again, if you just get smoked out, ops tend to be non-factors in a lot of these fights.
I actually feel like the ops might be really good against South Build, because we know they're a grinded out team. They are going to burn that clock. They are going to inch their way to whatever objective they have in mind. So with those operators present, right, they kind of run out of options, or at least have a more limited avenue per se. But they do have that KO flash. They do have the Astra everything really. And they do have Aziz, who's always absolutely fearless. So once again, the dynamics of this matchup is really going to be interesting to see once we actually jump into the game.
I like the point. You know, we're kind of seeing this as with two contrasting eyes, and it makes I feel like it'll make a lot of sense later when we see how the approach of Full Sense will be. It seems like we are just taking a tiny bit, but we should be getting into the game fairly soon. Oh, there it is. Perfect timing there. Thank you, production. But yeah, for now, is going to be Full Sense on the attack, while SBE will be on that defense. We'll see how this goes. They're gonna be the ones to reach and grab, and already you can see that there is a nice little spread. We do have the Sova playing on top mid. That's gonna allow him to recon dart all the way through market. As you can see, the pinks come out from Full Sense.
Yes, paying attention to the minimap. I was not doing that at all as I was organizing my notes. Again, just a little bit of honesty on this cast. But yes, it does look like South Build, they want to take mid control here. Maybe they're gonna apply pressure here just to open up the side lanes. Later on towards A and towards B, we do have quite a bit of presence by the Astra and the Sova on that side, so they are once again trying to pull as much gravity towards them on the side of Full Sense. But Full Sense, they don't budge. They send the KO over, but so far nothing's happening really.
Oh, I gotta retract my statement. SBA are actually gonna be the ones on the attacking end. It's a little bit late into the night. My apologies for that one, but
it's 7 p.m. But you're right.
Hey man, we got like 12 hours broadcast yesterday, so it is what it is. But yep, this is the standard play for SBE as well. You just like to see them go for that pinch play. Did the blade actually? It did not deactivate the Killjoy utility. That will delay their plant on the spike, but it will actually be planted still out in the open for A main. This does allow, though, the rest of Full Sense to start barreling their ways on through the A site. So it's going to be a full-blown firefight here, Raph. And as the door opens up, sold us the opportunity.
Yeah, that it does, but Flippy, this is kind of precarious. He doesn't have... I was about to say nobody's going to trade for him, but Aziz, he makes John Olsen kind of faceplant there, as Chalala will have no qualms of dry peeking this and finding said Flippy. PTC finds Pro, 3 letters to 3 letters, and suddenly South Built are crumbling. The legs underneath them have been swept. Jaw's the only one alive, but manages to find B. The 0 point is there, but the bullets come faster.
Wow, they just couldn't do anything about that A main smoke. It separated a good chunk of the players of SBE. As you mentioned, that was Aziz and Jaw separated from the rest of the pack, and well, they just couldn't really reinforce SBE here. That was, let's just call it like the main force of Full Sense already on the site, while the separation on SBE doesn't really allow them for positive tradings, and it does become prevalent because of those smokes just forcing out the rest of the squad. And gotta say, Ja actually didn't have any stars to delay the rest of Full Sense as they came barreling into the site itself.
Absolutely. We have talked about how having one less star makes Astra not as omnipresent as she used to be, because again, you kind of want to commit that last star. Oh, do I want to save it to, you know, create a bit of a post-plan situation, or do I want to assist my teammates in trying to open up a site? Either way, SBE, they have no qualms of trying to go for A, this time with a more direct approach. T is going to be the only person to try and halt this march, but successfully finds Flippy, runs away before the trade can ever happen, and the rest of Full Sense, they try to walk on to the rotates. John Olsen will draw first blood, finds a second one. T finds a third, and now Ja is all alone. Bit of a repeat from last round, actually.
That was kind of awkward. Like, that recon dart got the attention of, who was it, Aziz? And he couldn't do really anything to stop the peek out from John Olsen, as John Olsen just destroys Pro and denies him any factor of even planting down that spike. So, well, it's going to be SBE's economy a little bit more shot into this gun round. We probably will be seeing maybe 2 or even 3 people just on half shields because of the fact that they are very what's the word here, Raf? Utility reliant. So they will need to buy up more full util if they want to at least be effective in this attacking for their gun.
With that being said, expensive is, I think, something that we are looking into. And with a mirror match like this, now that you mention it, this is going to be very pivotal on the economy. So they really have to make most of their rounds here. I feel like SBE, the way they've been trying to strong arm themselves onto the site, for Full Sense, yes, it's absolutely wonderful, but at the same time, on the other side of the coin, they're not really giving Full Sense as much data when it comes to the map movements, right? But we've only really seen the pistol and the second round. But we do have a technical pause. Oh my goodness, I thought we had a tactical pause. My eyes, they deceive me.
Yeah. Well, maybe it is that time of the night already. Well, just our eyes are fooling us. They're creating that illusion.
That's why we wear glasses.
That's why we wear glasses.
For those who are not acclimated yet, Xerxia, this is the time of night where we kind of stray away from the game and basically talk about anything under the sun. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Technical Pause podcast presented to you by Raf and Xerxia. How are you doing, my man?
Yeah. It feels like you've never casted with me before, man. Everything it feels like a podcast when I feel like people cast with me. I just like to chat a lot more than I do cast. Maybe. But yeah, it is what it is.
Say la vie, as you like to say. You are a bit of an energy bunny, but what I think the adjustments that South Built have to make here is I think they really have to clog up the rotations. Full Sense are just having the grandest of times walking back into the site. They're really okay with giving it up, and they try to take it as a 5, which has been super, super sound by them.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of uncharacteristic on South Built, which we know as a slow team.
Yeah, but again, there isn't really much that you can do on a pistol that you lose and the round that
is true.
follows right afterwards. There's only a finite set of things that you can hope for. The possibility, the percentage of that isn't really going to be as high if you were on your gun rounds. But SBE, you already know that last round, they were just really hoping to get that plant on the spike. I think Pro planted it in that specific spot underneath on Heaven because he was afraid of a shock dart lineup from Lammy Snacks, especially that he was already half HP. So one shock dart would have been enough to delay him even further. But it just goes to show how much SBE are trying to read the situation here. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing will unravel itself as we go further into this game. But again, this technical pause is making us just think about the possibilities of what is to come, but we haven't really seen it that much. That being said, going quickly into the kills, PTC is already ripping it up with 3.
We can only go with so much information with 2 rounds being played, and it is kind of getting there. It's almost dinner time. So, folks, while we have a little bit of a pit stop over here, you can go grab a bit of a drink, a bit of a snack, maybe order some pizza. Maybe order some pizza for us. I'm kidding, but if you want to do that, I think we're pretty open to the option.
Shoutouts to everybody just pointing out that we do love to talk about our food because we're Filipinos.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I love food. Yeah. I hella love food. Who doesn't love food? What are you? You like starving? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
I have
heard that there are extremists that extreme people that just absorb the rays of the sun as their sustenance.
No, we're not going there. We are not going there. I know where you're trying to take this conversation. No. And for anybody curious, I implore you to not be curious. But timer is ticking down.
Yeah, it's a real thing though. I'm not gonna go in deep. No, not saying it's a real thing that it works, but
it's interesting to say the least.
It is an interesting topic to research on. It is pretty.
I am not a plant. You know what I mean? Photosynthesis is for plants. And
we get our sustenance through our skin, as it absorbs the nutrients that is given to us by the sun.
Oh yeah, dude. I get my sustenance from a lot of crispy chicken skin, but it does look like mid-aggression is the name of the game, as this finds John Olsen. Thea will get a little bit of a bonus, finding a frag with that Spectre. Lammy Snacks will do the same.
Swarm
It
grenade
appears
out.
this is gonna be yet another stifled attack by SBE so early into the round.
Yeah, they weren't expecting that their smoke was going to get pushed by defenders when there's PTC already riled up with the flash. And speaking of which, he's even more riled up here, helped out by Thee. Picked up already the 3K. You can see Papachulo's already trapped up on mid. Nothing SBE can do, and the setups for Full Sense, simple yet satisfying.
Those are arguably one of my top S words, you know what I mean? Both satisfying and simple has been the name of the game for Full Sense as of the moment, and the tempo and the rhythm has been pretty much theirs. This big 4-round swing, or at least potential 4-round swing, is already in their back pocket. I think this is going to be our first gun round, so this is where SB sort of try to shake that rust off, try to get those gears going, because Full Sense, as we know it, they love to take that momentum away from any team, really.
And they do set up these pivot points on Ascent, especially on short. That's, I think, where PTC has already shown himself to be the king. So if people have called that one spot in mid Sabrosa, I think PTC just needs to do a little bit more if he can reach maybe Masters with the rest of Full Sense, or maybe even Champions, and make that into a position where he gets at highlights. He's very close to making that A short called PTC. I feel it.
Interestingly enough, if PTC was A short, then we have Lane as Papi Chulo in our own local region. So again, there's just a bit of a tidbit of information there. As Southfield, they do congregate here towards B lobby, but that is a lot of utility and even more bodies that they have to deal with. They only have Sheriffs, and Limey Snacks knows this. He does take down Aziz, but Flippy is there on the trade, as C will push through the smoke, will get tagged up by that recon dart, and will get a little bit of a bump on his shoulder, but John Olsen gets a third after that collateral, and South Built are once again relying on Ja to create something from nothing.
Yeah, but Ja's on the Astra. He can make stuff work with this, but you really see the difference when he gets to play that Jet over the Astra, but this isn't a map where he actually does play Jet, unfortunately. That's why it's Aziz to step up to the plate. That being said, 4 rounds in already, and collectively, Southfield have only gotten, what was that, 6 kills overall? That's not really a good metric into this one. Yeah, I can count for you. It's 6 kills, I believe.
What's after 6 is 7. Anywho,
24.
Now, you want to know what's funnier than 24?
What?
25. But now on to round 5. No.
Yeah, we got Kanye SpongeBob. Yo, Patrick, you want to hang out at the Krusty K?
What do you mean we? By we mean this Jet in the form of Aziz and Flippy try to make a little bit more presence towards mid, but that turret actually delayed them enough. I'm not entirely sure if this was the play. They do take down, or rather commit, this lockdown, and it has been destroyed as quickly as it was put down with Lammy Snacks, but the onslaught does not stop. Southfield, they want to force this fight. Aziz, he doesn't have a dash, but have no problem with walking into that. Unfortunately for him, he is going to fall. Flippy finds PTC, but Thilapi is going to be the anchor that they need, at least momentarily, while the rest of Southfield finally wrestle control out of the hands of FS.
Spike planted.
Donaldson does have the blades and everything that he needs to start working his magic in on this. He waits for Chalalala to kind of help him out for the moment. KO Blade does make them known about the near vicinity-ness of the rest of the FS players. John Olsen ignites the fight. Oh, that's a good headshot from Chalalala. It puts Ja in a deficit, and we only have Pro to remain. He has hit a couple of shots, but John Olsen, Spider senses tingling, or John Olsen just tingles himself. Oh wait, no, that actually sounds really bad. But that will be the retake and successful defuse of the spike.
I feel like what we were trying to formulate was John Olsen is feeling himself, you know, with the game sense and all, everything. The hairs behind his neck, kind of standing up. I have to say, it's already been such an impressive showing for Full Sense. This is the initial wave. This is the initial downpour that SB have to take into account. And like you mentioned, it just seems like the dueling power isn't as present as we thought it would be. John Olsen, though, already making a case on why he's one of the premier duelists of the region.
Man, just incredible. Like, and gotta say,
breathtaking.
Yeah, he's breathtaking.
You're breathtaking.
And that game already has released its patch 1.5 with the biggest update ever. Talking about Cyberpunk 2077, but haven't really played it before anymore because it's already passed because Valorant's already here. So yeah. But back to the matter I had with y'all also. Just I like how his spider senses do really give him, or his experience does really give him a glimpse at what his opponents will try to do. And for the most part, if you think about it, for the start of this Ascent map, Full Sense, like all of this entire roster, have been smoke criminals. Because South Build have tried to push through smokes negatively in terms of the timing. Because they always just keep charging in when they know that Full Sense could hunt. When they know that Full Sense could actually be there faster than they could, but they still want to challenge it.
That's right, Smoke Criminal 2K sub built. Really working in the favor of Full Sense right now, but as this, he does have the Blade Storm out, looking to cut up whoever is providing any resistance here. So far, the approach hasn't been as creative, as they're still gunning for B, but John Olsen and Lammy Snacks, they have this under control. He doesn't know, and as this is as deep as he is, but no! Critical knife and a critical miss on the side of Aziz, and now South Build once again in shambles. Truly heartbreaking. But again, this is an indicator, Asarai. Maybe they should change their approach. Maybe they shouldn't, rely on this heavy-handed B lobby push, because I think their economy is going to be reset after this one too.
I think that was the smoke from Jaw as well. That Lammy Snack started just hiding inside of. So Ziz just couldn't find anything in the back of the site. So he couldn't get the first kill. He couldn't get started with the resets. And now Pro, speaking of resets, he's been put in a position where, he's been just pushed back over and over again by all of this util. He can throw out any recon dart that he wants, but look at the trap set up by the rest of Full Sense. He peeks out, and they counter peek him. But he's good on the adaptation, at least on the charge out or the challenge by Chalalala. But John Olsen makes him a quick little victim as Full Sense 6-0.
Oh dear me. Oh dear me indeed. No signs of South Build cracking this Full Sense defense. It's been absolutely impregnable. A bit of a fortress with too many armed cannons here. And again, we've talked about how South Build have been historically slow starters. Full Sense, they may not even give them a chance to warm up. They're absolutely gunning. They're absolutely aiming for the throat, for the heart, for every vital organ.
Wow, you're kind of mean, aren't you?
What did I do?
Vital organs and all of that? Wow, dude. Just gotta say.
Anatomy is mean? Oh my goodness, then doctors are evil. Is that what you're saying? I hate the skeleton. John Olsen obviously hates heads, as he's been so proficient in clicking on them, finding both Pro. But Shaw is here to trade him out, and now it's a little more even. In fact, a little more advantages on the side of SBE as they shuffle towards A, as this gets 4 of his own. And once again, we go back to the topic of Asarai thinking skeletons and the rest of the body is evil. Why though?
Because every villain is lemons, my guy.
Every villain is lemons.
Yeah. John Olsen kind of okay. Back to the matter at hand.
Yes.
Overheating, I would say. Just Full Sense kind of feeling themselves too much. I mean, it comes with the territory. They got the 6-0 already. So it makes sense that they would like to challenge SBE a bit more. And if it's not gonna be tactically sound, it's more about how just they want to beat down against SBE and start breaking down the mental. Because again, this is still a real human versus real human game. So being able to break down the mental of your opponent and make them more wary about what they would want to do is a really strong thing. Ja, if he just charges right out, would actually find Chalalala, and he does get refragged. John Olsen finds the one sneaking through onto short. That's a Ziz. And each counterpart have taken their picks from Full Sense's side.
Now this is looking a little more even, right? John Olsen, once again, very, very active and very eager to hold on to that operator, is tagged up very, very low, but the positioning on the map won't really benefit Full Sense at the moment. But so far, it's going to be up to Thea to once again be the delayer, be the one to trigger the rotation, as he is patiently holding on to logs here. That could be just enough for them to not check. Doesn't matter. Lammy Snacks is gonna be here. The man with the big gun! Empty will be the period to that sentence. That was round number 8.
Crossfire, be real. Fear it as Full Sense puts the full brunt of their force bit by bit. SBE got the one round, but Full Sense, I felt like they were just trying to overreach a bit there. Now, they're back on track once again. You were talking about the big guns. Lammy Snacks is good. And just allowing the rest of the SBE roster just to come in, but SBE, for lack of a better term here, Raph, I was about to say Dax, because I was casting with him a lot of games a while ago. They've been making a lot of mistakes on this one. That's as simple as that. They've, as they start pushing in, they don't clear their corners. They think that Full Sense are elsewhere, or maybe Full Sense have just diverted their attention so that one player can just sneak one in from a corner. But it really has put SBE in a big fat deficit.
Yeah, the wheel has been turning fairly slow for South Built here. They've been trying to take as much mid control as they can, but so far, on the side of Full Sense, barely anybody has really overextended, barring that one round with John Olsen trying to play a little more vertical towards short here. But other than that, the corrections have been made. We might see a little bit of a scuffle here towards B lobby, but John Olsen has that patience and has that dash to get himself out of jail. Now, South Build's plans, they've been discovered as Lammy Snacks will chime in very, very quickly. John Olsen, although he might be blind, he is within the safety of the site. So far, South Build haven't really found their timings as of yet, and they look very, very scattered. They are taking aim duels
30 seconds
into their own hands, as this did find PTC here.
Oh!
Chop finds Lammy Snacks too. The recovery seems to be better than what we would have assumed.
John Olsen is getting pre-fired out of his mind, and now we can see that Flippy has actually gone in already. You talk about the scatteredness here of SBE, and it's starting to work out. They've run the clock, but they've opened up the opportunity once again for the B site. You really love to hit this, as you mentioned there. The reacts not in the nick of time, and now we're just left with Cha-la-la-la. He already knows that Ja is somewhere on market, and Ja just plays all the way around. This will force Cha to just try to scan, but he will not have enough time if he doesn't start working on the site right about now. But he's playing this very cautiously. He does win the duel, but now again, he's got to have to start pushing in. Okay, he's aggressive, he's angry, and he is massively underestimating where Aziz is actually hitting on. And that's going to be that, and SBE, another round on the board for them.
That was a beautiful, beautiful attempt at a clutch there, but Southfield, although they did succeed in that round, it was off the fruits of their individual efforts there. We know that they can operate like a well-oiled machine, but somehow that still hasn't really reared its head. Despite, again, winning that round.Moving on, they have to find something a little more sustainable, because that's been the philosophy that's been bringing them quite a bit of success.
I love how SBE approaches this one. They're starting to learn. They're starting to adapt. But again, but it's taken them a bit to kind of start feeling things out. The spike is way back on spawn here, but as it is dropped right there, it kind of dictates that it will be brought onto the B site. You can still see though that there is a two-pronged attack for four players of SBE here onto the A. We're trying to neg the fact that maybe Full Sense will over-rotate too much, but Full Sense, as you can see, they're not really biting the bullet. They do love to play for these encounters with as optimal players as possible so that they're not really too much over-rotating, but rather spread out here. Molly to come through. Doesn't really find anything in the corner there, as Aziz tries to make sure that the Molly still did its job. And now SBE are forced back onto mid, where this Jet as well as Cha we're waiting at.
My goodness, John Olsen once again revving up those fryers, ladies and gents, trying to find Pro through that smoke, revealing where he is. Although side control is going to be there, the spike gets dropped by Pro. Papi Chulo recovers it, and everybody swings. Everybody, including their mother, is trying to weed out Papi Chulo here, but he does find Lammy Stacks, and he tries to keeps his cool, but he needs to address that there's a big numbers advantage. John Olsen gets another kill for himself, and that is gonna be yet another multi-kill to his name.
I'm sorry, Mom. We gotta take down Papi Chulo before we can go to dinner. Oh no.
Need a drop.
And yeah, Did you not hear what you just said?
I heard you, but I just don't know how to respond to that.
No, but like what you said about, you know, Full Sense and their mother starting to push in
I'm
Papa
pretty sure they're all lovely people, you know?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not trash talking or anything. It's just like...
I never said anything like that.
You... Dude.
No, I said everybody and their mothers are
Exactly.
swinging the B-side. Yeah.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
know?
So I was gonna say, yeah, Mom, we gotta take this guy out before we go to dinner because it's already nighttime. See, there's a continuation to the story of our casting.
Is Mother's Day around the corner? But
Oh,
doesn't
hell yeah.
matter who is around the corner. As John Olsen, Flippy will find the trade here. It's Chalala and the rest of Full Sense. They chime in. They make themselves aware that they are going to be taking this round. And 9-2, South built. They've only had 2 clean rounds, honestly. And even that second win was a little bit rocky.
Yeah, very scuffed if you think about it then and there. They can still try to push for the cursed scoreline, 9-3. But you really do see how active Full Sense can be once they start figuring out where at least a good chunk of the players of SBE they immediately start pushing out. And SBE can't really do anything, more especially on these weaker buys from them. Now that they do have a tad bit more, they can make this work. John Olsen almost decapitates Probe there. He was setting up the dart, but thankfully enough, the wall was thick enough at this interval. Allows him to survive. Aziz now making sure that the smoke doesn't have any surprises right at the end of things, as Pro has thrown out the drone. But PTC's reaction is to throw out immediately the molly so that they don't really find any information whatsoever. And he's really putting out at least every utility but the flashes just to get so much more push power back on this A short.
The mix-up game has not been kind to South built, but as I say that, they are going to go into a relatively open A site here. There is the Astra, there is PTC just waiting around the corner here. Chalala has been a pretty excellent fragger. But John Olsen, he says, you know what, Rav? I am the fragger. It is I, as PTC. He will also find one for himself. But both Pro and Flippy, although Flippy will be knocked down as of the moment. Now, Pro, why would you swing it like that? He doesn't care. He does get 3 for his troubles. But now Papi Chulo is on his lonesome with a Nodin. Or rather, that was Lamy Stacks trying to rotate in. Now the numbers have been reduced to 1v1, but Papi, what a round, Astra. I'm not entirely sure how everything kind of fell into that melting pot.
Man, they just tried to use their numbers there. We'll probably see it on the replay once again. And you can see just how quickly the pinch came in. And because Poppy did have that ultimate of his, it really did allow the rest of the team just to kind of start scrambling into the site. No utilities to counter through. All stemmed from the null command just having really good positioning as it pushes through the rest of that A site. And Pro just followed right after. SBE started working in. This is what we saw on the rounds that they were really strong on, is that they were able to catch Full Sense off guard, where Full Sense weren't really expecting it. And they, again, you do know that Full Sense do love to go for these aggressive angle takes, but it just didn't happen in that last round.
Do you think SB would have a better time defending against Full Sense? I mean, we did see them fend off quite a number of retakes, so that could be indicative of something. You did mention numbers, and I'm pretty sure you are quite adept at taking those said numbers, you know, especially in the light of recent events. Well, we've been studying a lot. We've been, you know, in the film room.
Yeah.
Checking out quite a bit of Valorant.
A very good chunk of Valorant. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, indeed.
So with all that has happened here, Full Sense, I feel like, has created such a stark contrast in terms of, oh my gosh, the numbers. John Olsen is... What do they mean? John Olsen has more than double the kills of Aziz. He's like 19 fragging right about now. And he's been put in a position where the operator shouldn't really get value, but he still gets at least a pick or two with it. And it works fantastically well. And you haven't really seen SBE try to challenge that, other than the fact that they just have Pro throw out certain utilities just to maybe sniff out where John Olsen is. But because it's thrown out so early and SBE just... don't really get anything out of it. John Olsen just, again, rotates somewhere else and finds kills. And this is, like, a good example was, he was somewhere on mid, gets spotted by the recon dart, backs away, goes to short, and actually finds the kill against SBE.
And we talked about how important presence is in this game. Let's just say, let's put the operator as an example, right? Sometimes you hear the shot, you're dissuaded. And that could be the mental game of the operator player. Okay, now he's heard me here. I'm going to move somewhere else. They're never going to expect this. Pro already investing quite a bit of utility, trying to preemptively stop this march towards B. B lobby, though, looks to be be occupied by Full Sense, and nothing to deter them, really, from rotating for free.
They can try to rotate for free here if they want to, but it seems like they might want to also cut noise, but they've already put Cha in a position where he's going to hold the lurk for now. As they do run down the clock, options are starting to dwindle down for Full Sense. They've already put all of their players here onto the B site. They don't want to waste too much of their time here. And it seems like it's not going to work out for them. SBE still do get a couple of exchanges, in fact, but the spike is in the hands of PTC, and they're running all the way through the A site. But the thing is, SBE have read the situation perfectly. They do have Papi Chulo waiting there with the Killjoy utility. He's already used a couple of banana swarms. He's going to be playing on Hell, and he might be even able to spot out PTC here, but oh, he just whipped a lot of the shots, and that's still going to give them enough time to actually plant on the spike. And somehow, some way, Full Sense of actually taking this into a very, very doable situation.
Indeed, the way the events have transpired has not been very kind to South Build. It is, once again, possible. It is a 2v3, but as the numbers dwindle, it becomes less and less likely. Pro, he has to dig deep for this one. The tank may be empty, or rather close to emptying, with this dangerous, dangerous crossfire. He's not going to assume somebody's here in Hell, or no. His spider senses too, they're tingling, but he has to land those shots. Lammy Snacks is there, swinging perfectly and planting a tree in memoriam to Pro's attempt at a clutch.
Even if you tap the spike, like Lammy Snacks can just peek out and see if he's actually on it, and that will activate Cha to start setting up crossfires with his team. That was a sick shot from Cha. Like, he got flippy as he was dropping down. Good head tap at all as well. And again, you really do see there the discipline that Full Sense do have. I think the problem there was Papi Chulo just a bit too overeager to activate his util, which didn't really catch the rest. He didn't have the proper information. I was really liking how he was just staying there. And again, SBE read the situation perfectly, but the way that the traps were activated just didn't really dissuade from Full Sense from coming into the site, and even messed up Papi Chulo's position to anchor.
That indeed is how the cookie crumbled, and now it does look like the stack is going to be leaning towards B. And Full Sense think they caught a whiff of it. John Olsen uses that Spectre to deny Pro of any participation in the rest of the round, as a bit of a mad scramble is happening on the side of Full Sense. They want to take this to A. Aziz is going to make himself, or at least get shot up by Lammy Snacks. That shock dart's not going to finish him off, fortunately for Aziz, but he is kind of playing with death here. PTC, they should have... Oh dear, again, this defense is crumbling, but Aziz, a man with a foot in the grave, will drag down B. PTC makes this a lot more possible. And honestly, Aziz, all he can really do here is try and save whatever he can, but not even that is allowed in the presence of Chalalala.
Full Sense, such a dominating performance. SBE, they might be coming into their gun round, but if their setups is like this, it might not even matter, because again, Full Sense are just kings at playing rotations, and that could really devalue the gun buys that SBE will be doing as of the moment here, Raph. That being said, though, it's still gun buys, so they might be able to make something work from this one.
I'm not saying 11-3 is impossible, it's just looking really steep here. South built, maybe this is their map 1 jitters that they're pretty notorious for. Either way, Full Sense will happily take it out of their hands. They have no qualms of walking into the site, and John Olsen making use of that Spectre, getting a free upgrade. But Pro's not going to make it last as long as it should. Flippy, though, he is going to be a bit of a bastion here, finding his KO counterpart. Pro has now repositioned, and Tree hits him with a fadeaway. But Aziz, he finds Lammy Snacks too. B finds a massive flank, but SBE, they hold on for yet another round.
Really good shots coming in there from Pro. B, as you mentioned, almost got a huge flank because they only spotted the one person coming through short there, but it was actually a two-pronged attack from Full Sense. The one thing that was kind of weird, I would say, was that John Olsen was way far from the rest of the squad. He does this from time to time if he's starting to heat up, and to be honest, it actually was an almost good play. He got the pick off, he got the upgrade to the Vandal, but he wasn't able to convert the other kill, and that has left Full Sense to kind of retake the site again, if that makes sense, because it was only John Olsen that was on the site itself, and Full Sense wasn't even on A main, and they had to like just start running right in where SBE were already set on heaven and just started shooting at them.
Indeed. Now, a little bit of a tempo change for everybody here. South built, they are fairly comfortable, just kind of holding it down. We do have a little bit of a scouting force in the form of Flippy here, just to check if A main, if anybody is trying to contest for it. Once again, Full Sense, they begin the round by occupying B lobby here. They've done this for, I would say, what, 3-4 rounds in a row now. SBE, though, they're not biting into the trap. They're not giving them any free picks whatsoever.
They haven't at all, and it's been Full Sense just trying to make sure that that's not going to happen. At least if SBE were to... Oh, okay, that's a good like recon dart. It just finds everything, but since there's no big cojones weapons for like LMGs, it's not going to work out. SBE Pro, it's overzealous to start making things happen, but because he does have the crossfire alongside Aziz, it's actually working out. All these pop shots that he's doing is effectively reducing the numbers. Lammy Snacks, though, gonna have to try to work his magic in. He's bought up the Phantom, but can't really do anything
10
else.
seconds left.
Shaw has been spotted, and with 10 seconds on the clock, he will not have time to pick up the spike. He will not have time to go onto the site. The only thing left for him to do is just try to save this Vandal.
That he does. Not too happy about that economy situation, as we were talking about that, since we are seeing a little bit of a mirror match here. It's honestly so pivotal for them to manage that as well as they can, because a lot of their executes, if not all of them, are gonna be relying on everybody to be firing on in all cylinders. Now FS, they take their pressure elsewhere. This time around, they completely ignore mid, or at least they put most of it towards A. We might see a little bit of pressure being applied towards A short, towards Tree, but instead they hold down to buckle on outside B lobby.
They've given the Vandal to Cha as of the moment. I wonder what could be the reason. Probably because John Olsen just needs the orb and he'll have his blades, and that's as good as it can get for him. And since PTC will be playing entry, Cha just going to be playing secondary as well. I wonder if John Olsen's going to try to go maybe for that boost spot on A mid and then double updraft, but he is going to seemingly just try to get more control onto mid. That will revert the attention of Aziz, but as is what's happening right in front of us here, Ja has actually picked up a position where he can crossfire alongside Flippy, though. But if Flippy loses his position, Ja could be in real danger from the rest of the squad of Full Sense, who is looking to charge right in through short.
That's right, and being the consummate professionals they are, they try to execute this with as much cleanliness as they can. All members are still up. Despite John Olsen being on a stifled buy, those blades are going to provide him all the tools in the world to cut up Aziz, and now we don't have that immediate space taking on the side of South build. Suddenly the deficit is on their side, but being hung up on Tree for FS could potentially prove fatal. Flippy, he's holding into the smoke, but he's not gonna have a chance to use it. It doesn't matter. The spray down comes out. He finds 3 before he finally falls. This crossfire's a little too lethal, and Ja will deliver the killing blow for round number 17.
They kind of ran the time too much on that one, and Full Sense just wanted to get this thing over with, wanting to use John Olsen's blades to utter fruition. He's gotten already a nice pick onto Aziz, but as you mentioned, Flippy just denied everything on this A short. That Molly only forced him out to actually start peeking. He did take the least of the damage because he was at the farthest distance from the center of the radius of the KO Molly. So the farther you are from the distance, the lesser damage you get. And Flippy filling this out, just, you know, committed to the spray. And it worked out so well for him that Ja didn't really have to do too much, but just wait in the corner. And at Full Sense were just pressed for time and couldn't really flush him out. gave them a nice little finisher. And now with that, full sense, they know that they've made a ton of mistakes here, Raf, and have called the pause for the moment.
I'm glad they're calling this pause, honestly. This is something that they have to address as quickly as they can. Because, like we mentioned, full sense, they will have that initial downpour, the initial torrent. South Build, maybe they've gone over that hill. It is still a question that remains to be answered, as we still have so much Valorant to play and so much more map to traverse for both sides, really. So none of them are really out of the woods yet, Asterai, although full sense, they have a bit of a cushion to work with.
Yeah, they've created, as I mentioned, that nice little leeway, breathing space, as it were. So if they make a couple of mistakes, they can try to figure things out, if at all ever. But as South Built, they're starting to heat things up. You know, they were a little bit weird in at the first half of this, but now it's looking much, much better. Yeah, I did hear the double shock dart from the looks of things, but actually finds absolutely nothing. As now, full sense, they will be starting to reach right in, but they do have the two good utilities, two good ultimates that can make everything just pan out fantastically for them. That is the Astra Wall, as well as the Killjoy Lockdown.
Do you think that's what they said in the tactical timeout? You know, that's kind of weird, bro.
You should
like,
run.
Oh, yeah, let's cut it out. Let's try and hold down as quickly as we can. And pick the Hunter's Fury is here. It is gonna find that lockdown. This Cosmic Divide is gonna come down, but it does look like it's a bit of a ruse. As full sense, they employ their tactics towards A this time. John Olsen once again will be the tip of the spear, and it has shattered onto the steel body of Flippy's KO. Ja will find Chalala, but the trade is a little too quick, and everybody's falling like flies, barring PTC, who is, well, will fall at the very end of the day. And now South Built, they are making this closer and closer and closer.
Wow, full control from South Built there. The huge wall just to slap everybody out and force them to just start peeking. John Olsen going back to his tendencies where he wants to be the hero of the full sense roster. It's not working out because South Built, they're starting to work their magic here, and this is the team that we saw dominate in that grand finals up against Nalos Esports. This is SBE that just does everything right. This is a team that solidified themselves in CSGO, and they're coming into Valorant with, again, their tactics held high, and it's working.
And indeed it is. Again, the foundation is absolutely rock solid. South Built, they've capitalized on it as well as they can, but we have to give credit too on how they've been so calm with this. That shock dart is actually going to take down that alarm bot. But unfortunately for John Olsen, the amount of recon and information gathering is just a little too powerful. Much like that Sheriff finding Pro. Not entirely sure what the plan was there. But as this has an operator that's being completely avoided, and Ja, the timing, he sees the shoulder, he can't find the frag, Aserai.
Can't really find anything at all here, and Ja still finds a corner, but they've overwhelmed him, can't really do too much. They've done the damage. Flippy's still here to help him out. Aziz also, but the numbers in favor of Full Sense. They just peeked out one by one, and now Full Sense, they can actually make this into a thrifty buy. Papachulo, he's done this before, I believe, also on Ascent. Can he do it again? There's so many angles to check out. And he doesn't even know yet where to peek out, but he's answered the call, and Papachulo once again gets it 4K! I don't believe this man. His game sense is impeccable. His reaction time, immeasurable. And, well, his clutching capabilities just off the charts. Damn!
Terminated.
Can't
30 seconds left.
Papachulo, he is the Gaston of this map. He's just a little too hard to stop. He is the master of that lock and pop style. My goodness, I love that you referenced that, by the way, because I was like, there's no way he's gonna do that. Oh, he did it again.
Placing swamp grenade.
Oops, he did it again. Oh,
all right,
man.
We gotta calm down just a tiny bit, because I feel like the adrenaline is at an all-time high, not just for us, but for South Built as well. Papachulo really proving why he is made for that Sentinel role.
And again, Fulsen's kind of a bit awkward there. overheating in situations where it seems like they don't really have to commit to the fight. Again, they knew it was a 3 versus 1 already. They had a solid understanding of where Papichulo was, and they still wanted to try to jabait him, right? They still wanted to try to go for the fight rather than force Papichulo to be the one to get up and start the, going to Spike to try to defuse it. But I guess they just forgot that they were up against the Clutcher Ist.
I thought you were gonna stop Clutcher, like that. Yeah. But then you just have to, add that.
You all gotta
extra
add the ist. Yeah, the ist is very important.
He is the Papichulo est of all Papichulos. And
30 seconds
honestly,
left.
once again, providing that extra firepower that they can really rely on, Ja has proven to be a bit of a problem here, as John Olsen is a little more wary, but they don't check close. Unfortunately for Flippy, he can't find anything this time around. Very, very beneficial trade on the side of Full Sense. The time is running out. Assist and Papichulo, they still have their hands full here. They do have lockdown. Unfortunately, do they have the support to do this? Instead, they don't commit it. They are going to lose assist. Papichulo, he's clutched once. It's impossible. He can't do this, right? Again, we might just bear witness. Astra, I'm just at a loss for words now.
There's a Nano Swarm. He's going to get delayed so much. It's enough that his Killjoy ultimate will not actually find anything. And they will have to try to maybe peek him out. But look at already the two-pronged attack coming in from Papichulo here. He was aware that one was at door, but he wanted to make sure that A main was also clear. But Cha, an opportunist, shuts him down. And even through the efforts of Papichulo, even through the entire efforts of SBE, they've only managed to get about 5 rounds here in the second half. And that's not going to be enough. But we still do have a shot. It's only match point. And they have seemed to at least rile up a couple of rounds.
In the words of our beautiful, beautiful panelists, they kind of have to poke the bear, and I feel like Southfield are finally responding. Full Sense, they are still very much in this. The speed, it does look like it's going to change up by a tiny bit. They are going to be delayed by that Nano Swarm, and they will lose. They're very, very faithful turret on both sides here. And John Olsen, as you mentioned, is a little prone to overheating. FS, they try not to add too much gasoline to that fire, as they don't want to experience the recoil, the backfire. And John and the rest of the boys cannot back up Chalalala, falling to Flippy. Ziz going for his signature peek here from mid, but so far no dice.
He's already burnt his dash as well, and they know this. John Olsen is waiting for an opportune moment there, but Aziz is smarter than that. We'll use the Cloudburst for now. Cha's been knocked off, so there's no more smokes for Full Sense to back on. And that is going to be forcing FS to just try to find these singular picks. Maybe they can even get a bit antsy here, but the numbers as well as the advantage definitely in the favor of SBE. So if Full Sense want to make something happen, they have to get cheeky in on this one. They've already started making it all the way through mid, but Aziz hits a beautiful shot that denies him any form of satisfaction. And Lamisex and PTC to remain, but look at where PTC is. He's already crept up onto the site. Ja will try to repick this.
Spike down A.
He was correct. Now Lamisex to remain. Goes in. Aziz finds him. And SBE, they're not out of this just yet.
That's disgusting. That is actually disgusting. The way that Aziz flicked to his fellow Jet player, John Olsen, dear me, that was
30 seconds
pretty
left.
quick. Now looking back, or rather getting back into the game here. South built defensive tighted team, question mark. PTC
Spike
did
down
find a
A.
successful lurk, but how long did it last? And now, Full Sense, they kind of have to get their bearings set here. They kind of have to attempt to not be rattled by this resurgence by Southfield, because like we mentioned, there's a huge round differential on the second half.
3 rounds before we go into overtime. Aziz, he's almost spotted out. PTC trying to go rotate all the way through mid. They spotted Aziz already, and now they pull the trigger here and now. John Olsen, does he know he can actually outdraft if he wants to and actually try to catch Aziz here as he tries to rotate back onto spawn? He's holding the cross. Aziz doesn't know about this, but he's missed the opportunity.
That he did, and I think the sound cue is gonna alert Southbuilt that hey, they're kind of trying to sneak in. They're kind of they're attempting to use that espionage. Lami Snacks, if Pro kind of overextends here, this could be a bit of a doozy. As Poppy and Pro, they are going to clog up lane. Cosmic Divide is going to be here. The 0 point, or rather the null command, is going to be invested as well with a Guardian. Pro gets opened up, and now suddenly South Build have a bit of a deficit to worry about. Ja, he finds the timing on everybody. Assist finds Lammy Snacks, but no, John Olsen. He's a little too sharp with the knives. He even finds a second. And now
30 seconds left.
Still waiting for that sound cue, for that rotate. He tries to be sneaky, but no, Papi Chulo is too stable for this. Spike is still not down yet. This is still very, very doable for South Build, but no, they have no idea as Papi Chulo checks in time, and now we are reduced to a 2v2.
No way that actually happens to John Olsen, right? Like, the timing of Papi Chulo actually spotting him out while you do see Aziz actually just being there, that was way too awkward. But regardless of what happened, he's already opened up the opportunity. Oh my god, Papi Chulo has already lost his spine. He wanted to catch up. He hears the reload happen. It was a brilliant play, but the reaction from Full Sense, especially Shaw, denies it. And Full Sense finally gets the round's victory, or rather, excuse me, the game victory. But it was close. You knew SBE was riling up for an overtime.
That had to be a sigh of relief for Full Sense. They are going to have a little bit of extra weight being taken off their shoulders and their mental stack there, because like you mentioned, that overtime, that bloodthirst, you could see Southville foaming at the mouth. They wanted it so bad.
They really, really did. My goodness, there was a lot of moments in this game that made me clench so hard, Raph. Like, why is that? What's happening there? The timing is so perfect, and it just get botched, right? Anyways, as the dust settles, as we end this first game, 13-9, John Olsen, as he ends 30 kills, 30 bomber of the man himself. Oh boy.
The big 3-0 by John Olsen. They kind of want to try and take this momentum, or at least this moment, to reassess. We have to kill Southfield as quickly as we can. We cannot afford a match like that, because that was just one big swing away from disaster on the side of Full Sense. But that had to be one of the funnest openers we've had the entire circuit.
Oh yeah, man. Like, SBE were really building the momentum here, but Full Sense, they've invested early. You know, their ROI, their return of investment is like, oh, we're gonna get the 9-3 very earlier on, and you're not gonna be able to do a thing about that. SBE, well, they kind of conceded the first half. They started coming back into the second, but Full Sense, all they really had to do was start slowly pacing the game down, rely on their explosive fraggers. John Olsen finally finds his groove when they needed it the most, and he did not vanish here, Raph. He performed, he appeared, and boy, did he get those amazing frags with the Blade Storm, mind you that.
Exactly, and Full Sense, they refuse to go south with a sickness here, despite a little bit of an overextension. Like I said, it is kind of like pouring gasoline over a fire at times for Full Sense, but so far, they managed to somewhat contain that in a much more manageable warmth. Once again, they can't let Southfield get that momentum. It's imperative to stop them as quickly as they can.
They weren't able to do that as well, unfortunately. A lot of these rounds as well, you really did see Full Sense just kind of get so much mid-control that I think to the point where SBE couldn't really manage against it. But I like how SBE adjusted by denying as much vision control for Full Sense, so they really couldn't do much. And as SBE started to adapt a lot more, it looked so much better for them in this defensive half. They just got so many multi-kills as they got cheeky through their own side of the smoke. It was really good. And honestly, this clutch from Papi Chulo was so liberating for the side of SBE, but it was still not enough.
Yeah, and this was, honestly, if Papi's landed that swing, or if Chalala had an empty Sheriff, could have been a different story, but again, I guess we'll never know. We will be jumping into Game 2 just after a short break in a bit, but I would like to hear your thoughts first, Asarai.
Well, SBE, as I mentioned, it seems like they were kind of slow on the uptake. Close enough, but not enough that it will allow them to win out this round. That being said, we're going to look onto the second map, which I think is still really good for either side. Breeze is going to be the second, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, we're going to go on a break. When we come back, we'll see if we'll end this night early, or will SBE push this even further. Don't go anywhere.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I try to open up. It wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my
Well, you really do feel the full knocking of sense into SBE as this tight roster just runs amok. That last round was incredible, especially for John. Also, we're back at it once again, guys. My name is Asarai. Here with me now is Raph, and we'll be your casters for the final series of the day. Game number 2 is going to come underway in just a moment, as Breeze is the next battlefield for these two Titan of teams.
No, we're not going to be your casters for the rest of the night. I'm kidding. Again, yes, we are, guys. Breeze. I'm not entirely sure how to feel about this map, because this has historically been great for both these teams. But we have touched upon the fact that we see quite a bit of double operator on the side of Full Sense. We've seen John Olsen absolutely tear it up in the first game, and that's usually indicative of Full Sense's success. But now Breeze, open super brawly map. I would have to assume that this is going to come down to which gray matter is gonna move forward, or rather be superior for tonight. But either way, no matter how it's gonna go, it's gonna be as exciting can be.
Definitely is. You really do see the again, South Build's difficulties in trying to overcome these matchups against other SEA teams. They have been scrimming a lot with teams from different regions, from what I've heard from the inside. But of course, it's always different when it is the real matches. There you do see moments of brilliance there, but there are some weird rounds as well from SBE. They're kind of, is that really how SBE plays? But to be fair, SBE kind of had that two-face, where they flip a coin every time that they make a decision, and then it seems like this is the weird SBE, and then this is the real SBE. Does that make sense?
How much have you lost in a game of again a little bit of Anton Chigurh? Yeah, No Country for Old Men. For all you uncultured heathens out there, do watch that movie. I'm joking. You're not actually uncultured. You actually are. But no.
I'm one of those heathens, so
how dare you?
I only watch animations, my man. I love animations.
That's fair enough. Yeah. Again, guys, I'm just joking. I don't actually think you're heathens. But you should really watch No Country for Old Men. What a wonderful movie, and what a wonderful series we've had so far, right? Again, we've talked about the points of Breeze, where it can be an incredibly brawly map. We've seen both teams succeed, but John Olsen, again, has to be the pinpoint for both these teams. Southbuilt, they have to put a stop to him, and the rest of Full Sense, they have to keep kind of enabling him for them to really get as much space as they've been working with.
And you really do see, again, how well Full Sense put their reliance, or not really reliance there, but their confidence with these players as they try to separate and create these power points for Full Sense to start rotating on. Because you saw in that last round, Full Sense actually were almost committed to actually going for B. But once John Olsen found that two-piece on the A site, they were like, yeah, our options open there now. We still have time. And they start moving in. And this is what I like about Full Sense, is that they're a team that starts making things work, but they leave themselves time to rotate, which is not the same that you could say for SBE that loves to run down the clock. Like, for example, Full Sense will start pushing in about 50 to 45 seconds, where SBE will be playing around 30 seconds where they start pushing in. And even though that's only like a 15-second difference, 15 to 70 seconds is about enough time for you to rotate from site to site. So that's definitely something.
Yeah, that's cutting it very close, though, if you are in a very, very late round situation. And I'm glad you pointed that out. Something that Full Sense has been doing in their last showing of Breeze is that they've been staggering that mid pressure as well as they did. They made even one of the best teams kind of second guess where they're going. But now, since we've seen that on the VOD, and I'm pretty sure Southville's R&D was on that right away, maybe we would see yet another layer of the mind games. And I have to say, guys, thank you for the patience. We're just kind of waiting for the game to start right now. Something completely random. I do kind of miss Taylor. Oh, but here we are. As soon as I mentioned Taylor, oh my goodness, the multiverse, it expands into the Agent Select.
The multiverse of madness. Breeze is a map that SBE historically are actually pretty dang good at. But again, this is gonna, I believe, be the first time that they're gonna fight against Full Sense in this particular setting. With that being said, PTC has played his Sky and Cha-la-la-la. Yes, he's gonna be on the chamber. This is gonna be very exciting to behold here, Raph.
I actually would have thought as this would be the chamber player, but to put him on KO, I think it's, one of those things we're not accustomed to yet. Again, so many surprises in both these teams' hands. I honestly believe the chamber pick is so incredibly strong in this map, especially in the hands of our very, very capable players. But the KO, I understand the reasoning for this. They want to get rid of as much external factors as they can. Once again, it's going to be focused on that 0 point. And man, I can't really call this map either, As, right? It's just something that's been so difficult to predict.
It really has been. Well, we are going to go directly into the game already. And again, Cha has been the one that has played the chamber specifically on the Breeze map. I do believe that The also plays Chamber, but I think it was on Bind, if I am not mistaken. That being said, I remember Ja, or I really do prefer Ja being on the Jet when SBE are on clutch situation, because I think he just really outperforms himself when, you know, the situation is dire. There you go.
That's a good spot.
Here. Grounded.
Enemy. Right here.
Screen down. Poison's off.
Just trying to run away here now. He's already created the presence, so they're going to have to deal with him before they start moving into the site that has the spike already planted there. That being said, The will just bypass all of that and start moving his way onto double doors, but there's too many opponents to try to deal with. Jaws actually sneaked his way onto elbow, and this guy's brain is just enlarging all the time as he spots out one as he gets away.
The Galaxy brain, it is once again expanding, and as I was mentioning, despite pardon me by the way folks for a little bit of a technical issue here, but PTC just does not have enough health to really withstand the onslaught on that SBE post-plant defense. Now, as I mentioned, this is one of those rare instances where we're not going to see Pro. Instead, we will see both Flippy and Micro be fielded on this South-built offense. This is going to provide quite a bit of extra firepower, as we know both these players, they're very, very potent on both attack and on defense. Full Sense, though, had a bit of a rocky start. They had the idea to take away mid once more, try to clog up those rotations. But South Built winning out those duels, really lending them an extra hand. It does look like B is going to be the point of interest as they try and creep up, but Chalalala does have that headhunter and could potentially find his first victim here, but the timing is absolutely irrelevant as it is going to land square onto Jaw's head. This is still being a little more patient here, and at a range, the Spectre proves to be as dangerous as it always has been. John Olsen having a bit of a rocky start too, going for over 2. Now it's going to be Cha holding on to that Marshall, trying to be as oppressive as he can from a distance. Does not hit the drone, unfortunately, or actually it will, but not before tagging up Lammy Snacks. Now they know they have concrete info that there's only 2 players towards B, but it's all a ruse. Papi Chulo once again heading to rotate. We'll find PTC.
And now The has overcommitted, puts himself out in the open just to actually go for the fight, and it doesn't work out. Lammy Snack's only good for 1, but I think Full Sense have actually overreached their decision here. That being said, again, Cha actually goes for the immediate rotate, feeling out that his opponents will actually go and just run all the way through A site. His guess is correct, but is his spider sense tingling? Will he actually get the timing on this one, because he's about to get the backstab from Aziz? He's not gonna know. He's not gonna know, and Aziz picks up the 3. Nobody's gonna know.
He's not gonna know. They're gonna know. But as we mentioned, Spectres are not typically something we see on the second round, whether it's a force or capitalizing on your pistol round win. Southfield, they make it work, even on these somewhat considerably long-range fights. This is even finding the final kill of the round with his cheeky little SMG here. Does look like the Sentinel and the Initiators are turning it up for Southbuilt. Sense they have to get a bit of a read here. They have that Vandal onto PTC, who has played a little bit more of a supportive role on this map so far.
Well, PTC is all about that support, but he does love to go aggressive with his teammates. Pop shots through the rest of the wall smokes here. Cha has already figured it out. He's going to be just putting out the TPs as he wants to get maybe a bit of a catch off. And speaking of catches, Flippy's already found John Olsen coming in from the back with a nice little tap with the Guardian. And we've missed a whole heap of transaction here on Cannon. And speaking of Cannon, Flippy's firing on all cylinders here, and he's already gotten the 3K.
As you mentioned, it is very true to Hitman We did not
Gun
see
here.
those super crispy, clean taps, as Flippy has been an incredibly, how to put this, incognito operator. Well, not the gun, but obviously the title. He does get a bunch of Vandals for his troubles. Now, Lemmy, Snacks, and Cha, they might just have to give this up, and that they do. Just hoping to save the what was that? I just saw Micro kind of like, well, disappearing with the spike. That's a little peculiar.
Wait.
It's the voice. The voice. What is? Yes, we just heard.
Did I just hear black and blue?
You heard it right. You heard it right.
Okay.
Like I said, what?
He entered our voice chat and just said what? I don't know. I'm pretty sure the chat or the stream wouldn't hear that, but
No, they can't. That was interesting to say the least. What?
yeah.
What?
Well, yeah. You know, when you get up there in terms of your age, you tend to kind of lapse in terms of judgment. You know, I would know. This is.
I don't think Micro is old.
Oh, is he one of the younger ones from SB?
I'm not.
I thought everybody
entirely
there's
sure.
I don't want to say advanced, but mature in age.
Wow. You know what I mean? You are.
Again,
Are you?
I'm speaking here from experience. Wow.
But it does look like wisdom comes with age. Maybe not the oldest team we have on the platform, but definitely up there, as you mentioned. That is also something that we'd like to talk about because they are as grizzled can be. Ja looks to be undeterred. What the dog doing as he gets stunned up? Papi Chulo is here to cover his back. Lammy Snacks might actually be the victim of some blind fire here, but no, he gets out relatively unscathed. It's Ja that's kind of stuck. But this is a bit of a bonus for the Masterai.
And it's actually working for SB because you see this really tight wall that Micro has created. It has allowed the rest of the team for SBE to start planting on the spike, and it works out. No flanks will be coming through. Papa's made sure of that. Lammy on the swing finally catches Ja, who was a bit too antsy, afraid of his position, and wanted to make something happen already. Not going to work out, actually. I was wondering if Papi Chulo was there. He's actually backed away with the rest of the squad. He has a Phantom, doesn't want to commit to a fight where he's going to be outnumbered. And speaking of outnumbered, Aziz is already committed to this one. The trades are actually still positive for full sense, but only for just a fraction of a second as SBE, Papi Chulo, and Micro explode. And full sense just about to botch the round here.
Botch indeed, something that the camera might just kind of want to look away from, as botches typically, they tend to be very, very nerve-wracking. As if I heard that correctly, Micro once again succumbs to the spike.
I know exactly where.
Our pretty good night on our end as well here. Hopefully it will fix itself because this round was so pivotal. And there you go. At least I spotted that one. Micro finds the final blow. A bit expensive on the side of SBE, but that was a full-blown bonus round for them. They countered in every single turbo full sense here. Ja now working with the rest of his team just to kind of manage their way through elbow here. And the people's elbow is about to strike fast and hard. There is one holding the angle there, which is going to be John Olsen. He's equipped with the operator. And he spots out Ja, just slow peeking it. And you know this man will not shy away from an easy takedown like that.
That's right. Micro does get the trade, but if you can smell what the South is cooking, they are looking to go a little bit more patient here, trying to grind this out. They are holding very, very strong and very patient towards mid here. In fact, it's kind of worrying. Okay, don't give us that scare. It's one of those things. Is he patient or did he get sent to the void? But instead, it's actually just South built once again, countering the most electrifying presence in the team that is called Full Sense. John Olsen.
Spike down mid.
It doesn't matter what Flippy does. The operator just a little too strong for them. Now they're a bit of a mad scramble towards mid here. Ziz will get that fragmentation out. Unfortunately for him, no one is gonna get tagged out.
You do see Lammy Snacks coming in from the corner here, and the crossfire is real. Aziz have to go above and beyond just to get this one. But Lammy's backed away already. Wants to use the Sova drone for full coverage onto the side, and Papi Chulo, you try to use the Cypher cage, but you are the one that is trapped here at the broken wall. As Full Sense finally get themselves around in. SBE, that was a bit risky, trying to fight slowly but surely on mid. They spotted out John Olsen, try to go slowly once again for A, but John Olsen had the inkling to rotate straight for the other side, and it actually worked off, and he's got good two-piece picks that had deterred the plans of SBE coming into this, coming that previous round, excuse me.
That's right, and I think we're going to be looking at a bit of a stifled buy on the side of South Build here. I'm not entirely sure what the bank situation is for them, but we're going to find out very soon here. This is, like I mentioned, a little bit of a stifled buy. Poppy does have that Sheriff in hand. Meanwhile, Ja is going to try and open up Full Sense with an operator of his own. Not much has happened yet, as Cave is going to get scouted out by Flippy. But no shoulders nor any info on the side of Full Sense was given.
And Ja, leading that fact, will just use again the innate aggression that the Jet does give. His timing, he got spotted out, and V does not want to overcommit to this one. He can actually dash in. He cannot, because he does not have anything for close range fights. He will maybe have to pick up the orb or something and then a kill, and maybe his blades will be coming into full fruition. But now that they spotted out Ja here, John Olsen wanted to go for this sniper versus sniper endeavor. But because Aziz does have that null command, this will force the hand back in the Full Sense roster. And there could be the opening. PTC finds the kill though. Flippy does answer it back, but that was onto Aziz, so he will be able to be brought back to life. That being said, though, Papi Chulo's lurk is going to get denied. Lee comes out with a beautiful second frag, and now they've been denied. The big smokes coming in from the defenders here. They try to push forward. The spike has been planted in, but they still have Ja with the blade, or with the operator, but that's only him left now in a 1vx scenario.
Nearly lands the flick here, but survives just a tiny bit more. It's going to be Thee to steal that away and have an extra operator in their hands. That was incredibly scary on the side of FS. They nearly, once again, dropped the ball on that one. Had this landed that shot, it could have been a different story. Full Sense, they get the second round on the board. And now this is it within arm's reach. South built. They will have to settle with upgraded pistols. Beautiful timing by PTC. I honestly thought they had the leeway to do that because the Viper's pit was up. I'm not entirely sure what made them decide to not go for it.
PTC's positioning, I think, and the just being able to get kills through these really weird corners. The first one was on Papi Chulo, which was obvious because he was coming out from Switch, and then he's found some way, somehow, out of the smoke, somebody peeking through, I think being just too over aggro from the SBE side, and that created the punish. Now, coming to this round, I think even though SBE have a weaker buy here, they still do have the Blades of Ja, and that could actually spiral out of control if Full Sense don't manage it. That's why you're seeing them not really overcommit to any fight whatsoever. They're playing this slowly, and they're trying to at least read the situation. Ja, now as he tries to go overly aggro, you can really see Full Sense. Look at this, Lammy Snack as well as John Olsen here, baiting out Ja so quickly. Look at how just they understand what SBE were trying to do, and they countered it out as soon as SBE want to enforce it.
But somehow, PTC got cut a bit here. Does only have a smidge of health. Micro does not need anything else but a body shot to finish him off. Now suddenly they have B. They still have Hunter's Fury available for that post plant if they so choose to. It does look like being the spike planter is going to be relegated to Flippy. Lammy Snacks looking to do quite a bit of damage with those shock darts. Does tag Micro up once, but that is going to be all she wrote. John Olsen reduced to half health. Suddenly these Sheriffs and the Vandals that have been recently acquired look much more lethal. They have to commit this Viper's Pit. No spray downs yet, no resistance on the side of Southfield, but it's Micro trying to be sneaky. John Olsen finds Papi Chulo, and it is all up to Flippy. He finds a timing. Can he find a second one? He sways them off the spike just for a split second, but no, they double swing into him. And that is definitely going to be more than enough time for Full Sense to defuse the spike.
That was smart from Love, or Thee rather. He already knew that some of the opponents were going to be very low. So if he can just, what's the word here? Spread out his Viper Pit that encompasses the spike, somebody has to be inside of it just to try to fight. and he found the beautiful target, which is Micro, who was already low. And he got like pseudo damage from the Viper Spit, which made him even more susceptible. Just one bullet from V there. Flippy had every chance to be able to clutch that. He knew that he did have the Hunter's Fury, but it would have been a futile attempt to try to 3v1 that because of the Viper's Pit. So even if he can maybe hit one with the Hunter's Fury, he'll have to actually be inside the smoke to try to counter it out, because he didn't have that rifle, it wasn't going to work to play the long range. Even if I have a Marshall, I think it would have been a very, what's the word here? Not worth it risk to have tried to do that.
Unnecessary indeed. I completely agree with your point, but one thing that made me scratch my head was why was Micro pushing that Viper Spit? I believe he still had one more snake bite, so once again a bit of a lapse of judgment here. Aziz doesn't really care, and Micro looks to re-emphasize that doesn't matter. I'm gonna bring this back. Jaw with the timing of a lifetime. Poppy actually fighting Fee, and now Lammy Snacks is gonna be on his lonesome. He does find Papi Chulo for his troubles. He'll try to outmaneuver SBE here. He will have to go through an enemy wall. Finds Flippy.
Oh my!
Jaw. He's going nuclear, but now it is reduced to a 2v1. He will be discovered. The bullets, they're still very much functional if he can find Micro. And no, Micro rectifies the mistakes. And now South Built, they hit the 5 round mark.
Oh my goodness. As you mentioned, he was going to go nuclear, but seems like the nucleus fizzled out here, Raph, as Lammy Snacks was only good for about 2. Actually, no, 3. But he didn't really have that information up as to where Micro was, so he really had to slowly creep up onto the site. But Micro had the angle to just catch the cross, and unless Lammy Snacks could have gone all the way around, that wouldn't have mattered whatsoever.
And again, I'm asking so many questions here that it does look like it's going to be a repeat of the same round. Chulo finds PTC. Aziz is chimed in as well. But Chalalala, with that chamber, is going to be, well, be felt, as Thea is going to be the last person alive, and it's going to be a hard save call for him. Or instead, he might actually look to challenge this, which is, I would say, precarious as all hell. The economy situation on them, not the healthiest either. A 4v1, this is wishful thinking pretty much. It does look like Thea is going to be positioned for exit frags.
19 HP, that's about as good as it can get for him. Maybe even try to be lucky here, but Papi Chulo, since he does have all of this information gathering with the Cypher, it's going to be an absolute shutdown for Full Sense. SBE's attacking side here on Breeze is really something to fear of. I don't even think that could have actually spotted out V there. But now that they know where he is getting hunted down, and with 19 HP, a love tap would be enough. There it is. Ooh. Love you. Love you, goodbye.
Wow, that was more than a love tap, you know what I mean? That's a bit of a hip check over there if I've ever seen one. He has 19 health. Let's blast him in the face. What? Why? Let's just blast him in the face. Now, we do have a bit of a timeout here. John Olsen has been offline in these rounds that they've honestly failed to wrestle out of SBE's clutches. Now, I wonder what the game plan is here for Full Sense, because so far it's been Aziz and Papi Chulo. They've been steamrolling them on these entries. Jaw has been relatively quiet, although the frag differential isn't that rather that big. The frag spread is pretty even on the side of South Built, as well as on Full Sense, but I feel like they could be doing better if Chalala and PTC would chime in just a little more often.
Yeah, but I think the problem there is that PTC has to set up util, and when he tries to do so, unfortunately, he's been the receiving end of just one of those lethal sprays that SBE try to do as they just charge into the site, which makes it very difficult for PTC. Because again, I think for a Sky to actually have effective flashing, you might need to be close enough to actually flash them and then capitalize on it. But because SBE are very much prepared and they strike in numbers, I don't think PTC can work this magic on this one. And because he's playing alone, even more so, because he doesn't have that player to actually refrag for him.
There you go, just using that guiding light to be a bit of a scouting force, but wow, the landing, big shot onto Ja. Aziz will not have any of this. Bit of a mess here on Papi Chulo's side. He will drop his Vandal, and that is going to be in the hands of Full Sense. They are missing their controller, but the Seekers are here. They are out. It's enough of a distraction for John Olsen to capitalize on. Nearly gets a bit of a haircut, but it is going to be a 2v, or rather a 1v4. They did get the spike down. Micro, in all of his powers, cannot bend off the rest of Full Sense.
Well, Full Sense will not be denied this time. They space themselves out perfectly and just wait for SBE to start getting it onto the site. Bit by bit, they start destroying them and even get themselves a nice little thrifty right then and there. Let's see that replay real quick. Yeah, they just waited. And Z, they got shut down, but as I mentioned, they just got the frag into their favor.
Yeah, and I want to go back to my statement there. Now we did finally see the fruits of PTC's contributions there. Those Seekers and that advanced guiding light was honestly one of the focal points of that round. Now South build, they look to slow it down once more as the default is going to be set into play here. That is going to be one guiding light being thrown out as the rest of Full Sense. They will go back into the site here, play a little more passive. Now they have an inkling that South built, they love pressing forward. So far no dice though, as we are once again reduced to a crawl.
Well, it's good that they're starting to crawl here a little bit more, as I think the over aggression for SBE is actually catching them off guard since they can't really sync up properly. Once they start to slow down a little bit more, allow Ja to create a lot more breathing space here. That's I think when South built tend to be, excuse me, a lot more successful. And speaking of which, that's what they needed to do. Make PTC a bit more antsy, try to get that information. He's already used, I think, a lot of his utility already, so he really can't do too much. And Poppy comes in for the swing once again. There's one still stuck at the back of the side, but Ja executes the target quite cleanly. Now SBE, they're on the forward trajectory to getting even more rounds in this first half, and it's all left to John Olsen. He's already been spotted, he's already been tagged. There's not much left for him to do, just to go down, go back around for the next one.
I did mention getting South with the sickness, but it seems that Asarai has, you know, a little bit of something there, just maybe something in his throat. Don't forget to hydrate, homie. Remember, water is everything. And a little bit of salt in the air on the map of Breeze does not bother South built at all. And it honestly, with this replay alone, right, it does look like South built, they really thrive in those contained fights within a site where it's really up to those flexible adjustments.
Definitely agree. They're so good at making these calls happen. And again, using Ja as the pinch has been such a given for SBE to start winning these rounds. I think if we have like a metric of how much Ja has gotten the first blood here, we would probably see him get probably like around 8. Just basically a lot more than anyone else in this entire game, just because of how much he's given leeway here for SBE. That being said though, Full Sense not really backing away for the fight. Look at how many they put up onto mid, as John Olsen still equipped with the operator, still down deadly, and he's already found Aziz. No more disables here, no more throwing flash, and no skies as well for SBE to try to manage through with, again, initiating potential.
Ooh. Oh, and Poppy, he doesn't get discovered there. That might be such a big pick, but I think the barrel of his gun stuck out. John Olsen does not expect the wide peek. The cage is going to be there, and he is going to get peeped by that camera there. Not going to be the most information they can get. The tag was unfortunately not present. It does look like they're trying to strong arm A now. PTC, he will not allow any of the march. Now Poppy is all alone, so he's left his own devices. Can he clutch this out? Nope, John Olsen will not allow it.
Again, they waited a little bit too much there to start pushing into the site, that SBE were left to just try to get somebody first that was looking directly at them, rather than somebody who was just waiting for them to start coming into the site, which was the... They didn't really have to do much other than just let his team do all the work, and if ever it gets a bit too hairy, that's when he can really strike, and I feel like he'll be able to just hit up those multi-kills. With all that, though, 5-7, and Full Send still actually able to push back, considering SBE have gotten a really good hold in that first half.
Yeah, if my numbers are not jumbled right now, I think SB, they still have enough room for one more buy, barring one member. But we'll find out when we get to that point. It does look like this is gonna be one of those moments where both these teams, they have to somewhat once again gather their thoughts, try to execute as well as they can, because that half, honestly, that first half was looking a little dangerous on the side of Full Sense. John Olsen, he did get a few frags here and there, but there were a number of rounds where he was just getting absolutely rolled over by SBE.
They really, really were. And those were rounds where Ja was, again, creating that slow tempo. I know I've said it very multiple times now, but it has been a pivot thing for him. He's 7 kills, yes. But again, if you can see how spread out the kills were, as you mentioned previously, it really makes sense, right? But I really would love to see like the first kills stats as the game is progressing. Maybe we'll find that as an extra stat coming into the next iteration of these UIs, but it would really give a lot better story just to kind of see how Ja has been performing here for the SBE roster. That being said, though, on the flip side, gotta say it has really been for the most part, that has created all the tempo here for Full Sense. John Olsen has also been at least stopping the aggression of SBE with the ops, but since it is such an expensive weapon for him, if he doesn't save it into the next round, it kind of becomes a non-factor because his pistols, or rather his rifles, are kind of struggling.
Oh yeah, and again, that was a bit of a breather for both these teams, as you've mentioned all those points here. How many are we actually going to see come to fruition on both sides? As Full Sense have a different idea on how to approach the game. SBE, all their eggs have been put towards the B basket. Halls is relatively open. Papi Chulo is going to be the fire starter or the signalman for SBE, or like, hey guys, I think they're going to try and take A. The wall is here, the utility is here, the camera will get spotted out. Papi Chulo narrowly dodging that dart from the owl drone. Oh, I wonder how many that's going to tag up. And absolutely nobody is the answer, except PTC. And now a brawl might ensue here. Full HP on the side of Southfield have a very, very slight health advantage, but what does it matter if you get tapped in the face? John Olsen proves my point very, very quickly. PTC dancing in the toxicity of that snake bite finds Ja. And now looking fairly precarious, Asterai.
Does he actually have a TP out? He does! Sneaky from Chalalala. Now they don't have to clear out Brick. It's all about the fight right here and there. Spike has been halved, but the number is just overwhelming from Full Sense in the post plant as they slap away the hands of SBE. No, you do not defuse that. Bad SBE, bad.
I don't know where this energy is coming from. All of a sudden, this Asterai is just so riled up. I'm not entirely sure, folks, but again, that's just how the cookie crumbles, I suppose. Strong pistol on the side of Full Sense. Momentum definitely in their favor after that one. Pretty convincing first round of the half.
Ja has set up all the anti-lurk traps all the way through on Cannon there, and it is going to spot out Ja and Micro. There he is. He's already aware of the positioning. He's already aware of the aggression. And while his teammates start to work their magic onto double doors, and as well as this overall the A site, Full Sense is starting to charge right in. Lammy Snacks wants to make sure that nothing else is there except for Ja. And can he actually hit the shot? Nope, not enough charges to actually make it work. Somebody dropped onto the shoot. That was Flippy out of his mind. Everybody actually turning a little bit too over damn aggressive, but John Olsen is prepared. The Marshal is the true adjudicator in this situation, as now Micro is getting hunted by PTC, and that's going to be all she wrote. SBE, I like the idea. I like the wildness, but it was not meant to be.
The man, the myth, the Olsen, woken up, chosen violence rather. And this was, I would say this was kind of expensive on the side of Full Sense. I think they lost 2 members if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it is the Chamber and someone else dropping. But once again, This is going to be SB's full gun round, I believe. At least on the second half, right? So the Full Sense might have just a little bit more trouble here. The defaults are definitely still mid-centric for Full Sense as well as SB. Now they have a little bit more reinforcement on A with Ja and that Vandal. They can be complacent here. They might have the firepower advantage. I'm not entirely sure what Lammy Snacks was trying to achieve with that one, but that has been recorded in the books. Full Sense will have to operate at a bit of a deficit as Ja finds yet another one.
Papichulo has taken some excessive damage here as John Olsen wants to get something with the blades. He's refreshed himself already. Will have to defend his teammate V. And he has... Was he able to actually pick up something other than just the SMG? Not really. So now he's just going to use the blades onto utter fruition. Does have the dash though. But as I mentioned that, looking into the minimap, V has already abandoned the site. Is trying to run in for B. I think they've counted the numbers of players there from SBE. They spotted out 3. And John Olsen is actually still here. And the wall has actually allowed him to creep up. I think if they start to hear the spike to be planted on B, John Olsen can start working his magic. But SBE still hunkered down onto the site here. The timing might be actually way off. And it is. But now Micro hears it. And Z, he's going to be put in the 3 versus 1. But at least he does have that Vandal in hand.
I still think this is fairly winnable for Thea here, if he can find one stray pick, because naturally SB, they want to approach this through multiple angles, and as clean as Thea can be, he finds one, he nearly finds a second. Micro will defang his fellow Vibrant. That was such a close call by SB. They finally get a little bit of a respite here. Still a very expensive round, all things considered.
Yeah, very close for comfort. I think V could have just gotten the spray transfer there. They were close enough, but just at the nick of things. That was so good from the rotation of Full Sense. But you got to give it as well from SBE. Ja specifically able to handle the push there. The initial peek out by, who was it? By Lammy Snacks? I think was because they thought that somebody was playing somewhere on Brick. That's why he was like peeking with the dog, thinking that maybe he can catch one in. But he was just caught wrong place at the wrong time, and that was right place at the right time for Ja.
And now PTC, he might have to play a bit of a guessing game here. If the trades are on point, this could potentially be a free frag for South Build, but nope. PTC, he walks up, throws out the guiding light, doesn't really get anything. He might just provide enough of a distraction for Full Sense to make some sort of maneuvers here. Mid is uncomfortably open for South Built here. Now PTC, he is going to throw out the Trailblazer, but it is not going to check for Aziz here. He is going to try and crawl back to his teammates as they try to maximize the little ground they've covered. Oh, okay, never mind. They find Ja. A bit of a trade there, or rather a bit of a peek from Caves.
Wait. Did that actually spot out too? Seeker should be able to have snuffed that out, right? Because it goes for the closest targets, but interestingly enough, it didn't. Oh, that's interesting. I think it only spotted out 1, and then Aziz was able to sneak one in. In any case, it still will be that 4 versus 4. John Olsen's already on the spawn. Papichulo's going to come into this with the Sheriff. Is he good enough to actually transition? Not really! What? And the collateral! John Olsen is the collateral damager. 49 HP. Still has a very lethal positioning here. Aziz, no time whatsoever. Cha's already on the lurk, and this final player is gonna have to go 4 versus 1 with again 30 HP and a whole chunk of a dream. But I think that dream's about to get shattered here because Cha's about to hit the lurk.
I honestly thought that was such a good looking round for Southville despite losing Ja as early as they did. But nope, John Olsen once again doing John Olsen things. We have to call the insurance company because, as you mentioned, that was a lot of collateral damage. And I'm not even sure how that played out. It actually went through the wall. I didn't even know that you could wallbang that. But again, many peculiarities. Still so much Valorant left to play.
That was, as you mentioned, collateral damage.
I see what you did there. I'm just not gonna respond to it. I'm just laugh now, you fool. I'm kidding.
All right. Well, no nonsense anymore. Full Sense have already charged into the site. John Olsen, he's feeling the fury of the Olsen. And well, he is charging right in. I really wonder if his like proper name is John Olsen. I haven't seen like the...
It would be a pretty big curveball, right? So why is your name John Olsen? It's not really John Olsen. Alrighty then. But now losing 2 members in this eco, and most of them at the hands of John Olsen so far. It's not really biting well for South Build. They're once again very, very low on health. At least Ja is. They are going to go for a bit of a pop flash here. John Olsen finally finds Ja. And I didn't even realize he expended blades there up until he found that frag. But as this, he is going to tag him up just a tiny bit. Oh, actually a pretty considerable size, as he is going to be sent to the spectator lobby. But overall, still a pretty solid round by Full Sense.
It still could be anyone's game here, but John Olsen has already picked up the 22 bomber. Oh my goodness. He really is thriving as of now. And the
remaining.
Excuse me, the commitments for Full Sense to double down on this prolific fragger is definitely paying off here, Raf. That being said, SPE, they're back on the buys.
This is a nice spot.
But again, they should be afraid because this could be a reset for them. Really good setup here for PPGL. He has a lot of one-way smokes, and he won't get tagged by the blade, so he'll have everything activated and ready. With all that being said, Ja actually sneaks out from double doors and finds Z, which is the only smoker for the Full Sense squad. This will force their hand, but it seems like they want to go for the B side now.
Yeah, again, losing the that early is going to make everything that much more dangerous on the side of Full Sense. And SB, they know this, as this though will lose a number, and a big number of his health to a lot of straight fire. They try to poke out John Olsen here. Papi Chulo should hear that jump noise, and that he does, even finds the complete frag for himself. That neural theft is going to reveal all the secrets of Full Sense. They're trying to keep Ziz playing with fire here, only has 13 health. Will be revealed himself, but suddenly Full Sense, they turned it on its head. Micro, the last member alive, has to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, to stop Full Sense. Nope, this is once again looking incredibly dire.
They've already called back the Sova drone. They know already where Micro is going to be heading out of. And look at this 3-pronged pinch coming through from Full Sense. PTC want to think that maybe he's going to go through on elbow, but that's not really the case. The eye is there. The flash is coming through. And even if Micro can get the 1 kill, Cha was just right beside to get the immediate refrag. And Full Sense, they break through 10 rounds.
Oh dear me. South built. They don't want to fall 2-0. Again, we talked about them being slow starters, but I believe this has been ample time for them to somewhat coalesce. Doesn't look like Full Sense are giving them the room that they need. With this timeout, though, this could be where they have to refresh their minds. They have to keep calm. I honestly know that, or rather, I think everybody knows that South Build can shoot their way out of a bad situation. But John Olsen still turning it up, looking to potentially drop yet another 30 bomb.
He's done it last game. Well, he'll do it again in this one. I think the last series that they had, I think John Olsen was able to get like maybe a 70 bomb in the span of 3 games. I will have to double check. I think my brain is thinking about stats from other teams, but I will double check this. I know for a fact though that at least he was able to pop incredibly well in, I think, their own specific region. Might be thinking about Boom though in Berserks, but I mean they're very similar with how they play, but could be wrong.
Could be not. Now as the timer ticks down, I think SB are once again operating with a stifled buy here. What we haven't really seen from them is to stack up a site. Not the most common thing when it comes to Breeze. Potentially that could be in their playbooks here, especially with the Sheriffs and John Olsen will happily take Flippy and be one step closer, if not there, on his Blade Storm. But Lammy Snacks, very smart. He does not want to give up any Vandals, but Ja makes it a bit of a problem by finding John Olsen.
Ja's really good with the Sheriff, but I guess Lammy Snacks was well and prepared about that encounter. The smoke is so far in on the cave that Lammy Snacks can't really do much other than just to wait. Really good for Micro just to kind of Also try to use it as an enforcing tool. But you can't see Full Sense wanting to commit on this one. They have put, again, Cha as that lurking chamber with good intention because he does have that that trademark to keep him quite safe. If Micro stays here too long and the smoke is about to dissipate, he will get swung out by Lammy Snacks. And he was waiting perfectly for it, and he's going to be chasing him down. This is kind of interesting here because he's droned it up. That's awkward.
30 seconds left.
Bit of an investment, maybe just a little bit of a contingency here. I think Micro's idea is that he might find an extra kill, might find that Vandal, but that Frenzy only has so many bullets. Even as this is going to fall at the same time. Poppy is alone yet again, but we know he can do some serious damage here. Maybe the gun disparity is just a little too much to overcome. That is going to be around 11 for Full Sense. SB fairly happy about that eco. They did get 2 frags, but I guess that's just okay, and they don't want to settle on that.
Yeah, okay. That looked a little bit awkward, but thinking about it now, I do like how Lamisek actually approached that. The thought process there was probably, oh, if I saw Micro here, and since we didn't really have any information about the remaining players from SBE, I'll just use my Recon Dart. Make sure that nobody's actually holding a crossfire, and once we're sure that nothing is very close, we can use the innate angles of Cave here to start moving in and just closing in on Micro and not allow him to be a pinch player for SBE if they're going to play the retake. So, and also the fact that maybe he could have picked up a Vandal, but that being said, really good stuff there from Lammy Snacks, and even more so coming into this round as he stops Papi Chulo from that orb fake pick. Oldest trick in the book.
Oldest trick in the book, and it does look like Full Sense are avid readers here, not being tricked by any of this. And I love that they've been as patient as they can be, despite having a big wave of momentum ever since, I believe, round 12. But that is going to be traded out immediately by both Ja and Flippy, and now suddenly it's Micro alone over again. And he has to force something out here. He can't let this round slip by. Doesn't look like they're interested in playing in overtime either, so they have to somewhat dig deep again. Micro does have a wall and 2 snake bites available to him. John Olsen, ever so sharp with that operator. Trying everything. Micro, though, he will squeak by, looking incredibly dangerous. That's the second shot John Olsen has missed. Micro, he decides to just leave it alone and let's lick our wounds and cut our losses.
He did still have the wall, though, to use to kind of allow him to creep up into the site. But if you think about it, that wall can actually be used against him. And his opponents still have their own wall because V was also still up and running for Full Sense. That was just a non-winnable situation for Micro, and saving the Vandal was the best case priority for SBE. That being said, though, you really can see the ferocity right now of Full Sense. Everything that they tried to have done on this attacking round attacking Side Rider has really come into full swing for them. And obviously, South Built, they only got 1 shot left.
And South Built's game plan has looked way more ambiguous compared to what it was at the beginning of the series. Maybe it's the fatigue finally setting in. But the feeling of great dissatisfaction is probably going to set if they lose this map. They don't want to have their first showing of the year in an international stage to be a 2-0. Granted, Full Sense, an incredible team. But once again, South Built are left to be wanting more, as Flippy is holding down his very own. Not for too long, as John Olsen opens up the defense once more with that operator.
And he spots out Flippy too. Recon Dart on defense, especially on Breeze, is pretty pivotal. So that's going to force Micro to be just the lone bastion here. He's going to be playing in the back of the side. This could actually catch out Fee for a ride. Now they spotted him. Although the counter swing from Ja is actually going to be prevalent, he might not be able to plant the spike now because the wall is down. But we'll still have John Olsen holding the cross, slowly peeking out. Ja was pre-firing, knew exactly what was coming through this one. But they might not be aware. But once again, Ja is going to be holding the lurk onto double doors. That being said, though, John Olsen's fine 1. PDC with 2.
Oh, dear.
Papi Chulo is alone. And now he's got a 1v3 situation where Cha again with the late lurk from double doors shuts it down. And Full Sense show to us why they're the strong region, or well, why Thai region is the strong region.
Again, they show their fangs and they make no nonsense whatsoever. Everything became very, very clear. With again, once they stole away, I thought it looked so good for South Build for a good amount of time on that second round, but as I mentioned, it did look incredibly ambiguous later on.
They really struggled to kind of finish off these rounds, especially that lurk from Cha. I think Cha has never really gotten, what's the word here, punished for his shenanigans, and it has allowed so much information for Full Sense to start working their way through here. Not just that, but again, the explosiveness that John Olsen brings to the table. Look at that stark contrast once again in terms of the overall stats. 25 to the 14 of Ja, 310 combat score with the 195 for Ja here. So John Olsen, for just lack of anything, has been just into the thick of things, and boy was he just swimming through kills left, right, and center.
He was drowning in those frags, you know what I mean? Again, South Built, still a lot left on the table for them to really show. This was not the South Built we saw in the Grand Finals performance, but Full Sense. Oh my goodness. They come out of the gate swinging. Looked a little rough in the end of the first map, but again, they sealed the deal, they closed it out, and that's the important part. They close out strong.
Let's check out the highlights, how it panned out for the rest of this game. Gotta say though, the attacking side from SBE was really a sight to behold. Bit by bit, they were able to dismantle the defenses of Full Sense here, but when all is said and done, they needed to round everything out, and Full Sense was so prepared to come into the second half with their own attacking endeavors, or their own attacking philosophy. And oh boy, was that philosophy named John Olsen.
Foolish. Yes, I have no idea how to pick that up, but I will anyway. Considering I am an avid philosophy enjoyer, as most of our, I would say most people are, that had to be one of the weirdest things though. Flippy's like, nobody's ever gonna expect Sova to jump down the chute. John Olsen, once again, farming his highlights. I feel like one of the biggest reasons why Southfield kind of dropped the ball in the second half, they really just couldn't adjust. Full Sense, once again, so well staggered pressure, and this is one of those things where you kind of just have to scratch your head and just say, yep, that's John Olsen.
Man, he just created so much tempo here. I also like the fact that once they started getting into attack, there was a different air for Full Sense here, because John Olsen was playing by himself on the defense. It was good and all because he was opping, so all he really had to do was just, you know, hold angles and stabilize picks with the operator. But then when they flipped the switch, come into the attacking side, you saw how he started setting things up with his team. You saw that one instance where he was going through switch and he waited for PTC's flash to come through. That was one of the things that the instance of the attacking John Olsen was really spotted. Well, with all said and done, that's the last game of the night done and dusted. We'll be just going for a break, and when we come back, it's the panel to break things down even further. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a flash.
Full Sense poked the bear. South Built Esports kind of woke up on Breeze, but it still wasn't enough for them to get that victory over Full Sense. A 2-0 victory for Full Sense once again here in the Asia Pacific Challengers. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Illustrado and a Black and Blue. And what exactly happened there for South Built Esports? Things started to look good on Breeze on the first half, but then they kind of lost it on the defending side.
Okay, first of all, I think it's a lot of things that just put together that just didn't make sense for me. One, the map, again, we go back to the maps, not 100% confident on it. I don't like that we started. Ascent for me was kind of just an okay pick. The KO, not 100% convincing right there on Flippy. There were just a lot of factors, and the fact that SB usually take a long time to wake up. I think it all sort of contributed to the fact that they took a little too long to get out of the pit stop this time. So, for me, we look at the performance of South Built, and yeah, they were great for a while, but they kind of ended up dragging their feet. And right before the finish line, they just got overtaken at the very end there by Full Sense. I have to attribute it a lot to the slow start that they had. I have to attribute it to the picks that they went for, and including the maps. I think there was a lot of missed decisions in the back end of that game.
Yeah, I mean, recently, Ascent has been a decently good map for South Built, but that's with a very different composition. This is the first time we're seeing them play a tournament with the KO on Ascent and on Flippy, of all things on it. Typically, when we do see the KO from this team, it would be, like on Xerxia or something, but it just doesn't go that way, and so they gotta go back and reset the things, because Full Sense, they are looking super sensible in every decision they make, and they've just been looking so spectacular as well. John Olsen popping off on map number 1, and as this, he had his moments too. Papi Chulo had some great clutches, but he's had, I guess, a good quality of frags, but the quantity of them just weren't really there, even going on Breeze.
I think you hit the nail right on the head there. It is the quantity that they were missing. Sure, there were a lot of great rounds for players from South Built. Yeah, they showed their caliber here and there, but it's very touch and go, wasn't it? There just wasn't any consistency for the majority of the match, whether it was through a lot of the decision making, which I felt was scrappy. For the most part, a lot of the mid-round calls just really didn't go the ways. And even in the early round setups, where I feel like there should have been some rounds where they could have played it differently, could have been a little bit more aggressive setup, I just didn't see that happening. So I don't know if it's just South Built doing that South Built thing again, where they sort of give up map number 1, and then obviously this is the international setting. In Black and Blue, you said this, you can't get away with this now that we're in APAC. Well, lo and behold.
Yeah, especially against a team like Full Sense, who have that experience, internationally, who have been competing for so long as well when it comes to the VCT circuit. So for South Built, a bit of a slow start as to be expected, but too slow to keep up the pace here with such a fast-moving team like Full Sense. Really did bite them on in the end. Hopefully for their sake they can reset, but they're going up against Oblivion Force, which might be a bit of a better matchup for their sake. But Full Sense, man, they have been completely stomping everything across their path from the play-ins to forward. I don't think they've dropped the map.
Yeah, and
you're right.
Yeah, you're right. They haven't dropped a single map, but it's a good thing that you mentioned about the matchup that South Built is going to be facing up against Oblivion Force. So just before we show the upgraded brackets that we have for the entirety of the group stages, I kind of want to ask a question. Is this the trend that we're going to be seeing from South Built Esports? I mean, we're used to seeing South Built Esports in Challengers PH, where week 1 was shaky for them, week 2 kind of okay, but then week 3 in the lower bracket they kind of went back to their full form. Would that be the case that we'll see when they go up against Oblivion Force?
Okay, so here's the thing, man. Oblivion Force, I feel like when we talk about that matchup here for South Built is just going to feel much more comfortable. First of all, just settling into their skin a little bit more in the tournament. They always tend to warm up a little bit more. And Oblivion Force, they're kind of a team where you kind of know what they're going to be bringing to the table. I don't want to be that guy and say that it's going to be fairly predictable. But obviously, as we look into the standings, that it's going to be much clearer a case that South Built should be able to see through Oblivion Force a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree, at least when it comes to the other two teams in their group, maybe Velocity and Oblivion Force might pose a better, I guess, matchup against them when it comes to their playstyle intrinsically. And so, full sense, I mean, they are looking like, and have been looking like, even coming into this tournament, not knowing what bracket they're going to be put in, like one of the teams to make it out and go into, that Masters slot. So really nicely done from them, but we're going to see if they can bounce back.
Yeah, we'll be seeing Group A right now, updated group standings after all the matches we have from day 1 and day 2. We got Boom Esports moving forward, going up against Made in Thailand in a best of 3 in the upper bracket. Loser goes down and we'll be waiting for their opponent, which is either going to be No Namers or Cerberus Esports. Elimination is around the corner for the guys here on the lower bracket, mind you, guys that are watching from home. And we will be moving on over to the next group. It's Group B. We're going to be seeing Paper Rex go up against Persija Esports and Fancy United Esports and Bonkers. Both of them will be in the cusp of elimination. And moving forward from this, it's definitely going to be a big boost for the Oceania region for Bonkers if they manage to get a win from Fancy United Esports. Things on over at Group C. Things are very, very bloody here as Xerxia Esports will go up against Bleed Esports, and on the lower bracket side of things, ONIG G going up against Naus Esports. Second time's a charm here for Naus Esports and ONIG G. They're not strangers to the lower bracket here. They've been there before, and the play-ins, they could make it out of the group stages alive after their lower bracket run. And lastly, over at Group D, we just saw Full Sense take down South Belt Esports 2-0. They will be knocking them down, and South Belt Esports will be facing off against Oblivion Force. And Full Sense versus Velocity Gaming South Asia is going to be in one hell of a treat here for this matchup, wanting to stay alive in this competition a little bit longer.
Well, definitely an interesting matchup to be looking forward to. There's just, I think, these groups that are just catching everybody off guard here. Because, we had the initial reactions the moment we saw the group stages, and we're like, yeah, Group C, Group of Death, Group D, maybe a little bit more straightforward here, Group of Life, and towards Group B. Yeah, it's not looking like this is the case. I think we're throwing a couple of curveballs here and there, just proving to everybody that time and time again, and how many times have we said this, you really just can't predict APAC. There's just no point. You just try and you'll just be shut down every single time you do it. I'm going to look back at our previous prediction here. All of us predicted that South Built would make it through. No, that didn't really go according to plan, did it?
Well, it isn't done in the dust just yet. APAC definitely is a salad that needs to be tossed up, because it's a big mix and bag of a bunch of different styles that you see. Perhaps Caesar, perhaps Chefs, Thousand Island too. There's 1,000 things to be concerned about, especially for the teams in the lower bracket. And one of those big ones are, being elimed as the days progress.
And now we're going to have a look at the match schedule we have for tomorrow. It's the remainder of the days that we have. Elimination is right across the corner, and elimination is definitely what we will be witnessing tomorrow. Cerberus Esports versus No Namers, Bonkers versus Fancy United Esports, and last for the day, it's Naus Esports versus ONIG G. All of these matches are elimination matches, and guys, it can't be any thrilling, to say the least, for these teams.
It breaks my heart to see that we're going to be sending 3 teams home fairly early on in this stage, but it's kind of just the way it goes. It's the way the cookie crumbles, and a lot of these teams are rising superstars. I look at Naus versus ONIG, and I'm like, wait, that's not right. They're not going home, right? This isn't elimination for ONIG. Oh, it is. It is, because oh my god, they're in the group of death. Yeah, right. So I'll let that sink in for me just now, because I'm sure everybody else is like, this is an elimination match in stage 1. That's not a very pretty sight.
Definitely, of course, especially for the the younger budding teams, and some of these are even #1 seeds of their own respective regions, like Cerberus are for Vietnam, and they're already down here in the LBs. That's not a good place to be for them. You got No Namers, Bonks, Fancy, Naus, ONIG, such young, talented teams who unfortunately are potentially facing their final stay here for the VCT APAC Stage 1. Hopefully, if they get Elim, they can come back for Stage 2, but it's going to be easier said than done.
It's a gauntlet that these teams are going to be going up for tomorrow. Tournament life is on the line, definitely. And before we wrap things up here for day 2 of the group stages in the Asia Pacific Challengers, any last thoughts that you guys want to give to the viewers at home?
Well, we're finally getting a 3-day show tomorrow, and I do want to thank everybody for every single person who stuck with us from the very beginning of these long 4-series day all the way up to now. Thank you, genuinely, because these have been taxing, I'm sure, on you, the viewers as well, and very exciting, a lot of the matches. So thank you all for tuning in, and I'm certain that as we go later into the tournament, we're probably going to see longer days.
For sure. I mean, I do think that while we might be going through like a 3-match schedule moving forward, the competition is only going to get tougher. We're going to get even more closer results at the end of things. So I'm excited for how these next days will progress, and I'm looking forward to who will come out on top.
I'm pretty sure you guys at home are excited as well, but we have to cap it off for today because these teams, they need to rest, they need to prepare for tomorrow, and you guys need to prepare for more action tomorrow because elimination is over the horizon. And on behalf of everybody here on the English panel as well as on the desk all across the region here in the Asia Pacific Challengers, I'm Nomad with Illustrado and Black and Blue. We bid you all a good night and good fight. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Xerxia!